Chapter 1. Eating to Grow Stronger. In the vast expanse of the Shanghai continent, amidst the northern wilderness and its myriad mountain ranges, towering peaks stretch endlessly. Here, the air is thick with demonic energy, obscuring the sun, interspersed with wisps of spiritual essence. Within the most majestic of these mountains stands a colossal tree, its branches soaring high, concealing a hidden entrance. Inside this entrance lay 4 pristine white eggs scattered about. A faint rustling sound echoed, followed by the cracking of an eggshell, revealing a fissure on one of the eggs. A tiny, pink head emerged from the shell. Chirp, chirp, chirp. What on earth? Have I transformed into a bird? Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, lowering his gaze to assess his new form. Through a thin membrane, he could discern his tender skin, almost translucent enough to glimpse his internal organs. He noted his sharp claws, beak, and the rudimentary wings that had yet to fully develop. Only moments ago, Zhang Yi had been slumbering, and upon awakening, he found himself confined within this small space. With a determined effort, he broke free from the eggshell, only to realize he had become a newly hatched chick. While others might traverse realms to become nobles, deities, or emperors, he had instead transformed into a mere bird. Well, if I'm a bird, so be it. I've lived enough of a human life in my past existence. As this thought crossed his mind, a flicker of excitement surged within him. In his previous life, he had been a corporate drone, tirelessly toiling each day just to survive, navigating the whims of his superiors by day and delivering food while appeasing customers by night. Just when he hoped for a moment's respite, the incessant calls from his boss would invariably interrupt his fleeting moments of rest. But now, he was a bird, free to pursue his whims. No longer would he be beholden to the demands of life, nor would he be subjected to the watchful eyes of a tyrannical superior. With a turn of his head, he noticed another egg behind him. Utterly stilled, it appeared that he had emerged from a clutch of 2, inadvertently claiming the position of the elder sibling by hatching first. He contemplated venturing outside, but his newly hatched state left him too weak to leave the confines of his modest nest. Cuckoo, cuckoo, as he sat idly, gazing at the motionless egg before him. An overwhelming wave of hunger washed over him. To his surprise, even as a bird, he found himself beset with his own troubles. Yet now, he could eat whenever he wished, free from the relentless pressures of life and the oppressive scrutiny of a demanding boss. From this day forth, he would liberate himself from the constraints of time and indulge in a feast of epic proportions. Ding! A strong desire to feed has been detected. The feeding growth system has been successfully activated. Host, Zhang Yi. Species, sun-watching bird. Grade, unranked to become a first-order divine beast. 1,000 points of spiritual energy must be surpassed. Vitality, 12. Physical, strength, 12. Spiritual soul, 62. Skills, none. Refinement points, 0. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yi's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Was this the fabled golden finger? What system was this? Where's his newbie gift pack? As he pondered these questions, the system's voice chimed in once more. Ding. This system does not provide any beginner's gift package. The host has activated the eating growth system by successfully consuming food. One can gain an increase in spiritual energy. Spiritual energy serves as the foundation for divine beast cultivation. An indispensable element in the path of ascension, this system's enhancement of spiritual energy knows no bounds. The system will periodically issue tasks, so the host should remain vigilant and make time to complete them. Task rewards include skills, spiritual herbs, and refinement points, which can be utilized to enhance skills, divine souls, and physique. A series of prompts appear before Zhang Yi, and he dared not be careless, thoroughly reading each one. Just as he was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the final prompt emerged. The divine beast levels of the 10,000 great mountains are Divine Beast, Great Divine Beast, Divine General, Divine Commander, Divine King, Divine Emperor, and Divine Sovereign, each level comprising 9 tiers. So consuming food can increase spiritual energy? This is precisely the indulgence I yearned for in my previous life. Listening to the system's announcements, Zhang Yi found himself in a daze. It must be noted that as a bird with a robust digestive system, capable of consuming and excreting at will, eating was the simplest of tasks. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi walked over, plucked a blade of grass, and began to chew on it. To be frank, the taste of this substance was far from delightful, whether for humans or birds. Yet, for the sake of experimentation, Zhang Yi forced himself to swallow it. At that moment, the system indeed began to issue prompts with fervor. Spiritual energy, 777. Spiritual energy, 333. If this continues, with 1,000 points of spiritual energy required to reach the first stage, a hearty feast would surely elevate him to the pinnacle of success, commanding respect throughout the realm. Eat. I fear no one when it comes to feasting. Zhang Yi awkwardly crawled back into the cracked eggshell, intending to check for any remnants of egg fluid within. What is this? Am I not dead? Have I fallen into an illusion? Ha, I knew it. This Empress cannot be so easily defeated. A shrill voice echoed in Zhang Yi's ears. Dazed, he lifted his head and vaguely perceived a shadow outside, while that voice rang out once more. As the illustrious Empress of the Celestial Dynasty, I shall not tolerate such humiliation. When I return to my cultivation, I shall settle accounts with each of you. Zhang Yi's mind was a whirlwind of confusion. What is this about a Celestial Dynasty Empress? Unable to resist, he poked his head out to gaze at the figure. Seeing a silhouette resembling his own outside the eggshell, Zhang Yi realized that the remaining egg was also beginning to hatch. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement, just as he was about to greet the figure when the voice interrupted again. What on earth? What an ugly creature startled this Empress. What is this? So ugly and feeble. Is this thing meant to be my brother? Never mind. Never mind, the current situation is not in my favor. When I return to the Celestial Dynasty, I shall grant him a modicum of spiritual roots. Zhang Yi. He could not help but look up at the other, only to find their face contorted with disdain. This little creature is truly hideous. Fortunately, this Empress is still in fine form. Now, I shall commence my cultivation. I still remember the supreme secret of the Celestial Dynasty, the Celestial King Scripture. Ha ha ha, heaven aids me. This Empress shall return. Zhang Yi stretched languidly, having taken but a single bite. He felt as if his entire network of meridians had been reshaped, leaving him in a state of utter comfort. He gazed outside at the self-satisfied and chattering Empress, shaking his head in disbelief. Who would have thought that such a regal figure could be so scheming? With a faint smile, he heard a voice resonate within his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. A panel gradually unfurled before him. Host Zhang Yi. Race, Sunwatcher Bird. Tier. First tier to ascend to second tier. One must surpass 10,000 points of spiritual energy. Vitality, 1,168. Physique, 12. Soul, 62. Divine skills, none. Refinement points, 11. Leveled up. Indeed, a single bite has bestowed upon me delightful surprises. He dismissed thoughts of the Empress, prioritizing sleep and growth as his main tasks. Yet, just as Zhang Yi was about to close his eyes, another voice echoed in his mind. Chapter 2. My Empress Sister. It seems this brother is merely an ordinary being. How unfortunate that I am the sister of such a clumsy bird. But I wonder what this foolish little bird is up to now. It better not disturb this Empress during her cultivation. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, a wave of irritation washing over his face. This Empress truly had a penchant for verbosity. Could someone like her truly hold the title of Empress? To his astonishment, he realized he could eavesdrop on her thoughts. Yet this newfound ability was proving to be a nuisance, as he had always detested interruptions in his previous life. This Empress sister appeared to be quite the chatterbox. If she continued her incessant prattle, it would be never-ending. How could he enjoy a peaceful meal under such circumstances? And without sustenance, how could he progress? Was he destined to passively endure her incessant noise? With gritted teeth, he lamented that he wished to hear none of it. As long as the Empress did not interfere with him, what else mattered? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. The Empress' voice ceased, and her complaints faded into silence. Could it be that I can control her thoughts myself? How splendid! Upon realizing this, Zhang Yi felt a surge of excitement. They were, after all, birds. Enduring her incessant chattering every day would be intolerable. Now, at least he could glean the Empress' thoughts from her musings, confirming the tranquility surrounding him. Zhang Yi contentedly reclined once more, plucking another blade of grass to chew. Spiritual energy, 777. Spiritual energy, 444. Perhaps he had been too famished in his previous life, though he was merely consuming dried grass. He found a taste surprisingly agreeable. As he munched on the grass, the spiritual energy within him indeed surged with fervor. After an indeterminate passage of time, he began to feel parched. After all, such fare was hardly suitable for a bird. Moreover, the most pressing issue was that it did not satiate his hunger. After all, one must possess physical strength to survive, and at this moment, nothing would be more delightful than indulging in a roasted chicken. Wait, I am now a bird. I cannot feast on roasted chicken. With this thought, Zhang Yi could not help but feel a pang of disappointment. In his previous life, he had few other passions, save for savoring exquisite food and drink. Now, however, he had transformed into a bird, no longer human, and had no means to procure delectable sustenance. Glancing back at the remnants of the eggs in his nest, all that remained were mere twigs and grass. He shook his head as a bird. Such fare was hardly sufficient. Thus, he resolved to venture to the edge of the nest for a glimpse of the world beyond. Upon reaching the brink, he unexpectedly discovered that the little bird who claimed to be an empress was already waiting there. After all this time, she too must have been hungry. Upon hearing the commotion, the empress turned her head, and their gazes met two pairs of tiny eyes, each gleaming with a distinct radiance. He furrowed his brow, silently contemplating. I genuinely wish to know what she is thinking. What on earth does this ugly creature want? Stay away. Keep your distance from me. The empress glared at Zhang-Yi with evident disdain, leaving both birds momentarily awkward in their standoff. Zhang-Yi frowned, casting a dismissive glance at her. Indeed, this ability was astonishingly formidable. Yet now, they were both birds. What right did she have to act superior? I am still the elder. Is this how you address your elder brother? However, Zhang-Yi's musings were evidently lost on her. The empress could only see his piercing gaze fixed upon her, and she regarded him with caution. What is this ugly creature doing here? Does it intend to confront me? Were it not for my current state, devoid of cultivation, this wretched being would hardly deserve to stand beside me. Once I regain my former prowess, I shall have you serve me. What brother? Just a few minutes earlier in birth, and you presume to be my elder? Zhang-Yi stared at her in silence. The empress was indeed a chatterbox. Even in her avian form, she could not refrain from prattling. This ugly creature continues to gaze at me. Beware. I might just pluck out your eyes. Her voice echoed in Zhang-Yi's mind once more, and he shook his head. This little empress certainly had a fiery temper. Seeing that there was no food in sight, Zhang-Yi turned to depart. Yet at that moment, a sudden, excited voice rang out. Food has arrived. Zhang-Yi paused and turned back. Before him, two insects emerged. Ah, this small and unsightly bird can actually comprehend my intentions? Could it be that it has also been reincarnated like me? Never mind, there's no time for idle thoughts. Food is here, and it is all mine. As the empress mused, she strode forward. Before Zhang-Yi could react, she had already caught one insect beneath her foot. Then she pecked at the other, seemingly intent on claiming it for herself. Zhang-Yi frowned, feeling a wave of discontent. Am I not the elder brother? How can this sister lack even the most basic respect for her elders? Moreover, with two little worms at the very least, it should be one for each of us. No. Zhang-Yi's gaze darkened. Those two were undeniably mine. Ding. Detecting the host's intent to attack. Shall the enhancement proceed? Host. Zhang-Yi. Race, Sunbird. Rank, second tier to ascend to third tier divine beast. Spiritual energy must exceed 100,000 points. Vitality, 10,187. Physique, 13. Soul, 63. Combat skills, none. Refinement points, 22. Soon, the system displayed Zhang-Yi's current status before him. Zhang-Yi had not anticipated that the system possessed such a function. A smile crept across his heart. It seemed that the little hay he had consumed was indeed beneficial. Enhance. Enhance immediately. Today, I shall impart a lesson to this little creature. Understood. Commencing enhancement for the host. Before Zhang-Yi could finish his sentence, the system's voice resonated once more. Suddenly, he felt a peculiar force spreading throughout his limbs and bones. Then, it was as if his blood were boiling. The temperature of his entire being began to rise. Zhang-Yi sensed something coalescing within him, continuously supplying him with energy. That surge of power filled him with fervor in an instant. Ding! A random task has commenced. Please attend to the details, host. The host's first phase of consumption has concluded, detecting resources within a 20-meter radius. Please search and collect the resources. Successful completion of the task will yield 2 refinement points and 1 random spiritual seed. Collect resources? Wouldn't that pertain to those 2 little worms? Zhang-Yi furrowed his brow, glancing at the Empress, who had triumphantly captured the 2 worms. The system truly understands my thoughts, and completing the task rewards me with something. How could I possibly refuse? His gaze suddenly turned icy. If that was the case, then the sister had better hand them over. The elder brother was ready to act. Zhang-Yi abruptly pivoted and leaped towards the Empress. Take this kick. Chapter 3. Do you wish to consume me? Whoosh. A gust of wind surged forth. Bang. Then came a muffled thud. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The younger sister Empress emitted a series of frantic sounds, clutching her head in pain as she collapsed, dropping the worm from her mouth. Zhang-Yi had unleashed a fierce kick upon her, inflicting immense suffering. She felt as though that kick had shattered her, pain surging from within her bones. Ah, a peck, 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 chirp, chirp, chirp. A relentless barrage of attacks ensued as Zhang Yi went on the offensive. The Empress was taken aback. Zhang Yi's speed was astonishing, and she could not evade him. Zhang Yi's beak struck her head repeatedly, mercilessly. It felt as though he were drilling holes into her skull, a sensation both painful and itchy. She had no choice but to expel the worm from her mouth and retreat, shielding her head. Zhang Yi gathered the two worms together, looking at the Empress with great satisfaction. What kind of Empress dares to compete with herself over trifles? How audacious! This hideous creature truly dares to lay a hand on me. Regaining her composure, the Empress cast a cold glance at Zhang Yi. Such reckless boldness shall not go unpunished. Prepare to pay with your life. Before her words had fully escaped her lips, the Empress charged forward with fervor. With a powerful flap of her wings, she lunged at Zhang Yi, intent on delivering a fatal blow. Her assault was fierce, seemingly destined to be lethal. Yet, Zhang Yi remained rooted in place, his gaze unperturbed, as if he regarded her not even slightly. Crack! A resounding sound echoed. She received a harsh blow from a wing across her face. The Empress collapsed instantly, suddenly aware that she had encountered a formidable opponent. An inexplicable sense of defeat began to seep into her heart, a sensation foreign to her until now. In her past, elevated above thousands in the celestial dynasty, who in the world could have evoked such feelings within her? Yet, even in this moment, her gaze remained fixated on the two insects before Zhang Yi. She required a replenishment of her vitality, and these two insects not only arrived punctually, but also appeared to be exquisite spiritual beasts. Consuming them would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for her cultivation. However, the Zhang Yi before her was evidently underestimated. Given his prowess, it seemed she would likely not have the opportunity to consume those insects now. Just moments ago, after merely 2 exchanges, the spiritual energy within the Empress had already been completely depleted. Zhang Yi grinned widely, his gaze shifting with a myriad of emotions. What of the Empress? Whether it be a dragon lying at my feet or a tiger crouching beside me, if I am in a foul mood, anyone shall feel the consequences. However, Zhang Yi had no intention of claiming both insects for himself. He certainly did not wish to see the Empress perish from hunger, for in the current circumstances, he still found himself reliant on this place. Firstly, the solitude would be unbearable if he were the only one present. Moreover, his primary objective was to complete his mission. He need not resort to complete annihilation. Secondly, Zhang Yi merely sought to assert his authority over her. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. As the elder brother, it was imperative for him to establish dominance over his younger sister. Zhang Yi, contemplating this, suddenly raised his mouth high. The Empress was taken aback, instinctively retreating. Her eyes were filled with fear. Could it be that after easily subduing her, he still possessed the energy to strike her again? To her surprise, Zhang Yi, with a swift motion, pushed one of the insects toward her. He had actively shared one of the creatures with the Empress. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The Empress stared incredulously at the insect lying on the ground before her. Momentarily lost in thought, she had never anticipated that Zhang Yi would return the favor with food. Once she regained her senses, the Empress promptly consumed the insect. This grotesque creature truly possessed some merit. It seemed I am still no match for him. I must remain composed, do not act rashly. As she mused while eating, she felt a refreshing sensation as the insect entered her mouth. Subsequently, a wave of spiritual energy began to ripple within her body, akin to a gentle spring breeze. This warm current flowed through her meridians, mingling with her blood and spreading throughout her entire being. Impulsive? You have indeed guessed correctly. To act impulsively now would lead to your demise. Zhang Yi muttered to himself, lowering his head to swallow the insect in one gulp. The texture was slimy, lacking any distinctive flavor. Nevertheless, he had once been human, and the act was somewhat difficult for him to bear. Once the insect had been swallowed, he felt a significant relief within his stomach. Although it was far from a gourmet dish, he was now a bird, and the range of his actions was decidedly limited. After consuming the insect, a wave of comfort washed over his body. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. You have obtained 2 refinement points. And a random spiritual seed has increased by 1. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new divine skill, Spirit Devouring. By consuming a spiritual insect, you will gain 11 to your soul and 33 to your physique. Really? Is that all it takes? Zhang Yi gazed in astonishment at the soaring numbers displayed on the panel. How astonishingly effortless this was, in such a brief span of time. The rate of advancement was nothing short of breathtaking. Spiritual energy 9999, spiritual energy 1356. Congratulations to the host for ascending to a third-tier demon beast, refinement points 1. Goodness. The process of cultivation and breakthrough seemed as simple as dining or drinking. If this trend continued, consuming a few more insects would render him invincible. However, given this reality, it was all the more imperative to actively seek out sustenance. After all, relying solely on insects was not a sustainable solution. It was only now that he truly grasped the meaning of cherishing every morsel. After satisfying his hunger, Zhang Yi felt a surge of vigor coursing through him. Casting a glance at the Empress, he retreated back to his nest. Observing the desolate confines of the bird's nest, he couldn't help but harbor a twinge of discontent. At this moment, if someone were to bring him a delicious morsel, he would gladly offer his allegiance in return. Zhang Yi shook his head and let out a wry smile. The system indeed possessed its merits. Yet it became increasingly apparent that the circumstances of his birth were exceedingly awkward. Lost in thought, a sudden cacophony of voices erupted around him. Just wait. One day this Empress shall exact her revenge. Zhang Yi instinctively raised his head, only to discover that the Empress's younger sister had entered from outside. Clearly, a single worm for each person was insufficient. Not to mention Zhang Yi, who possessed a system. Even the Empress herself, who required cultivation, found this amount woefully inadequate. However, Zhang Yi noticed that the Empress's sister appeared to be in significantly better spirits. Of course, no matter how improved her condition, she remained no match for him. Yet, as Zhang Yi pondered this, he sensed an unsettling shift in the Empress's sister's gaze directed towards him. It was a look filled with murderous intent, prompting Zhang Yi to frown as a voice heavy with malice echoed in his ears. No food. How could there be no food? This Empress has been truly foolish. This hideous creature before me is nothing less than the perfect nourishment. Chapter 4. Sated and slumbering, a restful sleep hideous creature? Nourishment? Zhang Yi chuckled coldly to himself, deeming the young girl utterly disrespectful. He was curious to see who would ultimately serve as the other's sustenance. The Empress's sister approached with delicate steps, feigning weakness as she drew near to Zhang Yi, murmuring, little bird, do not be afraid. Your sister, this Empress, would never harm you. Yet, in her heart, she schemed. This ugly bird appears rather plump. Should I roast it or stew it? No matter, I shall consume it whole to save the trouble. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes. This little girl's acting was utterly inept, her thoughts transparently inscribed upon her countenance. Did she truly believe she could launch a surprise attack on him? He was a man endowed with a system, possessing extraordinary advantages. In the very moment the Empress's younger sister drew near, her gaze sharpened, and her delicate fingers transformed into lethal talons, aiming straight for Zhang Yi's neck. The swiftness of her movement conjured a fierce gust of wind. Ha, little girl, is this the extent of your abilities? Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip and deftly sidestepped the Empress's assault. The Empress missed her mark, nearly tumbling headfirst into a bird's nest, a sight both awkward and comical. You actually evaded it? She exclaimed incredulously, her eyes wide with disbelief. When did this unsightly bird become so agile? Evade. This is merely the beginning. Zhang Yi shook his wings, wearing a mischievous expression. Little girl, you are far too inexperienced. If you wish to devour me, you must cultivate for several hundred more years. The Empress, infuriated by his mockery, exclaimed, You audacious foul creature, how dare you provoke this Empress? Prepare to face my wrath. With the speed of lightning, she launched herself at Zhang Yi once more, employing every ounce of her strength, combining fist and feet in a relentless barrage, determined to subdue him. However, Zhang Yi slipped away like an elusive eel, evading her attacks by the narrowest of margins. Occasionally, he would peck at her with his sharp beak, causing the Empress to yelp in pain. Ouch! You wretched bird! Your strikes are truly vicious, she cried, clutching the spot where he had pecked her, her anger manifesting in furious stomps. Humph! To show mercy to an adversary is to be cruel to oneself. Do you not grasp this principle? Zhang Yi mercilessly mocked. Little girl, I suggest you concede gracefully. You are no match for me. The Empress, unwilling to admit defeat, gritted her teeth and continued her assault on Zhang Yi, only to realize that his speed was increasing and his strength was surging, as if he were an insatiable abyss, impervious to her blows. Throughout the battle, Zhang Yi was voraciously absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy, rapidly augmenting his power. He resembled a sponge, greedily soaking up all available energy and transforming it into his own strength. What is happening? Why does this ugly bird grow stronger with every strike? The Empress felt an overwhelming dread, as if she were battling a monster, with no glimmer of victory in sight. Finally, after a ferocious attack, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity, using his wing to knock the Empress to the ground, and then pecked her sharply with his beak as a form of punishment. Ack! The Empress let out a pained cry, tears welling in her eyes as she gazed at Zhang Yi, her previous arrogance completely extinguished. Have you come to realize your folly? Zhang Yi gazed down at her with an icy demeanor. The Empress, feeling aggrieved, nodded in understanding. She finally comprehended the vast chasm that lay between herself and this grotesque creature. No longer did she regard Zhang Yi as mere sustenance, but rather with a burgeoning sense of reverence. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly sensed a surge of formidable energy coursing through his being, enveloping him in an unparalleled sense of exhilaration. Ding! Congratulations to the host for absorbing a substantial amount of spiritual energy during battle, awakening the innate divine ability. Feast of Gluttony. Feast of Gluttony. Devour any energy entity, converting it into personal power, thereby enhancing one's cultivation. An awakened innate divine ability? Feast of Gluttony. My goodness, this is simply exhilarating. Zhang Yi was filled with ecstatic joy. This extravagant feast was truly a divine skill tailor-made for him. With this extraordinary ability, could he not infinitely devour energy and swiftly elevate his cultivation? Now I am truly destined to soar. Zhang Yi playfully tapped the young Empress's head with his claw, his tone laced with arrogance. Do you submit, little girl? The Empress, clutching her sore backside from the peck, felt tears welling up in her eyes, unable to express her indignation. I submit. Yet inwardly, she cursed. Damn bird. Once I regain my strength, I shall pluck your feathers and roast you for a feast. Very well, he continued. From this day forth, you shall serve as my personal bodyguard, responsible for my safety. Do you understand? Zhang Yi proclaimed with an air of arrogance. A personal bodyguard? The Empress nearly choked on her own spit. How could this grotesque creature dare to suggest that she, the esteemed Empress, should serve as a bodyguard? It was an utter disgrace. What? Are you unwilling? Zhang Yi narrowed his eyes, a menacing aura enveloping the air. The Empress quickly shook her head, exclaiming, I am willing. I am willing. My life is paramount. The Empress, am capable of both submission and resilience. Once I find the opportunity, I shall certainly seize it. That is well, he replied. Zhang Yi nodded in satisfaction, then spread his wings and began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. A feast for the glutton. With a low shout from Zhang Yi, a powerful suction erupted from his body, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy into him like a tidal wave. Spiritual energy 9999, 3166, 3572. The Empress watched in astonishment. This unsightly bird possessed such extraordinary abilities? As the absorbed spiritual energy increased, Zhang Yi's body began to undergo a transformation. His once disheveled black feathers gradually became smooth and lustrous, emanating a faint golden glow. His physique expanded, the previously small and slender form now exuding a robust and majestic presence. The Empress felt her understanding of the world being upended. Could it be that this unsightly bird was, in fact, the reincarnation of a formidable figure? Zhang Yi was immersed in the ecstasy of cultivation. Utterly indifferent to the Empress's astonishment, he relentlessly absorbed the spiritual energy surrounding him, his cultivation rapidly ascending. Not only was he consuming spiritual energy, but he also began to devour the energy bodies nearby, including some feeble magical beasts, spiritual herbs, and ores. A hapless wild rabbit inadvertently wandered into Zhang Yi's sphere of absorption, instantly reduced to a desiccated husk, leaving not even a fragment of bone behind. The Empress watched in disbelief, her eyelids twitching at the sight of this grotesque creature's merciless nature. Zhang Yi, having devoured the wild hare, let out a contented burp. Savoring the lingering taste on his lips, it was quite delightful, albeit a tad insufficient to fill the gaps between his teeth. The Empress observed as, in the ensuing hours, Zhang Yi transformed into an unrelenting force, voraciously consuming all forms of energy around him. The creatures of the forest met with misfortune, hastily fleeing the area to avoid becoming Zhang Yi's next morsel. The Empress, resembling a devoted attendant, meticulously trailed behind him, remaining vigilant while collecting the remnants of his feasts. In her heart, she lamented the absurdity of her current predicament. What an indignity it was for an esteemed Empress to be reduced to scavenging, should word of this circulate. Where would her dignity reside? As night fell, Zhang Yi at last ceased his gluttony and returned to his nest, feeling satisfied. I'm utterly exhausted. Time for sleep, he declared, collapsing into slumber without a glance at the Empress beside him. Watching his peaceful repose, the Empress was enveloped in a tumult of emotions. She feared Zhang Yi's formidable power, yet remained irresistibly curious about his future. The following morning, Zhang Yi awoke from his slumber, stretching languidly. Why does this feel different? He pondered, sensing an unexpected shift. Chapter 5. Unbeknownst to him, he had ascended once more. Upon awakening, Zhang Yi felt an unsettling discomfort coursing through his entire being. The nest, once spacious and cozy, now constricted him like a tight-fitting garment, leaving him breathless. As he struggled to move, a sharp crack echoed as several brittle twigs snapped beneath him. Goodness gracious! Zhang Yi let out a low curse, lamenting the poor quality of the bird's nest. Struggling to extricate himself from the shattered nest, he suddenly realized that he had grown in size. Once merely the size of a palm, he had now expanded to a magnitude greater than that of an eagle. No, even larger. He unfurled his magnificent wings, the golden feathers shimmering in the morning sunlight, nearly obscuring half the sky. Have I inadvertently consumed something extraordinary? Zhang Yi gazed incredulously at himself. With such a physique, one could hardly imagine soaring through the skies. Even a mere step would likely cause the earth to tremble. He swiftly summoned the system panel to examine his status. Host: Zhang Yi, race, sun-watching bird, rank, 4th order divine beast, to ascend to a 5th order divine beast. One must surpass 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy, vitality, 40, 189, physique, 130, soul, 630, divine skills, none, innate divine ability, feast of gluttony. Refinement points, 02. Items, celestial spirit herb seed 1. Good heavens, a 4th order divine beast. The speed of this advancement is swifter than a rocket. Furthermore, both his physique and soul have seemingly reached new heights. It appears that yesterday's indulgence has borne remarkable fruit. The refinement points automatically allocated by the system have further augmented his physique and soul, leaving him imbued with a sense of formidable strength. As for the celestial spirit herb seed, Zhang Yi had no immediate plans to attend to it. He would set it aside for now and revisit it later. He meticulously studied the description of the Feast of Gluttony and discovered that this ability not only devours spiritual energy but also converts the consumed energy into vitality. Albeit at a rather inefficient rate. Better than nothing, one might say. With such a figure venturing out to forage, he would undoubtedly become an easy target in no time. Zhang Yi pondered that his current appearance would surely cause a stir wherever he went. If he inadvertently attracted the attention of someone formidable, it would spell disaster. It would be wiser to bide his time and acclimate to his new physique first. Just as these thoughts crossed his mind, the system's alert chimed in. Ding. A new task has been issued. Complete the system trial and swiftly adapt to your present body. Well, it seems that thoughts have a way of manifesting. Zhang Yi, adhering to the system's prompts, commenced a series of training exercises. Upon receiving the issued training tasks, the scenery before him began to transform rapidly. The first sight that greeted him was that of a colossal volcano, its molten lava churning ominously. The initial training objective was to master flight, circumnavigating the volcano 10 times without making contact with the lava. As the system's guidance echoed in the air, the challenge commenced. Zhang Yi immediately began to flap his wings, striving to control his massive form as he circled the volcano's crater. Initially, his movements were clumsy and sluggish, nearly causing him to plunge into the magma multiple times. However, with continued practice, his flying skills gradually became more refined, and his silhouette grew increasingly graceful. By the end of 10 laps of flight training, Zhang Yi had mastered the art of maneuvering his body, enabling him to soar to any destination of his desire. Ding! The flight training has concluded. The second trial. Mastery of strength requires you to seize 10 designated spirit fruits with your claws, without harming the surrounding vegetation. As the system's prompt echoed, the scene before Zhang Yi shifted once more. Before him lay a dense jungle, where towering ancient trees obscured the sky, and the ground was a tangled mass of vines and thickets. The 10 spirit fruits were scattered throughout the jungle. Some dangled from lofty treetops, others concealed amidst thick foliage, while a few were ensnared by protective vines. Drawing upon the experience gained from his previous flight training, Zhang Yi swung his massive wings with elegance, swiftly navigating through the jungle and successfully completed the second training task. Subsequently, under the system's guidance, Zhang Yi accomplished a series of training tasks focused on speed, reaction, and vision. Upon completing all trials, he felt a newfound mastery over his own strength. His once cumbersome form now radiated with power and agility. Just as he reveled in the transformation of his body, the system reward swiftly followed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing all training tasks. You have earned 4 refinement points and a random spirit seed too. Congratulations on acquiring a new divine skill, Eye of Insight. Spirit 22, Physique 66, Chi 9999, Chi 1356. Congratulations, host, for becoming a 5th tier demon beast, refinement point 1. What? Already at the 5th tier? Zhang Yi gazed at the soaring numbers on the display, his heart racing with astonishment. This was astonishingly effortless. He hardly felt any strain, yet he had achieved yet another breakthrough. What a thrill! Zhang Yi could not suppress a cheer. The sensation was utterly exhilarating. At that moment, the Empress, who had been silently cultivating beside him, concluded her meditation. She slowly opened her eyes, savoring the abundant spiritual energy within her, and a satisfied smile graced her lips. This retreat had proven quite fruitful, she mused softly to herself. However, when she instinctively turned to glance at her younger brother, her smile abruptly froze. What on earth? How have you grown so much? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she pointed at Zhang Yi. Previously, in her eyes, he had merely been an ugly, scrawny creature. Now, he had transformed into a majestic giant bird, its golden feathers shimmering radiantly, as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens. Zhang Yi scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for how to explain. Surely, he could not admit to having overeaten? Could it be that you have consumed some extraordinary treasure? The Empress inquired tentatively. Ahem, something like that, he replied. Zhang Yi responded ambiguously, yet inwardly he felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, this Empress possessed a vivid imagination, sparing him the trouble of extensive explanations. What treasures of heaven and earth are they? Could you enlighten me? The Empress inquired eagerly, as she was fervently yearning to enhance her power and swiftly extricate herself from her predicament. Well, regarding that, Zhang Yi smiled mysteriously, proclaiming, the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Humph, what a miser. The Empress, dissatisfied, pouted but chose not to press further. As the Empress, she harbored suspicions that her seemingly unremarkable brother might very well be a reincarnated, formidable figure. Now, the changes she observed in him only solidified her inner conjectures. In her eyes, such illustrious individuals typically harbor their own secrets. Since Zhang Yi was reluctant to share, she deemed it unwise to insist. After all, curiosity killed the cat. Should she stumble upon knowledge that was never meant for her, who knows when he might silently eliminate her? Just as the Empress contemplated how to shift the conversation, a sudden commotion abruptly interrupted her train of thought. Gurgle, gurgle. The rumbling from her belly crescendoed, reverberating like the thunderous beat of a drum. Zhang Yi shook his head, golden feathers shaking off a few droplets of morning dew. Oh dear, I'm hungry again. He couldn't help but lament. This leveling up was draining far too much energy, feeling even more exhausting than running a marathon. He turned to glance at the Empress beside him, discovering her seated in meditation, surrounded by a mist of spiritual energy, exuding an aura of imminent breakthrough. Zhang Yi chuckled to himself, thinking, oh, how naive. Still training, are we? I have already reached the 5th tier, while you are merely at the 2nd. In my eyes, your combat prowess is hardly worth mentioning. Come, my little sidekick, abandon your training. Let us venture out to seek some nourishment. Zhang Yi jested in a teasing tone. Upon hearing this, the Empress cast a disdainful glance at him. This fellow. How is it that he does nothing but eat and sleep? He consumed an astonishing amount of food yesterday, and now it seems he has digested it all. He is nothing but a glutton. How foolish she had been to think he was some reincarnated master. It appears he is merely a famished spirit reborn. I refuse, the Empress said coldly. It is worth noting that while Zhang Yi slumbered, she had already made a breakthrough to the 2nd tier, and now she was on the verge of reaching the 3rd. Despite Zhang Yi's imposing physique, in the Empress's mind, she naturally assumed that his cultivation level could not possibly surpass hers. At this moment, a desire to teach Zhang Yi a lesson began to take root in her heart. To let him witness the formidable power of a true Empress. Not going. That simply won't do. You are my personal bodyguard and must ensure my safety. As Zhang Yi spoke, he extended a massive claw, lunging toward the Empress. Upon witnessing this, a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. Your personal guard is of no concern. Watch how I handle you today. No sooner had she uttered these words than the Empress resolutely unleashed her own claws. With swift beats of her wings, she directed her sharp talons straight towards Zhang Yi's face. Such trivial skills are hardly worthy of comparison to my prowess. Zhang Yi disdainfully let out a cold snort, too lethargic to even evade the attack, casually waving his wings. In an instant, a tempestuous gale erupted, and the Empress, who had been the first to strike, found herself not only failing to harm Zhang Yi in the slightest, but instead being unceremoniously swept away by the sudden whirlwind. With great effort, she managed to regain her composure, narrowly avoiding a humiliating fall. She gazed at Zhang Yi in utter bewilderment. How could this be? It was known that her previous strike had been a blow of peak second-tier prowess. Even if her opponent had ascended to the third tier, he would never dare to confront it head-on. Yet, why was it that this fellow emerged unscathed and, with a mere flick of his hand, sent her flying? Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Zhang Yi had already moved with lightning speed, seizing her as one would lift a chick, effortlessly hoisting her aloft. Little girl, he chided, with such meager skills, you dare to teach me a lesson? You must still be dreaming. Zhang Yi's mocking voice echoed beside the Empress's ear. Embarrassed and furious, the Empress struggled desperately, yet she could not free herself from Zhang Yi's iron grip. Release me, you scoundrel! The Empress roared. Release you? That simply cannot be. I have yet to settle the score with you, Zhang Yi declared as he hurled the Empress to the ground. Thud! The Empress fell heavily, grimacing in pain. At that moment, a notification echoed within Zhang Yi's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have triggered a new quest. Strengthening the sister beneath the fist. Quest description: by vigorously assaulting the Empress, assist her in fortifying her physique and successfully transcending to the third tier. Quest rewards: refinement points 3, random spirit seed 1. Zhang Yi gazed at the task description, a sly smile curling at the corners of his lips. This system truly understands me. Little girl, I assure you. This is for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. Zhang Yi spoke with bravado, but in the next moment, he raised his powerful claw and began to stomp fiercely towards the Empress. Thud, thud, thud. Ah! The Empress, bruised and battered, cried out in agony. Stop it, you scoundrel! I shall kill you! She roared, her eyes ablaze with vengeful fury. You wish to slay me? Perhaps when you possess the strength to do so. As Zhang Yi pedaled, he mocked her incessantly. The Empress was overwhelmed with resentment. She desperately summoned the spiritual energy within her, yearning to resist, only to realize that her body felt utterly ensnared, rendering her immobile. Just as despair began to envelop her, a peculiar energy surged into her being, swiftly mending her injured form and continually fortifying her physique. What was happening? The Empress was filled with bewilderment. Bang! As Zhang Yi pressed down with his final step, the Empress felt as though something within her had shattered. Immediately thereafter, a surge of formidable power erupted from her being. Did I truly break through? The Empress, in disbelief, sensed the transformation within her body. Her expression filled with utter astonishment. How was that? My methods are rather impressive, aren't they? Zhang Yi, with a smug expression, inquired. The Empress gazed at his infuriating demeanor, wishing fervently to pounce upon him and bite him. This fellow, employing such a crude and humiliating method to facilitate her breakthrough, was an utter disgrace. When had she, a dignified Empress of her time, ever endured such treatment? You shall pay for this. The Empress seethed through gritted teeth. Very well, I shall await your retribution. Zhang Yi replied nonchalantly, completely dismissing the Empress's threat. However, Zhang Yi paused momentarily before continuing. Before you possess the power to make me pay a price, you must heed my words. Now, let us seek sustenance. Seek sustenance? After you have beaten me to this state, you still have the gall to think of food? The Empress struggled to rise from the ground, rubbing her sore backside, wincing with every movement. She glared fiercely at Zhang Yi, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Had she not been at a disadvantage, she would have relished the thought of devouring this grotesque fellow alive. Zhang Yi, however, remained unfazed by her ire. He shook his wings nonchalantly and remarked, a bird considers food paramount. How can one cultivate while starved? Moreover, I just assisted you in breaking through to the third tier. Shouldn't you express some gratitude? He rubbed his claws together, gazing greedily at the Empress. Gratitude? I owe you thanks for your ancestors. The Empress seethed with rage. Had she not been utterly drained of energy, she would have relished the chance to engage Zhang Yi in a fierce battle once more. Alas, he truly was oblivious to the value of gratitude. Zhang Yi sighed deeply, displaying an expression of heartfelt sorrow. It seems I must let it go. After all, I am your elder brother. Hurry, lead the way. Why should I be the one to clear the path? Before the Empress could finish her words, Zhang Yi swiftly lifted her up. Enough with the idle chatter. Let us proceed without delay. Chapter 7. If you cannot fight, flee. Preserving one's life is paramount. Quickly now lead the way. Zhang Yi, growing increasingly impatient, flapped his wings. Nearly sending the Empress, he held aloft hurtling through the air. Infuriated, she clenched her teeth in frustration, yet found herself powerless to resist. The only recourse she had was to glare fiercely at the back of Zhang Yi's head, muttering curses under her breath. Wretched bird, noxious creature, detestable fowl. One day, I shall pluck your feathers and roast you for my feast. Zhang Yi remained utterly indifferent to the Empress's scathing curses, even humming a little tune to himself. He was wholly absorbed in the joy of an impending feast, completely oblivious to the enormous shadow rapidly descending from above. A shrill bird call pierced the sky, and a fierce gale arose, causing both Zhang Yi and the Empress to stumble about. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yi looked up and was instantly taken aback. A colossal bird, its size magnified severalfold compared to him, descended from the heavens, casting a shadow that engulfed the sun, as if a small mountain were descending upon him. The bird's plumage was pitch black, its wings extending for 100 feet, its sharp talons glistening with a chilling light, and its pair of golden eyes resembling two miniature suns radiating an intimidating aura. Upon sighting this gigantic creature, the Empress initially froze, only to be swiftly overtaken by a flicker of fear. Could this behemoth possibly intend to devour her? Just as she shut her eyes, bracing for her demise. The next moment, the colossal bird seized two enormous serpent carcasses with its razor-sharp claws, carelessly discarding them before Zhang Yi and the Empress. Children, have you been starving? Mother has brought you some delectable treats. Zhang Yi, Empress, what accounts for this sudden shift in style? Zhang Yi stared vacantly at the two enormous serpents before him. One of them, slightly smaller in stature, emanated the aura of a third-tier demon beast, while the other, hiss, elicited a sudden spark of awareness in Zhang Yi as he sensed the overwhelming presence surrounding the colossal creature. Despite its lifeless state, the residual spiritual energy clung to the serpent with remarkable intensity, stirring the devouring power within him. The Empress also noted the anomaly of this serpent, being a reincarnated being. She immediately discerned that this serpent had been at least a fourth-tier demon beast in its prime, and moreover, it was of a rare bloodline. According to her knowledge, such demon beasts typically housed a core within them, a crystallization of their formidable cultivation. Contemplating this, a flicker of greed flashed in the Empress's eyes. She fought against the pain coursing through her body, poised to rush forward and dissect the serpent's belly, only to be outpaced by Zhang Yi. Insightful eye. Zhang Yi emitted a low growl, and a glimmer of golden light flashed in his left eye. In the next instant, he had accurately located the inner core within the serpentine creature and swallowed it whole. The Empress, infuriated, nearly spat blood. How dare this scoundrel consume the treasure she had coveted? However, at that moment, Zhang Yi paid no heed to the Empress's wrath, as the overwhelming surge of energy coursing through him brought forth unimaginable agony. Zhang Yi could not contain a harrowing scream, his body convulsing violently as he rolled upon the ground. Although he had successfully ascended to the 5th tier of divine beasts, the energy contained within the inner core of the 4th tier was overwhelmingly immense, far beyond his capacity to assimilate in a fleeting moment. Observing Zhang Yi's pitiful state, the Empress felt a surge of relief within her heart, grateful that it was not she who had ingested the inner core. Otherwise, she would be the one enduring such torment. With these thoughts lingering in her mind, she quietly approached the corpse of the 3rd tier, commencing the absorption of its flesh and blood essence. Zhang Yi's anguish endured for an extended period, as he felt his body akin to a balloon on the verge of bursting, threatened to explode at any moment. System, I implore you to save me. Zhang Yi silently called out. Ding. Energy disruption within the host detected, initiating energy conversion program. The voice of the system resonated like a celestial melody, instilling hope within Zhang Yi. As the energy conversion program commenced, the tumultuous energy within Zhang Yi gradually subsided and began to transform into pure strength, seamlessly integrating into his flesh and bones. Zhang Yi felt his prowess rapidly ascending, and the constraints of his realm began to loosen. With a sharp crack, he sensed something within him shatter, followed by a surge of formidable energy erupting from his core. Aha! I have unexpectedly broken through once more. Zhang Yi, filled with exhilaration, let out a jubilant shout as he leaped from the ground. He felt invigorated, a surge of strength coursing through him, as though he could shatter a mountain with a single punch. In his excitement, he flapped his wings, stirring up a tempest that caused the Empress beside him to retreat in alarm. Have you truly broken through so swiftly? The Empress gazed at Zhang Yi in disbelief, her eyes brimming with astonishment. This rascal, had he actually ascended to new heights merely by consuming a single elixir? While she, through arduous effort, had only managed a slight enhancement in her cultivation after absorbing the essence of a formidable third-tier serpent. The disparity was maddening. Hiki, what do you think? Am I not impressive? Zhang Yi, brimming with pride, flaunted before her, shaking his golden wings as if he were a celestial deity descending from the heavens. Impressive? Hardly. The Empress rolled her eyes in exasperation. Was it merely good fortune that allowed him to consume a precious inner elixir? What is there to be so boastful about? Good luck? Huh. Zhang Yi reined in his smile, his gaze sharpening with intensity. What do you know? This is a rare talent bestowed upon me, a stroke of fortune. Do you comprehend? Furthermore, even if it were mere luck, it is still my luck, one that you cannot covet. The Empress Lu's brows furrowed in fury as she retorted. You insufferable fool! Had it not been for me, what would you have achieved? Zhang Yi provocatively fluttered his golden wings before her, tauntingly proclaiming, with my current 6th-tier status. Do you dare to challenge me? Come on, let us inflict harm upon one another. The Empress gritted her teeth, ultimately choosing to endure the insult. In truth, she was not Zhang Yi's match at this moment and could only swallow her pride. Humph. One day, I shall pluck your feathers and roast you. With a fierce glare directed at Zhang Yi, she settled down cross-legged, resuming her healing process. Zhang Yi, indifferent to her presence, flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Gazing down at the scenery below, with his strength at the 6th tier, the world appeared transformed to him. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. However, just as he began to revel in his triumph, an unexpected system alert caused his heart to leap into his throat. Ding! High-level detected nearby. Please exercise caution, host. Zhang Yi was taken aback. A high-level demon beast? How formidable could it be? He promptly activated his eye of insight and scanned the surroundings. Soon, he discerned a massive figure rapidly approaching him. It was a colossal bear, its size comparable to a small hill, entirely shrouded in a thick coat of black fur, emanating an oppressive aura that was almost suffocating. Zhang Yi inhaled sharply. This creature was undoubtedly a formidable 9th-tier beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. Although the difference between the 6th and 9th tiers was merely 3 levels, the disparity in strength was astronomical. At present, his capabilities were woefully inadequate to contend with this colossal python. How absurd. While Zhang Yi felt a surge of confidence, he was not foolish. The prudent course of action was to escape if one could not prevail. That was the true path to survival. Almost instinctively, he seized the bewildered Empress beside him and pivoted to make his escape. Chapter 8. In pursuit of wealth amidst danger, the greater the turmoil. The pricier the catch, the hissing of the giant python behind him grew increasingly pronounced, the foul stench penetrating Zhang Yi's nostrils. Zhang Yi could not help but glance back. Nearly tossing the Empress, he held by the scruff of her neck into the air. Hey, be careful. Are you trying to kill me? The Empress, disoriented from the jolt, erupted into a stream of furious curses. Zhang Yi disregarded her, his gaze fixated on the colossal python behind him. The intricate patterns adorning the serpent's skin were strikingly similar to those of the 2 great serpents he and the Empress had previously encountered. Yet this creature was several dozen times larger, resembling a moving hill. Goodness, could it be that the parents of those 2 serpents have come to pay a visit? Zhang Yi inwardly cursed as his wings flapped with renewed urgency. He was certain that the colossal serpent was pursuing them, its malevolent intent palpable even from a distance. As the monstrous creature drew ever closer, its gaping maw seemed poised to swallow him whole at any moment, sending a shiver down his spine. Goodness, how's this beast so swift? He desperately channeled his inner energy, hastening his speed yet again, but the serpent's velocity surpassed his own, the gap between them steadily diminishing. Deadbird, why aren't you flying faster? I certainly do not wish to be devoured by this beast. The Empress also sensed the imminent danger, her voice trembling slightly. Just as they faced impending doom, a piercing cry echoed through the sky. A colossal shadow descended rapidly, positioning itself between Zhang Yi and the serpent with astonishing speed. It was the giant bird that had departed earlier. My word, our savior has arrived. Zhang Yi was on the verge of tears from excitement. The colossal bird paid him no heed, instead diving directly towards the enormous serpent, its sharp talons sinking deeply into the creature's vulnerable spot, causing blood to spatter. With a deafening roar, the giant serpent writhed in agony, its massive body thrashing violently in an attempt to dislodge the bird. However, the bird's claws gripped the serpent with the tenacity of iron pincers, rendering it unable to escape despite its frantic struggles. Meanwhile, several slightly smaller colossal birds appeared in the sky, joining the fray and launching a fierce assault on the serpent. Zhang Yi suddenly grasped the situation. These colossal birds were evidently a family unit, and the previous giant bird had returned to summon assistance. What a remarkable sight! This entire family comprised masters of serpent hunting. He gazed at the fierce battle unfolding in the sky, unable to suppress his admiration. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Host detected to be in peril. Emergency mission triggered. Assist the avian flock in vanquishing the giant python. Mission rewards: 500, 000 spiritual energy, 600 physical strength, 200 spiritual essence, 5 refinement points, and a random skill 1. Friendly reminder, collaborating with the mother and offspring to slay the giant serpent offers substantial rewards. Yet the danger level is exceedingly high. Please choose wisely, host. Goodness! Such fortuitous circumstances? Zhang Yi was instantly invigorated. It must be said that the reward was indeed extraordinarily generous. However, the system also cautioned him about the exceptionally high risk factor, urging him to choose wisely. Choose wisely. My foot. The greater the storm, the more valuable the catch. Let us do this. A glimmer of greed flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. At that moment, he had resolutely decided to partake in the forthcoming battle. Hey, you dead bird, what do you intend to do? The Empress inquired hastily upon noticing Zhang Yi's eagerness. Of course, I'm here to lend a hand. How could one possibly let such a splendid opportunity slip away? Zhang Yi naturally exclaimed. Have you lost your mind? That is a 9th-tier demon beast. Are you intending to walk to your own demise? The Empress's eyes widened in disbelief. Rest assured, I have a plan. Zhang Yi bestowed a mysterious smile, offering little explanation. He placed the Empress in a relatively secure location, then took a deep breath, his golden wings unfurling with sudden force, transforming into a radiant beam of light that soared into the sky. The great bird, upon witnessing Zhang Yi join the fray, emitted an exhilarated cry. As if to herald his arrival, Zhang Yi, undeterred, plunged directly towards the head of the colossal serpent, his sharp beak striking fiercely at the creature's eye. With a piercing hiss, the serpent let out a mournful cry, its vision obliterated, and it thrashed about with an even more frenzied desperation. Zhang Yi was not inclined to engage in a prolonged battle. After landing a successful strike, he promptly ascended to the sky, poised to await the next opportunity for assault. He understood that, with his current prowess, he was not yet capable of confronting a 9th-tier demon beast head-on. Instead, he aimed to leverage his speed and agility to incessantly harass the colossal serpent, thereby creating advantageous openings for his avian matriarch. Zhang Yi soared gracefully through the skies, his golden wings slicing through the air like a dazzling meteor. His keen eyes fixated on the enraged giant python below as he sought the opportune moment to strike. The python, a colossal creature, caused the earth to tremble with each roll, roaring in fury while blindly thrashing its massive tail in an attempt to dislodge its aerial adversary. The mother bird emitted a piercing cry, her immense form resembling a dark cloud that obscured portions of the heavens. Her powerful talons sank deeply into the python's vulnerable spot, firmly restraining its movements. The python thrashed violently, striving to escape the bird's grip, but the mother bird remained unyielding, intensifying her hold until her claws nearly penetrated the python's scales. Zhang Yi seized the moment, plunging down like an arrow released from its bow. A fleeting flash of golden light. His sharp beak struck fiercely at the wound of the colossal python, the excruciating pain driving the serpent into a frenzy of thrashing. However, Zhang Yi offered no opportunity for retaliation. Having landed a successful blow, he swiftly ascended to evade the python's counterattack, then circled once more, seeking his next chance to strike. He would not grant even a sliver of an opportunity for the creature to retaliate. In the ensuing moments, under Zhang Yi's leadership, the previously hesitant flock of birds, uncertain of how to launch their assault, now emulated his determined rhythm, intermittently diving down to attack the giant python. A few slightly smaller colossal birds also joined the fray, nimbly darting around the serpent, relentlessly pecking and clawing at its massive body. Though the damage inflicted was limited, it effectively diverted the python's attention. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. A solitary tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. With Zhang Yi and his companions executing a coordinated assault, even though the python had reached the formidable rank of a 9th-tier beast, it remained unable to withstand their relentless onslaught. Gradually, the creature's body accumulated more wounds, its flowing blood staining the ground below a vibrant crimson. As its breath grew weaker, its struggles began to wane in strength. Observing the creature's inability to mount a coherent defense, Zhang Yi, having waited patiently in the air, seized the opportunity to dive once more, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 9. The confusion brought by continuous breakthroughs as the python's struggles became increasingly feeble. Zhang Yi's heart leaped with joy, and he dove down, ready to deliver the final strike. However, just as he was about to peck at the python's vital spot, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The python seemed to sense the imminent approach of death. Its massive body suddenly swelled, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption, emanating a terrifying red glow. Goodness! Could it be that this creature intends to self-destruct? Zhang Yi exclaimed in shock, instinctively retracting his wings in an attempt to create some distance. However, it was all too late. With a resounding boom, the colossal serpent's massive form erupted, resembling a tremendous flesh bomb, showering the sky with a deluge of crimson rain. As the air became thick with the acrid stench of blood and char, Zhang Yi was abruptly hurled away by a violent shockwave, golden feathers cascading down like snowflakes. As he felt his insides threaten to shatter, before he could fully recover from the impact of the wave, a fragment imbued with terrifying energy shot towards him like a released arrow. Zhang Yi had no time to react. Instinctively, he opened his beak and swallowed the fragment. Suddenly, a searing force erupted within him, as if countless volcanoes were simultaneously erupting. He felt as though his very body was on the verge of bursting from this overwhelming power. The excruciating pain elicited a heart-wrenching scream from him, and golden feathers filled the air once more as he collapsed to the ground, curling up in agony. A cold system notification echoed in Zhang Yi's mind, detected a fragment of a 9th-tier demon beast's demon core. Energy levels are excessively high. One must expend 1 million vitality to upgrade the divine ability Feast of Gluttony in order to absorb it. 1 million vitality. Zhang Yi felt a shiver run down his spine. This was no trivial sum. Yet, he found himself with no alternative. If he did not absorb this energy, he would likely meet a catastrophic demise. Upgrade. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth and issued a command. The system prompted. The divine ability Feast of Gluttony has successfully upgraded. As the system notification faded, the turbulent energy within Zhang Yi gradually subsided, and the burning sensation slowly dissipated, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He felt an immense enhancement in both his strength and speed. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the giant python's explosion also alerted Zhang Yi's mother and sister. At this moment, a colossal bird was furiously flapping its wings, dispersing the terrifying energy that approached him, while Zhang Yi's sister, unbeknownst to him, had already dashed to the side of the giant bird. Now, she wore a smug expression as she gazed down at Zhang Yi, who was in a rather disheveled state. Once the surrounding energy had dissipated, the giant bird, accompanied by the Empress, began to gather the scattered fragments of demon cores. However, upon discovering the fragments, they did not choose to consume them directly as Zhang Yi had, but rather collected them with great caution. "What are you doing?" Zhang Yi gazed at the mother and daughter duo with a perplexed expression. "Foolishness. To consume a demon pill of such caliber without proper methods is a certain path to demise." The Empress shot him an exasperated glance, stating, "A demon pill of this level must be refined with the power of moonlight. Only then can one absorb its essence to the fullest and elevate their cultivation." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he sheepishly scratched his head. Previously, he had only considered the prospect of indulging in it as a gain, never contemplating the intricacies involved. As time passed, the colossal bird and the Empress would utilize the moonlight's power each night to refine the fragments of the demon pill, while Zhang Yi could only watch enviously from the sidelines. Perhaps feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, he began to chatter incessantly while the mother and daughter focused on their cultivation. This, of course, earned him a hefty reprimand from his mother. "Mother, could you be gentler with those claws? My feathers are all falling out." "Silence, you little rascal. This is a vital opportunity for enhancing our power. Do not disrupt me." The giant bird, not in the least bit amused, pinned Zhang Yi to the ground with a claw and coldly tossed a fragment of the demon pill his way. "Here, take this and go play elsewhere." As time progressed, the energy within the demon pill fragments was gradually absorbed by them, and Zhang Yi felt an exhilarating surge of power within him. He could even sense the bloodline within him boiling. Suddenly, a notification chimed, detected a resonance of substantial moonlight energy with the demon pill fragment energy. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully ascended to the 7th rank divine beast. Advancement rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 100 refinement points. 1,000,000 blood chi, 99. 999 spiritual energy, 110 soul power, and 330 physical strength. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the giant python's innate divine ability, 3,000 flames. Zhang Yi, having ascended to the 7th tier of divine beasts, was naturally in high spirits. Yet, he had not anticipated that this elevation would not merely enhance his strength, but also awaken an insatiable craving for sustenance. Presently, he felt as though his stomach were an abyss, incapable of being filled no matter how much he consumed. Eagerly, he unfurled his wings and embarked on a quest through the mountains and forests, hoping to discover more provisions. Initially, he carelessly captured the small creatures inhabiting the woods, squirrels, rabbits, and wildfowl. None were spared. However, these morsels vanished in his mouth like a fleeting whisper, barely grazing the surface of his hunger and failing to alleviate that gnawing sensation. I fear that my bear-like appetite may indeed consume an entire mountain, Zhang Yi muttered to himself, his tone laden with helplessness. Yet, despite this, he remained unwilling to concede. Continuing his search through the mountains until he had nearly depleted the hidden beast lurking in the shadows. Ultimately, however, he was compelled to confront an undeniable truth. All his efforts appeared to be in vain. How utterly disheartening. Just as Zhang Yi was frantically lamenting on a branch, his gaze fortuitously fell upon a mother and daughter not far away. The recently ascended Empress sat in serene meditation, exuding an aura of tranquility and majesty. Her mother's composed and unflappable demeanor seemed to guide her daughter's inner peace. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi's stomach audibly protested, a stark reminder of his hunger. I am starving. Zhang Yi could not help but pat his empty stomach. Sigh, perhaps it would be best to seek some sustenance from his mother. With an inexplicable sense of hope swelling within him, Zhang Yi strutted confidently before the pair of mother and daughter, shaking his feathers and adopting an innocent expression as he spoke. Ahem, might I trouble you for a favor? The exasperated Empress, not even allowing him to finish his sentence, interjected. He is hungry again. Indeed, at this rate, I fear I may very well starve to death. Zhang Yi caressed his belly, assuming a pitiful demeanor. The colossal bird, however, wore an expression of profound insight, delicately toying with the feathers upon its talons. Is this not the very essence of continuous breakthroughs? I, too, have traversed this path in the past. Zhang Yi was suddenly struck by inspiration and, with a fawning smile, said, Thus, esteemed mother and beloved sister, might you be so kind as to spare me a morsel of food, so that I may endure this hunger in peace? The colossal bird cast a puzzled glance at the pitiful little creature and inquired, What particular delicacy do you desire? Perhaps something akin to the serpent's inner elixir from not long ago? Zhang Yi spoke with a face full of anticipation. However, as soon as he began to speak, the colossal bird decisively shook its head in refusal. This is something you must seek for yourself. In the past, you were still young, but now you have grown, and it is time for you to become self-sufficient. Zhang Yi could only scratch his feathers, feeling somewhat at a loss. Just then, a commotion arose not far away, as if a gathering of other small was taking place. Shall we take a chance and see what fortune awaits us? Zhang Yi proposed, his wings trembling slightly, yearning to take flight. However, the colossal bird swiftly dismissed his suggestion. If he couldn't even accomplish such a trivial task, what use was there in striving for a breakthrough? Chapter 10. Hunting the fifth-order demon beast, the forest python. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, illuminating the resplendent feathers of Zhang Yi. Perhaps the earlier battle with the giant python had left a shadow in his heart. After departing from the nest, he did not venture far, instead cautiously searching the nearby underbrush with his keen insight, hoping to find something edible. Regrettably, after an extensive search, he encountered nothing. Not a morsel, nor even a specter graced his path. How peculiar that he had heard commotion in the vicinity while in the nest, yet upon his emergence, all was silent. Just as confusion clouded his mind, the system, which had remained quiet, suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. Ding! A fifth-order demon beast, the forest python, has been detected within 20 meters ahead. Please exercise caution. Host, what an extraordinary coincidence! Flapping his wings in excitement, Zhang Yi wasted no time and sprinted in the direction indicated by the system. As he neared his destination, he slowed his pace, wary of disturbing his potential feast. He stealthily maneuvered into the nearby thicket, peering cautiously through the gaps in the foliage. Swish, swish. The sound of rustling leaves reached his ears, and his keen avian eyes sparkled with anticipation. It seemed there was more than one. At last, an opportunity to satiate his hunger was at hand. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi promptly summoned the system. System, activate all refining points immediately. As the saying goes, even a lion exerts its full strength when hunting a rabbit. Drawing from his previous encounter with the giant python, he prudently adjusted his capabilities to their optimal state. Though the fifth-order demon beasts appeared insignificant in rank, their numbers presented a considerable advantage. As a connoisseur of fine food, Zhang Yi was determined not to let this succulent prize slip away from his grasp. Once the system had duly allocated all the refining points, in the following instant, Zhang Yi stealthily approached the restless thicket. As he drew near, he discerned the creature before him, the fifth-tier demon beast, a forest python. Measured approximately 10 meters in length and was as thick as a human torso, its body adorned with intricate scales. Although this creature was considerably smaller than the ninth-tier demon beast, the gigantic python, which Zhang Yi and his companions had previously confronted, it boasted a significant numerical advantage. Observing the creature's swollen belly, it was evident that it had recently feasted. At that moment, the three beasts remained blissfully unaware of Zhang Yi's intentions. Lazily sprawled on the ground, as if savoring the remnants of their earlier meal. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi's understanding crystallized in an instant. No wonder he had heard commotion outside before he emerged. In mere moments, everything had vanished. It appeared that these three creatures had swiftly seized the opportunity. With this thought, an uncontainable fury ignited within Zhang Yi. It felt as if his rightful sustenance had been snatched away. How dare they steal his food? Today, they would undoubtedly pay the price. Zhang Yi contemplated within himself, poised to charge forth and deliver a sound lesson to the trio of imposing figures. However, just as he stirred, the three formidable beings, previously lost in a state of tranquil repose, simultaneously opened their eyes. What a shock! Had he been discovered so swiftly? He had intended to launch a surprise attack, yet before he could even make a move, he found himself exposed. Just as he deliberated whether to proceed, an unexpected notification echoed in his mind from the system. Ding! A random quest has been issued. Please take note. Quest details: solo hunt and slay the fifth-tier demon beast. The forest python. Quest rewards: refinement points 30, physical strength 60, spiritual essence 20, unlock random skill 1. The system cautioned that the fifth-tier demon beast, the forest python, possessed extraordinary combat prowess, far exceeding that of a typical fifth-tier beast. Should the host feel intimidated, he may opt to abandon the quest and flee to save his life. The system's taunting message resonated within him. Zhang Yi, however, scoffed disdainfully with a cold grunt. Humph, coward. This young master has never known what it means to be timid. An exquisite feast presented so conveniently cannot be missed. While he uttered these words, in the next moment, seizing the opportunity before the emerald tree boa could launch its assault, he flapped his wings and soared into the sky. With a piercing cry, he took flight. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhang Yi unleashed his formidable skill, the 3,000 flames. In an instant, a towering inferno erupted from below. The three massive serpents, caught off guard, found themselves ensnared by the sudden blaze. The intense heat caused them to flick their tongues in frantic bewilderment. One of the colossal creatures began to roll on the ground, desperately attempting to extinguish the flames enveloping its body. Meanwhile, the other two companions seized the opportunity, launching an attack on Zhang Yi, who hovered above them in midair. With a swift motion, they expelled a foul, viscous substance towards him. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had anticipated their intentions and swiftly repositioned himself before the noxious liquid could reach him. The putrid fluid splattered onto a nearby tree, producing a sizzling sound that echoed through the air, revealing it to be the serpent's venom. Realizing their assault had failed, the two colossal beings intended to strike again. However, their plans were thwarted as Zhang Yi had no desire to engage them further. Seizing the moment while they adjusted their stance, he charged towards the serpent still engulfed in flames. Yet, before he could make his move, a sharp hiss pierced the air behind him. Zhang Yi turned upon hearing a sound. To his surprise, not far behind him in the air, a large bird was soaring low, rapidly approaching his direction. Upon recognizing the bird, Zhang Yi instantly felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was none other than his formidable yet tender-hearted mother, the giant bird. "Darling, get out of the way," the giant bird exclaimed, extending its sharp claws to seize the flaming boa constrictor. It is well known that birds possess an innate advantage over serpents. Coupled with the giant bird's superior rank, hunting such an earth-tier snake was as effortless for it as consuming food and quenching thirst. Though his mother had arrived to assist him, Zhang Yi's heart remained heavy with unease. After all, a single fist cannot contend with 4 hands, and a valiant tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. The giant bird could easily handle one boa constrictor, but what would happen if it faced 3 simultaneously? They had previously triumphed together over a 9th-tier beast. A glorious feat indeed. As he hesitated, contemplating whether to join the fray, another boa constrictor seized the opportunity to slither towards the giant bird, seemingly intent on a 2-on-1 assault. Chapter 11. I'll eat after you're full. This was bad. Initially, Zhang Yi thought he could merely observe, as his mother had come to his aid. Little did he expect that these vile reptiles would disregard the rules of combat and attempt a 2-on-1 strategy. Although he had not spent much time with the giant bird, it carried the title of his mother, and he could not bear to watch her being bullied by snakes. It was better to fight and risk death than to stand idly by. Just as Zhang Yi resolved to fight alongside his mother, a new bird call echoed from behind him. Who else could it be but his sister, the Empress? Seeing another ally approach, Zhang Yi's previous worries dissipated. To his astonishment, 3 fifth-tier boa constrictors had arrived. You really are a handful, he thought. Before the Empress even landed, her sardonic remarks reached Zhang Yi's ears. Hearing her words, he could only shake his feathers in resignation. What could he do? His luck was simply overwhelming. As he retorted with a rather smug glance in her direction, the Empress seemed to ignore his self-praise, instead turning her gaze curiously towards the 3 boa constrictors that were now engaged in battle with the giant bird. To my knowledge, these boa constrictors usually act alone. Why are 3 of them clustered here? She pondered aloud. However, Zhang Yi paid little heed to her inquiry. Why concern himself with such matters? If I may say, since you are here, let us join forces and eliminate these 3 rascals. Lately, I have been on the brink of starvation after several consecutive breakthroughs. Rather than indulging in this idle chatter, I would much prefer to savor a delightful meal. As he spoke, Zhang Yi was about to rush down to assist the giant bird. However, before he could act, the Empress intercepted him. If I am not mistaken, the lair of these 3 creatures must be nearby. Instead of rushing to their aid, we should seize this opportunity to raid their home. I have heard that the eggs of the forest python are exceptionally delectable. Before the Empress could finish her sentence, Zhang Yi was already salivating uncontrollably at the thought. Is it true? Just a moment ago, he was a dutiful son ready to fight alongside his mother, but upon hearing of the delicious food, he instantly cast aside his previous resolve. Weren't you just saying you wanted to help? Have you now abandoned that thought? The Empress regarded Zhang Yi with disdain. I believe our mother possesses sufficient strength to temporarily restrain these 3 foes. Instead, we should take this chance to raid their lair and then return to assist in the aftermath. Perhaps the noise of the 2 birds conversing was too loud. As they hesitated to act, the giant bird below, engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 forest pythons, suddenly let out a sharp cry, seemingly urging the 2 birds to hasten their actions. It remains unclear whether the 3 pythons were aware of their intentions. Upon hearing the conversation between Zhang Yi and the Empress about targeting their lair, the 3 pythons were instantly thrown into a panic. They abandoned their struggle with the giant bird and swiftly turned towards the direction of their nest. Observing the movements of the 3 creatures below, a glimmer of wisdom flashed in the Empress's sharp gaze. It seems her plan has succeeded. Previously, if the 3 pythons had remained together, it would have been quite challenging to deal with them. But now, their retreat has exposed a critical vulnerability. Zhang Yi and the Empress exchanged a glance, instantly comprehending each other's thoughts. In the following moment, the 2 sibling birds, having circled in the air for quite some time, suddenly flapped their wings and swooped down, each aiming for the vital spot of a massive python. As anticipated, the siblings struck simultaneously with remarkable precision. With their claws grasping the python's vital points, these formidable creatures, once fierce and menacing, became as limp as overcooked noodles, struggling to move even slightly, let alone resist. Witnessing the prowess of her 2 little companions, the giant bird felt an immense weight lift from her heart. She had initially planned to distract the 3 pythons while the young ones raided their lair. To her surprise, these clever little beings had executed a feint with remarkable skill. Relieved of pressure, the giant bird wasted no time and swiftly clawed at the last remaining python, launching it into the sky. With a resounding thud, the giant bird released its grip high above, and the python plummeted onto a massive rock below, meeting an irrevocable demise. As the battle concluded, Zhang Yi, who had been ravenously hungry, wasted no time. He approached decisively and, with his sharp claws, tossed aside the swollen belly of the python, revealing a dark green snake egg that soon came into view. Zhang Yi exhibited no hesitation whatsoever, tilting his head back and swallowing it whole. This scene was precisely witnessed by the Empress's younger sister, who arrived just a moment too late. Were it not for her insufficient strength, she would have certainly been no match for this gluttonous fellow. One could surmise that at this moment, the Empress would have relished the opportunity to deliver him a sharp slap. This man, devoid of any semblance of a brotherly demeanor, disregarded the fact that the idea originated from her, and failed to offer her a morsel during the feast. He displayed a complete lack of grace. Despite her silent grievances, the Empress harbored no doubts and promptly joined him in the indulgent feast. Understanding her brother all too well, she was acutely aware that if she did not partake now, she would be left with nothing but some nutritionally void leftovers. While the siblings were reveling in their copious repast, their mother, the colossal bird, was not idle. She methodically processed the remaining 2 pythons before seizing one for herself, savoring it in solitude, just as this family of 3 was immersing themselves in their delightful meal. Zhang Yi, who had been voraciously devouring his food, suddenly straightened up as if struck by a thought. Observing his abrupt change in demeanor, the Empress's younger sister wore a puzzled expression. What has come over him today? Normally, he always appears insatiable. Why has he paused after consuming so little? Hey, why have you stopped eating? Are you already full? Zhang Yi's eyes darted about, yet his lips uttered, "Go ahead, eat. Once you are satisfied, I shall partake." Could it be true? Am I mishearing? The Empress gazed at Zhang Yi in disbelief. Chapter 12. Could these snake eggs truly be poisonous? What has come over you today? Have you undergone a transformation? The Empress scrutinized Zhang Yi with suspicion, her claws not resting idly as they deftly tore into the flesh of the python. Bright red morsels tumbling between her sharp beak, juices splattering forth. Zhang Yi feigned generosity as he waved his wings. "Oh, please, indulge yourself. Today, my heart is light, and I shan't compete with you." Yet, from the corner of his eye, he remained fixated on the direction from which the python was being dragged, pondering the quantity of snake eggs nestled within that lair and whether they would suffice for his own indulgence. Though the Empress sensed an unusual demeanor from her brother today, she could not afford to dwell on it in the face of such delectable offerings. In mere moments, she devoured the remaining python with fervor. Even after satisfying her hunger, she licked her claws, a sheen of oil glistening under the sun's rays. Once the Empress had her fill, Zhang Yi inquired with genuine concern, "Are you satiated? If not, do indulge further." The Empress let out a contented burp, shaking her feathers in satisfaction. "I am full, indeed. It has been far too long since I have feasted so delightfully." Zhang Yi immediately proposed to his mother, "Mother, let us venture to the lair of the anaconda. There may be even more snake eggs to discover. These delicacies are incredibly nourishing." Naturally, the mother bird acquiesced to Zhang Yi's suggestion with enthusiasm. The anaconda's eggs were a rare delicacy for her, and moreover, she was eager to witness just how substantial the appetites of the 2 little ones were. The trio followed the trail of the pungent odor left by the anaconda, tracking it with determination. Zhang Yi intentionally lagged behind, feigning exhaustion, occasionally gasping for breath, yet inwardly reveling in his cunning, conserving his strength to indulge in more snake eggs later. After traversing a dense thicket and crossing a raging river, they finally stumbled upon the lair of the anaconda, a concealed cave, its entrance shrouded by thick vines, nearly imperceptible to the untrained eye. A pungent and nauseating stench wafted from within, mingled with a faint hint of decay, provoking a wave of nausea. The Empress furrowed her brow slightly, instinctively covering her nose. Zhang Yi, as if he had caught a whiff of some exquisite delicacy, brightened with anticipation and hurriedly dashed into the cave. The sight within left both the Empress and the colossal avian matriarch momentarily speechless. Deep within the cavern, there lay a veritable mound of serpent eggs, their dark green shells coated in a viscous liquid, exuding an utterly repugnant stench. The Empress, suppressing her nausea, was about to advance when she was halted by Zhang Yi. "Wait." Zhang Yi wore a serious expression. "These snake eggs may be poisonous. I shall test them first." Although the Empress was somewhat skeptical, she reluctantly acquiesced. Driven by her trust in her brother, Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy within, disregarding any sense of revulsion as he directly seized a serpent egg and swallowed it whole. The flavor was delightful. The notifications from the system rang incessantly in his ears. Spiritual energy 9999, soul 110, physique 330, spiritual energy 9999. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi was too preoccupied to pay attention to these alerts. His mind was solely consumed by one thought: feast, feast, feast. He had no idea how many he had consumed before he remembered the 2 pairs of eyes watching him from behind. Perhaps owing to a desire to maintain the charade, he exaggeratedly smacked his lips and swallowed a few more, then pretended to observe for a moment before declaring, "It seems there are no issues. You may partake as well." The Empress behind him, although fully aware of his ulterior motives, had no intention of exposing him. As a reincarnated Empress, She understood the immense value of these fifth-tier serpent eggs. Were she not at a disadvantage against Zhang Yi, she would not be so compliant in watching him perform. Now that he had spoken, she saw no reason to feign restraint any longer. Thus, as soon as Zhang Yi's words fell, the Empress, who had initially felt satiated, immediately lunged forward to devour the eggs with great enthusiasm. Behind them, the mother giant bird observed her two chicks relishing their meal and could not resist sampling a bit herself. However, after a mere taste, she quickly lost interest. At her level, the slimy egg liquid held no allure. It was evident that she preferred fresh meat as sustenance. Noticing that the giant bird had no intention of competing for the food, Zhang Yi's heart soared at the sight of the mountain of serpent eggs before him. This was nothing short of a treasure trove. He continued to consume them one after another, unable to stop, as if he were determined to make up for all the serpent eggs he had previously missed. Finally, with a satisfying burp, Zhang Yi felt quite content. His once flat stomach now resembled a balloon. Yet, even so, he gazed longingly at the few remaining serpent eggs on the ground, akin to a miser in the human realm admiring his vault of gold. Goodness, are you still eating? Aren't you afraid of bursting your belly? The Empress stared at Zhang Yi in disbelief, astonished by the size of his appetite. In response, Zhang Yi merely chuckled, unfazed by her incredulity. I've been hungry for so long, and it's rare to find such a bounty. Of course, I must indulge. Who knows when the next opportunity to feast might arise? Witnessing the other party's response, the Empress wore an expression of utter exasperation. To be candid, she harbored a desire to indulge in a few more morsels. Unfortunately, having previously feasted excessively on snake meat, her stomach was simply unable to accommodate any more. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. To avoid further vexation, the Empress promptly turned and departed from the lair of the giant python. The mother bird followed suit, casting a meaningful glance at Zhang Yi before leaving, as if she had discerned his hidden intentions. Once the two birds had vacated the premises, only Zhang Yi and the snake eggs remained in the lair. At that moment, Zhang Yi was overcome with a surge of elation. Finally, he could abandon his reticence and unleash his full potential. In the next instant, he opened his mouth wide, consuming the snake eggs one by one, akin to an insatiable machine. Simultaneously, his internal banquet skill was brought to its zenith. However, as he continued to feast, he suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation. Almost immediately, a wave of heat surged within him, swiftly enveloping his entire body, igniting a sensation of intense warmth, as if he might burst into flames. What was happening? Zhang Yi was taken aback. Could it be that these snake eggs were indeed toxic? He struggled to rise but discovered that his body was paralyzed, a powerful wave of drowsiness sweeping over him, rendering his eyelids increasingly heavy. Chapter 13. Awakening the Golden Crow bloodline. Gradually, his consciousness emerged from the haze, and Zhang Yi felt as though he were immersed in a warm spring, enveloped in a comforting heat that almost coaxed a moan from his lips. Yet, his eyelids felt as if they were laden with lead, refusing to open. After considerable effort, he managed to crack them slightly, only to be greeted by a blinding blaze of crimson. Where am I? Zhang Yi, lost in a haze of confusion, was abruptly roused by a waft of charred aroma penetrating his nostrils. Fire! Flames engulfed him from all sides. His eyes widened in terror as he realized he was lying amid a heap of burning twigs and withered leaves, the fierce blaze nearly licking at his feathers. Strangely, he felt no searing heat. Rather, the flames enveloped him with a warmth reminiscent of a mother's embrace. Tentatively, he extended a claw and touched the dancing flames, only to find himself utterly unscathed. What on earth is happening? He couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. Struggling to rise, he flapped his wings, and an unprecedented surge of power coursed through him. He felt invigorated, as if he could soar to the heavens. With a bold attempt, he flapped his wings, unleashing a powerful gust that scattered the surrounding flames, creating a vacuum around him. Goodness! Have I transformed? Zhang Yi gazed at his resplendent feathers, a mixture of astonishment and delight washing over him. The once ebony plumes were now adorned with golden patterns, reminiscent of flowing magma, radiating a brilliant luminosity. Instinctively, he sensed a profound connection between these golden markings and the powerful energy surging within him. At that moment, an anxious voice called from outside the cave. Hey, are you all right in there? It was the voice of his younger sister, the Empress. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhang Yi hurried out of the cave, squinting against the blinding sunlight. Before him lay a scene of chaos. Thick smoke billowed as the forest was engulfed in flames, the ferocity of the fire threatening to reduce everything to ashes. The Empress and the majestic mother bird stood nearby, anxiously scanning the area. Upon seeing Zhang Yi emerge unscathed, the Empress visibly relaxed, hastening to his side and scrutinizing him from head to toe. "Are you okay? You scared me to death. I've been calling for you for ages without a response. We thought you had turned into a roast chicken." "Bah. You're the one who would turn into a roast chicken. Your entire family would," Zhang Yi retorted, only to abruptly realize that her family included both him and the mother bird. This thought prompted a smile to break across his face as he proudly showcased his feathers, now gleaming with golden radiance. "Look at me. I merely took a nap and seem to have become even more formidable." At his words, the Empress and the mother bird finally grasped the situation. It appeared that he was indeed different from before. The two birds, one large and one small, stared at him in bewilderment, taking a moment to process what they were witnessing. The Empress's face was a portrait of disbelief. "Your feathers, how did they turn golden? Tell me, how did you achieve this?" At that moment, the mother bird approached, her gaze penetrating as she studied the golden patterns adorning Zhang Yi's form. A flicker of astonishment danced in her eyes. "This is the bloodline of the golden crow. You have activated the golden crow bloodline within you." Zhang Yi was utterly perplexed. "The bloodline of the golden crow? What is that?" The mother of the giant bird elucidated. "The golden crow is a legendary divine bird that possesses formidable powers over flames. Our ancestor, the sun-watching bird, is, in fact, the mythical golden crow. However, due to the passage of time, although our lineage carries the essence of the golden crow, it has dwindled to a mere trace. Rarely do descendants awaken the golden crow bloodline during their cultivation. Thus, the bloodline within our sun-watching bird clan has remained dormant until, quite unexpectedly, you have activated it. It appears that those serpent eggs were not merely sustenance for you. They served as a catalyst." Upon hearing the mother of the giant bird's explanation, Zhang Yi finally comprehended that his fainting was not due to poisoning, but rather a result of awakening the power of his bloodline. Elated, he flapped his wings, feeling the surging force within him, and could not help but let out a triumphant cry towards the heavens. Observing his elation, the Empress beside him wore a countenance of deep disappointment. Had she known the serpent eggs could awaken the golden crow bloodline, she would have consumed several, even at the risk of bursting. Now, it seemed, this glutton had reaped the benefits in vain. Just the thought of it made her grit her teeth in frustration. She had originally planned to teach him a lesson later on, to avenge the humiliation she had suffered. But now, the gap between them had widened considerably, making her pursuit all the more challenging. In contrast to the Empress's silent chagrin, the mother of the giant bird wore a look of satisfaction. "Now, let us not become complacent," she interjected suddenly. "The most pressing matter is to leave this place. The flames are too fierce, and we must swiftly seek a safe haven." At her words, Zhang Yi finally noticed the surrounding forest ablaze. He glanced at the giant bird with a hint of guilt. "Mother, could it be that I caused this fire?" The mother of the giant bird sighed. "I'm afraid so. When you activated the bloodline, you unleashed a tremendous amount of fiery energy, igniting the dry branches and leaves nearby. With the wind strong, the flames are spreading rapidly. We must depart at once." The Empress also looked anxiously at the sea of flames surrounding them. "The fire is too fierce. Where shall we go?" The mother of the giant bird looked up at the sky and pointed in a direction. "Head south. There is a river there. We can follow the river and find a safe location." The three of them immediately took flight, with the mother of the giant bird leading the way, while Zhang Yi and the Empress followed closely behind. During their flight, Zhang Yi distinctly felt that his speed and strength had greatly increased, even surpassing that of the Empress. "Hey, slow down." The Empress gasped. "Wait for me." Zhang Yi smiled triumphantly, saying, "Hee, I am now akin to the golden crow, so of course, my speed has greatly increased. If you can't keep up, just hold on to my tail." The Empress shot him a fierce glare, retorting, "In your dreams, I have no intention of grasping your tail." At that moment, a sudden cry from the mother of the giant bird echoed ahead. "Be careful. There is something up ahead." Zhang Yi and the Empress quickly looked up, only to see thick smoke billowing ahead, where they could vaguely discern several enormous figures soaring through the air. It was indeed the colossal eagles. The Empress recognized these formidable creatures at a glance. They were the sovereigns of this forest. However, just as the three of them spotted the giant eagles, the eagles had also taken notice of their presence. In the next instant, these formidable beasts emitted sharp cries, summoning their kin as they surged toward them with alarming speed. Chapter 14. A narrow escape. The talons of the giant eagles tore through the air, producing a piercing whistle that made Zhang Yi acutely aware of the fine hairs on his body, standing on end from the forceful gusts. The mother eagle flapped her wings desperately, her immense form leaving a trail of afterimages in the sky. Yet, The eagles were swifter and more numerous, resembling a dark cloud of death that relentlessly pursued them. Damn it! How could this horde of beasts be so tenacious? Zhang Yi could not help but curse under his breath. He glanced back and noticed that the Empress's flying speed was diminishing, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Hey, you wretched girl, can you still hold on? Zhang Yi shouted at the top of his lungs. The Empress gritted her teeth, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, and shot Zhang Yi a fierce glare. What business is it of yours, you wretched crow? Though her words were laced with bravado, her trembling legs and the gradual descent of her form betrayed her current frailty. We cannot continue like this. We will be caught. The voice of the mother giant bird carried a note of urgency. Girl, hold on to my tail. After a moment's hesitation, the Empress extended her claw and firmly grasped the feathers on the back of the mother giant bird. The creature's speed increased slightly, yet the giant eagles were swifter, closing the distance to less than 10 meters, their razor-sharp talons poised to strike at any moment. You little rascal, do you have any ideas? This is not the time for gallantry. The mother giant bird's voice trembled, clearly feeling the weight of immense pressure. Zhang Yi's eyes flickered with a sudden thought. Mother. Watch closely. He took a deep breath, feeling the surge of the golden crow bloodline power within him, as a searing flame coalesced in his mouth, then erupted forth with ferocity. 3,000 flames. Boom. A robust pillar of fire surged forth like a fiery dragon, racing toward the foremost giant eagle, the colossal bird. Clearly taken aback by Zhang Yi's unexpected display, was caught off guard and struck directly by the blazing column. With a piercing shriek, the giant eagle ignited in a fierce blaze, resembling a burning fireball as it plummeted from the sky. The other giant eagles, witnessing this spectacle, emitted cries of terror, gazing at Zhang Yi, the avian anomaly that spewed fire, as if he were a creature of legend. It was evident that they were thoroughly intimidated by Zhang Yi's sudden and peculiar display of power, despite their overwhelming strength far surpassing his own. These formidable beings hesitated to approach him any further. Well done, my boy. That was splendid, exclaimed the mother giant eagle with enthusiasm. Zhang Yi proudly lifted his head and said, merely a trifling skill, hardly worth mentioning. After all, I am the sole strong man in our family. In critical moments, I must step forward to bear the banner. Don't you agree, my dear sister? However, before they could revel in their joy for long, more colossal eagles surged from all directions, encircling them entirely. The eagles emitted deafening cries, akin to the tolling of a funeral bell from the depths of hell, heralding their doom. Cursed be this relentless horde of beasts. Zhang Yi could not help but curse aloud. The mother giant bird's expression was grave. It seems they are determined to eliminate us. The Empress grasped the feathers of the giant bird tightly, her face pale as parchment. She had completely exhausted her strength and could only allow the mother giant bird to carry her aloft. The giant eagles commenced their assault, their sharp talons and pointed beaks descending like a torrential downpour. The mother giant bird evaded left and right, desperately fending off the attacks of the giant eagles. Yet she was, after all, merely a bird, confronted by such a multitude of giant eagles, each of comparable prowess. She gradually began to feel herself overwhelmed as time wore on. Zhang Yi exerted himself to unleash fiery assaults upon the colossal eagles, yet his flame energy was limited, and the sheer multitude of these avian behemoths rendered his efforts largely ineffectual. Suddenly, one of the giant eagles seized the opportunity and viciously clutched the wing of the mother bird. The mother bird emitted a piercing cry, her wing drenched in blood, and her flight speed plummeted. Mother, Zhang Yi exclaimed in alarm, this is not good. We can barely hold on. The voice of the giant bird's mother was tinged with despair. At that moment, a dense forest suddenly appeared below. Mother, let us plunge down, Zhang Yi suddenly shouted. The mother giant bird gritted her teeth and declared, all right, let us fight. With that, she dove sharply downward, plunging into the dense forest. The giant eagles pursued relentlessly, following her into the woodland. The thick canopy of trees obscured the sky, severely hindering the flight of the giant eagles and slowing their pace. Seizing the opportunity, the mother bird weaved through the trees, evading the relentless pursuit of the eagles. However, the very trees that provided her cover also became obstacles, further restricting their flight. With a resounding crash, one giant eagle collided with a towering tree and plummeted to the ground. The other eagles followed suit, crashing into the trunks and emitting cries of distress. The mother bird also struck a great tree and fell heavily to the forest floor. Mother, Zhang Yi exclaimed in alarm, swiftly leaping down from the back of the colossal bird and hurrying to her side. The mother bird coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, her complexion ashen. Mother, are you all right? Zhang Yi inquired anxiously. The mother of the giant bird shook her head. I am unharmed, merely sustained a slight injury. She lifted her gaze to survey the surroundings and discovered that they had successfully evaded the pursuit of the colossal eagle. It seemed that those creatures would not be locating us anytime soon. The mother of the giant bird let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yi, disregarding the pain coursing through his body, hurriedly examined the injuries sustained by the mother giant bird. He noticed a gaping wound on her wing, deep enough to expose bone, with blood staining the surrounding feathers in a gruesome display. Damn it, those wretched creatures are truly merciless. It's all right, my dear, thanks to you. Our little family of 3 might have escaped a grim fate within the belly of that eagle. Hee, it was only natural, Zhang Yi replied, scratching his head with a foolish grin. The mother giant bird struggled to rise, but her injuries hindered her, and she nearly stumbled as she tried to regain her footing. Zhang Yi swiftly supported her and inquired with concern, would you like to rest a little longer? The mother of the giant bird shook her head, insisting, no. It is not particularly safe here. Those beasts may very well pursue us again. We must hasten our departure. But your injury, he protested. It is nothing, she replied, forcing herself to stand and scanning the surroundings for an escape route. The dense forest loomed overhead, with towering trees acting as unyielding barriers to their path. How on earth do we get out of this cursed place? Zhang Yi could not help but complain. Do not rush. Let me ponder, she urged. Chapter 15. The Crimson Fire Demon Monkey. As the mother of the giant bird struggled to devise a means of escape, suddenly a rustling sound emerged from the nearby thicket, suggesting that some colossal creature was approaching. This is bad. Those flat-haired beasts have caught up to us, she exclaimed, feeling a sharp pain from her wing's injury. Despite the discomfort, she steeled herself, preparing to flee once more with her 2 children. Zhang Yi anxiously clenched his fists, fully prepared to confront any sudden peril. However, before they could take any action, a fiery red figure abruptly sprang forth from the underbrush, charging directly towards Zhang Yi. What on earth is that? Zhang Yi was taken aback, instinctively retreating a step. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it to be a magnificent crimson ape, towering over him and emanating an intense heat. As the ape approached Zhang Yi, it did not launch an attack. Rather, it affectionately rubbed against him, resembling a playful, affectionate dog. Zhang Yi stood in bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the situation before him. Beside him, the mother giant bird was equally astonished. She recognized the creature before them, a crimson fire demon ape, a notorious tyrant of the forest, infamous for its ferocity. However, the specimen in front of them was noticeably smaller than an adult, suggesting it had yet to reach maturity. Is that a juvenile crimson fire demon ape? The mother giant bird exclaimed, instinctively positioning herself protectively in front of Zhang Yi, as if facing a formidable adversary. Despite its youthful status, the crimson fire demon ape possessed innate strength, rendering it a threat beyond what her injured form could contend with. Yet, to their surprise, the juvenile exhibited no signs of aggression. Instead, it affectionately nuzzled against Zhang Yi, emitting soft, whimpering sounds as if to endear itself to him. Zhang Yi gradually relaxed. Although this little creature appeared fierce, it seemed devoid of malice. Tentatively, he extended a claw and gently tapped the head of the crimson fire monkey cub. The spot where he touched was warm, and the furry texture was rather pleasant. It appeared that this little one had taken quite a liking to him. Observing that the crimson fire monkey cub harbored no intentions of aggression, the mother giant bird also began to ease her anxiety. Perhaps it was drawn in by the fiery aura that emanated from him. A fiery aura? Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. The awakening of his golden crow bloodline had already endowed him with a certain amount of fire attribute energy within his body. Coupled with the devouring ability bestowed upon him by the system, he found that even without deliberate cultivation, he could unconsciously absorb the various energies present in the surrounding air for his own utilization. As he pondered this, the mother giant bird spoke again, saying, "It seems that during our earlier escape, we inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the crimson fire demon ape. This little creature likely perceives you as one of its kind." The mother giant bird elucidated that although the crimson fire demon ape is ferocious, its young ones are heavily reliant on their elders. Thus, this little one must see you as a source of support. So that is how it is. Zhang Yi suddenly realized why this little creature was so affectionate towards him. Upon discovering that the imposing being before him harbored no malice, he grew bolder and began to engage with the red fire magic ape cub. He gently patted the cub's head and scratched its chin, eliciting delightful giggles from the creature. After a playful exchange between man and ape, the cub suddenly sprang up in excitement. inadvertently colliding with the wing of the giant bird mother. A sharp hiss escaped her as she instinctively inhaled, the wound on her wing flaring with pain once more, blood seeping forth. Mother! Upon witnessing this, Zhang Yi was filled with deep sorrow. He hastily supported the mother of the giant bird, his gaze fixating on her bloodied wounds, a surge of rage welling up within him. Cursed be the vile creature. How brutal its actions. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth in anger. Suddenly, he recalled that since he possessed the ability to absorb energy, perhaps he could utilize this gift to aid in healing his mother's wounds. Without hesitation, Zhang Yi gently placed his hand upon his mother's injury, channeling the faint consuming power within him, and began to slowly emit energy towards the gaping wound inflicted by the colossal bird. As a strange energy surged from the wound into Zhang Yi's body, he felt a subtle enhancement in his strength. Simultaneously, he noticed that a young crimson fire demon ape nearby was fixated on him, its eyes betraying a glimmer of yearning. Zhang Yi's heart stirred. Could this little creature also yearn to absorb such energy? He endeavored to channel the power of devouring, assimilating the fire attribute energy from the surrounding environment and transmuting it into pure energy, which he then bestowed upon the young crimson fire demon ape. The juvenile, sensing this influx of energy, chirped excitedly, opening its mouth wide to greedily ingest the transformed energy provided by Zhang Yi. As it absorbed this essence, the young ape's physique slightly expanded, and its strength experienced a notable enhancement. Consequently, it grew increasingly affectionate towards Zhang Yi, nuzzling against him and emitting joyous sounds. The mother giant bird observed this scene with a mix of astonishment and relief, realizing that her offspring possessed potential beyond her expectations. Perhaps this would be their family's glimmer of hope to survive in this harsh world. Just then, a deep roar emanated from the depths of the forest, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The young crimson fire demon ape abruptly halted its playful antics, perked up its ears, and gazed intently towards the source of the sound. The roar grew nearer, bearing an unsettling pressure that even made the mother giant bird shudder, releasing anxious cries. Zhang Yi swiftly calmed his mother and the fiery red baby monkey, casting a vigilant gaze towards the source of the sound. With a thunderous roar, a colossal ape, significantly larger than the previous fiery red monkey, burst forth from the dense forest. Its body was engulfed in raging flames, and its crimson eyes fixated on Zhang Yi and the mother giant bird, radiating an unmistakable intent to kill. The parent of the fiery red monkey had arrived. This was dire trouble. The mother giant bird gasped in shock, her eyes filled with despair. The baby fiery red monkey, upon recognizing the fiery silhouette, began to chirp excitedly. It struggled to reach the enormous ape, but Zhang Yi swiftly restrained it. Little one, do not approach. It is perilous. Zhang Yi lowered his voice and spoke. Upon noticing that its offspring was in the company of a strange bird, the colossal ape was instantly consumed by rage. With a furious roar, it swung its enormous fist towards Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "You seek death." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Although he was still feeble at the moment, it did not signify that he would passively await his fate. He hurled the infant crimson fire demon ape onto the back of the giant bird's mother and charged forward to confront the onslaught of the colossal ape. A banquet of gluttony. 3,000 flames of blazing fire. Zhang Yi let out a low growl as the energy within him surged wildly, drawing the surrounding fire attribute energy into his being like a tidal wave. He sensed his strength rapidly increasing, however. In the face of the formidable adult crimson fire demon ape, this enhancement proved to be but a drop in the ocean. Boom. The giant ape's fist struck Zhang Yi with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air. Poof. Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling as though his entire body was on the verge of collapse, engulfed in excruciating pain. Yet, disregarding his injuries, he struggled to rise, only to find the colossal ape looming before him, its scarlet eyes ablaze with fury, filled with mockery and disdain. "You little beast, daring to harm my child. I shall tear you limb from limb." Chapter 16. The unspeakable burden of the demon ape clan. The giant ape roared, ferocious flames coalescing around its fist, poised to reduce Zhang Yi to a mere pulp. At that critical moment, a fiery red figure darted beneath the giant ape's fist. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The young red fire demon ape waved its fluffy arms, jumping and calling out, resembling a traffic conductor in its antics. The giant ape paused, instinctively retracting its fist, gazing down at its offspring in bewilderment. This little one, usually as docile as a kitten in its presence, suddenly displayed such audacity today. Observing its father's hesitation, the young red fire demon ape hurried to Zhang Yi's side, nuzzling against him and gesturing towards the giant ape, seemingly attempting to convey something. Roar? Roar. the giant ape's confusion deepened. Could this little creature consider the bird a friend? Subsequently, the young fire demon ape began to perform an exquisite pantomime. It mimicked Zhang Yi unleashing energy, then portrayed itself growing larger after absorbing energy, and finally exaggeratedly collapsed onto the ground, clutching its belly and rolling about, as if to signify it had nearly starved. Watching its child's theatrical display, the giant ape's eyes widened in realization, as if comprehension dawned upon it. Roar. The giant ape emitted a thunderous roar, but this time it was not one of rage, rather an epiphany. So, this little bird was not here to steal its child, but rather to save it, and had even shared its food with its gluttonous offspring? With the misunderstanding resolved, the giant ape's gaze towards Zhang Yi softened considerably, tinged with gratitude and apology. It rumbled in a deep voice, roar, roar, roar. Though Zhang Yi could not comprehend the giant ape's language, the expression and tone conveyed that it was not meant as an offense. At that moment, the young red-fire demon ape squeaked a few more times, affectionately rubbing against Zhang Yi. Are you suggesting that your father invites us to visit your territory? Zhang Yi cautiously inquired. The fiery red baby magic ape eagerly nodded in affirmation. Zhang Yi felt a stir in his heart. This was indeed a commendable suggestion. He was currently gravely injured, and his mother required recuperation, while the giant eagles could arrive at any moment. The Crimson Fire Demon Ape clan was notoriously formidable in this region. With their protection, even if the giant eagles were to catch up, they would dare not act recklessly. Thus, it would be wise to comply with the proposal. Zhang Yi nodded and turned to the colossal ape. The giant ape grinned, revealing a smile more grotesque than tears, then bent down, signaling for Zhang Yi, the mother of the giant bird, and his younger sister, the Empress, to follow him. Zhang Yi, exhibiting no hesitation, promptly led the Empress and his mother to follow suit. The young Crimson Fire Demon ape chirped excitedly, guiding the way ahead. Thus, the trio, having narrowly escaped peril, embarked on their grand journey towards the territory of the Crimson Fire Demon apes. This territory lay ensconced within a valley encircled by rivers of molten lava, characterized by a sweltering climate and an atmosphere thick with the pungent scent of sulfur, rendering it inhospitable for ordinary humans. Hundreds of colossal Crimson Fire Demon apes roamed the valley, some bathing in the lava, others frolicking amidst one another, while still others huddled together, seemingly conspiring. Upon witnessing the return of the giant ape with Zhang Yi's family, the Crimson Fire Demon apes gathered around, their eyes filled with curiosity as they scrutinized the two peculiar guests. With a resonant roar, the giant ape articulated a few words to its kin, emphasizing how Zhang Yi had valiantly rescued its offspring and generously shared precious sustenance with the young demon apes. After listening to the giant ape's narration, the gazes of the Crimson Fire Demon apes towards Zhang Yi brimmed with admiration and gratitude. This little creature possesses remarkable loyalty, one remarked. Indeed, had it not been for its intervention, our young leader would have faced dire consequences. Henceforth, it shall be our ally. Anyone who dares to harm it shall find themselves at odds with the entirety of our Crimson Fire Demon ape clan. Zhang Yi, somewhat embarrassed by the unabashed flattery he received, quickly offered a few humble words in response. The chief of the giant ape clan warmly welcomed Zhang Yi and his family, enlisting the most skilled healer in the tribe to tend to the injuries of the mother giant bird. During the healing process, Zhang Yi found himself with some leisure time and began to wander through the valley, observing the living habits of the fire demon apes. However, as his observations deepened, he stumbled upon an intriguing phenomenon. Many of the fire demon apes emitted faint wisps of a dark aura, subtle yet profoundly unsettling. What could these dark auras signify? Zhang Yi was filled with confusion and could not help but inquire of the Crimson Fire Demon ape beside him. The creature's expression immediately darkened, its tone laden with anguish and resignation. That is the fire poison, a lingering affliction we, the Crimson Fire Demon ape clan, have endured from our prolonged existence in this place. It inevitably resides within us to some extent. Fire poison? Zhang Yi tilted his head, gazing curiously at the sorrowful red fire demon ape before him. Is that creature truly so fearsome? Aren't you red fire demon apes particularly fond of fire attribute energy? Surely, a mere fire toxin cannot be beyond your capabilities? Upon hearing this, the red fire demon ape could only respond with a bitter smile and a shake of its head. But fire toxin is not the same as fire attribute energy. This substance gradually erodes our bodies, rendering us weak, and may even drive us to madness. This is fundamentally why our red fire demon lineage is known for our fiery tempers. As it spoke, the creature lifted its arm, revealing a series of grotesque black patterns that seemed to ride beneath its skin like living entities, sending a shiver down Zhang Yi's spine. Then why did you not mention this sooner? If you had informed me earlier, I could have helped you extract it directly. Zhang Yi patted his chest, exuding an air of bravado that seemed to envelop him. Suck it out? The Crimson Fire Ape's eyes widened in astonishment, as if it had just heard something utterly unbelievable. Are you certain you can handle this fiery poison? Of course. Do you not realize who I am? Zhang Yi lifted his head, his voice imbued with a sense of pride. He initially intended to boast about his illustrious achievements. However, he suddenly recalled that he was but a feeble and pitiable little bird, and swiftly altered his tone. In any case, gather your fellow tribesmen. For today, I shall demonstrate to you the true essence of a toxin vacuum cleaner. The Crimson Fire Magic Ape, somewhat skeptical, nevertheless observed Zhang Yi's confident demeanor and hesitantly summoned his kin. Soon, hundreds of Crimson Fire Magic Apes encircled Zhang Yi, their eyes, resembling bronze bells, fixed upon him with curiosity, as if they were beholding some extraordinary wonder. Zhang Yi cleared his throat, poised to commence his performance. Suddenly, he detected a familiar fragrance wafting from behind. Almost instantaneously, a slightly disdainful voice resonated beside his ear. Count me in. I wish to assist as well. Chapter 17. The fiery poison has transformed. To eliminate the fiery poison? Count me in. I wish to assist as well. The voice was melodious and pleasant, yet it carried an undeniable authority that starkly contrasted with her diminutive stature at that moment. Zhang Yi turned around and discovered that the speaker was none other than his younger sister, Zhang Ting. Ever since she awakened her memories from a past life, this little girl had become increasingly eccentric and spirited. She spent her days either contemplating her cultivation or inquiring about various rare and precious treasures, as though she could not spare a moment of idleness. I remarked, "What are you doing here, you foolish bird, joining this commotion? The fiery poison is no trifling matter. One misstep could result in dire consequences." Before Zhang Yi could finish his words, he was impatiently interrupted by Zhang Ting, who exclaimed, "Humph, who do you look down upon? A mere fire poison cannot possibly challenge me." Observing Zhang Ting's confident demeanor, Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This foolish bird truly inherited the temperament of the Empress, exuding an unyielding aura of dominance wherever she goes. Yet, although his sister may not possess the same extraordinary devouring ability as Zhang Yi, as the reincarnation of the Empress, she undoubtedly possesses her own unique qualities. With a flutter of her wings, a peculiar wave emanated from within her, causing the previously restless black energies to retreat as if they had encountered their nemesis. What is this? Zhang Yi gazed at the Empress in the air, his expression laden with confusion. However, the Empress paid no heed to his bewilderment. Little did he know that this seemingly foolish bird sister before him was, in fact, reincarnated with memories intact. Within her recollections lay a cultivation method known as the power of reincarnation, recorded in the Immortal King's scripture. This power is one of the supreme forces of the Celestial Dynasty, possessing the miraculous ability to purify all impurities, rendering mere fire poison inconsequential. Moreover, as a reborn Wangri bird, she inherently harbored a certain affinity for fire attribute energy. Although it could not rival Zhang Yi's extraordinary Golden Crow bloodline, the difference was negligible. Observing the display of her abilities, Zhang Yi below could not help but furrow his brow. It seemed that this foolish bird was resolutely determined to involve herself. With this thought, a sense of impending danger surged within him. No, this fire poison was his discovery. He could not allow this foolish bird to seize the initiative. Ahem. Since you were so confident, I shall not contest you. However, let us agree beforehand that the division of this fire poison shall be 70-30 in my favor, and you must not attempt to usurp it. Zhang Yi cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, stated, "What? A 70-30 split?" Upon hearing this, the Empress immediately bristled. However, just as she was about to retort, she noticed the mischievous glint in Zhang Yi's eyes and suddenly grasped his intentions. This fellow, could it be? Shoo. Before the Empress could ponder further, Zhang Yi hastily gestured for silence and whispered, "Little sister, consider this. While the fire essence is indeed a potent tonic, it cannot be absorbed in excess. Otherwise, it may lead to adverse effects that are detrimental to your health. Fear not, for I possess extraordinary talents and shall surely alleviate some of the burden for you, ensuring that you can enhance your strength to the fullest extent while remaining safe." What say you? Zhang Yi immediately transformed into a master deceiver, winking and making lewd gestures towards Zhang Ting, his demeanor as disgraceful as it could be. Humph. At least you possess a modicum of conscience. Although the Empress bore an expression of having sustained a great loss, her heart was already blooming with joy. It is worth noting that her brother was notoriously known as a glutton. To extract 30% from him was no small feat. Had he been resolute in withholding his share, one could forget even a mere trace of the fiery toxin. Contemplating this, a warm current surged within the Empress. It seems that this food-loving brother is not so detestable after all. Thus, under Zhang Yi's persuasion, the Empress ultimately acquiesced to the distribution plan of 70-30. Following this, the brother and sister duo began to methodically alleviate the fiery toxins afflicting the Chihua demonic apes. There is no need to elaborate on Zhang Yi. One can merely observe as he opens his mouth, unleashing a terrifying suction that draws forth a wave of dark energy as if it were ensnared by a black hole, all of which is consumed into his being. Meanwhile, the Empress transforms the power of reincarnation into delicate threads, enveloping the dark energy and gradually refining and absorbing it. In that moment, the valley resonates with the exhilarated roars of the crimson fire demon apes. However, just then, an unforeseen change occurs. The dark energy, which had previously been absorbed or refined, suddenly seems to awaken, beginning to writhe violently. What could be the cause of this? Zhang Yi was taken aback, his expression swiftly shifting to one of alarm. This is not good. It seems that these fiery toxins are merging. Merging? Upon hearing this, the Empress's countenance also changed. Damn it, can this thing really merge? Zhang Yi could not help but utter a curse, feeling a sense of foreboding within. Had he known that this fiery poison was so insidious, he would have refrained from seeking that trifling advantage and allowed that foolish sister to absorb it entirely from the outset. What was to be done now? The Empress gazed at Zhang Yi, her eyes filled with urgency. What else was there to do? Run. Zhang Yi let out a startled cry and turned to flee. However, at that moment, the dark energy seemed to have locked onto them, transforming into a completely black, shadowy figure that rushed towards Zhang Yi and his companions. What on earth? Has this thing come to life? Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Yi was struck with terror, his spirit nearly fleeing from him. He hastily channeled all his energy, transforming into a radiant stream of golden light as he surged towards the valley's exit. Wait for me, brother. The Empress, noticing the urgency, disregarded all else and transformed into a vibrant arc of 7 colors, swiftly following in his wake. Yet, the shadow's speed was astonishingly swift. In the blink of an eye, it had caught up with them. With a thunderous roar, the ominous force crashed heavily against Zhang Yi's back. A spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. He felt as though his body were on the verge of disintegrating, his internal organs seemingly displaced amidst excruciating pain. Hey, are you all right? The Empress exclaimed as she rushed towards him. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The shadow, upon striking Zhang Yi, did not dissipate as anticipated. Instead, it directly penetrated into his very being. Ah! Zhang Yi suddenly let out a piercing scream, his entire body beginning to tremble violently. What is wrong with you? The Empress, witnessing this, was instantly filled with panic. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi was utterly incapable of responding. His eyes gradually turned a blood-red hue, and feathers began to sprout wildly all over his body. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a colossal fireball. The commotion they caused soon attracted the attention of numerous members of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape Clan in their territory. Chapter 18. The Secrets of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape Clan. A deafening roar echoed through the valley as a group of massive Crimson Fire Demon Apes, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, angrily beat their chests. The thick, red fur on their powerful arms stood on end, resembling flames licking the air. What is happening? The mother giant bird, perplexed by the sudden uproar outside, felt her enormous body tremble involuntarily. Roaring, the leader of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes, particularly large with dark red fur that resembled congealed blood, glared at Zhang Yi, enveloped in flames, with eyes filled with anguish and wrath. What do you intend to do? We graciously invited you to be our guests, and yet you dare to desecrate the sacred ground that my clan has protected for generations. Chief, this fellow has likely been corrupted by fire poison and has gone mad. We must kill him. We shall defend our territory to the death. A voice from the crowd of apes shouted, inciting a wave of outrage among the Crimson Fire Demon Apes. The next moment, they could no longer contain their fury, raising their massive fists and hurling them towards Zhang Yi. This is bad. This fool has enraged these hulking beasts. The Empress, observing the scene, felt a surge of dread. Just then, the mother giant bird, hearing the commotion and seeing her child under siege, instinctively moved to assist. Yet, before she could advance, the Empress grasped her firmly. Mother, do not go. In this situation, you would only be walking to your doom. But no buts. My brother is not an ordinary bird. I believe in him. The auspicious bird is destined for protection and will come to no harm. As she spoke, the attacks of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes had already reached Zhang Yi. Boom, boom, boom. The tremendous force seemed capable of overturning the entire valley. However, Zhang Yi, at the center of the assault, remained utterly unresponsive, still wrapped in flames. It's over, my child. The mother giant bird, unable to bear the sight of her offspring being attacked, instinctively closed her eyes in despair. Haha. This foolish bird is doomed. An insolent creature attempting to destroy our clan's territory shall meet this fate. Witnessing this spectacle, the Crimson Fire demons emitted triumphant roars. Meanwhile, at that moment, Zhang Yi's mind was inundated with incessant notifications from the system. Ding. Host's life is detected to be in peril. The system has automatically activated emergency defense mechanisms. Ding. A significant influx of fire attribute energy has been detected, attempting to assimilate and merge. The gluttonous feast is being executed with full force. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the fire poison and merging it with your Golden Crow bloodline. Ding. Congratulations, host, for acquiring a brand new skill, Golden Crow's Inferno. A cacophony of system notifications resonated in Zhang Yi's mind. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming surge of power erupted from within him. Boom. A terrifying golden flame soared into the heavens, resembling a miniature sun, instantly sending all surrounding Crimson Fire demons flying. Bang, bang, bang. Those once invincible Crimson Fire demons now plummeted to the ground as if struck by a colossal hammer, their wails echoing in the air. What is happening? At the sight of this scene, the entire arena was momentarily rendered speechless. My child. The mother of the giant bird was the first to react. She shouted, swiftly flying to Zhang Yi's side, scrutinizing her unfortunate offspring from head to toe. Are you all right? The giant bird inquired tentatively. I'm fine. I truly apologize for causing you worry. Zhang Yi shook his somewhat dazed head. In this moment, he felt an unprecedented surge of power within him, and an involuntary smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Thanks to these monkeys, it seems I have grown stronger once more. You little rascal. Everything is fine. Everything is just fine. At that moment, the Empress hurriedly flew over, and upon seeing Zhang Yi unscathed, she displayed an expression of utter disbelief. Goodness, you're completely unharmed? What is the matter? Are you disappointed that I'm not dead? At this moment, Zhang Yi found himself in a state of bemusement, caught between the antics of the mother and daughter duo. Get lost. You insolent brat. How dare you speak like that? The mother of the giant bird, transitioning from tears to laughter, playfully swatted Zhang Yi on the head with her wing. Your sister is merely concerned for you. You foolish bird. All right, whatever you say. Esteemed elder, Zhang Yi replied, feeling utterly helpless in the face of her overwhelming presence. Ultimately, he could only flap his wings in resignation. Once he had pacified the two females, he turned his attention to the fiery magic apes that he had inadvertently sent flying. However, one couldn't help but wonder what had transpired with these creatures. Why had they suddenly gone berserk? Upon hearing this, the leader of the fiery magic apes struggled to rise from the ground, casting a complex gaze towards Zhang Yi. What on earth did you do? Surely you can't have forgotten? What did I do? I merely assisted you in expelling the fire poison, didn't I? Zhang Yi, with an expression of innocence, spoke up. Removing the fire poison? The chief of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape tribe awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. You were clearly the chief just now. Before he could finish his sentence, another Crimson Fire Demon Ape hurriedly intervened. Do not say any more. This matter is of great importance and must not be disclosed to outsiders. However, there was no room for debate. The intervening Crimson Fire Demon Ape interrupted him, insisting, what matters most now is to ascertain the nature of this bird. How did he come to possess such power? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi felt a stir within him. Beginning to piece together certain clues, he turned to the mother of the giant bird and inquired, Mother, do you understand what these apes are discussing? The giant bird's mother opened her mouth, appearing hesitant, but ultimately shook her head. I do not know either. However, judging by their demeanor, it seems to relate to your situation. My situation? Zhang Yi furrowed his brows, his mind engulfed in deeper confusion. At that moment, the chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape tribe suddenly cleared his throat twice and approached Zhang Yi, bowing deeply. I sincerely apologize. We have indeed misjudged you. I implore you, noble sir, to overlook our transgressions and not to hold it against us. Taken aback by his demeanor, Zhang Yi stared in astonishment. Chieftain, what is the meaning of this? I understand that you must have many questions, the chieftain replied, lifting his head and gazing sincerely into Zhang Yi's eyes. However, please rest assured that we harbor no ill intentions towards you. If you are willing, I can reveal everything to you. Oh, this is indeed intriguing. Zhang Yi's lips curled into a subtle smile, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Pray tell, I am eager to discover the secrets you harbor. Chapter 19. The spirit of fire poisoned. The chieftain of the crimson fire demon ape rubbed his furry face, his expression grave. Little one, what you absorbed earlier was not mere fire poison, but the very spirit of fire poison. The spirit of fire poison? What on earth is that? Zhang Yi murmured softly. Yet a peculiar sensation lingered in his heart. The name evoked an impression reminiscent of a poorly conceived online game. Noticing Zhang Yi's perplexed expression, the clan leader let out a deep sigh before recounting the origins of the fire poison spirit. In ancient times, the land now inhabited by the crimson fire demon ape tribe bore little resemblance to its current state. Following a great battle, a golden crow fell upon this land. And over the passage of time, its essence gradually transformed into a volcano, the very dwelling of the crimson fire demon apes. It is essential to note that the crimson fire demon apes were not originally beings of pure fire affinity. Rather, they evolved over millennia into their present form. Thus, while the sight of the golden crow's demise nurtured the crimson fire demon apes, it simultaneously bestowed upon them the torment of fire poison for countless years. According to the clan leader, although the volcano initially provided a wealth of cultivation resources, attaining a certain level of mastery would invite a backlash. Otherwise, with their innate advantages, they would have long claimed supremacy over the forest. Zhang Yi also learned that, more dire than the limitation of their strength, was the revelation that, after millennia of nurturing, the volcano born from the essence of the golden crow had developed its own consciousness, manifesting as the fire poison spirit. This entity was indeed sinister. While it slumbered, all seemed well. But once awakened, it became a formidable threat. The clan leader spoke with trepidation, casting a furtive glance at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi cursed inwardly, pondering what a vexatious predicament this was. How on earth did it awaken? Was it not due to you? The clan leader struck his thigh with such fervor that he nearly fractured it. You, young man, inadvertently absorbed the essence of the fire poison, inadvertently siphoning off a portion of the fire poison spirit's power, which ultimately roused it from its slumber. Were it not for your peculiarities, it is likely you would have been possessed on the spot. Zhang Yi felt his head buzzing, nearly losing his balance as if he had just traversed the gates of the underworld. The clan leader continued. Our crimson fire demon ape clan has been plagued by this fiery toxin spirit for generations, hindering our strength. It appears you may hold the key to resolving this dilemma. Upon hearing this, a chill ran down Zhang Yi's spine, an ominous premonition welling up within him. Indeed, the clan leader's subsequent words confirmed his suspicions. If you can subdue this fiery toxin spirit, you will gain immense power, and may even inherit the Golden Crow bloodline. However, the leader paused, lowering his voice. This process is fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to the spirit seizing control of you. In that case, not only you but perhaps even this forest will be doomed. Is this truly a blessing? At that moment, Zhang Yi only registered the mention of inheriting the Golden Crow bloodline, completely overlooking the leader's cautionary remarks. Meanwhile, the silent Empress, who stood beside him, couldn't help but internally scoff. This individual clearly intended for her younger brother to venture into danger. She was not alone in her concern. The mother of the colossal bird, upon hearing such words, became immediately agitated. Without hesitation, she rushed forward to shield Zhang Yi, unleashing a torrent of indignation towards the clan leader. What are you scheming? You foul monkeys? Do you wish for my son to meet his demise? The Empress echoed her sentiments, her face etched with worry. This is far too dangerous. Perhaps we should reconsider? Yet, Zhang Yi, undeterred by their apprehensions, was wholly absorbed in evaluating the potential rewards of this endeavor. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Furthermore, he had already awakened a fragment of the Golden Crow bloodline within himself, and with a remarkable system unbeknownst to the birds at his disposal. What was there to fear? Mother, sister, fret not. I am fully aware of what I am doing. After reassuring the two avian females, he turned to the clan leader. Chief, I have made my decision. Since this trouble arose because of me as a responsible bird, I feel compelled to assist you in resolving it. Lead the way. Seeing his resolute disposition, the clan leader ceased his objections and promptly guided Zhang Yi deeper into their territory. As they approached the very heart of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape clan, Zhang Yi could distinctly feel waves of intense heat washing over him. The temperature here was extraordinarily high, and the air was thick with a noxious sulfuric odor, rendering it impossible for ordinary creatures to draw near. Yet, Zhang Yi felt invigorated. As if he were in his natural element, the Golden Crow bloodline within him, previously elusive, seemed to respond to the surroundings, growing increasingly vibrant. This is the place. The clan leader indicated a seething pool of magma ahead. The essence of the fiery toxin spirit resides within this magma. Zhang Yi took a deep breath. Why don't you think it over once more? The Empress sister tentatively suggested. Indeed, your sister is correct. The mother of the colossal bird could not help but interject. However, before she could finish her words, Zhang Yi flapped his wings, leaping directly into the violently churning pool of magma before him. As he plunged into the magma, he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, completely devoid of any sensation of burning. Instead, a surge of pure energy continuously flowed into his body, leaving him invigorated. Just as he relaxed his mind, ready to indulge in a feast, a powerful consciousness suddenly surged into his mind, attempting to seize control of his body. Ding! High-energy fire poison spirit detected. Would you like to absorb it? Absorb. Zhang Yi, without a moment's hesitation, chose to absorb the energy. Instantly, a surge of formidable power surged into his body, causing him to feel as if he might explode. The once serene expression on Zhang Yi's face transformed into one of agony as heart-wrenching cries of pain reverberated through every corner of the volcano, accompanying his tormented screams. The once resplendent golden feathers on his body began to shed. His form underwent a metamorphosis. The feathers became more vibrant, and his physique enlarged, emanating a terrifying aura. What is happening? The leader of the Crimson Fire Demon Ape clan stared wide-eyed in shock at Zhang Yi's transformation within the magma pool. The Great Bird Matriarch and the Empress sister were equally astonished, having never witnessed such a fearsome manifestation of Zhang Yi. At that moment, a colossal vortex suddenly appeared in the magma pool, drawing Zhang Yi into its depths. My child, the Great Bird Matriarch exclaimed, instinctively attempting to plunge into the magma pool to rescue him. However, before she could move, the Empress swiftly intervened, blocking her path. Mother, do not act impulsively. If you go down now, you will not only fail to save him, but could also endanger your own life. As a woman of vast experience, the Empress understood that her mother's rashness would only complicate matters. All they could do now was to watch quietly and await the outcome. At the bottom of the magma pool, Zhang Yi found himself drawn into a vast expanse. Lava surrounded him, the temperature soaring, yet he felt no searing heat. Before him loomed a gigantic fireball, within which a vague figure struggled. Is this the spirit of fire poison? Zhang Yi silently pondered. Just as he was about to step forward, a furious roar emerged from the fireball. Who dares to disrupt my grand scheme with their roasted chicken? Chapter 20. Immunity to the corruption of fire poison. You are the roasted chicken. Your entire family is roasted chicken. Zhang Yi was taken aback by the sudden barrage of insults, only to respond with a bemused yet defiant retort. He dismissed the fiery spirit's words as the desperate ramblings of a dying entity, failing to notice the golden feathers cascading from his body as energy surged within him. In that moment, he bore the appearance of a plucked fowl, ready to be cast into a pot. The fiery spirit erupted from a massive fireball, revealing itself as a phantom bird cloaked in crimson. Its eyes blazed with an eerie green flame, and its sharp beak resembled a searing iron. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's mockery, it let out a furious shriek, its piercing voice echoing through the molten landscape. Wretched insect, dare you insult my presence? I shall reduce you to ashes. With that, the fiery spirit opened its beak wide, unleashing a torrent of searing flames. The flames coalesced into a colossal python, engulfed in roaring fire, which lunged toward Zhang Yi with its gaping maw poised to strike. By heavens, it seems this can be played out in such a manner. Zhang Yi let out a peculiar cry, his wings flapping vigorously as he narrowly evaded the attack of the gigantic python. He remained remarkably composed, opening his sharp beak and taking a deep breath in preparation for the oncoming torrent of flames. In a stunning display, the inferno, capable of melting gold and iron, was drawn into his mouth as if it were a delicate broth. After absorbing the essence of the fire poison, Zhang Yi even smacked his lips, appearing unsatisfied. As if to say, the flavor is quite delightful, I could indulge in a bit more. The fire poison spirit was rendered speechless in all its long existence. It had never encountered such an audacious maneuver. What was lethal poison to others was treated as a mere snack by this roasted chicken. What kind of creature was this? While the fire poison spirit was momentarily stunned, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity. With a powerful beat of his wings, he transformed into a brilliant golden-red fireball, hurtling towards the fire poison spirit like an arrow released from a bow. The fire poison spirit, recognizing the threat, swiftly coiled its massive form, morphing into a serpentine dragon of flames in an attempt to ensnare Zhang Yi. However, Zhang Yi's speed was astonishing. He flitted around the fire poison spirit like an agile mosquito, occasionally pecking at it and devouring the surrounding energy of fire poison. The fire poison spirit felt its strength waning, as if its very essence were being siphoned away. In a fit of rage, it roared and unleashed an even fiercer blaze. Yet still could not lay a finger on Zhang Yi. Do not waste your efforts. Your skills are but a mere morsel for me. As Zhang Yi consumed the fiery toxic energy, he did not forget to taunt the spirit of fire poison. The consciousness of the fire poison spirit grew increasingly feeble, and it finally realized that it had encountered a formidable opponent. This seemingly feeble roasted chicken was, in fact, a cunning predator in disguise. With the continuous depletion of its fiery toxic energy, the consciousness of the fire poison spirit began to fade away. Ultimately, it emitted a reluctant howl, transforming into a pure essence of fiery toxic energy, which Zhang Yi devoured in one gulp. Burp. Zhang Yi contentedly let out a hearty belch, feeling a warm sensation enveloping him, as if a formidable force surged within. He perceived a significant enhancement in the power of his golden crow bloodline. With a vibrant vitality coursing through his being, shaking his body, he expelled the lingering essence of fire poison. Upon his formerly bare skin, a delicate layer of golden fluff began to emerge. This down rapidly flourished, transforming almost instantaneously into a more resplendent array of golden feathers. These feathers were smoother and denser than before, shimmering with a golden brilliance under the sunlight. Truly, the essence of this fire poison spirit possessed a delightful flavor. Zhang Yi nodded with satisfaction, preparing to depart from the molten lava realm. Suddenly, he sensed a formidable pulling force emanating from above, and before he could react, he was drawn out of the magma pool. My child. The mother giant bird, upon seeing Zhang Yi safe and sound, swooped down in excitement and embraced him tightly. Cough. Cough. Dear mother, do take it easy. Your strength may break my frail bones. Zhang Yi hastily pleaded for mercy. Only then did the mother of the giant bird realize the situation and promptly release him. She scrutinized Zhang Yi from head to toe, discovering that he was not only unscathed but appeared even more vibrant than before. A sense of relief washed over her as she nodded appreciatively, acknowledging that the spirit of the fire poison had indeed benefited him greatly. Certainly, Zhang Yi proudly lifted his head, declaring, such a trifling fire poison spirit is no match for me. The chieftain of the red fire demon ape tribe and the Empress sister approached, their eyes filled with reverence as they gazed upon Zhang Yi. We are truly grateful to you, young friend. You have resolved a significant dilemma for our red fire demon ape clan, the chieftain exclaimed, his excitement prompting him to clasp his fists in salute to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi nonchalantly patted his wings a few times, dismissing the matter as trivial. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for successfully absorbing the spirit of fire poison. You have received the reward, fire poison body. Fire poison body, immune to all forms of fire poison corrosion, and capable of converting fire poison into personal energy. As the announcement echoed in his ears, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel elated. This fire poison body was nothing short of a divine technique tailor-made for him. It is worth noting that having awakened a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline, he would inevitably need to engage with various fire attribute energies in his future endeavors, encountering fire poison corrosion as a commonplace occurrence. Now, with the system's bestowed fire poison body, he would no longer have to worry about this issue. Ha ha ha, I am even more invincible now. Zhang Yi threw his head back and laughed heartily, his laughter echoing within the volcano. However, before he could indulge in his mirth for long, he felt the ground tremble violently. What could be the cause of this? Zhang Yi turned back, his face filled with confusion as he gazed at the crimson fire demon ape. This is bad. The volcano is about to erupt, exclaimed the chieftain of the crimson fire demon ape clan. The crowd looked up, witnessing thick smoke billowing and lava surging from the volcano's mouth, a clear indication of an impending eruption. Run for your lives, Zhang Yi shouted loudly, urging everyone to flee from the volcano. Just moments after their escape, the volcano erupted violently. Scalding magma gushed forth, darkening the sky and consuming everything in its path. As Zhang Yi and his companions looked back at the devastation wrought by the molten rock, a wave of dread washed over them. That was indeed a narrow escape, the mother of the giant bird remarked, her heart still racing with fear. Indeed, had it not been for the timely warning from the young master, we might have perished in the fiery inferno, the chieftain of the crimson fire demon ape clan lamented. Zhang Yi gazed at the erupting volcano, a flicker of perplexity crossing his eyes. The eruption appeared rather extraordinary. Chapter 21. The secrets beneath the lava pool after escaping the volcano. Zhang Yi and his companions sought refuge in a relatively safe cave to rest momentarily. The mother giant bird tenderly used her wings to smooth out Zhang Yi's somewhat disheveled feathers, chattering incessantly. "Oh, my dear child, you truly are a source of constant worry. Why must you always engage in such perilous escapades? What would become of me if you were to come to harm?" As Zhang Yi indulged in the massage services, he replied nonchalantly, "Rest assured, my dear. I possess great fortune and resilience. It is not so easy for me to perish." He thought to himself, of course, but dared not voice it aloud. Moreover, my newly acquired fire-toxic body is akin to an extraordinary existence, allowing me to traverse through flames with the same ease and comfort as a leisurely bath. The chief of the Crimson Fire Ape tribe scratched his furry chest and, in a deep voice, remarked, "Young friend, regarding this volcanic eruption, I cannot help but feel that something is amiss. Could it possibly be connected to that fire-toxic spirit?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi immediately became invigorated, emerging from beneath the wings of the giant bird's mother. "Chieftain, we share the same insight. I too have pondered this. After I absorbed the essence of the fire-poison spirit, the volcano erupted instantaneously. What a remarkable coincidence. Such anomalies surely indicate the presence of deceit. There must be something amiss." He took a deep breath, channeling the fire-poison energy within him, meticulously attuning himself to the lingering essence of fire poison in the surroundings. Indeed, the energy of the fire poison was exceptionally dense, coiling like slender serpents of flame, converging towards a singular direction. "Let us proceed. We must investigate." Zhang Yi flapped his wings and soared ahead towards the direction where the fiery energy converged. The great mother bird and the chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes, understandably concerned about his solitary venture, hurriedly followed suit. "Oh, my young friend," the great mother bird exclaimed, panting as she pursued him. "Might you consider tempering your impetuous nature? At least spare a moment for us two old souls." The chieftain of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes, also breathless, chimed in, Indeed, young one. Do temper your fiery spirit." Zhang Yi turned around with a mischievous smile, exclaiming, "Isn't it merely to prevent the precious treasures from being seized by others?" The two elderly companions, invigorated by his words, pressed on with renewed vigor. The trio diligently pursued the traces of the fiery energy, ultimately arriving at a secluded valley. Even from a distance, a wave of heat enveloped them, and the air was permeated with the acrid scent of sulfur and the intense aroma of fire poison. This place, indeed, resembled a natural oven for fire poison. The temperature here could likely melt steel. Zhang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. The mother of the giant bird and the patriarch of the Crimson Flame Demon Apes bore grave expressions, although they were both fire tribute beasts. They found it exceedingly difficult to withstand such a high concentration of fiery toxins. "My son, this valley is fraught with danger. Perhaps it would be best for us to retreat," the mother of the giant bird expressed with concern. "Indeed, at this juncture, I could lead our kin to a new location. We cannot afford to take any further risks," the patriarch of the Crimson Flame Demon Apes urged. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively and said with an air of nonchalance, "What is there to fear? I possess the fire poison body, after all. This mere fire poison is but a drizzle to me. You all wait outside while I venture in to assess the situation." With that, he disregarded the pleas of the giant birds and plunged headlong into the valley. Inside the valley, the temperature soared several times higher than outside. Molten lava flowed across the ground, and the air shimmered and warped, as if one were ensconced within a colossal furnace. Zhang Yi, endowed with the immunity of his fiery body, traversed the molten depths with the grace of a dragon gliding through a sea of flames. Delving deeper into the valley, he stumbled upon a vast lava pool at its heart, where the gold-red magma surged, emanating an exhilarating wave of energy. At the center of this molten abyss, a new spirit of fire poison was gradually taking shape, its form exponentially larger than the one he had previously encountered, radiating an oppressive aura that was nearly suffocating. Goodness! Could this creature be on the verge of becoming sentient? Zhang Yi could not help but utter an expletive. This newly emerged fire poison spirit presented a bizarre dark red hue, its surface adorned with patterns resembling flowing magma, its eyes, akin to blazing flames, fixated fiercely on Zhang Yi, brimming with hostility. It appeared that the previous volcanic eruption was indeed the handiwork of this creature. Zhang Yi pondered inwardly, realizing that if this entity were to continue its growth, the calamity it could unleash was unimaginable. He resolved to extinguish it in its infancy before it could fully take shape. Taking a deep breath, he summoned the full force of his fiery poison, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to this nascent spirit. At that moment, an unforeseen upheaval occurred. The magma pool erupted violently, forming a colossal vortex that ensnared Zhang Yi within its grasp. "My son, brother," exclaimed the mother of the giant bird and the Empress outside the valley. Their voices filled with alarm upon witnessing the scene. As Zhang Yi was drawn into the molten vortex, he felt an overwhelming force pulling him downward. While the surrounding magma surged against his body like boiling water, he struggled desperately, yet his efforts were in vain, and he could only watch helplessly as he was swept into the depths of the lava pool. Caught in the swirling magma, Zhang Yi likened his experience to being trapped in a colossal washing machine, spinning uncontrollably, with his very insides on the verge of being pulverized. The scorching magma infiltrated his nostrils and ears, causing him to cough violently. "Goodness, the suction here is quite formidable. Is it truly going to digest me?" Zhang Yi, while lamenting his predicament, exerted himself to activate his fire-poisoned body, absorbing the surrounding fiery toxic energy to withstand the encroaching lava. Strangely enough, this fiery toxic energy seemed to flow into his body as if it were free, surging in with wild abandon. Zhang Yi felt akin to an overinflated balloon, brimming with an overwhelming force. It appears that this lava pool is not such a dreadful place after all. Perhaps it could even elevate my level further. However, just as he was delightfully contemplating indulging in a grand feast, an unexpectedly potent suction force emerged from below, yanking him downward with great intensity. "Goodness, is this never-ending?" Zhang Yi felt a sudden darkness engulf him, and he lost consciousness. After an indeterminate period, he groggily regained awareness. To his astonishment, he found himself reclined in a warm and soft environment, akin to lying in a hot spring. Curious, he opened his eyes, only to discover that he was nestled within an immense bird's nest. This nest, crafted from an unknown soft material, emanated a gentle golden glow, exuding warmth and comfort. Before him stood a colossal golden egg, towering to a height greater than that of a human. The surface of the egg shimmered with enigmatic runes, pulsating with a disquieting energy. What on earth was happening? Zhang Yi was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, the bird's egg quivered slightly, revealing a small crack. Chapter 22. Caught unawares. Unexpectedly a father. The golden egg slowly began to split open. Before long, a fluffy little head emerged from within. This furry head, adorned with curious golden eyes, gazed inquisitively at Zhang Yi. The little creature was entirely gleaming in gold, with a tuft of vibrant red feathers atop its head, resembling a miniature version of a golden crow. Zhang Yi was utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of this little creature. What is happening? However, before he could gather his thoughts, the small being opened its mouth and, in a sweet, childish voice, exclaimed, "Daddy, what did you just say?" Zhang Yi, somewhat stammering, pondered silently. This little creature before him was undoubtedly no ordinary chick. "Daddy." Seizing the opportunity while Zhang Yi was momentarily lost in thought, the small creature called out again. Its voice, sweet and innocent, evoked an endearing familiarity. Observing that Zhang Yi remained unresponsive, the little one boldly began to nuzzle between his wings, as if seeking affection. Why you? Wait a moment. I am not your father." Zhang Yi's heart was in turmoil, feeling utterly flustered by this little creature. Just as he was about to explain, he was instantly soothed by the innocent demeanor of the small being, inexplicably warmed by a sense of tenderness. "I am a descendant of the golden crow, and I have awakened after absorbing sufficient fire energy," the little one continued in a sweet, childlike voice, seemingly indifferent to Zhang Yi's confusion. "I am familiar with the golden crow, but how is it that you refer to me as father?" Zhang Yiqiang suppressed the confusion within his heart and decided it would be best to clarify the situation first. "I feel quite comfortable because I have absorbed energy from within you." The little creature wore an innocent expression, its golden eyes shimmering with light. Zhang Yi felt his heart instantly softened by the adorable little creature, causing the tension that had initially gripped him to ease ever so slightly. "So, it is because of me and not due to your mother?" Zhang Yi let out a sigh of relief, even though this meant the responsibility now rested upon his shoulders. The little one nodded vigorously, his innocent voice filled with anticipation as he gazed at Zhang Yi. "Will you take care of me? I recall that when I was still in the egg, my mother told me that my name is Little Pooh. How about you call me Little Pooh from now on?" "Little Pooh?" Zhang Yi's lips twitched. The name sounded truly amusing. "Indeed, Little Pooh Pooh. Moreover, I possess fire attribute energy, which can enhance your strength." "Pooh Pooh." Little Pooh Pooh excitedly flapped her tiny wings, beginning to circle within the nest like a joyful little orb. "Enhance my strength?" Zhang Yi stroked his chin. marveling at the serendipitous turn of events. It was akin to a pie falling from the heavens. Not only had he unexpectedly become a father, but this little being might also aid him in his quest for strength. It was truly magnificent, perhaps realizing that his earlier actions had been somewhat unseemly. Zhang Yi swiftly composed himself, beginning to contemplate the current predicament. The identity of this small creature was exceptionally unique. It was highly likely the offspring of the fallen golden crow mentioned by the Chi fire demon ape. If this were indeed the case, it was plausible that the little one harbored even greater power within. Since it could potentially assist him in becoming stronger, keeping it by his side seemed a feasible choice. As he pondered this, a concerned call rang out from beyond the lava pool, the voice of his giant bird mother. "My son, are you all right? Where are you? Come out." Zhang Yi felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. Must he confront the formidable mother of the giant bird? Anxiety began to swell within him. After all, facing a creature of potentially unparalleled strength was hardly the action of a sage. "Xiaopu, it seems we must devise a plan to vacate this place at once." As he listened to the frantic calls of the giant bird above, Zhang Yi's own heart raced with urgency. Previously, he had been so focused on enhancing his power that he had forgotten the peril of being trapped in this dreadful location. Reflecting on it now, he felt a jolt of panic coursing through him. It is worth noting that when he was first drawn in, he had attempted to struggle against his predicament. But his meager strength was utterly ineffective against the terrifying vortex of flames. Just as Zhang Yi stared anxiously at the infernal whirlpool above, Xiaopu suddenly spoke up. "Father, are you troubled by that creature? Do you have a solution?" Zhang Yi instinctively lowered his gaze towards the little Pooh beside him. "It's simple. Just devour that flame, and it will be resolved." Little Pooh raised his head, exuding an air of unwavering confidence as he patted his slightly protruding belly. "Are you certain?" Zhang Yi cast a dubious glance at the other party. Witnessing his own father doubt his abilities, Xiaopu wasted no time. He tilted his head back and forcefully inhaled towards the swirling flames in the void above. In an instant, the tormenting fiery vortex that had been causing Zhang Yi great distress began to morph slowly, as if influenced by an unseen gravitational force. Zhang Yi felt as though the very essence of his surroundings had momentarily lost its balance, as the swirling flames were gradually consumed by the diminutive Pooh, transforming into a serpentine dragon of fire that entwined around its tiny wings, as if engaged in a graceful dance. "Oh, can you truly devour it?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, his gaze fixed in disbelief upon the wondrous spectacle that Xiaopu had described. "Of course, I am a descendant of the golden crow," Xiaopu replied, proudly blinking his golden eyes, unabashed in his declaration. "Father, do not worry. Once we emerge from here, I shall swiftly empower you to be as formidable as Mother." "Xiaopu, you are indeed a genius." As Xiaopu began to fervently absorb the fiery vortex, the flames that he engulfed suddenly quivered, emitting an intangible lament as they dispersed in all directions. At that moment, golden light flickered around Xiaopu, dazzling enough to make one's eyes squint. In the next instant, an even more astonishing occurrence unfolded. Within a mere brief interval, the once throbbing fiery vortex above Zhang Yi's head completely dissipated. Only after consuming the last flicker of flame did Xiaopu, with a look of satisfaction, let out a contented burp. "Burp. This is far more delicious than I had imagined." The excitement was unmistakable in the little one's voice, just as they believed their troubles had finally been resolved. A sudden roar sent both the larger and smaller birds' hearts racing to their throats. Above them, the shadow of a colossal bird, engulfed in searing flames, began to loom ominously, its formidable presence bearing down upon them. Zhang Yi exhibited no hesitation. Instinctively, he reached for the small Pooh beside him to flee. "Quick, Pooh, we must escape. If we linger any longer, it will be too late." Yet, Pooh remained entranced by the earlier devouring, seemingly oblivious to the imminent peril. With wide eyes, he gazed intently at the ethereal flame flickering in the void. Chapter 23. A moment of respite. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, acutely aware of the looming threat that drew ever closer. He was just about to seize this opportunity to escape with Xiaopu when, unexpectedly, the massive firebird's form suddenly diminished, ultimately transforming into a warm, crimson orb that lazily settled onto the ground. "Oh!" Zhang Yi gazed at the crimson orb with a hint of bewilderment. "Father, this is a remarkable treasure," exclaimed Xiaopu, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he scurried over, picking up the jewel and holding it aloft as if showcasing an invaluable gem. "What is this?" Zhang Yi cast a puzzled glance at Xiaopu, his heart suddenly stirring with intrigue. Though he was uncertain of the object the young lad held in his hands, he sensed that the orb was far from ordinary. If wielded with precision, it could undoubtedly enhance his strength. Xiaopu, do you truly comprehend what this is? Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the orb. Yet a sense of unease stirred within him. If it were indeed the power that rivaled that of his mother, absorbing it would undoubtedly lead to a backlash from that very force. The energy left behind by Xiaopu's mother before her demise. Xiaopu, brimming with pride, excitedly exclaimed to Zhang Yi, "This is the power of my mother. It will bestow upon my father even greater strength." Indeed, Zhang Yi murmured to himself. Yet inwardly he was meticulously contemplating the potential of this orb. If it could indeed be absorbed, it would undoubtedly amplify his strength. However, given the perilous circumstances, he realized that he could not afford to take such a risk at this moment. "I shall wait until we are safely outside to absorb it," he resolved. "Xiaopu, please take care of this for now. We must first make our exit from this place." Zhang Yi, accompanied by Xiaopu, cautiously traversed the land still exuding residual heat from the flames, ultimately returning to the surface unscathed. A sense of relief washed over him. While the members of the Crimson Flame Demon Ape clan erupted in joyous celebration, as though they were the ones who had just escaped from torment. "Hooray, we are back. How wonderful." Upon seeing Zhang Yi safe and sound, the anxiety that had previously gripped the Crimson Fire Demon Ape dissipated. Given the perilous circumstances they had faced, a fierce battle seemed inevitable. Never could he have imagined that Zhang Yi would return unscathed. Yet, for reasons unknown, this fellow now had an additional companion at his side. "Is this going to be our home?" Xiaopu inquired, her large eyes sparkling with curiosity as she gazed around, taking in the sights. No. This is the territory of the Crimson Fire Demon Apes." Zhang Yi cast a gentle smile at the little creature beside him before turning his attention to the jubilant magic apes. "Respected Chief, we appreciate your concern," he expressed. "You are too kind. Your earlier assistance in resolving the issue that has plagued us for centuries is a debt we owe," replied the chief of the Crimson Flame Magic Ape Clan with a smile. Yet, despite the cheerful facade, Zhang Yi was acutely aware of the underlying tension among them. Should these beings uncover the true identity of the little creature, he could not guarantee they would not turn hostile. Therefore, he needed to devise a strategy to prevent unnecessary complications arising from the revelation of the little one's identity. After a brief moment of recuperation, Zhang Yi sought out the mother of the giant bird and his sister, the Empress. He felt it imperative to share his concerns with them. "Mother, I believe we cannot linger here any longer. The little one I brought back is, in fact, a descendant of the Gene Will. If the Crimson Fire Magic Apes were to learn of this, it could lead to dire consequences," he warned. The giant bird mother was taken aback upon hearing this revelation. She had not anticipated that the diminutive creature was a descendant of the Gene Will. After a moment of contemplation, she nodded thoughtfully. "Indeed, Zhang Yi, you are right. We must remain vigilant." The Empress concurred. "It is always prudent to exercise caution. Let us depart and seek a more secure refuge." Zhang Yi spoke slowly, gradually formulating his thoughts. Thus, the three of them expressed their gratitude to the Crimson Fire Demon Ape for its hospitality during this time and suggested that it was time to embark on their journey. Although the members of the Crimson Flame Demon Ape tribe felt a twinge of reluctance, they ultimately understood the trio's predicament. "We will keep your secret, rest assured." The Crimson Fire Demon Ape, witnessing Zhang Yi's firm resolve, found it inappropriate to obstruct their departure. After a moment of contemplation, it solemnly promised Zhang Yi. After bidding farewell to the Crimson Flame Demon Ape Clan, Zhang Yi soared through the skies with Xiaopu and the Empress, their enormous avian mother gliding majestically above. They traversed towering mountains and pierced through the clouds, the fierce winds whipping around them, ushering in a chorus of exhilarating howls that embodied their lofty aspirations. "Daddy, why can't we stay with them forever?" Xiaopu inquired, her little wings fluttering as she tilted her head in confusion. "Because." Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before responding solemnly. "Because we have other objectives to pursue, we must grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful can we better protect you. Do you not agree?" Zhang Yi lowered his gaze towards Xiaopu. "Yes, I aspire to become extraordinarily powerful," Xiaopu exclaimed with fervor. After soaring through the skies for an extended period, they resolved to pause and seek a secure location to consolidate the strength they had cultivated over the past days. Amidst the mountains and forests, lush greenery thrived. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, creating what appeared to be an ideal place for cultivation. "This spot looks promising. Let us settle here," the Empress suggested with conviction, having surveyed the surroundings and swiftly made her decision. Very well, let us rest here for a while. And you should practice your skills. Zhang Yi nodded calmly and promptly laid out his plan. Time swiftly passed, and Zhang Yi along with Xiao Pu gradually found their own rhythm. Xiao Pu, perched upon a slab of blue stone, endeavored to mimic the movements of its father. The vibrant golden light swirling around its petite form, rendering it exceptionally enchanting. Observing the little one executing its actions with such flair, Zhang Yi regained his focus and began to harness the feasting energies he had recently absorbed. However, as the tranquil atmosphere began to envelop them, an abrupt, deep roar echoed from a distance, causing the surrounding air to tremble slightly. Upon hearing the disturbance, Zhang Yi abruptly lifted his gaze. The atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension, infused with an unsettling sense of foreboding. Something was approaching. The mother of the great bird, upon sensing the commotion, instinctively voiced a warning to Zhang Yi and the others, who were still engrossed in their training. At that very moment, a dark silhouette suddenly surged forth from the depths of the forest, heading directly towards them. Zhang Yi felt the palpable tension in the air, his nerves instantly on edge. Xiao Pu, quickly find a place to hide, he shouted urgently, disregarding the surrounding chaos. However, Xiao Pu hesitated. But I can help. There is no time. Just listen. Zhang Yi had already sensed the profound threat and immediately urged with a stern voice. Chapter 24, The First Order Great Demon, Mountain Demon. The shadow drew ever closer. With its emergence, the once tranquil forest instantaneously erupted into a cacophony. Birds took flight from the trees, their branches swaying. In the underbrush, wild beasts stirred, scattering in alarm. It seemed as though these creatures had sensed some terrifying presence, each one eager to escape the impending doom. Amidst the palpable atmosphere of dread, Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, his eyes darting restlessly, fixated unwaveringly on the approaching shadow. He was acutely aware that this sudden apparition would not be easily dealt with. Goodness, this entity seems formidable. Can we handle it? If not, shall we flee? Just as Zhang Yi remained tense, staring at the shadow, his sister, the Empress, who had been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly spoke up. Not possible? How could that be? As your elder brother, how can I admit to inability? Although doubt lingered in Zhang Yi's heart, he could not allow himself to lose face before this girl, being the only male heir of his family. Upon hearing his declaration, the Empress rolled her eyes dismissively. Are you certain? If I am not mistaken, this creature is unlike the demonic beasts we encountered before. It has likely undergone transformation, barely qualifying as a great demon. A great demon? Does that mean it is even more powerful than our mother? Listening to the Empress's explanation, Zhang Yi could not help but furrow his brow. If it were any other beast, he might feel more assured, but faced with this formidable creature of the demon level, he felt a twinge of uncertainty. Thus far, the most powerful adversary he had encountered was a giant python at the 9th tier of demon beasts, and that victory had only been achieved with the combined efforts of his family. Although he had made considerable progress recently, he still did not believe he could confront this already established demon shadow alone. Moreover, Zhang Yi sensed that this great demon was likely not targeting him, but rather the little one, Pu. After all, this little creature possessed the purest bloodline of the Golden Crow. The previous Chi-Hui demon ape had been unable to perceive this due to its insufficient cultivation. But that would not be the case for a demon of this caliber. Although he had known Pu for only a brief time, Zhang Yi was acutely aware that this little one regarded him as a paternal figure. As the sole family member in this world for Pu, Zhang Yi was resolute in his determination to not stand idly by while the shadow attempted to abduct him. Just as Zhang Yi was contemplating how to address this impending crisis, the Empress spoke again. In my opinion, this creature is likely after that little one. Perhaps we should negotiate. Why not hand him over? Nonsense. I see you are tightening your grip again. I warn you, if you dare to entertain thoughts of harming Pu, believe me, I will pluck every feather from you and turn you into a roast chicken. Zhang Yi, without a moment's hesitation, returned a menacing gaze to his adversary. Observing Zhang Yi's unwavering demeanor, the Empress perhaps truly felt intimidated. She refrained from uttering further words and promptly turned back to the side of her colossal avian mother. Given the current circumstances, it was undoubtedly prudent for her to remain close to her mother until her own strength was fully restored. Meanwhile, discussions continued among their group. In the distance, a dark figure was rapidly approaching them. With a chilling gust of wind, the shadow advanced without any hesitation, heading straight for Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu. As anticipated, it was indeed targeting Xiao Pu. It seemed that this creature, upon transforming, recognized that consuming a beast of Xiao Pu's pure bloodline would undoubtedly prove far more nourishing than feasting upon the Empress, and her companions. Zhang Yi was still contemplating how to confront the elusive shadow when the sudden chime of the system resonated in his ears. Ding! A random mission has been issued. Protect the soul bloodline of the Golden Crow, hunt the first-tier Great Demon, the Mountain Demon, and seize the Demon Core. Mission rewards, refinement points 24, Demon Hunter rings 2. Faced with this unexpected system notification, Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. It seemed that escape was no longer an option. In light of this, he resolved to give it a try. If all else failed, he could still flee later. With his determination solidified, Zhang Yi steeled himself and advanced towards the shadow. Howl! As the foolish bird charged towards him, the mountain demon believed that this creature had been rendered senseless by its overwhelming aura. Thus, it roared in anger. Lunging at Zhang Yi, confronted by the approaching mountain demon, Zhang Yi, who had initially felt a flicker of fear, now hesitated not for a moment and unleashed his ultimate move. 3,000 flames. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted skyward. The mountain demon, having been preoccupied with its reckless charge, was utterly unprepared for Zhang Yi's bold assault. Caught off guard, it was unceremoniously upended by the sudden blaze. Bang! The mountain demon crashed heavily to the ground, and the surrounding black mist dissipated significantly. Howl! Rising once more, the mountain demon shook its dizzy head and, with ferocious intent, barreled towards Zhang Yi with a savage charge. Bang! Zhang Yi had scarcely registered what had transpired before he was unceremoniously hurled away. Goodness! This fellow possesses quite a bit of strength. After finally regaining his balance, Zhang Yi swiftly beat his wings a few times. In the next moment, he dove once more, launching an assault on the mountain demon. Whoosh! In an instant, his claws, capable of splitting mountains and shattering stones, descended fiercely towards the demon's head. However, contrary to his expectations of a gruesome scene of flesh being torn, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Instead, Zhang Yi's claws nearly suffered a fracture. My word! This creature is indeed tough-skinned and resilient, truly deserving of its reputation as a formidable, shape-shifting beast. Zhang Yi silently ridiculed, yet his movements showed no hesitation. Upon realizing that his initial strike had failed, he swiftly distanced himself from the opponent. He had no intention of engaging in close combat with this formidable creature, whose tough exterior was anything but inviting. Returning to the air, Zhang Yi circled above the mountain spirit, keenly observing the robust figure below. He sought to identify any vulnerabilities that might be exploited. After a thorough examination, he ultimately pinpointed the most defenseless area, in his estimation, the eyes. Indeed, the eyes. He could hardly believe that this creature's eyes were as impervious as its rugged flesh. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi did not waver. After spiraling in the air for a time, he dove down once more. His sharp claws, glistening with a crimson hue, aimed directly for the mountain spirit's glaring eyes. Chapter 25. Even a lion uses its full strength against a hare. A chilling scream echoed in the air. Zhang Yi's claws, powerful enough to cleave mountains and shatter stones, pierced through the eyeball of the mountain demon below without a moment's hesitation. Zhang Yi immediately activated his system skill, Devouring Feast. I consume. I consume. I devour with all my might. As the eyes of the mountain demon were crushed, Zhang Yi felt an overwhelming surge of energy flowing through his claws, continuously pouring into his body. Truly, as expected of an advanced demon beast, this energy is incomparable to that of ordinary demon beasts. As Zhang Yi voraciously consumed the energy of his opponent, he could not help but silently marvel at the situation. At that moment, while he relentlessly devoured the demonic power within the mountain demon, the creature, having its eyes pierced, began to struggle with all its might. The intense pain drove it into a frenzy, violently shaking its body as if attempting to dislodge Zhang Yi from atop its head. However, having seized such a rare opportunity to savor the energy of a formidable demon, Zhang Yi was far from inclined to relinquish his grip. With the violent oscillations of the mountain demon below, he did not loosen his hold. Rather, he dug in deeper. Unbeknownst to him, his claws had embedded themselves deeply into the demon's eye sockets, relentlessly pushing further into its brain. Gurgling sounds echoed as the demon's blood flowed profusely. Gradually, the once fearsome giant could no longer endure the torment. With a resounding crash, its limbs went limp, collapsing to the ground, motionless. Only when it had completely succumbed to death did the ominous, dark mist surrounding it quietly dissipate. One cannot help but feel that this unfortunate creature met a most unjust fate. Clearly a fully formed major demon, it was caught unawares by Zhang Yi, who had not even allowed it the chance to unleash any skills before decisively rupturing its eyes. Should this incident become known, it would surely evoke laughter from other major demons, even in their dreams. Of course, this perspective belonged to those of similar standing to the mountain demon. From Zhang Yi's viewpoint, his effortless victory in this battle was not a matter of luck or chance. He had dedicated his time not only to consuming various energies, but also to honing the foundational skills previously imparted to him by the system. Had he not done so, he could not have so swiftly and accurately obliterated the mountain demon's eyes in the earlier confrontation. In contrast, the mountain demon, relying on its innate superiority as a major demon, had underestimated Zhang Yi, a mere 7th-tier creature. Thus, it did not employ any formidable techniques at the onset, instead charging in recklessly, confident in its own resilience. This was the primary reason for its inexplicable downfall. It is said that even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit, let alone when confronting someone like Zhang Yi, who possessed the hidden prowess of a system. In Zhang Yi's mind, the images of his previous battle with the mountain demon replayed vividly, yet within his heart, he quietly resolved to himself. With this experience, he vowed that in future confrontations, whether against foes stronger or weaker than himself, he would exert his utmost effort. Time passed. Second by second, Zhang Yi, feeling that he could no longer contain even a trace of energy within him, reluctantly released his grip. Could it really be that simple? The Empress and the colossal bird mother looked at Zhang Yi, who wore a satisfied expression, with disbelief. The mother and daughter duo of birds could hardly fathom that he had so effortlessly subdued a formidable, transformed demon. In contrast to the appreciative gaze of the colossal bird mother, the Empress was filled with doubt. It is worth noting that although Zhang Yi was indeed somewhat stronger than her before, the disparity could not have been so vast. While he had experienced a series of extraordinary encounters recently, awakening a fragment of the Golden Crow bloodline, it was inconceivable that he could possess such overwhelming strength. A 7th-tier divine beast could not possibly be a match for a transformed great demon. At the very least, the Empress was certain that she could not have accomplished such a feat at Zhang Yi's current level. This confirmed it. The ease with which he had vanquished a transformed great demon suggested that he must be a reincarnated powerhouse of unknown origin. After much contemplation, the Empress could only arrive at this unsatisfactory conclusion to explain the events unfolding before her. Meanwhile, as the battle concluded and the threat dissipated, the previously concealed little Pooh, who had been hiding behind a massive rock, waiting for an opportunity to assist her father in the face of danger, now scampered over to Zhang Yi, gently nuzzling against him. "Daddy, you are truly amazing," she exclaimed, her admiration evident in her voice. Zhang Yi, with an air of arrogance, flapped his wings a few times. "Mediocre," he scoffed, "merely a formidable demon, hardly worth mentioning." Observing Zhang Yi's haughty demeanor, the Empress beside him grimaced in disdain. "Humph, what is merely a large demon? In my heyday, I wielded my sword single-handedly." Suddenly, she halted mid-sentence, aware that the gigantic bird before her remained oblivious to her true identity as the reincarnation of the Empress, nearly revealing her secret. In an effort to mask her embarrassment, she redirected her gaze to the motionless mountain spirit lying on the ground. "Never mind such trivialities. Let us first ascertain what treasures this creature may possess. After all, it is a transformed demon, and perhaps we might uncover a demon core or something of the sort." The demon core is an energy entity formed from the essence and internal energy of the demon race in this world. The fiery red orb previously gifted to Zhang Yi by Xiaopu was, in fact, akin to a demon core. However, that orb was evidently of a far superior grade compared to the demon cores the Empress had alluded to, being a relic from the ancient era left behind by the illustrious Golden Crow. With the Empress's reminder, Zhang Yi finally came to his senses. However, just as he was about to reach down to rummage, he noticed that the little creature, Pooh, had somehow darted to the corpse of the mountain demon beside him. When Zhang Yi realized this, he found the little fellow using its tiny paws to scratch at the demon's large belly. To Zhang Yi, it was inconceivable. He himself had failed to breach the creature's defenses, and now this little one was attempting to tear open its belly, an utterly impossible feat. Just as he was about to approach and advise the little creature against such fruitless efforts, he froze in place. What on earth? How could this be possible? Surely, I must be seeing things. He watched in disbelief as the mountain demon's coarse belly, upon encountering Pooh's tiny claws, seemed to yield as if made of mere paper. With a gentle prod, the demon's intestines and entrails erupted forth as if unable to contain themselves. Chapter 26. The mountain boar cannot digest fine grain. Perhaps it was the first time engaging in such an endeavor, for Pooh, caught off guard, was instantly showered in a spray of blood. Observing this blood-soaked little creature, the Empress, Zhang Yi, and the mother of the giant bird could not help but burst into laughter. Ha ha! Yet, in response to their mirth, Pooh appeared oblivious, swiftly darting inside the mountain demon's belly to continue its search. Hey, what on earth are you doing in there? Perhaps unable to bear the sight, Zhang Yi promptly intended to extricate the little one. However, before he could extend his paw, Pooh emerged from the demon's belly, a look of sheer excitement adorning its face. Squeak, squeak, squeak. In the next moment, as if seeking recognition, it dropped a crystalline, blood-red gem at Zhang Yi's feet. A treasure. Pooh mumbled indistinctly. Is this for me? Zhang Yi gazed at Xiao Pooh with a hint of confusion. Observing this obedient little creature, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Despite his desire to claim it for himself, he felt a twinge of embarrassment, especially with two pairs of eyes fixed upon him, one belonging to his sister and the other to his nominal mother. It was indeed difficult for him to simply take possession of it under such scrutiny. Just as his perplexity deepened, the mother of the giant bird seemed to discern his thoughts. Without waiting for him to speak, she declared, "Take it. It is yours. After all, you subdued this mountain demon. Without you today, both my sister and I might have lost our lives." Upon hearing his mother's words, the Empress, albeit reluctantly, chimed in, "Indeed. Do not feel embarrassed. Since this little creature has offered itself to you, you should accept it." With both of them encouraging him, Zhang Yi felt that any further reluctance on his part would appear disingenuous. Thus, he feigned bashfulness, scratching the ground with his claws. "Very well. I shall accept it for now. But next time, if we encounter another formidable demon, you must join me." While he uttered these words, he inwardly mused on the uncertainty of when that next opportunity might arise. After all, high-ranking demonic beasts are not as common as cabbages. Furthermore, he would not naively presume that every powerful demon would be as foolish as this mountain demon. As soon as he accepted the crimson crystal, the sound of the System S notification echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task. System rewards have been issued. Please check. Elated by the voice that only he could hear, Zhang Yi's joy was short-lived as he quickly regained his composure. He turned back to the Empress and the giant bird's mother, asking, "Do you know how to use this?" His inquiry stemmed from the frightening experience of having consumed the shattered core of a ninth-tier demonic beast, the giant python. That encounter had nearly cost him his life, as he was nearly overwhelmed by the violent energy. The sensation was one he wished never to experience again. In response to his question, the Empress shot him a scornful glance. After all this effort, it turned out he was unaware of the object's purpose. Had she known, she would not have feigned generosity in relinquishing it. Unfortunately, since she had already given it away, retracting her offer was not an option. After a brief pause, she spoke with a grim expression. "This object is called a demon crystal, a rare treasure produced only by demonic beasts that have transcended into the ranks of greater demons. Moreover, such treasures are not produced by every formidable demon beast that surpasses the great demon level, on average. Only 1 in 100 of these mighty creatures yields such a gem. I truly cannot fathom whether you have stumbled upon a stroke of extraordinary luck. Merely slaying a first-tier great demon has led you to encounter such a remarkable find. It is indeed a waste of fortune." In contrast to the Empress's disdain, Zhang Yi harbored a different perspective. As someone unfamiliar with this world, it was only natural for him not to recognize such an item. Noticing Zhang Yi's reluctance to pursue the topic further, the Empress could only shake her head in resignation. While the two were engaged in their banter, the three birds failed to notice that, at some point, the little Pooh had returned to the bloody belly of the mountain demon. After a flurry of activity, the little creature emerged once more, producing 3 dark, stone-like objects, which it dropped at Zhang Yi's feet. Could this be a demon core? The expressions on the faces of the Empress and the mother bird instantly transformed into one of alarm upon seeing the dark, stone-like items. "Ha! We have struck gold. This mountain demon contains 3 demon cores." Observing the Empress's excitement, Zhang Yi could only curl his lip in disdain. Is this truly the demeanor of an Empress? She appears akin to a village girl who has never laid eyes on the world. Indeed, it seems that a mountain pig cannot appreciate fine grain. It is worth noting that when he first recognized the object before him as a demon crystal, he did not exhibit such delight. However, now that he had already acquired a demon crystal, he felt it inappropriate to partake in the sharing of the demon course. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi adopted a proud stance, embodying the spirit of selflessness. "Since I already possess a demon crystal, I shall refrain from claiming any of the demon cores. Perfect. You, Mother, and Little Pooh shall each take one. Let it be divided among the three of you. Regarding Zhang Yi's proposal, this time the mother giant bird did not refuse. Although the demon core may not be as precious as the demon crystal, it is ultimately a product of a high-level demon beast. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's influence, they might never have the opportunity to savor such a delicacy in their lifetime. To maximize the value of this treasure, the mother giant bird and the Empress decided to select an auspicious day, during the purest phase of the moonlight, to collectively absorb this rare gem. As for the corpse of the mountain monkey, Zhang Yi and his companions also had their own method of handling it. Although this creature was tough and cumbersome, making it quite a hassle to process, previously, the mother giant bird and the Empress might have simply abandoned it. However, circumstances had changed. While they could not manage this hefty carcass, Little Pooh certainly could. With this little one around, the mountain monkey's hide was hardly worth mentioning. After all, discarding it would be wasteful. It was far better to extract its remaining value and use it as sustenance during their upcoming training period. This way, they could alleviate the burden of providing for Zhang Yi, the voracious eater. Chapter 27. A demon stronger than the mountain monkey under the bright full moon. Zhang Yi, relieved of concerns about food thanks to the mountain monkey's bulk, was currently resting with his eyes closed atop a large rock. Meanwhile, Little Pooh diligently processed the mountain monkey's corpse as per his instructions. The mother giant bird and the Empress, perhaps unable to tolerate Zhang Yi's command over the little creature, soon joined the ranks of those preparing the meal. As Little Pooh dissected the mountain monkey's body, various demon beasts from the nearby jungle were quickly drawn to the scene. However, these creatures only dared to watch from a distance. None had the audacity to approach for a share. After all, if a terrifying being like the mountain monkey could be reduced to mere sustenance for these birds, how could they, mere beasts of lesser rank, dare to covet it? As for why Zhang Yi did not chase away these bothersome spectators, the reason was quite simple. He held little regard for these insignificant creatures, whose average strength had yet to surpass the 6th level of demon beasts. Moreover, even if he were truly hungry, he would not deign to target these demon beasts. After all, there was a meal of high-level demon food at hand. The energy contained within that being was incomparable to the timid creatures lurking nearby. With the combined efforts of Little Pooh and the Empress, the once mountainous corpse of the mountain monkey was swiftly processed. After a hearty feast, the moment of utmost significance arrived. It was time for them to commence their training. Bathed in the radiant moonlight, Zhang Yi and his companions found themselves before the shimmering demon course, which began to pulse with streams of energy. Spiritual energy 9999, spiritual energy 3166, spiritual energy 3572. Divine soul 22, divine soul 33, physical strength 66, physical strength 99, accompanied by the incessant notifications of the system echoing in their ears. At this moment, a broad grin stretched across Zhang Yi's face, nearly revealing his molars. Reflecting upon his days since rebirth, he felt an overwhelming sense of bliss. Hungry, he would eat. Satisfied, he would sleep. This existence was incomparably more delightful than his previous life, where he toiled endlessly under the oppressive regime of a 9-to-6 routine. As time ticked away, Zhang Yi became engrossed in the system's announcements, lost in a reverie of happiness. Suddenly, a piercing bird call jolted him from his reverie. Chirp. I have finally broken through. Ha. I have ascended to the 6th tier. The voice belonged to none other than his mischievous younger sister. You wait right there. In just a few days, I shall reach the 7th tier, and then all the humiliation and torment you inflicted upon me will be repaid in full. The Empress vowed silently as she glanced at Zhang Yi, who was still in a meditative state. Clearly, this avian had not forgotten the indignity she suffered at his hands upon her birth. Hearing her jubilant exclamations, Zhang Yi simply rolled his eyes in disdain. Humph. What's the big deal about breaking through to the 6th tier? Is it really worth such elation? Just wait until I, your elder brother, ascend to the 8th tier. I wonder if you'll still be so joyous then. With this thought in mind, he resolved to fully activate the Feast of Gluttony, hastening his energy absorption. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully advanced to the 8th tier divine beast. Refinement points 10. The system's announcement resonated in the air. Zhang Yi felt an extraordinary transformation within himself. Whether it was the abundance of energy coursing through his body or the remarkable velocity at which his demonic power flowed, he had undoubtedly ascended to a level far beyond his former self. At this moment, he was confident that should he encounter the 9th tier demonic beast, the giant python, once more he could effortlessly subdue it without the aid of his majestic avian mother. However, prior to that, he deemed it essential to showcase his newfound prowess. After all, he relished the opportunity to flaunt his abilities before his younger sister, the Empress. As an elder brother, he felt it was his duty to constantly remind her of the disparity that existed between them. If he was to serve as her personal bodyguard for a time, then he would remain her steadfast protector for eternity. How could one confuse the significance of their respective positions? Zhang Yi pondered within himself. In the next moment, he imitated the Empress's earlier actions and let out a resounding moan. The breakthrough to the 8th tier was astonishingly effortless. I merely dozed off, and unexpectedly, I achieved a breakthrough. However, before he could complete his thoughts, a sudden and terrifying pressure surged towards them. Cough, cough, cough. Immediately following was a fit of violent coughing. At that instant, Zhang Yi felt as if an immense stone weighing 1,000 pounds was pressing down upon his head, rendering him breathless. What on earth is happening? Could it be that my dear sister, unable to tolerate my smooth ascent, intends to ambush me at this moment? That shouldn't be the case. A mere 6th tier should not provoke such turmoil. Just as Zhang Yi was filled with confusion and prepared to open his eyes to assess the situation, the giant bird mother, the Empress, and Xiao Pu, who had been absorbing the energy from the demon core with their eyes closed, also sensed the unusual surroundings and began to survey their environment. Upon looking around, the once clear night sky had vanished, replaced by a dense shroud of ominous clouds and an overwhelmingly pungent odor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Accompanying the environmental shift was an intense surge of demonic energy sweeping towards them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The demonic aura, entwined with a ferocious whirlwind, relentlessly battered against Zhang Yi and his companions. As the saying goes, clouds come from dragons, winds from tigers. Just as Zhang Yi speculated about the situation, a deafening roar resounded from the depths of the distant jungle. A woo, accompanied by the earth-shaking cry of a fearsome beast. The birds and creatures that had gathered around scattered in terror. This is bad. Such a commotion surely signifies the arrival of an extraordinary demon. At that moment, the Empress's expression turned grave as she rose swiftly to her feet. As the reincarnation of an Empress, she understood well that an entity capable of causing such a disturbance must possess strength far surpassing that of the mountain gnome they had previously encountered. This newcomer was likely a great demon that had completely shed its beastly form. Although the mountain gnome they had faced earlier was also referred to as a great demon, it was evident that it still lingered in the transformation stage and had not entirely cast off its beastly essence. To fully shed its beastly form and complete the transformation, this creature had a long way to go. If her instincts did not deceive her, the being approaching them was at least a 5th-tier great demon or above. Thus, they were undoubtedly in grave danger this time. Chapter 28, 9th-tier Great Demon, Blood Shadow Demon Tiger. Mother, perhaps we should leave this place promptly. The being that has arrived is beyond our current capabilities to confront. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that a formidable 5th-tier or even higher-tier great demon has arrived this time. At this moment, the Empress, disregarding the potential exposure of her identity, openly divulges her suspicions. Upon hearing her words, the mother of the colossal bird wears a grave expression, though she yearns to flee. An inexplicable voice within her urges her to seek the counsel of her miraculous son. Just as she prepares to inquire about Zhang Yi's thoughts, she notices that the little one, who had previously opened his eyes, has closed them once more, unbeknownst to her. Little does she realize that Zhang Yi has shut his eyes in response to the system's announcement. Alarm! Alarm! A great demon nearby has failed its ascension and is on the verge of demise. The system warns that in this vast world of cultivation, some great demons, unwilling to accept their fate, may resort to slaughtering nearby beasts in a fit of rage before they perish. Opportunity and risk coexist. The host must swiftly decide whether to seize this chance. Upon hearing the system's notification, Zhang Yi senses a whiff of opportunity. Although the imminent demise of this failed ascendant demon appears fraught with peril, it simultaneously presents a unique chance. After all, this magnificent creature is about to fall. If one were to discover its remains, it would be akin to unearthing a treasure trove yet to be unlocked. Previously, Zhang Yi had merely absorbed a modicum of energy from the crystals of a first-tier demon and successfully achieved a promotion. However, should he stumble upon the corpse of the impending fallen demon, he would undoubtedly ascend a significant realm, seamlessly evolving into a divine beast. Furthermore, even if fate were to deal him a less favorable hand, preventing him from locating that demon's remains, it is certain that within these vast and desolate mountains, numerous demons would share his aspirations. These beings would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to contend fiercely. given that contention often begets bloodshed and death among demons. Even if he were to discover the remains of slightly weaker demons, it would still represent a modest fortune for Zhang Yi and his companions in their current circumstances. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi abruptly opened his eyes. "We must leave, without a doubt," he began, pausing momentarily before continuing. "But we are not fleeing from this place. As the saying goes, fortune favors the bold. I believe that given our current strength, the likelihood of escaping the clutches of this great demon is exceedingly slim. Therefore, rather than squandering our time and energy on a futile escape, we might as well brace ourselves and fight." "What do you mean?" The mother of the giant bird and the Empress exchanged puzzled glances with Zhang Yi, noticing their confusion. He proceeded to elaborate. "Mother, I propose that we take the opposite approach. While that great demon is still alive, we should seize the opportunity to profit. I believe that within the vast expanse of this forest, with our current abilities, as long as we avoid encounters with beings of the great demon caliber, we should be able to protect ourselves. So why not capitalize on the chaos among the great demons and claim our share? It is evident that the sight of a fallen great demon will attract many formidable entities. These individuals, fixated on the great demon, would never anticipate that we would turn our ambitions towards them in such a situation. As the proverb states, when the clam and the snipe contend, it is the fisherman who benefits. I believe we can fully embrace this opportunity to act as the fisherman." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's analysis, the Empress and the mother of the giant bird exchanged hesitant glances. They understood the validity of Zhang Yi's reasoning. Yet, they were also acutely aware of the dire consequences should their plan be discovered. Hence, it required careful consideration. However, time waits for no one. Observing their indecision, Zhang Yi grew increasingly anxious. "Mother, what are you hesitating for? If we do not make a decision swiftly, we may not only miss the chance to prosper but also find ourselves left with nothing." Seeing Zhang Yi's urgency, the Empress and the giant bird let out a heavy sigh. "Let us do it. At worst, we die?" Just as Zhang Yi and his companions resolved to venture deeper into the jungle to seize their opportunity, in the depths of the forest, a wind-thunder demon leopard, already at the third tier of great demon cultivation, was swiftly slain in a single encounter. Bang! The assailant was none other than the formidable beast that had previously exuded a terrifying aura, now on the brink of demise. Had the Empress and her allies been present, her keen perception would have instantly recognized this imminent fallen creature as a blood shadow demon tiger, a beast that had attained the pinnacle of the 9th tier among great demons. After effortlessly annihilating a thunderstorm demon leopard, this creature did not cease its rampage. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a tremendous force of suction, consuming the flesh and blood of the thunderstorm demon leopard in mere moments. Witnessing such brutality, the surrounding great demons, who had initially contemplated seizing an opportunity, instinctively began to retreat. However, the blood shadow demon tiger had completely lost its rationality, disregarding whether these beings had previously attacked it. Any creature that fell within its line of sight, regardless of their power or intentions, be it mere spectators or those seeking a share, found no escape from its clutches. In that moment, aside from those already devoured, the remaining beasts and great demons harbored but a singular thought: to flee. They ran with all their might, their cries and roars echoing through the wilderness. Alas, despite their desperate attempts to escape, the terrifying phantom relentlessly pursued them like a relentless parasite. It was clear that this creature intended to eradicate all who dared covet its corporeal form. Meanwhile, some formidable great demons, realizing that escape was futile, resolved to confront the beast, hoping to fight back. Regrettably, their meager strength served only to momentarily hinder the blood shadow demon tiger's pursuit, failing to make any significant impact. Chapter 29, Zhang Yi's Scheme. The wind god wyvern. Deep within the jungle, the slaughter continued unabated. As the number of great demons slain by the blood shadow demon tiger increased, it had long since lost the rationality inherent to its kind. At that moment, its mind was consumed by a singular thought: kill, kill, kill. The air was thick with a pungent scent of blood, which only served to heighten his already tempestuous temperament. As he rampaged through the depths of the jungle, mercilessly slaughtering, the beasts fortunate enough to escape the carnage were now consumed by a frantic drive to flee. In the dead of night, when the jungle should have been descending into a tranquil silence, it instead erupted into a terrifying tide of beasts. These disturbed creatures were solely focused on their own survival, oblivious to the presence of any other beings ahead in their desperate flight. In their panic, the powerful and massive beast wreaked havoc, obliterating the habitats of the weaker creatures in their wake. This exemplified the jungle's ruthless law of survival of the fittest in the face of overwhelming strength. The weak were rendered guilty by their very existence. Those frail beings could only watch helplessly as their homes were destroyed, resigned to the impending arrival of death. However, not all beasts faced such grim fates. Amidst the endless slaughter, there were those fortunate souls favored by destiny. Their designation as the fortunate stemmed primarily from their pitiable lack of strength, which allowed them to reside in an environment devoid of formidable foes. Thus, they managed to evade disaster. Additionally, there were families like Zhang Yi's, who dwelled on the fringes of the jungle and had yet to feel the impact of the beast tide. Although they had plans to seize opportunities amidst the chaos, they remained cautious, refraining from recklessly plunging deeper into the jungle. Suspended in the air, buoyed by their unique ability to fly, this family of four observed the distant turmoil, resembling spectators at a grand spectacle. The Empress, gazing at the rippling waves of energy unfolding in the distance, remarked with a hint of regret, "What a pity. He was but a step away from a breakthrough. Why can't he muster one last effort?" Now, it seems that even if he wished to escape death, he would find it impossible. The Empress arrived at such a conclusion not only due to her past experiences but also from her profound understanding of the path of cultivation. Had the ninth-tier demon beast maintained its composure in the face of imminent death, rather than succumbing to the paralyzing grip of fear, it would not have descended into such a state of utter madness. Perhaps, in that scenario, a glimmer of hope might have remained. However, the present circumstances are markedly different. The creature now appears fearsome, yet in truth, it is merely a dying ember, a fleeting flicker of defiance before its extinguishment. In response to the Empress's seemingly casual analysis, Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively. In his view, whether human or beast, the knowledge of impending death inevitably provokes reckless actions that one would typically not dare to undertake. He felt that even a ninth-tier demon would be no exception. If he were to foreknow his demise, along with the horrific prospect of being dismembered post-mortem, he surmised that his reaction would likely surpass that of the demon in ferocity. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi spoke up. "Humph, you speak so easily. If you were in its position, facing death, I find it hard to believe you could maintain your composure. Moreover, you have not experienced what that demon has gone through. So what right do you have to pass judgment? As the saying goes, do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. If you have not shared in my pain, you cannot comprehend my virtue. If you were to know in advance that you might be dismembered after death, I dare say your actions might be even more savage than those of this demon." As soon as Zhang Yi spoke, the previously smug Empress's expression darkened profoundly. Deep down, although she was reluctant to acknowledge Zhang Yi's words, the wisdom gained from her reincarnation made her acutely aware that her seemingly unreliable brother spoke with undeniable reason. It is essential to note that in her past life as the Empress of the Celestial Dynasty, she had never relinquished her hatred, even after being reborn. What right did she have to judge the morality of this ninth-tier great demon? Zhang Yi, disregarding the visibly distressed Empress beside him, cast a glance at the mother giant bird and the little Pooh. Then, in a grave tone, he spoke, "In my opinion, we may soon need to venture into the depths of the jungle and embrace the peril that awaits us." Zhang Yi's decision stemmed primarily from his earlier analysis and observations, which revealed that his current domain lay at the periphery of the jungle. In these marginal areas, formidable high-ranking demons were scarce. The only moderately powerful mountain demon had already fallen victim to his cunning. Under such circumstances, it seemed unlikely that a ninth-tier demon, even in its dying throes, would seek to retaliate by venturing towards their territory. Meanwhile, the beast tied deep within the jungle was rapidly gaining momentum. Given the current state of the blood shadow demon tiger, it would not be long before it met its demise. To avoid fruitless efforts, they needed to reach the creature before its inevitable end. However, to ensure the success of this endeavor, Zhang Yi felt compelled to make certain preparations prior to their departure. Despite his prideful achievement of single-handedly slaying a first-tier demon, he knew that such prowess alone was far from sufficient. In the depths of the jungle, the potential for encountering high-ranking demons increased significantly. Therefore, they needed to adequately prepare before embarking on their journey, at the very least securing a similarly powerful demon as a protector. As he contemplated this, Zhang Yi instinctively turned his gaze towards the underbrush below. This was not without reason. During his earlier observation using his innate divine ability, the Eye of Insight, he had inadvertently discovered a promising young creature, the wind god wyvern. According to the system's introduction, this wind god wyvern was a genuine dragon species. From birth, these beings possessed an inherent aura of cultivation, allowing them to absorb the essence of the sun and moon and attain a remarkable pace of growth, surpassing that of ordinary beast kind. Moreover, the wind god wyvern was particularly renowned for its unparalleled speed. Their audacious claim to the title of wind god stemmed from their ability to fly at velocities that left even the wind itself in their wake. With such swiftness, utilizing it for a timely escape during their impending mission would be an invaluable asset. Currently, however, Zhang Yi faced the pressing challenge of persuading this creature to accompany him. Despite its youthful appearance, he was acutely aware that it was not easily swayed. The innate speed of this being alone rendered it beyond his reach. Should it sense even the slightest hint of danger, it would undoubtedly vanish before he could approach. After thorough analysis, Zhang Yi ultimately concluded that to win over this creature, he would need to rely on his silver-tongue persuasion. With his resolve firmly established, he prepared to take action. Zhang Yi instructed the mother of the colossal bird and the Empress to remain in place, and then, with unwavering determination, he soared alone towards the cave where the wind spirit pterosaur resided. Chapter 30. The unspoken secret. Perhaps this was a gesture to convey sincerity. As Zhang Yi approached within a mere 10 meters of the opposing territory, he voluntarily came to a halt. "Dragon brother, have you eaten yet? Would you care to join me for a bite? I have some delectable treats." While speaking, Zhang Yi generously produced the leftover meat from the mountain ape. A rare display of hospitality. In a bid to capture the other's attention, he exerted his utmost efforts, activating the 3,000 flames to roast the meat right before the wind god pterosaur. The sizzling sound filled the air as the leg of the mountain ape began to emit tantalizing oil, with a rich aroma of roasted meat wafting upwards. The previously indifferent young wind god pterosaur could no longer suppress its curiosity and stirred its tightly closed eyelids. What could that be, so fragrant? Seeing that the little creature had taken the bait, Zhang Yi felt a surge of triumph. At this moment, Zhang Yi suppressed his inner excitement and directly tossed the perfectly roasted, crispy yet tender leg of the mountain demon to the other party. "Here, freshly baked mountain demon meat. To give it a taste." Zhang Yi's generous offering of food to the creature stemmed from his burgeoning conviction that this being would henceforth serve as his personal aerial conveyance. Since it was now his possession, he believed it only fitting to ensure that his steed was well fed, rather than merely allowing it to gallop without sustenance. Although he felt a twinge of reluctance, Zhang Yi understood the adage that one must risk something to gain something greater. Despite having lost a leg from a mountain demon, he had acquired a magnificent beast capable of soaring through the skies with his family of 4. In this light, Zhang Yi felt that the transaction was undoubtedly advantageous. As for the source of his unwavering confidence in the creature's eventual submission, it was quite straightforward. The system had previously bestowed upon him 2 specialized items designed for controlling demonic beasts. Should his culinary offerings fail to win over the creature, he was fully prepared to employ these tools to bind it. However, Zhang Yi valued these items highly, and thus, he intended to maximize their potential. For the moment, he aimed to charm the creature. If that failed, he could always resort to more forceful means later. The juvenile Phocian pterosaur was blissfully unaware of Zhang Yi's ulterior motives. Ever since he had tossed the sizzling mountain demon leg before it, the young dragon had become increasingly agitated. Though still in its youth, it had lived for several centuries and had tasted various bloody delicacies over the years. Yet, it had never encountered anything that smelled as delectable as this offering. To claim that it was unmoved would be utterly false. At this moment, it cast aside any semblance of decorum and eagerly sank its teeth into the most succulent portion of the mountain demon leg. Seeing the creature indulge in his offering, Zhang Yi seized the opportunity to further his persuasive tactics. "Take your time, my dragon friend. Savor it slowly. There is plenty more where that came from. If you find yourself wanting, I can roast you another." As he spoke, his restless claws began to cautiously inch toward the territory of the Phocian pterosaur. Initially, he took a tentative step forward. Observing that the creature did not react, he boldly advanced another step. Still, there was no sign of protest. It seemed the creature was unperturbed by his encroachment. Encouraged, Zhang Yi continued to forge ahead, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps for steps. The distance between Zhang Yi and the juvenile pteranodon diminished with each passing moment, and his actions grew increasingly audacious. Before long, he found himself directly before the creature. It was only at this juncture that the juvenile pteranodon, previously preoccupied with contending with the mountain monkey, became aware of his presence. Perhaps due to the fact that it had previously consumed something from Zhang Yi, the creature hesitated to directly command him to leave, despite his proximity. It seemed to understand the adage that one ought not to be ungrateful when receiving gifts, although it did not mind Zhang Yi's approach. The juvenile pteranodon instinctively regarded him with caution, casting a wary glance in his direction. "If memory serves me correctly, we have never met before, have we? Pray tell, what brings you to seek my company?" Noticing the creature's lingering wariness, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. In the next moment, he flashed a charming smile, one he believed to be imbued with sincerity. What am I here for? Nothing in particular. I merely hold profound admiration for your esteemed reputation, dragon brother, and have prepared a few modest tokens of greeting, not for any other reason than to behold your magnificent visage and striking presence. In this instance, Zhang Yi drew upon the entirety of his past life's accumulated flattery, disregarding whether it was appropriate or comprehensible, and fervently showered the juvenile pteranodon with every compliment he could conjure. Zhang Yi was amidst a lively discussion when the wind god pterosaur suddenly interjected, "Wait." At this unexpected remark, Zhang Yi felt a pang of anxiety. What was happening? Had he perhaps erred in his words? Or unwittingly revealed some flaw that had been noticed by the other party? While he was engaged in self-reflection, the wind god pterosaur, in a sudden burst of excitement, flapped its wings vigorously. "What did you just call me?" "Dragon brother." Zhang Yi responded earnestly, uncertain of the implications of the pterosaur's words. "Dragon brother. Dragon brother. Someone actually called me brother." The creature exclaimed with glee, reminiscent of a child who has just received a cherished toy. Clearly, it was quite pleased with Zhang Yi's address. To be candid, Zhang Yi had stumbled upon this delightful moment by sheer chance. As a dragon species, the wind god pterosaur inherently possessed a lifespan far exceeding that of ordinary beasts, though it appeared to be several hundred years old in its lineage. It was merely an infant by comparison. In its clan, any randomly selected member would typically boast a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. For one as young as this pterosaur, having lived a few hundred years without ever knowing the sensation of being called brother was indeed a rarity. Now, suddenly confronted by someone who casually referred to it as brother, the little creature could hardly contain its excitement. Yet, it remained blissfully unaware that, given its current age, it was hardly in a position to assume the role of an elder to Zhang Yi, who had only recently entered the world. Calling Zhang Yi an ancestor would not be an exaggeration in the least. Of course, this secret, unless it becomes impossible to conceal one day, will likely remain untold by Zhang Yi for the entirety of his life. Chapter 31. Taming the Dragon Breed as a Mount. By the way, after all this time, you still haven't revealed what it is that you seek from me. Zhang Yi was deep in thought, contemplating how to further deceive the seemingly simple-minded fellow before him. Just at that moment, the individual unexpectedly spoke up. Perhaps Zhang Yi had yet to devise a suitable pretext, for his words came forth with noticeable hesitation. However, at this juncture, a voice echoed in his ears once more. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully triggered a random system task. Task details. Utilize the hunter ring to tame the wind god pterosaur as a mount. Task rewards. Refinement points 8, spiritual energy 10,000, invisibility grass 4. Listening to the system's announcement, a smile spread across Zhang Yi's face, unable to be contained. What a remarkable system. Just when he was grappling with how to tame this creature, a task had presented itself directly. It was as if he had been yearning for a nap and someone had graciously offered him a pillow. Now, he no longer cared about any wastefulness. Without hesitation, he retrieved a hunter ring from the system. "Brother Dragon, I have not only brought you delicacies but also a splendid treasure." In the next moment, Zhang Yi transformed into a master of persuasion, presenting the seemingly exquisite hunter ring to the creature. Meanwhile, not far from the territory of the wind god pterosaur, amidst a cluster of trees, the Empress and the mother of the giant bird had been waiting anxiously, observing Zhang Yi's prolonged absence. They deliberated and ultimately decided to investigate what scheme he was concocting. Thus, the three of them followed Zhang Yi's aura to this location. However, just as they descended, before they could commence their search, an astonishing sight unfolded before their eyes. "Wait, am I imagining things? What on earth has that fellow done?" The Empress, incredulous, raised her wings and pointed toward Zhang Yi's direction. Gazing outward, she beheld Zhang Yi perched upon the back of the wind god pterosaur hatchling, strolling leisurely toward them. This audacious fellow, could it be? The Empress, struggling to believe her own eyes, rubbed them vigorously before looking back at Zhang Yi. Only then did she confirm that the creature carrying the wind god pterosaur was none other than her gluttonous elder brother. Although she could not fathom the means by which Zhang Yi had achieved this, one thing was certain: he had indeed tamed the wind god pterosaur. This revelation was wildly reshaping her perceptions and understanding as the reincarnation of an Empress. In her previous life as an Empress, she had long yearned for a majestic steed akin to the wind god pterosaur. However, despite numerous attempts, she suffered considerable losses and had yet to even tame a single feather of the wind god pterosaur. Yet, this individual before her, in mere moments, had managed to subdue the inherently proud creature. Who exactly was this person? What secrets lay hidden within him that she remained unaware of? For a brief moment, the Empress found herself in a state of bewilderment, even beginning to question her own existence. After all, they were both born of the same avian essence. Why was there such a stark disparity in their fates? With Zhang Yi successfully taming the formidable flying apparatus known as the wind god pterosaur, they soon embarked on a journey deeper into the jungle. Unlike before, when they had to rely on their own wings, they now basked in Zhang Yi's fortune. Content to perch upon the back of the wind god pterosaur, gazing down upon the landscape below. Particularly exuberant was the little creature named Shupu, who, perhaps in awe of encountering such a magnificent beast for the first time, began to dance joyfully upon its back. In stark contrast to Xiaopu's enthusiasm, the Empress wore a troubled expression. After much internal conflict, she could no longer restrain herself and spoke up. Pray tell, what did you say to this creature? How did you manage to persuade the haughty wind god pterosaur to willingly serve as your mount? Ah, I must correct you, he interjected. He is not merely a creature. He is my dragon brother. Henceforth, you too must address him as dragon brother. Zhang Yi, with a rather arrogant demeanor, directly interjected to correct the situation. Below him. Upon hearing Zhang Yi affectionately refer to himself as dragon brother once again, the young wind god wyvern let out an exuberant and high-pitched cry, as if in agreement with him. Observing that Zhang Yi seemed unwilling to divulge any information, the Empress, in her frustration, redirected her focus towards the wind god wyvern. She was resolute in her belief that if Zhang Yi could accomplish such feats, then as a revered Empress, she too should be capable. Dragon brother, could you perhaps share with me what this creature has conveyed to you that compels you to heed its every word? Aha, my dear sister. This lad has promised me that from this day forth, we shall be companions in feasting. As long as I follow his guidance, he will provide me with an endless supply of roasted meat. As dragon brother spoke, a droplet of crystalline saliva involuntarily trickled down his chin, clearly indicating his lingering fondness for Zhang Yi's delectable roasted meat. However, upon hearing his response, the Empress's countenance was filled with disappointment. It was astonishingly simple. A mere roasted delicacy had managed to subdue a dragon species as a steed. This deal was exceedingly advantageous. Had she known that the legendary wind god wyvern possessed such a trivial disposition, she would have undoubtedly tamed countless dragon species as mounts in her past life. Little did she realize, this particular wind god wyvern, at its core, shared Zhang Yi's insatiable appetite. Were it another wind god wyvern, not even an entire empire would have swayed its attention, let alone mere roasted meat. It must be remarked that since his reincarnation, Zhang Yi has indeed been blessed with extraordinary fortune. From the moment of his birth, a plethora of good fortune had consistently graced his life. Noticing that his Empress sister appeared to be sulking, Zhang Yi, as a caring elder brother, seized the opportunity to deliver another playful jab. Ah, I almost forgot. Our current stock is rather low. Once this matter is resolved, we shall need to replenish our supplies. I see you have quite an interest in Dragon Brother. How about, at this moment, Zhang Yi deliberately paused, seemingly to entice the Empress further. How about what? Indeed, upon hearing a mention of the wind god wyvern, the Empress's interest was piqued. Recognizing that she had taken the bait, Zhang Yi continued, how about you take charge of our Dragon Brother's provisions moving forward? What do you say? No objections, I hope? Chapter 32, Preparations Before Entering the Core Zone. Goodness. You are quite the trickster. I have encountered those who deceive their parents. Yet I have never seen anyone con their own sister so shamelessly. Come. Today, we must settle this once and for all. Zhang Yi's sudden remarks left the previously perplexed Empress in a state of agitation. It is worth noting that even the mere presence of Zhang Yi, a notorious glutton, had already been a considerable source of annoyance for her. Now, to her dismay, the addition of Long Go, with his insatiable appetite, only exacerbated her vexation. One glance at the colossal form of the wind god pterosaur, which obscured the sky, made it abundantly clear that he was yet another voracious eater. At that moment, the Empress began to entertain doubts about whether the wind god pterosaur had so readily agreed to serve as Zhang Yi's mount simply to secure a free, long-term meal ticket. As the Empress launched her sudden offensive, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. He pretended to stretch his limbs before boldly provoking her. It seems this little girl needs a lesson for being idle for too long. Come now, since you're feeling a bit tense, as your elder brother, I shall reluctantly assist in loosening you up. As he spoke, he prepared to charge at his Empress sister, eager to demonstrate who truly held dominion in their household. However, just as the two were on the brink of a fierce altercation, the mother of the giant bird, unable to tolerate Zhang Yi's bullying demeanor, swiftly intervened, separating the siblings. Daughter, perhaps you should refrain from further provocations. You cannot possibly best this insufferable brat. Why subject yourself to needless hardship? With that, she consoled the Empress while casting a disapproving glance at Zhang Yi. You truly are incorrigible, bullying your sister at every opportunity instead of showing her any compassion. In response to his mother's reprimands, Zhang Yi naturally felt reluctant to say much, at most silently grumbling a few complaints in his heart. Alas, his long-planned scheme for free labor was now thwarted. With his mother having stepped in, he felt obliged to maintain a semblance of respect. Consequently, during the forthcoming grain-storing initiative, Zhang Yi, who had initially intended to take the easy route, had no choice but to relinquish his plans. After all, the other parties involved were his sister and mother. While it was acceptable to tease the Empress, he could not bear to witness his mother toil alongside them. Truth be told, having ingrained filial piety deep within him, Zhang Yi felt a twinge of reluctance. Thus, he ultimately abandoned his plans and joined the mother-daughter duo in their efforts to gather provisions. Fortunately, his skills had significantly improved since his last advancement. With his newfound strength, capturing low-tier demon beasts had become almost effortless. As for why he refrained from seeking higher-tier beasts for sustenance, the reasons were quite straightforward. Firstly, they were about to face an uncertain and perilous battle, and it was imprudent to exhaust their energies excessively beforehand. Secondly, they were racing against time. Engaging with higher-tier beasts would undoubtedly consume precious moments. Instead of squandering time, they would be better off searching for superior sustenance once they delved deeper into the forest. Regarding Zhang Yi's initial focus on his sister rather than others, it was, in fact, for her own benefit. Long before his encounter with the mountain goblin, he had sensed that she was on the verge of a sixth-tier breakthrough. However, during the subsequent period, whether due to a life of ease or some other reason, despite her relentless absorption of energy, she remained shackled by the sixth-tier threshold. Zhang Yi suspected that her previous breakthroughs had been too smooth, leaving her unable to grasp the opportunity for advancement. It was precisely for this reason that he intended to arrange a balanced confrontation for her, allowing her to find the chance to break through combat. After all, none of them could foresee the chaos that awaited them. With every increment of strength they gained, their chances of survival in the ensuing battle would increase. Regrettably, despite his good intentions, his Empress sister failed to comprehend his sincere motives. It made him wonder if she had truly earned her title in her past life. Ultimately, after a moment of inward lament, Zhang Yi closed his eyes to meditate, disregarding the venomous glances his sister occasionally cast in his direction. In the ensuing days, during daylight hours, the trio busied themselves with gathering provisions. At night, they would rest upon the back of the wind spirit wyvern, harnessing the moonlight to absorb the demon cores and crystals they had yet to thoroughly consume. As for their companion, Long Gu, there was no cause for concern. Being of dragon lineage, he possessed inherent advantages in cultivation. Despite his apparent lack of serious training, Zhang Yi understood that each time Long Gu inhaled and exhaled, he was, in fact, honing his skills. This was why, even while carrying the entire family through the skies, he never complained of fatigue. Furthermore, during mealtimes, Zhang Yi ensured that Long Gu was treated to a lavish feast of delectable demon meat. At Long Ear's level, he no longer cared whether the beast contained spiritual energy suitable for his cultivation. Consuming food was merely a quicker means of replenishing energy than even breathing. In truth, he was more concerned with the texture and flavor of the demon meat than its spiritual properties. Thus, Zhang Yi and his companions journeyed on, stopping intermittently. Unbeknownst to them, over 10 days had elapsed since their departure. During this time, although they had not actively monitored the happenings deep within the forest, the sporadic eruptions of terrifying energy ripples and fluctuations in spiritual energy indicated that a fierce battle was likely ongoing. Moreover, as they approached the heart of the conflict, they could even faintly detect the pungent scent of blood in the air. It was anticipated that within a day or two, they would officially enter the core battleground. To ensure the success of their endeavor, Zhang Yi realized he needed to prepare adequately. Not to mention, the wind spirit wyvern's colossal form would likely be conspicuous from a distance. Without proper preparations, they would be fortunate if they were not targeted as live targets by other formidable beasts, let alone successfully navigating the chaos. Chapter 33 would attribute demon crystal, devoured directly. Henceforth, we ought to exercise a degree of discretion. After a period of profound contemplation, Zhang Yi spoke in a hushed tone. If we continue to act so ostentatiously, we may find ourselves targeted by other formidable beings before we even penetrate deeper into the territory. And what about Brother Long? With such a massive stature, it would be quite challenging for him to avoid drawing attention. The Empress gazed longingly at the wind god pterosaur. This is simple. I have already devised a solution. Zhang Yi spoke with a casual demeanor, yet in the next moment, a singular thought flickered in his mind. Accompanied by the luminous gleam of the beast hunter ring upon the neck of the wind god pterosaur, the colossal creature began to diminish at a visibly astonishing rate. In mere moments, this grand being transformed into a diminutive dragon, no larger than a palm, alighting upon Zhang Yi's back. Witnessing this extraordinary spectacle, the Empress beside him widened her eyes in astonishment. What manner of sorcery is this? Despite her past reign as an Empress and her belief in her extensive knowledge, Zhang Yi's feat left her utterly astounded. In response to her incredulous expression, Zhang Yi wore a disdainful smile, thinking, how naive you appear. Merely a beast hunter ring. And you are rendered speechless. Please do not claim me as your brother in public. I cannot bear such embarrassment. Although the Empress felt a surge of indignation at his words, she found herself at a loss for a retort. After all, whether in her previous life or in this rebirth, she had never wielded such extraordinary powers as Zhang Yi displayed. Logically, having seized such a precious opportunity to mock his sister, Zhang Yi should have thoroughly chastised her. Yet, rather than pursuing the matter, he only offered a token jest before choosing to abandon the topic. His reasoning was simple. He himself was uncertain how to explain the beast hunter ring. It would be absurd to reveal to his mother and sister that he had been reborn and was accompanied by a system, with no clear explanation at hand. He opted to redirect his focus. In comparison to these trivial matters, the forthcoming actions were of paramount importance. An hour passed. Zhang Yi and his companions once again embarked on their journey. However, this time was markedly different from before. No longer did they traverse the world with ostentation. Instead, they opted for the secluded depths of dense forests. Along the way, should they encounter a beast that caught their eye or a spirit fruit that exuded a delightful aura, Zhang Yi would naturally pause to gather what he could. Yet, these forays seldom lasted long, nor did they create much disturbance. On this particular day, the quartet, comprising 4 avian companions and a dragon, weaved through the thickets of the jungle. Suddenly, the little creature known as Pooh, which had trailed Zhang Yi like a shadow, broke away from the group and darted toward a nearby bush. Observing this unexpected behavior, a faint smile tugged at the corners of Zhang Yi's mouth. He understood that unless it had stumbled upon something extraordinary, Pooh would not stray beyond a few meters of his side. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi beckoned his giant avian mother and the others to follow. After navigating through the underbrush for an indeterminate distance, they finally caught sight of Pooh once more. The forest before them had been irrevocably altered by a fierce battle, with shattered trees and scattered debris littering the ground. It was evident that a conflict of considerable magnitude had transpired here before their arrival. Zhang Yi's brow furrowed at the sight. Everyone, be cautious. We are likely approaching the heart of this jungle. His certainty stemmed from a faint yet potent spiritual energy emanating from the broken branches. A signature of beasts of formidable power. Before Zhang Yi could call out to Pooh, the little creature returned, clutching a lustrous, emerald green crystal in its beak. My goodness! It's a demon crystal! Zhang Yi exclaimed. However, before he could inspect it further, the Empress interjected, alas, this crystal possesses what attributes, which are of little use to us. If only it were of fire attributes. Perhaps then, I could. Upon witnessing her lamentation, Zhang Yi could only shake his head in exasperation. At such a time, you still concern yourself with trivialities. Any find is a fortunate one, since you seem so dissatisfied. I shall take it upon myself to claim this as your elder brother. With thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhang Yi disregarded any objections from the other party and directly seized the demon crystal, tilting his head back to swallow it whole. Ever since Zhang Yi ascended to the 8th tier, his innate divine ability, the gluttonous feast, had undergone a significant enhancement. Now, he would only refrain from consuming particularly potent demon crystals directly. As for those produced by 2nd or 3rd tier great demons, especially those to which he possessed an innate attribute suppression, even if he ingested them directly, there would be no adverse effects. However, this action, witnessed by the Empress nearby, appeared to her as an egregious waste. After all, it was a crystal of a great demon. Such a precious item should not be consumed so carelessly. Without first utilizing the moonlight to refine it, she observed him with an expression of disdain, rolling her eyes in disapproval. Zhang Yi, with a slight shake of his somewhat disheveled feathers, seemed to convey a message. I relish your disdain for me, yet your inability to eliminate me. Just moments ago, it was you who expressed disdain, and now you find yourself regretting it? Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Despite Zhang Yi's nonchalant demeanor, the Empress beside him felt a simmering irritation, yet she was powerless to act. What could she do, after all, when her strength was lacking? After consuming the demon crystal, Zhang Yi, accompanied by Xiaopu and the others, embarked on an exploration of the nearby area. During their search, although they did not discover treasures as potent as the demon crystals, they could not claim to have returned empty-handed. They found a modest collection of spiritual fruits and herbs. Despite Zhang Yi's carnivorous inclinations, occasionally sampling these spiritual delicacies proved to be a delightful diversion. Moreover, even if not consumed directly, these herbs and fruits could serve as exquisite seasonings for their roasted meats. After an exhaustive search, confirming that no further spiritual fluctuations existed in their vicinity, they contentedly ventured deeper into the forest. Given their meticulousness, one might mistake them for a dedicated cleanup crew among the beasts, unaware of the true nature of their endeavors. In the ensuing days, Zhang Yi and his companions devoted their daylight hours to gathering spoils, while their nights were spent honing their skills under the moonlight, leading a life of remarkable comfort. Alas, such bliss was not destined to endure. One fateful evening, as they continued their ritual of consuming the spoils from the day's endeavors, a heart-wrenching wail shattered the tranquility, abruptly pulling them from their meditative state. Sigh. This creature showed no signs of respite, creating a ruckus in the dead of night. The female emperor, reluctantly disturbed from her practice, shook her head in resignation. Indeed, the cacophony had originated from the beasts mercilessly slaughtered by the blood shadow demon tiger. As they delved further into the thicket, such cries had become a grim yet familiar occurrence. Yet, upon hearing the anguished cries of the demon beast, a triumphant smile crept upon Zhang Yi's lips. It seemed that the formidable creatures of this jungle had been nearly eradicated. I believe it is time for us to make our move. The conclusion drawn by Zhang Yi is quite straightforward. After days of observation, he now possesses the ability to accurately discern the cultivation level of the slain demon beasts merely through his perceptive gaze. Initially, the victims of the blood shadow demon tiger were predominantly formidable demons of 6th rank or higher. Despite the blood shadow demon tiger's superior cultivation, dispatching these powerful entities required considerable effort. Gradually, as the ranks of the 6th-tier demons dwindled, the blood shadow demon tiger shifted its focus, targeting those of only 4th or 5th rank. In confronting these lesser beings, the speed of the blood shadow demon tiger became markedly swifter. Every few hours, those lurking at the battlefield's periphery could hear the anguished cries of the great demons falling victim to the blood shadow demon tiger. Presently, even the 4th and 5th rank demons seemed to have been nearly exterminated. Judging by the recent commotion, it appears that the latest casualties were at most of 3rd rank. In the past, Zhang Yi and his companions would have found dealing with such demons quite challenging. However, the situation has transformed. Over these days, Zhang Yi and his companions have been able to amass a substantial number of demon beast corpses to replenish their energy. Consequently, their cultivation levels have surged remarkably. The once 5th rank female emperor has now ascended to the 9th rank, and it seems that it will not be long before she successfully breaks through her constraints and advances to the realm of the divine beasts. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, exhibits even greater prowess. Bolstered by the dual advantages of the system and the sumptuous feast, he has successfully ascended to the rank of a 1st-tier divine beast. As the most formidable among them, the colossal avian matriarch has nearly grasped the threshold of a 2nd-tier divine beast, poised to advance to a 3rd-tier divine beast shortly. Given the current strength of their team, unless they encounter formidable foes of 5th tier or above, they can manage to escape even if they cannot defeat them. Moreover, they possess the wind god pterosaur as a contingency. Should they confront adversaries beyond their capabilities, this creature's remarkable speed would enable them to flee swiftly, ensuring the safety of their family of 4. Zhang Yi was contemplating whether to delve deeper into the unknown. At that moment, the colossal avian matriarch, previously engrossed in her cultivation, was startled awake by the earlier commotion. He promptly rose to his feet, glancing at the other birds. Mother, if we continue to rely on picking up scraps to enhance our strength, when will I ever become a being akin to the blood shadow demon tiger? Mother, I believe it is high time we ventured further. It is said that fortune favors the bold. With our current capabilities, we can certainly challenge the formidable beast lurking in the jungle. We have come this far. And if we do not engage, would it not be a wasted journey? The Empress, upon hearing Zhang Yi's proposal, couldn't help but smile faintly. His words struck a chord deep within her. Observing Zhang Yi's rapid ascension and cultivation, she felt her own progress, while commendable, paled in comparison to her brother's swift advancement. If this trend continued, she feared she would never surpass him in order to seek her vengeance. Thus, she resolved that it was imperative to take a risk. Perhaps an unexpected opportunity awaited that could bridge the gap between them. With this thought in mind, the Empress echoed his sentiments. Indeed, Mother, I believe you are absolutely correct. Since we are here, it would be a shame not to explore. Furthermore, our cultivation is a struggle against heaven and earth. If we merely accumulate strength without confrontation, we might one day find ourselves outmatched and perish. Seeing her children pleading with her, the once cautious avian matriarch felt a stir of excitement. She recognized the truth in the Empress's words. Having come this far without engaging would feel akin to arriving at a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. With this realization, she set aside her cultivation and prepared to lead Zhang Yi and the others deeper into the jungle. However, before they could embark, a sudden voice echoed from the depths of the forest, rendering them momentarily speechless. "Attention, all beings of the demon tribe. The great sage of the demon tribe has summoned you. All entities of level 6 and above are hereby invited to the demon tribe arena to qualify for the grand tournament. Victors will be rewarded with the spiritual veins of the demon palace." As the proclamation resonated, Zhang Yi and his companions were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the announcement. What was this all about? Who was the great sage of the demon tribe? Could it be? Zhang Yi suddenly seemed to recall something, instinctively glancing towards the Empress. If my conjecture is correct, the blood shadow demon tiger must have exhausted its spiritual energy and perished. This time, before Zhang Yi could even voice his inquiry, the Empress directly revealed the underlying mystery. What? It has perished already? Was it not a 9th-tier great demon? How could it succumb before I even arrived? Just moments ago, it was ferociously rampaging like a mad dog. How could it suddenly meet its end? Zhang Yi, while speaking, instinctively raised his eyes towards the direction from which the earlier commotion had emanated. In the distance, the once tumultuous scene of ominous clouds had now completely dissipated. The formidable energy fluctuations that had surged just a moment ago were now gradually subsiding. It appeared that the blood shadow demon tiger had indeed met its demise. What a stroke of misfortune! This wretched fate seems to be thwarting my path to fortune. Upon hearing the news of the demise of the blood shadow demon tiger, Zhang Yi immediately erupted in a fit of indignation. Just as he was passionately venting his frustrations, the previously silent wind god Pterodactyl spoke up in a grave tone. Well, that is not necessarily the case. At the mention of this, Zhang Yi, who had been somewhat deflated, suddenly regained his vigor. What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting? Before he could finish his thought, the wind god Pterodactyl continued, although this great demon has perished, it does not imply that we are devoid of opportunities. After all, this creature was on the verge of breaking free from the shackles of a great demon. If we act swiftly enough, we might even see some advantageous spoils. Even if we cannot catch the big fish, gathering a few scraps or simply experiencing the world should be sufficient to entertain you for a while. Moreover, there will be a grand competition hosted by the Demon Clan's great sage. If you can seize this opportunity and emerge victorious, just think of the possibilities. Though the dragon's words remained unfinished, every creature present grasped the underlying implication. However, just as Zhang Yi and his companions were preparing to pack their belongings and set off, the Empress timely doused their excitement with a chilling statement. Do not harbor any illusions about picking up scraps. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yi gazed at the other party with a puzzled expression. Did you not hear? This matter has already stirred the great sages of the Demon Clan in this region. Surely, you cannot naively believe that this great sage has traveled thousands of miles merely to deliver a message, can you? The Empress gazed with pride at Zhang Yi and his companions, who appeared somewhat deflated. In matters of other domains, she might not surpass these individuals present. Yet, when it comes to knowledge and experience, it is likely that even if they were to combine their efforts, they could not match her wisdom. Even the wind god Pterodactyl, a creature of unknown age, would fall short, for this glutton was consumed by a singular obsession with food, neglecting all else. Perhaps he himself was unaware that the reason the great sage of the Demon Clan had issued a decree was because the battlefield had already been cleared. By the time they arrived, they would likely glean little of significance. It is essential to understand that any demon of rank exceeding the 5th tier is registered and documented within the demon sage's estate. Should a powerful demon perish, the estate would be promptly informed. The commotion caused by the 9th tier blood shadow demon tiger was so sudden and overwhelming that it delayed the estate's response to manage the aftermath. Otherwise, given Zhang Yi and his companions' cultivation levels at that time, they would have gained no advantage whatsoever. The corpses of those formidable demons would have long been scavenged by the estate's agents. It is common knowledge that any beast capable of reaching the status of a great demon is no ordinary creature. Even in death, they are treasures within the human realm. In the eyes of humanity, these demon corpses resemble walking treasure troves. From their bones, demon cores, and demon crystals to their flesh and fur, every part is a priceless gem. For human cultivators, bones, demon cores, and crystals can be utilized to forge top-tier magical artifacts or adornments, while fur and flesh can be crafted into clothing or gourmet dishes. Thus, the higher the rank of the demon, the greater its value in human society. Consequently, How could the authoritative demon sage's estate allow such treasures to be buried and forgotten in the human realm? Generally, the estate dispatches specialized personnel to collect the remains of these great demons post-incident. Of course, there are exceptions, such as the first-tier mountain demon they initially hunted. The estate had not yet managed to retrieve that creature's corpse before Zhang Yi and his companions divided it amongst themselves. This was due to their swift combat, which left the estate unable to react in time. Moreover, the frenzy of the 9th-tier Blood Shadow Demon Tiger occurred at an opportune moment. Were it not for this, Zhang Yi and his companions would have never so easily seized that opportunity. Observing the Empress's astute analysis, the previously eager individuals in attendance suddenly found their spirits dampened. Ultimately, it was Zhang Yi who first regained his composure. He abruptly lifted his gaze to the self-satisfied Empress and asked, "Since you possess such extensive knowledge, might you enlighten us on what steps we should take next?" "It is quite simple. Of course, we shall participate in the grand tournament organized by the Demon Lord's estate." It seems that the commotion caused by the Blood Shadow Magic Tiger was rather significant, coupled with our fortuitous circumstances. To our astonishment, the one tasked with tidying up the aftermath is none other than the Demon Lord himself. Under normal circumstances, matters concerning a 9th-tier demon would typically be managed by the Demon Lord's subordinates. After they have dealt with the situation, the remnants are usually returned directly to the Demon Lord's estate for storage. If I am not mistaken, the uproar caused by the Blood Shadow Magic Tiger must have led to numerous caverns with spiritual veins being vacated in the forest, prompting the Demon Lord to personally intervene to stabilize the situation. Since the Demon Lord has taken it upon himself this time, if our good fortune continues, I dare say the reward for this tournament may very well be the demon corpse of the Blood Shadow Magic Tiger. Perhaps we might even secure a cavern abundant in spiritual energy as our dwelling. At this thought, a satisfied smile graced the lips of the Empress. Ever since their lair was set ablaze when Zhang Yi awakened the Golden Crow bloodline, they have scarcely known a moment's peace. Their days have been fraught with hardship, wandering aimlessly. To be honest, the Empress can hardly recall the last time she had the luxury of a proper rest, or even a bath. If they were fortunate enough to acquire a cavern this time, it would not only spare them from further wandering but also alleviate the anxiety of being interrupted by other demon beasts or formidable demons during their cultivation or rest. After all, the caverns with spiritual veins allocated by the Demon Sacred Estate are all meticulously recorded. Even when ownership changes, it must be sanctioned by the Demon Sacred Estate. This is akin to property deeds in the human realm. Should a demon dare to intrude upon another powerful demon's cavern without the consent of the Demon Sacred Estate, it would be tantamount to provoking the estate itself. In such a case, even if Zhang Yi and his companions refrained from intervening, the Demon Sacred Estate would undoubtedly not spare the intruder. It is imperative to understand that the territorial consciousness of the demon race far surpasses that of humanity. After listening to the Empress's insightful analysis, at this moment, Zhang Yi seemed to have caught a whiff of a unique business opportunity. He abruptly turned to glance at the Fengshen pterosaur, who was resting with its eyes closed on his back. Chapter 36. Racing Against Time with the Demons of the Demon Sacred Manor. Dragon brother, you heard what my sister just said, right? Now, there is something I wish to confirm with you. What is it? Speak plainly. Between brothers, there is no need for pretense. Having spent a considerable amount of time with Zhang Yi, the Fengshen pterosaur was well aware of his character. Whenever Zhang Yi spoke to him with such courtesy, it invariably signified that he required assistance. Given that, in recent times, Zhang Yi had consistently thought of him whenever there was a good opportunity. And with his incessant calls of Dragon Brother from dawn till dusk, even without the pressure of the beast hunting ring, he was genuinely inclined to lend this fellow a hand. Observing the Fengshen pterosaur's willing cooperation, Zhang Yi felt encouraged. Zhang Yi then continued, "Brother Long, you must have heard the command from that demon general. If we can secure victory in the grand tournament, we shall gain the opportunity to select a spiritual vein cave. Therefore, I would like to propose, after a brief moment of hesitation, that you accompany us on a tour of the nearby spiritual vein caves, so we can identify the one with the most abundant spiritual energy to serve as our future base of sustenance." It must be noted that ever since Zhang Yi ascended to the realm of the great beast, his confidence has flourished alongside his burgeoning strength. Remarkably, even before participating in the tournament, they have already begun to contemplate the spoils of victory. Perhaps he feared that this fellow might become lethargic and reluctant to act. Zhang Yi boldly proposed, "Brother Long, although my sister mentioned that the people from the Demon Saint Mansion would collect the resources of the fallen great demons in advance, consider this. If we are swift enough, we might just beat them to the punch and seize a fortune. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, the once skeptical Empress swiftly grasped the implication. How had she not thought of this? Given the current circumstances, the minions of the Demon Saint Mansion might still be in the preliminary stages of inventory, yet to collect the spoils amassed by the fallen great demons. At best, they had only managed to transport the corpse of the deceased Blood Shadow Demon Tiger. If they could act before the collection of the deceased demon's lair, they would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards. After all, they possessed the unparalleled speed of the Wind God Wyvern as their steed, granting them a distinct advantage in velocity. Indeed, Brother Long, as long as we are fast enough, we shall uncover abundant treasures. Who knows, among those great demons, there may be many who share your insatiable appetite. Just imagine, the collections of these great demons are bound to be top tier. Coupled with my brother's unique culinary skills, we can ensure you a delectable feast. It must be said, the Empress had truly honed her persuasive skills to perfection. Perhaps only Zhang Yi could rival her in the entire demon realm. In her understanding, the best tactic against the Wind God Wyvern was a sumptuous meal. If one was tea sufficient, then another would surely follow. Thus, under the harmonious persuasion of the brother and sister duo, the previously reluctant Wind God Wyvern was soon enticed by their mention of a grand feast. Although he was yet unaware of the specifics of this meal, he couldn't help but salivate at the thought. All right, given your filial piety, Brother Long shall grant you a taste of what it means to travel at the speed of the wind, with the allure of a lavish feast. The somewhat simple-minded Wind God Wyvern quickly transformed into a soaring vessel, carrying Zhang Yi and his family on their journey, perhaps to motivate Brother Long further. During their swift travel, Zhang Yi and the Empress occasionally offered him grilled meat, under the pretense of cheering him on. Indeed, bolstered by this special treatment, Zhang Yi and his companions took merely an hour to arrive at the nearest cave to their previous encampment. However, just as they landed, before they could venture forth to investigate the situation, they encountered a curious little demonic beast peering at them. This creature, perhaps due to its impure lineage and inadequate cultivation, exuded an air of endearing foolishness. Yet, beneath its seemingly simple exterior lay an innate cleverness that belied its appearance. Upon noticing the unfamiliar faces of Zhang Yi and his companions, the little creature approached them without waiting for an invitation. Ah, you must be outsiders, it chirped. This place is perilous. Without a local demon to guide you, you might not even comprehend how you met your demise. Fortunately, I am the local expert here. And within 100 miles, there is scarcely a spot I am unaware of. If you are willing to part with a spirit fruit, I shall gladly serve as your guide. Upon hearing the creature's self-promotion, the imposing Empress of the group was inclined to dismiss it outright. Yet, before she could voice her refusal, Zhang Yi swiftly produced a spirit fruit from his pocket and tossed it to the creature. To Zhang Yi, spirit fruits had become merely a rare delicacy to alleviate boredom, akin to apples or pears in the human realm, given his current level of cultivation. He reasoned that, considering their unfamiliarity with the area, blindly searching might cause them to overlook countless treasures. However, with a knowledgeable guide, they could save considerable time. Little one, could you lead us to explore the nearby spirit vein caves? Zhang Yi approached the little with a gentle demeanor and spoke directly. This is certainly not an issue. They accepted the toss by Zhang Yi and immediately took a hearty bite. Follow me, it said, and swiftly dashed deeper into the jungle, leading the way with enthusiasm. Zhang Yi and his companions swiftly arrived at their first destination. The little demon that guided them was likely leading to the lair of a wolf demon. The conclusion was drawn primarily because, from a considerable distance, Zhang Yi detected a pervasive stench of urine. Chapter 37, The Empress's Scheme for Wealth. Even after becoming formidable demons, they remained unable to abandon their habit of relieving themselves indiscriminately. How revolting! The Empress and Zhang Yi exchanged disdainful glances, flapping their wings as if to diminish the pungent stench that pervaded the air. In stark contrast, the mother giant bird and her companions seemed completely oblivious to the acrid odor. At that moment, they were filled with excitement, rushing eagerly towards the den of the wolf demon. Observing their enthusiastic advance, the Empress and Zhang Yi, perhaps concerned about their treasures being seized, reluctantly suppressed their disgust and steeled themselves to follow in that direction. Upon entering the cave, Zhang Yi immediately activated his insightful eye to perceive his surroundings. Through his keen observations and the residual spiritual energy lingering within, he deduced that this cave had once been inhabited by a wolf demon of at least third-tier cultivation. This was a creature that had endured the trials of a beast tide and the blood shadow magic tiger. Otherwise, given their prior cultivation levels, Zhang Yi and his companions would have instinctively fled as far as possible upon encountering such a formidable presence. As he surveyed the cave, it was evident that there were no particularly valuable treasures. The remnants consisted mainly of leftover beast blood, bones, hides, and some commonly found herbs and spiritual fruits. The sparse furnishings suggested that the wolf demon had not lived in opulence. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yi, their initial misstep stemmed from a crucial oversight. They were now on the outskirts of the core area of the forest, where even the least formidable demons ranked at least 3rd or 4th tier. Creatures like the wolf demon, which could roam freely at the periphery, were hardly of concern in this realm. These demons thrived primarily by hunting other beasts to enhance their cultivation. Moreover, wolf demons, much like domesticated dogs in the human world, had minimal dietary requirements. They were primarily omnivorous, consuming whatever was available without any signs of picky eating. To strike it rich, they would have to venture deeper into the forest. Realizing there was little to gain here, Zhang Yi and his group lost interest in lingering any longer. After a brief search that confirmed the absence of anything of particular value, they exited the cave. Zhang Yi, once brimming with enthusiasm, now found his spirits greatly diminished. He had hoped to seize a lucrative opportunity, only to face this disappointing outcome. Sensing Zhang Yi's despondence, the nearby wind god Pterosaur took on the role of a supportive brother, saying, "Do not lose heart. It was merely a fruitless trip. If this place does not pan out, we can always seek our fortunes elsewhere. As the elder brother, I dare not speak of anything else. But I have never conceded to anyone in terms of speed. Come, let us venture deeper into the forest. I refuse to believe that after exerting such effort, we could fail to uncover anything of value." Just as the leader appeared hesitant, uncertain whether to proceed, the little demon who had been guiding them seemed to have caught wind of something significant from their conversation. "Gentlemen," he interjected, "from what I gathered, you traveled quite a distance to arrive here. Surely you are not merely hoping to bargain?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback before he nodded emphatically. With his acknowledgement, the little demon continued, "Then I fear you may have come in vain." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Yi and the Empress exchanged puzzled glances. "You may not be aware," one of them remarked, "but in our realm, those who survive are the great demons that have awakened their intelligence. These great demons, when they come across items of value that they cannot utilize, often emulate humans by taking these goods to the demon market in exchange for things they can use. Therefore, if you hope to strike it rich by merely picking up scraps, I advise you to reconsider." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was struck by enlightenment. It appeared that not only was the human world advancing, but so too was the world of demons. To be frank, had it not been for this little demon enlightening him, he would never have fathomed that these beings would one day diverge from their traditional roles and instead emulate humans by establishing a demon market. Alas, not only did he fail to gain any benefit, but he also lost a spirit fruit in the process, a predicament he was at a loss to explain. Just when he felt utterly despondent and uncertain about what to do next, the Empress, as if sensing a business opportunity, suddenly dashed over to the little demon. "You mentioned that there is a demon market deep within the forest, correct?" "Indeed," the little demon replied, taken aback. The Empress, upon hearing this, became exceedingly excited. Though her sudden enthusiasm startled the little demon, who feared that this imposing figure intended something untoward. Fortunately, the Empress quickly regained her composure. "So that's how it is," she murmured softly. Abruptly, she turned to Zhang Yi, saying, "If I recall correctly, you have quite a few valuable items, do you not?" "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi stammered, feeling an unsettling sense that he was about to be robbed under the Empress's scrutinizing gaze. "Little girl, I advise you to behave yourself and refrain from coveting my possessions. Otherwise, I, as your elder brother, won't hesitate to teach you a lesson on how to properly embrace your demonic nature." As Zhang Yi spoke, he deliberately displayed what he believed to be an intimidating and fierce gaze. Observing the misunderstanding on his opponent's face, the Empress promptly shook her head in denial. It was only then that she revealed her thoughts. "My dear brother, please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of coveting your treasures. Rather, I have conceived an excellent idea. If my plan can be executed, it is likely that, even without extensive traveling, we could unexpectedly amass a considerable fortune." Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi felt a flicker of interest. However, exercising caution, he scrutinized the Empress with a wary expression for quite some time before hesitantly responding. "You speak of a chance to gain wealth. You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? I warn you, should I discover that you dare to trick me, the consequences would be dire, even without my elaboration." Chapter 38, Scorpion Excrement, a unique venture paw? Look how frightened you are. Do you think so poorly of me? Regardless of my demeanor, you are still my dear brother. Even if I may not act like a proper sibling, I would never betray you, the Empress assured him, her voice earnest. Rest assured, I guarantee that if you heed my advice, we shall undoubtedly secure a modest profit this time. If fortune favors us, perhaps we might even land a significant windfall. Fearing that Zhang Yi might remain unconvinced, she began to pat her not-so-pert bosom in assurance. How about you first share your plan? Despite the Empress's repeated assurances, Zhang Yi remained somewhat skeptical about this reincarnated sister of the Empress. Nevertheless, he pondered over her proposed plan, which she elaborated upon. In truth, her strategy was not overly intricate. It mirrored the rudimentary barter system of early human society. She believed that although the beasts of the jungle had awakened their intellect and begun to engage in commerce akin to humans, they were still not human. Even with their intellectual awakening, their understanding remained limited. Engaging in trade is a profound discipline, one that cannot be mastered merely by a few enlightened beasts. Their intelligence allowed them only a superficial grasp of the concept. This was evident from the earlier encounter with the little beast. If the Empress had conducted that transaction, she certainly would not have allowed Zhang Yi to settle with just a common spirit fruit. Even if she did not intend to extort heavily, she would have at least demanded a share after the exchange. However, this creature transformed a potentially lucrative deal into a mere one-off transaction. Consequently, not only did they fail to reap sufficient benefits, but they also risked offending other formidable beasts in the jungle. The returns were clearly disproportionate to the risks involved. It was precisely for this reason that the Empress concluded that the prominent beasts in the market were likely similar to the little creature. They were undoubtedly less adept at the art of negotiation than she was. This presented a golden opportunity. In her past life, she had been a revered Empress of the Celestial Dynasty. When it came to shrewdness, these great beasts were no match for her. Thus, they could confidently venture into the beast market, utilizing the resources under Zhang Yi's control to engage in advantageous exchanges. Upon hearing her plan, Zhang Yi was suddenly enlightened. How had he not thought of this sooner? Surely, his earlier disappointment from not finding anything of value had clouded his judgment. In his previous life, he had frequently haggled with the vendors at the market, sometimes spending nearly half an hour negotiating over a mere dime. When it came to bargaining, he had no doubt that these great beasts would not be his equals, especially considering that the seasoned vendors he had dealt with were far more experienced. If they could not best him, how could these beasts? Apart from that, Zhang Yi possesses an unparalleled advantage over both people and entities in this world. This advantage lies in his marketing acumen and business intellect that surpasses the conventional understanding of this era. If he so desires, he could easily bewilder these intellectually deficient demons. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi promptly consented to the Empress's plan. All right, let us proceed with this. However, as the saying goes, even brothers must settle accounts clearly. We must delineate how to divide the profits since I am the one providing the resources to avoid any future complications. How shall the profits be divided? Naturally, it should be a 50-50 split. Although the resources were provided by you, without my idea, you would not have conceived it at all. At the mention of profit sharing, the Empress was quite spirited. She immediately proposed a 50-50 split with Zhang Yi. Given such an unreasonable demand from her, Zhang Yi would certainly not acquiesce. In his view, he bore all the initial costs, thus he deserved the larger share, if not a 90-10 split, at least an 80-20 division. A 50-50 division was out of the question. Moreover, he was already aware of the other party's plan. To put it bluntly, as long as he acted without scruples, he could simply declare a sudden change of heart. In that event, forget about profit sharing. The Empress would find herself powerless, even if she were reluctant. After all, as long as he acted without ethics, no one could morally bind him in this world, not even the demons. Who could contest with his strength? If the Empress dared utter another word, he would not hesitate to administer a lesson in love. After all, he was not new to such dealings. However, just as he had resolved to be obstinate and refused to acknowledge any agreement, the next statement from the Empress compelled him to relent. You scoundrel! I knew you would be untrustworthy, but hold your rejection for a moment. Let me finish my thought before you consider it. What do you mean by that? For some reason, when the Empress uttered these words, Zhang Yi suddenly felt a sense of being ensnared. Observing Zhang Yi's growing impatience, the Empress feigned profundity and slowly inquired, Can you refine elixirs? Those 5 short words left Zhang Yi, along with several others nearby, momentarily speechless. No, I cannot. Just as he began to speak, Zhang Yi suddenly seemed to grasp something. Refining elixirs? What do you mean by that? Zhang Yi gazed at the self-satisfied Empress with a hint of confusion. It's nothing. Merely a literal interpretation. As Zhang Yi grew anxious, the Empress remained unfazed. Do you know what is most precious in the realm of demons? While demon crystals and cores possess their own value, they pale in comparison to the elixirs crafted by humans. These items are, in essence, trifles. After all, not every demon is endowed with your extraordinary physique and abilities. Whether refining demon cores or crystals entails a certain degree of peril. You have already tasted that risk, which can only be described as a brush with death. However, compared to these, the dangers associated with human-made elixirs are diminished by countless factors. Thus, I dare assert that if we can concoct elixirs, we would undoubtedly monopolize the trade in the demon market, akin to a rare delicacy. Chapter 39. The secrets behind lavish spending in the demon market under the guidance of the small demon beast. The wind god Wyvern transported Zhang Yi and his companions to the demon market mentioned earlier in less than half an hour. As they surveyed the area, they discovered that the so-called demon market was merely a relatively flat expanse nestled between several hills. There it is, the demon market, exclaimed the small demon beast, pointing eagerly at the open space. We have arrived so swiftly. Now that we are here, let us explore. I am curious to see how this demon market differs from the human marketplaces. Zhang Yi contemplated silently, and soon led the Empress and the mother of the giant bird, following closely behind the little demon beast as they made their way to the so-called demon market. This market, characterized by its haphazard arrangement, was primarily a gathering place for the formidable demons of the forest. Upon surveying the scene, it became apparent that the scale of this demon market was rather modest, even less extensive than the vegetable markets Zhang Yi had encountered in his previous life. At that moment, several dozen formidable demons occupied the open space, idly squatting before their respective stalls. They did not shout or hawk their wares. Only when other demons or beastly creatures expressed interest in their goods would they occasionally offer a brief introduction. As Zhang Yi and his companions arrived at this congregation of mighty demons, he quickly joined the throng in search of treasures, scanning the surroundings in hopes of discovering something that would catch his eye. Meanwhile, the Empress observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Little one, do you have any goods from the human world for sale here? After a moment's contemplation, the little demon beast suddenly seemed to remember something and gave its small head a decisive pat. I recall now. Not far ahead, there is a stall dedicated to selling human goods. However, given that most transactions here are conducted by great demons, I am uncertain whether that stall is even open. The little demon beast cast a somewhat troubled glance at the Empress. Just then, Zhang Yi happened to return. Upon learning that the Empress was searching for goods from the human realm, a look of confusion crossed his face. What do you need items from the human world for? Are you reluctant to part with your identity as the Empress of the immortal dynasty? In response to his bewilderment, the Empress shot him an exaggerated eye roll. Of course. If we do not seek out the human stalls, how can we implement our plan? I can concoct elixirs, but without an alchemical furnace, how am I to refine them? Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi suddenly grasped the situation. Ah, I see. I had not considered that. I was solely focused on finding something delicious to eat. Zhang Yi scratched his head awkwardly. It was evident that he and Niao had previously agreed to collaborate, yet upon arriving at this bustling market, he had completely forgotten about their arrangement. To mask his embarrassment, he swiftly changed the subject, requesting the little demon beast to lead him to the stall selling human goods. Under the guidance of the little creature, they soon arrived at the stall. Remarkably, their luck was extraordinary. When they reached the stall, the vendor, who typically only set up shop every 10 days to half a month, was surprisingly present today. Moreover, the Empress immediately spotted a dusty bronze alchemical furnace nestled in the corner of the stall. Inside the furnace lay a jumble of spiritual fruits and herbs. It seemed that the vendor had no idea what to do with this inconsequential, inedible iron lump, and had simply repurposed it as a container for the spiritual items. Although the quality of the furnace was not exceptional, it was more than sufficient for concocting some ordinary elixirs. Observing Zhang Yi and his companions pausing at the stall, it was apparent to Zhang Yi, merely from the aura emanating from the vendor, that this individual was at least a third-tier demon, if not of a higher cultivation level. No wonder, even in a forest populated solely by demons, he could trade items typically found only in the human realm. These goods were likely pilfered from human practitioners who ventured into the jungle for hunting. This was evident from the darkened bloodstains that still lingered on the bronze furnace. At that moment, the astute little demon beast quickly understood the situation and approached the vendor to initiate a conversation. After some negotiation, The vendor ultimately stated that if they were interested in purchasing his items, they could exchange them for meat or cores from third-tier or higher demon beasts. Upon hearing this, the Empress stepped forward to haggle. "How much for this item?" she inquired, lifting her paw to nudge the furnace in the corner. 3 pounds of spiritual fruit for 7-tier demon meat. 10 pounds of spiritual herbs for 7-tier demon meat. No bargaining. The vendor merely cast a sidelong glance at the furnace and casually offered a price. Seeing the vendor's attitude, the Empress, instead of becoming irritated, surprisingly turned generously towards Zhang Yi. "What are you waiting for? Take it out." Zhang Yi was puzzled by the Empress's lack of negotiation. Why was this prodigal lady so generous when it wasn't even her own item? However, such generosity would undoubtedly cost him dearly in potential delights he could have savored. Noticing Zhang Yi's hesitation, the Empress urged again, "Did you not hear me? Take out the goods." As Zhang Yi felt the pressure from the others urging him, he reluctantly retrieved the demon beast meat he had secretly stashed away for a personal feast. With a resounding thud, he dropped the 13 pounds of demon meat onto the ground, observing the readiness of the newcomers to present their demon meat. The previously indifferent demeanor of the great demon underwent a remarkable transformation. "Esteemed guests, please wait a moment. I shall fetch something to package your goods." The abrupt shift in the great demon's attitude was primarily due to Zhang Yi and his companions' cultivation levels. To the demon, they appeared to be mere third-tier demons, incapable of affording the wares at his stall. After all, in the outskirts of the jungle, 3rd- and 4th-tier demons might reign supreme, yet in the heart of the jungle, they were insignificant. Moreover, as a great demon, he was acutely aware that, aside from herbivorous demons, none would consider purchasing spiritual fruits or herbs. In the realm of demon beasts, consuming meat was considered the rightful pursuit of a great demon. Just as the great demon was preparing to find a piece of beast skin to package the spiritual fruits and herbs, the previously extravagant young Empress suddenly spoke up. "Wait a moment." The Empress's unexpected exclamation caused the great demon, who had just begun to unfurl a piece of beast skin, to freeze in place. Is she having second thoughts? He pondered. Having been in the demon market for years, this was the first time he encountered a buyer who didn't haggle over prices. Now, having found such a lucrative target, he could not allow it to slip away. No, absolutely not. Resolving himself, the great demon immediately shed his earlier humility, his eyes flashing with menace as he glared at the young Empress. "What is your intention, little girl? Do you wish to back out? I have already sold this to you. Today, you shall take it, whether you like it or not." As he spoke, his formidable cultivation was unmistakably evident, and his stance suggested he was ready to resort to violence at a moment's notice. Seeing the great demon's hostile demeanor, the mother giant bird instinctively shielded the young Empress behind her. "What do you intend to do?" Although the mother of the colossal bird has now ascended to the 3rd tier of demonhood, there still exists a discernible disparity among those of the same rank. This gap is manifested in various aspects such as lineage, combat experience, and physical stature. Each of these factors is sufficient to create a significant distance between 3rd-tier demons. The formidable demon before her is clearly no ordinary adversary. The mere fact that he has successfully seized spoils from humans attests to his combat experience, which far surpasses that of the mother of the colossal bird, who has only recently attained her status. However, in stark contrast to the mother's anxiety, the Empress maintains an air of calmness. "Wait, do not act hastily. I have not yet finished speaking," she declares, unperturbed as she strides forward from behind the colossal bird. She raises her paw and gestures toward the bronze elixir furnace containing spiritual herbs and fruits. "Merchant, I did not imply that I do not wish to trade. Rather, I suggest you refrain from wasting your beast skins. I find this iron trinket quite appealing. Perhaps you could simply gift it to me?" Upon hearing her words, the demon suddenly realizes that he may have acted prematurely and misinterpreted her intentions. In an instant, he transforms into a master of diplomacy, smiling broadly as he bows slightly to the Empress. "Young lady, what a misunderstanding this has turned out to be. I almost misinterpreted your words. I must apologize. It was my folly to act so rashly." The rapid shift in the demon's demeanor is not without ulterior motives, although his cultivation exceeds that of the colossal bird. Should a confrontation arise, he would not hold the advantage. It is vital to note that this demon market is the domain of the demon sage's estate. If matters were to escalate here, he too would find himself in dire straits. His previous fierce demeanor was merely a fade, intended to intimidate the young lady. In truth, he would hesitate to engage in conflict, for he has a vested interest in maintaining his standing in this market. Should word spread that he bullies weaker demons and engages in coercive trades, he would find it exceedingly difficult to continue his dealings here. Now that the young lady shows no signs of retracting her offer, he seizes the opportunity to descend gracefully from his earlier stance. If completing this transaction means gifting her a mere iron trinket, it is hardly a matter of great consequence. In many ways, that cold, hard iron object holds less value than the beast skins used to wrap the spiritual fruits and herbs. While beast skins may not be considered high-end goods in the demon market, they still retain some worth. Even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, after all. After weighing his options, the stall owner adopts a pained expression, feigning reluctance as he gazes at the Empress, and solemnly states, "Young lady, I am only willing to part with this item because I see your generosity. Since you are so straightforward, it would be unbecoming of me, a great demon, to be overly calculative. Very well, this iron trinket is yours." However, the demon merchant failed to notice that the confrontation between the two demons left Zhang Yi, who was privy to the underlying circumstances, utterly astonished. Initially, upon witnessing the other's intention to resort to violence, he had prepared himself for a tumultuous scene at the demon market, resolute in his determination to protect his mother and sister at all costs. After all, in his understanding, although he frequently clashed with his sister, the Empress, their disputes were merely internal conflicts within their kind. He could torment her, but he would not allow any other demon to do so. Should the merchant dare to strike, he would certainly seize the opportunity to retaliate fiercely before the opponent could respond. He would not hesitate to forfeit his participation in the upcoming Demon Saint S Arena competition. He could easily thrive elsewhere. Yet, before he could act, merely taken aback for a moment, the previously tense situation was effortlessly diffused by the Empress. One must acknowledge that his sister, the Empress, possesses remarkable prowess. Setting aside other considerations, even if he were to cultivate diligently, he might find it impossible to match her adeptness in understanding the hearts of demons. Reflecting on this, he could only shake his head in resignation before leading Xiao Pu and Long Gu to other stalls in search of treasures. As for the Empress, through her cunning maneuvers, the great demon merchant willingly packaged the herbs, spiritual fruits, and the bronze alchemical furnace for her. Remarkably, the merchant believed himself to have secured a significant bargain. Ultimately, when Zhang Yi and his companions departed the demon market, they were laden with numerous items acquired from their exchanges. They should have been elated to return with such abundance. However, aside from the Empress, who proudly cradled the bronze furnace, the expressions of the others resembled those mourning a dearly departed relative. With faces long and spirits low, they trudged along as if utterly drained of energy. The reason for their dismal demeanor was simple. They had run out of provisions. Indeed, they had come to a complete halt in their supplies. Previously, the meat of the demonic beasts concealed by Zhang Yi was entirely exchanged by the Empress for the medicinal herbs and spiritual fruits in the demon market. Now, they found themselves in a dire predicament. Not only could they not indulge in a lavish feast, but even the matter of satiating their hunger had become a challenge. If they wished to avoid starvation, they had no choice but to seek out a suitable prey to casually deal with. The responsibility of this hunt inevitably fell upon Zhang Yi's shoulders, as he was of no assistance in the alchemical endeavors. However, should the Empress fail to concoct any elixirs, he would undoubtedly seek retribution for today's grievances with interest in due course. Chapter 41. A skilled hunter often appears in the form of prey while the Empress was diligently occupied with her alchemical pursuits. Zhang Yi, accompanied by Long Gu and Xiao Pu, had already commenced their search for sustenance within the dense jungle. Regrettably, after an exhaustive search, they had failed to uncover any gourmet ingredients, let alone a mere mountain chicken or wild hare. Perhaps it was the pangs of hunger that rendered Long Gu immobile, as he had initially hoped for a sumptuous meal to elevate their culinary experience. Alas, you are indeed too earnest, leaving no morsel for yourself and bestowing everything upon that girl, purchasing spiritual herbs and fruits. Consequently, I, the dragon, must endure hunger alongside you. Had I foreseen this predicament, I would have refrained from following you. While the wind spirit wyvern lamented its fate, Zhang Yi, who had been diligently scouring for food, suddenly covered its mouth. Shoo, what are you fretting about? I assure you, as long as you accompany me, you shall dine lavishly. The wyvern regarded Zhang Yi's furtive actions with disdain. Lavishly. You say? If this continues, it won't be long before we find ourselves begging for scraps. Why are you so anxious? Just wait a moment. If my calculations are correct, it won't be long before food presents itself at our doorstep. What do you mean? The wyvern looked at Zhang Yi, bewildered. Take a moment to truly sense your surroundings. Have you not perceived anything? Zhang Yi suddenly turned his gaze back towards the nearby thicket, which, under ordinary circumstances, would have appeared tranquil. To his surprise, the thicket stirred unexpectedly. Observing it intently, Zhang Yi refrained from revealing his thoughts immediately. Instead, he continued walking alongside the wind god pterosaur for a while before speaking in a low voice. Dragon brother, have you ever heard the saying, wealth should not be flaunted? Wealth should not be flaunted? What does that mean? The wind god pterosaur was momentarily taken aback by Zhang Yi's sudden remark. The meaning is quite straightforward. In the realm of humanity, those who possess wealth generally refrain from disclosing their affluent status when venturing out. Do you know why this is the case? Zhang Yi pondered for a moment before continuing his explanation, not for any particular reason, but simply because they fear being remembered. Consider this. Previously, when we were so ostentatiously gathering spirit fruits and herbs at the demon market, if you were in their position and knew I possessed such valuable items, what would you do? Upon hearing this, the wind god wyvern seemed to suddenly grasp the implications. You mean, indeed, in this savage jungle, strength is the only currency that matters. If you were to encounter someone whose power pales in comparison to yours, yet they possess an abundance of items you covet, what would your course of action be? What else could I do? Naturally, I would seize them. In this jungle, power is the undeniable truth. The weak are destined to become fodder for the strong. Precisely. As the saying goes, to catch a big fish, one must use substantial bait. Currently, we are perceived as the big fish in the eyes of those formidable demons. However, they only contemplate devouring us without realizing that the most astute hunters often present themselves in the guise of their prey. While they aim to consume us, unbeknownst to them, they have already fallen into my trap. Thus, as they engaged in casual conversation, the group feigned an aimless search for their quarry. Behind them, at a distance of approximately 40 to 50 meters, two figures were closely observing every movement made by Zhang Yi and his companions. If Zhang Yi were to glance back at that moment, he would undoubtedly recognize one of the individuals as the very vendor who had previously gifted them the bronze-dand furnace. The identity of the other figure was equally apparent. He was undoubtedly the accomplice summoned by the vendor. Gradually, Zhang Yi and his companions ventured farther from the safety of the demon sage's estate. During this time, while appearing to search for prey, Zhang Yi discreetly employed his insightful to keep a watchful gaze on the two figures concealed within the underbrush behind them. One was a third-tier great demon, while the other was a second-tier great demon. Given his current prowess, although he could not contend with the third-tier vendor, he was confident in his ability to handle the second-tier assistant. After all, even when he had been at the 7th tier of beast mastery, he had single-handedly vanquished a first-tier mountain demon. As for the formidable third-tier great demon, Zhang Yi had not even considered confronting him directly. Instead, he intended to leave that task to the seemingly indolent wind god wyvern, who had merely accompanied them along the journey without contributing much beyond eating and drinking. Though Zhang Yi was not entirely certain of the creature's strength, he was well aware that among their group, the dragon was undoubtedly the most powerful. Were it not for its apparent laziness, Zhang Yi believed that even a 5th-tier great demon would find a worthy opponent in this creature. Realizing that the time was ripe and the distance nearly closed, he prepared for the next move. Zhang Yi felt it was high time to conclude their endeavors. If they continued to dawdle, they might miss the evening meal entirely. After all, having assisted the Empress in gathering herbs and spiritual fruits throughout the day, he was uncertain about their hunger, but he himself was already ravenous, his stomach pressing against his back. Suddenly, as he feigned searching for prey, Zhang Yi abruptly halted his steps. Long Gu, now is the moment. Prepare to strike. In that instant, as he signaled to act, a sphere of flame, as large as a grinding stone, erupted forth. The assailant was none other than the little Pooh, who had been loyally following Zhang Yi. This creature was a genuine descendant of the Golden Crow. His unexpected attack caught the two figures hidden in the thicket completely off guard. Damn it! Quick, evade! Two voices exclaimed simultaneously. Almost immediately, two shadowy figures sprang forth from the bushes. Realizing they had been discovered, they decided to abandon their ruse. Initially, they had intended to launch a surprise assault once Zhang Yi and his companions grew weary and complacent. However, they had not anticipated that this cunning individual would detect their presence so swiftly. Since a confrontation was inevitable, they chose to reveal themselves without further concealment. Awoo! With a furious roar, the third-tier black bear demon rose to its feet and charged directly at Zhang Yi. In Chapter 42, titled Playing the Fool to Eat the Tiger, The reason this black bear demon fixated on Zhang Yi was simple. During their previous encounters at the demon market, it was invariably Zhang Yi who bore the expenses for the female Empress transactions. Consequently, the black bear demon assumed that among their group, Zhang Yi must be the wealthiest. Unfortunately, despite its cunning schemes, it failed to realize that the seemingly extravagant Zhang Yi had, in fact, transformed into a destitute youth devoid of resources. Simultaneously, as the black bear demon launched its attack on Zhang Yi, the second-tier demon that accompanied it also initiated an assault on Feng Shen Yilong and Xiao Pu. It was only when the enemy struck that Zhang Yi and his companions discerned the true identity of the formidable ally summoned by the black bear demon, a gigantic python adorned with resplendent, multicolored scales. In the blink of an eye, this colossal creature encircled the seemingly bewildered Long Ge and Xiao Pu, swiftly constricting its grasp. It appeared intent on using its immense size to crush them on the spot. Regrettably for the hulking beast, its aspirations were marred by its lack of discernment. Given its limited capabilities, one could not even ascertain if it was a match for Long Ge. The formidable and peculiar flames exuded by Xiao Pu alone would likely pose a significant challenge. Witnessing the murderous intent of their adversary, the once docile Xiao Pu transformed dramatically. In an instant, a chilling glint emanated from her sparkling eyes. "How dare a mere reptile lay hands on me? Watch as I roast you," she declared, as terrifying flames erupted around her, signaling her intention to teach this audacious demon a lesson. As Xiao Pu prepared to retaliate, Long Ge, rather than rushing into battle, took to the skies with a flourish of his wings, seeking a vantage point from which to observe the unfolding drama with keen interest. As flames danced and soared, a mere glance revealed the once confident second-tier, seven-colored giant serpent demon enveloped in a terrifying blaze. Initially, the massive serpent intended to roll on the ground, extinguishing the flames before devouring the audacious little creature that dared to attack it. However, as it commenced this action, it suddenly realized that the situation was far more complicated than anticipated. The nature of the flames emitted by the little one was unknown. No matter how it twisted and turned, the flames continued to rise, intensifying rather than being quelled. Had it been aware of the little one's true identity as a descendant of the Golden Crow, it would undoubtedly have avoided any contact with that peculiar fire, even at the cost of its own life. Unfortunately, at this moment, it was too late for such realizations. To the little one, the serpent's enormous form was akin to a living target, and any attack launched could easily find its mark without the need for aiming or preparation. As the flames on the seven-colored serpent grew fiercer, it soon began to thrash violently on the ground, struggling in agony. At this point, the creature was too preoccupied with the relentless fire to even contemplate mounting a counterattack. Observing that the giant had been sufficiently tormented by the little one, Long Ge, who had been watching from above, suddenly dove down, aiming directly for the serpent's vulnerable spot. With a swift bite, blood erupted like a fountain. In an instant, the once thrashing seven-colored serpent became as limp as a strand of overcooked noodle, motionless and subdued. "All right, little one. You've sufficiently worn him out. Do be careful not to char him completely. I was hoping to enjoy a feast of roasted serpent later," Long Ge urged, eager to tidy up before heading to see if they might assist the little one's father in any way. Upon hearing the words of the other party, Xiao Pu, with an air of triumph, retracted all the intensely blazing flames from the vibrant giant python. Meanwhile, on Zhang Yi's side, the pressure he faced was considerably greater compared to the ease with which Xiao Pu and his companions resolved their battle. It is crucial to note that he was the linchpin in this cunning ruse of feigning weakness and turning the tables. And his current predicament involved not just any adversary, but a formidable third-tier demon, whose prowess surpassed his own. Moreover, this demon was the most tenacious and battle-hardened black bear within the jungle. Although it was only a third-tier demon in terms of cultivation, its robust hide and nearly indomitable massive paws suggested that it would pose a significant threat even to fourth- or fifth-tier adversaries. It is no wonder that, in the entire demon market, only this creature offered items from the human realm for sale. Thus, even though Zhang Yi had awakened a trace of the Golden Crow bloodline, confronting such a resilient foe remained a daunting challenge. After all, not every great demon would be as foolish as the mountain monkey he had previously ambushed and killed. At this moment, Zhang Yi perceived the colossal creature before him as a veritable moving boulder, possessing not only tremendous strength, but also an almost impenetrable defense. Apart from a few vulnerable spots lacking protective fur, it seemed to have no weaknesses whatsoever. Consequently, Zhang Yi had no choice but to engage in a protracted struggle with this beast, daring not to approach it closely. Fortunately, despite the innate advantages in strength and defense, this creature bore a critical vulnerability: its speed. With its large physique, agility and reflexes were markedly diminished. It was precisely this insight that allowed Zhang Yi to maintain a stalemate for such an extended period. At present, he did not need to accomplish much. His sole responsibility was to buy time until Long Gu and his companion concluded their own battle. When that moment arrived, the three of them against one would surely overwhelm the formidable black bear, regardless of its impressive defenses. Furthermore, although he could not penetrate the bear's armor, it did not imply that Long Gu and Xiaopu would be equally hamstrung. Without a doubt, Long Gu would prove formidable. But even Xiaopu alone would likely give this creature quite a headache. After all, Zhang Yi had witnessed Xiaopu's terrifying ability to breach defenses when they dealt with the mountain monkey. During that encounter, none of them could penetrate the monkey's defenses. Yet Xiaopu, with mere casual strikes, had effortlessly dispatched it. Just as the two were locked in their fierce struggle, a resounding dragon's roar echoed from behind. Roar. Chapter 43. The battle concludes, but the home has been burgled. The resounding roar of Long Gu echoed like a clarion call to battle. In an instant, Zhang Yi, who had been merely restraining the formidable black bear demon, unleashed his ultimate move. 3,000 flames. As flames surged forth, the black bear demon had no time to react before being engulfed entirely by the roaring inferno. Simultaneously, taking advantage of their previous coordination, Xiaopu and Long Gu swiftly approached the black bear demon, concealed by the flames. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiaopu unleashed a massive fireball aimed at the two swinging flesh orbs beneath the black bear demon's belly. Whoosh! As flames erupted, the black bear demon first felt a searing heat and then was struck by excruciating pain. Howls of anguish echoed, and the once proud black bear demon, now reduced to a quivering black mass on the ground, lost all capacity for resistance. Seizing the moment, Zhang Yi, who had been hovering in the air, wasted no time. He dove down, claws poised to strike at the demon's small, bean-sized eyes. With a couple of splashes, the black bear demon's eyes erupted in twin jets of blood. At this point, the creature had truly become a blind beast. What followed was a one-sided massacre. It is worth noting that Zhang Yi and his companions already held a numerical advantage over the demons, and their strengths were closely matched. With the black bear demon suffering devastating blows to its most vulnerable points, the outcome of the battle was unmistakably evident. As Xiaopu's razor-sharp claws ripped open the demon's belly, the fate of the black bear was sealed. The next order of business was to clean up the battlefield, with the wind spirit pterosaur as their aerial transport. The sheer size of the black bear demon and the colorful giant python posed no challenge for Zhang Yi and his companions. They exchanged only a glance before efficiently dividing tasks to clear the area. Ever since they had decided to venture into the heart of the jungle, operations like today's had become routine. They understood each other's intentions without the need for communication. Just as the three finished clearing the battlefield and prepared to return to reunite with the Empress and the giant bird mother, a sharp bird cry pierced the jungle. The sudden sound made Zhang Yi's heart race. Something was amiss. He shouted urgently, calling to the wind spirit pterosaur. Long Gu, don't waste any time, let us go back. There might be trouble with Mother. Upon hearing of the turmoil involving the Empress and the colossal avian matron, the wind god pterosaur could no longer afford to ponder. He promptly summoned Zhang Yi and the others. Then, with a powerful beat of his wings, soared towards the predetermined rendezvous with the Empress and her companions. If his intuition served him correctly, they were undoubtedly in peril, perhaps due to his concern for the safety of the Empress and her daughter. The wind god pterosaur flew with remarkable swiftness. In less than a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the agreed-upon location. Even from a distance, Zhang Yi could discern tumultuous waves churning in the nearby river, where a massive ebony bird was engaged in fierce aerial maneuvers. Meanwhile, the relatively weaker Empress trembled as she hid behind a towering tree, pacing anxiously. She had attempted multiple times to rush forth and rescue the colossal bird, only to be firmly admonished against it. The rationale behind the bird's insistence was straightforward. The Empress, at her current divine beast level, was ill-equipped to intervene in such a battle between formidable demons. Should she truly charge into the fray, she would likely be a hindrance, compelling the colossal bird to divert its attention to protect her. At that moment, the Empress silently cursed Zhang Yi countless times. Where was he? He had merely gone to procure some food, yet his delay was exasperating. Just as she was muttering in frustration, her thoughts abruptly halted. The reason was the sight of three familiar figures approaching. Without a moment to lose, the Empress called out, her voice ringing with urgency. "Elder brother, hurry and assist." Without needing further explanation, Zhang Yi understood the gravity of the situation. "Fear not. Remain here with Xiaopu," he assured her, before beckoning Long Gu to accompany him as they dashed towards the tumultuous river. Plop, plop. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yi and Feng Shenilong plunged into the water. Upon their descent, Zhang Yi soon realized that the colossal bird was entangled in a fierce struggle with a large, snow-white serpent. At that moment, the mother bird's feet were ensnared tightly by the serpent. Despite her relentless flapping and desperate attempts to escape, she remained trapped in the creature's grasp. Moreover, Zhang Yi could clearly sense that the mother bird's strength was waning. If this delay persisted, it would not be long before she succumbed to her predicament. Determined, Zhang Yi did not hesitate and aimed a fierce bite at the serpent. With a sharp tearing sound, he managed to rip a substantial chunk of flesh from the serpent's body, perhaps fueled by his anger. The pain inflicted upon the large white snake made it realize that with assistance now present, continuing the struggle would be detrimental to its own survival. Thus, disregarding its own agony, it intensified its grip and speed. In an instant, the serpent, which had only been coiled around the bird's feet, began to extend its body towards the giant bird's body, wings, and neck. Having previously battled with the serpent, Zhang Yi understood that once it coiled around the bird's neck, the giant bird would be mere moments away from death. Therefore, he resolved not to afford the creature that opportunity. With this thought in mind, he disregarded the danger of joining the fray and fiercely clawed at the serpent's head, pulling with all his might. In an instant, the battle, which had been a one-sided struggle, transformed into a tug-of-war between one serpent and two birds. Chapter 44. Brother Long's Hidden Skills. Amphibious Warfare in Land, Sea, and Air. The river churned violently, murky and tumultuous. Zhang Yi clenched his teeth, gripping the back of the great white serpent with all his might, wishing he could rend the creature asunder. "Brother Long, seize its head," Zhang Yi bellowed incomprehensibly, spittle mingling with the blood of the serpent as it splattered forth. The wind god pterosaur, understanding the cue, lunged forward with its razor-sharp claws aimed at the great white serpent's head. Alas, the creature's scales repelled the attack, leaving merely a few faint white scratches. The great white serpent, in pain, coiled its massive body violently, nearly flinging Zhang Yi away. "Goodness, this serpent's hide is remarkably tough." Zhang Yi cursed inwardly and swiftly adjusted his posture to stabilize his stance. He observed the great white serpent's eyes, where a cunning glimmer flickered within its icy vertical pupils, setting off alarm bells in his heart. "Brother Long, beware of its venom," Zhang Yi loudly cautioned, simultaneously becoming more vigilant himself. He recalled the excruciating pain inflicted by the serpent's venom, a memory that remained vividly etched in his mind. Although the colossal mother bird was ensnared, with the assistance of Zhang Yi and Long Gu, the pressure significantly diminished, allowing her a moment to breathe. She shrieked in fury, her enormous wings thrashing against the water's surface, creating towering waves as she endeavored to break free from the serpent's grasp. On the shore, the Empress and Xiaopu anxiously observed, their hearts lodged in their throats. The Empress paced back and forth with a grave expression, silently imploring the heavens for their victory. Otherwise, she would be left as an orphan without a mother. Beneath the surface, Zhang Yi and Long Ji's cooperation grew increasingly harmonious. Zhang Yi is tasked with captivating the attention of the great white serpent, while Long Gu waits for the opportune moment to strike. As the battle unfolds, Zhang Yi gradually discerned that although the great white serpent possessed tough skin and substantial flesh, its head appeared relatively vulnerable and seemed to harbor a fear of attacks directed at its eyes. An idea sparked in his mind, and he called out loudly to Long Gu, who was waiting in the air for an opportune moment. "Long Gu, swiftly concentrate your assault on its eyes." In the air, Long Gu received the command and immediately altered his strategy, his sharp claws aimed directly at the great white serpent's eyes. Simultaneously, the serpent sensed its adversary's intent and frantically twisted its head to evade the impending strike. Unfortunately, in matters of speed, Long Gu held an unrivaled reputation among the creatures. Despite the great white serpent's quick reflexes, it ultimately faltered by a fraction. Whoosh! Long Ji's claws grazed the serpent's left eye, leaving a streak of crimson. Hiss! The serpent emitted a piercing cry of agony. The sudden, excruciating pain caused its entire body to writhe uncontrollably. The already tumultuous river surged even more violently with the serpent's frantic thrashing. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Yi intensified his bite, tearing away a substantial chunk of the serpent's flesh. In the next instant, blood gushed forth from the wound, instantly staining the surrounding waters crimson. How delightful! Observing the fierce thrashing of the great white serpent, Zhang Yi swallowed the bloodied morsel in his mouth with a muffled sound. Remarkably, despite the repugnant odor of the serpent's blood and flesh, it contained an extraordinarily pure essence of spiritual energy. Truly, it lived up to its status as a formidable beast of the demon rank. Merely consuming a piece of it filled him with warmth, replenishing a significant portion of the energy he had lost in battle. In stark contrast, the once menacing great white serpent now bore the marks of defeat, with its left eye injured and a patch of skin savagely torn away by Zhang Yi. Its combat prowess had evidently diminished, and even its struggles had noticeably weakened. As the saying goes, strike when the iron is hot. Witnessing the great white serpent nearing its end was a sight to behold. Zhang Yi and Long Gu would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to unleash their wrath upon the beleaguered serpent. Initially, the two were locked in a stalemate. But upon witnessing the creature's faltering state, the dragon and the bird resolved to abandon their defenses and launch a fierce offensive. Just as they believed victory was within their grasp, the seemingly defeated white serpent unexpectedly opened its gaping maw. Without affording them a moment to react, a foul, noxious, dark green venom erupted forth with alarming ferocity. "Brother, be cautious," Long Gu instinctively shouted, his reflexes kicking in as he shielded Zhang Yi with his wings. The venom splattered against Long Gu's wings with a hissing sound, emitting a noxious vapor that curled into the air. "Long Gu, are you all right?" Zhang Yi inquired, concern etched upon his face. "It's nothing, merely a trifling amount of serpent venom. It doesn't even tickle the mighty Long," he replied nonchalantly, feigning indifference as he casually flapped his wings. Reassured by Long Ji's bravado, Zhang Yi's anxiety began to dissipate. However, when he turned his gaze back to the white serpent, he was alarmed to see that the cunning creature had seized the moment of distraction to plunge deeper into the riverbed. Not good. This beast intends to flee. Zhang Yi realized instantly, understanding that the serpent had recognized it was outmatched and sought to escape. Yet, despite its desire to flee, Zhang Yi was resolute in denying the creature any chance of retreat. "Humph. Having wronged my mother, it dares to run away. If I let this wretched creature escape so easily, I shall no longer be known as Zhang Yi. Pursue." Zhang Yi shouted towards the sky, calling out to the pterosaur, and then plunged deeper into the riverbed, heedless of anything else. The dragon, upon hearing him, followed closely behind. Thus, the pair, a bird and a dragon, swiftly vanished into the murky waters below. Deep within the riverbed, Zhang Yi felt a surge of spiritual energy coursing through him, propelling him forward at an astonishing speed. Beside him, the dragon glided through the water, harnessing the thrust of its wings. Little did Zhang Yi realize that the flying creature he had inadvertently tamed was, in fact, a remarkable treasure capable of amphibious combat. However, he was unaware that not all pterosaurs possessed the ability to maneuver effortlessly beneath the waves as his companion did. The dragon's adeptness at swimming was a result of its insatiable appetite. Before meeting Zhang Yi, the dragon had to fend for itself whenever it yearned for a better meal. Fortunately, the area where it resided was adjacent to a great river teeming with delectable fish, a favorite of the dragon. To satiate its cravings, the dragon had naturally learned the art of swimming. As the bird and dragon accelerated, the figure of a large white serpent fleeing ahead became increasingly distinct. Just as Zhang Yi and his companion were about to close in on the serpent, it seemed to sense the impending danger. Suddenly, the serpent executed a sharp turn, darting towards a narrow crevice among the rocks, seemingly attempting to exploit the terrain to evade the relentless pursuers. Alas, while clever, the serpent was not the only one possessing wit. Zhang Yi and the dragon were no fools either. Zhang Yi merely exchanged a knowing glance with Long Gu beside him. The wind god pterodactyl instantly understood, changing direction to flank the great white serpent from the side. Chapter 45. Let me prepare a feast for you upon returning. The great white serpent initially believed that by slipping into the crevices of the reef, it could escape unscathed. Little did it know that what it considered a clever refuge would, in the next moment, transform into a prison. Now, bird lord, let us see where you can flee. Just as the great white serpent prepared to catch its breath, Zhang Yi's smug taunts echoed behind it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Realizing that this troublesome foe had caught up, the great white serpent, hidden among the rocks, readied itself to flee once more. However, just as it cautiously peered out, a massive shadow loomed above it. "Haha, little worm, I advise you to surrender quietly. There is no escape for you." Long Ji's voice and presence arrived almost simultaneously. Seeing no avenue for retreat, the great white serpent, enraged and cornered, swung its steel-like tail viciously towards Zhang Yi. Compared to engaging with the wind god pterodactyl, it preferred to deal with the feathered creature behind it, for in terms of both cultivation and size, it possessed an innate advantage over the smaller being. Regrettably, it had evidently chosen the wrong target this time, although Long Ji's cultivation level surpassed that of Zhang Yi as a dragon in the air. His combat prowess underwater was significantly diminished. Otherwise, he would not require Zhang Yi's assistance to contend with a mere serpent. In contrast, while Zhang Yi might not match the wind god pterodactyl in cultivation, he was an authentic transmigrator. His intelligence, far superior to that of the beastly creatures, gave him an undeniable edge. Despite the underwater environment not being his forte, dealing with a small serpent posed no challenge for him. Moreover, the great white serpent, now encircled by both Zhang Yi and Long Ge, was in disarray. Consequently, its attacks were reduced to instinctive physical strikes, merely thrashing its tail without any strategic thought. Such feeble attempts were easily evaded by Zhang Yi through nimble maneuvers. You slippery serpent, even at death's door, you still wish to struggle. Long Ge, stop hesitating and let us strike together. Once we take care of this creature, I shall prepare a grand feast for you upon our return. Zhang Yi suddenly shouted towards the pterosaur on the other side. The dragon brother, who had been on standby, received the command and was poised to launch an attack on the great white serpent. Sensing the imminent danger, the great white serpent instinctively turned to defend itself. Unbeknownst to it, everything that had transpired was merely a deliberate ruse orchestrated by Zhang Yi. Seizing the moment as the serpent turned, he, who had previously been evading attacks, swiftly darted forward and struck fiercely at the serpent's vulnerable spot. In the next instant, a jet of blood erupted from the great white serpent's critical point, gushing forth like a fountain and staining the surrounding waters a deep crimson. It writhed in agony, its strength waning as its struggles grew feebler. Upon witnessing the opportunity, Zhang Yi seized it, launching another assault. His sharp claws, akin to steel blades, carved deep wounds into the great white serpent, exposing its very bones. As for Long Ge, he leveraged his considerable size to pin the serpent firmly within the crevices of the rocks, leaving no chance for escape. As the serpent's struggles grew feebler, it ultimately succumbed to excessive blood loss, dragged to its demise by Zhang Yi and Long Ge. Task accomplished. Only after confirming the creature's lifelessness did Zhang Yi cease his onslaught. Although this battle had endured for quite some time, he, as the devoted son, had finally avenged the giant bird mother. At that moment, the pterosaur, which had been pressing down on the serpent, approached Zhang Yi with a triumphant expression. Brother, had it not been for my assistance, you might still be wondering when you would conquer this long worm. Do not forget what you promised me. What did I promise you? I cannot recall any such commitment. Did you not say that once we subdued this creature, you would treat me to a grand feast? You must not go back on your word. At that moment, the pterosaur resembled a petulant child, gazing at Zhang Yi with a look of innocent grievance. Zhang Yi harbored doubts that, should he vehemently deny the situation, this fellow might immediately burst into tears. Fortunately, Zhang Yi had no intention of going back on his word. He gently patted the man's shoulder and, with a smile, reassured him, "Fear not, I have always fulfilled my promises to you. Now, let us gather our spoils and return." Subsequently, they made their way back to the riverbank, carrying the carcass of the great white serpent to reunite with Xiao Pu and the others. Soon, Zhang Yi and his companions arrived at the riverbank once more, bearing the remains of the colossal serpent. The mother of the giant bird and the Empress were momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the victorious countenance of Zhang Yi and Long Ge. "You actually dealt with that creature?" The Empress inquired incredulously, her gaze fixed on Zhang Yi. Although she was aware of Zhang Yi's superior strength, she had not anticipated his prowess to reach such extraordinary heights. It was noteworthy that this great white serpent had proven too formidable even for her mother, particularly in the depths of the water. She had initially thought it a remarkable feat for Zhang Yi and Long Ge merely to assist the giant bird's mother in escaping peril. She never imagined they would not only rescue her, but also vanquish the very antagonist responsible. What is the fuss about? It was merely a small white serpent. My brother barely exerted himself, and it perished effortlessly. Zhang Yi feigned nonchalance as he boasted before the Empress. Meanwhile, while Zhang Yi and his companions engaged in idle chatter, the ever-curious Xu Pu had stealthily approached the great white serpent, silently embarking on his daily treasure-hunting expedition. With deftness, he skinned, disemboweled, and rummaged through the creature's innards in search of the elusive demon core. The entire process was executed with such grace that an unsuspecting demon witnessing this scene might have assumed that this little fellow was a butcher by nature in his past life. By the time Zhang Yi and the others became aware of the situation, the massive serpent had already been eviscerated, its entrails completely extracted by Shupu. Despite having grown accustomed to such sights, the Empress could not help but voice her distaste, remarking, "You little rascal. Could you keep your distance next time you indulge in such activities? This mess could attract unwanted attention." In response to the Empress's admonition, Xiaopu merely stuck out his tongue at her and continued dragging the white serpent's carcass away. Observing the retreating figure, Zhang Yi suddenly pondered a pressing question. "Oh, I actually meant to ask you this earlier. According to our plan, weren't you supposed to be refining pills? How did you end up entangled with that serpent?" Chapter 46. The consequences of competing with Long Go for food. The situation unfolded as follows. During the day, after parting ways with you and my mother, I proceeded to this location to prepare for pill refinement as agreed. Initially, everything went smoothly. However, just as I successfully completed the first batch of elixirs, that wretched serpent appeared. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Wait, the depths of Haifeng Ridge? Is there truly such a formidable serpent in that desolate place?" In his recollection, the strongest entity in Haifeng Ridge was merely the bear he had roasted. The wind god pterosaur, also bewildered, shook his head in disbelief, admitting that in all his years, he had never encountered such a remarkable creature in Haifeng Ridge. That being typically remained hidden deep within the mountains, rarely venturing out. The Empress explained that had it not been for the excessive spiritual energy of the elixir, it likely would not have been lured out. As she spoke, she could not help but lament, "It's all that wretched long serpent's fault that my elixir has been rendered useless." Zhang Yi approached the Empress with a mischievous grin and teasingly inquired, "What kind of elixir is it that compels that long serpent to recklessly pursue it?" The Empress cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, "What concern is it of yours? In any case, it is exceedingly precious." He replied with a chuckle, "Come on. Do share, perhaps I might have some knowledge of it." Zhang Yi continued to inquire. I shall not disclose." The Empress, with a haughty demeanor, turned her head away. "Tch, if you refuse to speak, then so be it, you miser." Zhang Yi curled his lips and turned to inquire of the mother of the giant bird, "Mother, do you know what kind of elixir that girl is concocting?" Noticing Zhang Yi's curiosity, the mother of the giant bird affectionately ruffled her son's hair before responding with a smile. "I heard the girl mention that it seems to be an elixir capable of rapidly enhancing one's cultivation. Humans refer to such a potion as a breaking realm pill." Breaking realm pill? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yi gasped in astonishment. Although his knowledge did not rival that of the Empress, he was nonetheless familiar with this particular pill. It was said to be utilized by human cultivators to break through the shackles of their realms. Had the blood-shadowed demon tiger possessed this elixir, it is likely he would not have met such a tragic end, driven mad and perishing in despair. If I am not mistaken, that large white serpent must have been on the brink of a breakthrough, drawn by the potent spiritual energy of the breaking realm pill. Hence its desire to utilize the elixir to transcend its limitations. After listening to Zhang Yi's analysis, the mother of the giant bird nodded in agreement. This creature was already the most formidable of the nearby demon beasts. Should it achieve a breakthrough, it would likely ascend to the core of this jungle, potentially attracting the attention of the demon saint's manor. However, as she spoke, a peculiar sentiment of melancholy washed over her, reflecting a sense of sorrow for the fate of others. In truth, who among the demon beasts did not yearn to be sought after by the demon saint's manor? She was fortunate to have given birth to two remarkable children, Zhang Yi and the Empress. Without them, she too might have eventually followed in the footsteps of that large white serpent. Perhaps sensing the mother's emotional turmoil, the Empress quickly interjected to change the subject. "At that time, Mother, it was to protect me that you recklessly engaged in battle with that long serpent. Had you not arrived in time? I fear that my mother and I—" All right, it is all in the past now. We are safe now, are we not?" Zhang Yi feigned an air of nonchalance as he comforted the mother and daughter, yet his thoughts were consumed by another matter. Since his arrival in this world, he had scarcely experienced a day of tranquility. He was acutely aware that their family's misfortunes stemmed entirely from his previous awakening of the Golden Crow bloodline, which had led to the destruction of his home. As a beast, lacking a secure and stable territory as a stronghold would ultimately prove detrimental. Their current existence, wandering aimlessly in the wilderness, not only exposed them to various dangers, but also impeded vital pursuits such as cultivation and alchemy. It was imperative to recognize that Zhang Yi's present identity as a monster precluded him from establishing cities or sects like humans, which could serve as bulwarks against formidable foes. To extricate themselves from their current predicament, it was essential to swiftly find a safe and stable refuge. Fortunately, only a few days remained before the grand tournament at the Demon Sage's mansion. Should he secure a commendable rank in this competition, he would be awarded an exclusive spiritual vein cave allocated by the mansion. In such a case, they would possess a secure and rich environment for cultivation. With this thought, Zhang Yi's determination to grow stronger solidified further. He was resolute in his intent to triumph in the upcoming tournament, not for any other reason but to provide a safe haven for his mother and sister. In the days that followed, Zhang Yi and his companions remained inseparable. To enhance their strength before the tournament, he devoted nearly all his time to cultivation, aside from the essentials of sustenance. During this period, many covetous eyes were cast upon them, for they were guarding the spoils of a formidable great white snake, a black bear, and a 7-colored giant python. These creatures represented invaluable resources for any beast in the jungle. Initially, several powerful beasts contemplated launching a covert attack to seize these trophies. However, upon witnessing the trio consuming the black bear, great white snake, and 7-colored giant python with such relish, and even expressing disdain over the meat's tenderness, they were immediately deterred, ultimately retreating in defeat to pursue lesser prey. It was no jest if such formidable creatures were reduced to mere sustenance. Who could guarantee their own safety in a reckless assault? They have painstakingly cultivated to their current realm and do not wish to become mere sustenance for those ruffians. As the days pass, the imminent grand competition of the Demon Saints Pavilion draws ever closer. Just when Zhang Yi and his companions believed their hardships were nearing an end, that night, Zhang Yi, who had intended to conserve his energy in preparation for the forthcoming tournament, was resting with his eyes closed beside Long Gu on a stone. Suddenly, the previously wandering Xiao Pu rushed back in haste. Not good. Father, hurry, get up. What is the matter? Zhang Yi sprang up upon seeing Xiao Pu's anxious expression. There's a gigantic creature outside attempting to seize our provisions. By heavens, my temper is flaring. I must see which fool dares to pilfer from my supplies. Before Zhang Yi could utter another word, the wind god winged dragon leapt into action, propelling itself in the direction indicated by Xiao Pu. Chapter 47. No longer human. A 5th-level great demon for the Empress to practice against. Meanwhile, not far from Zhang Yi and his companions, a fierce battle raged deep within the dense forest. The Empress, tasked with foraging, was currently engaged in a fierce struggle with a massive golden-furred roar. Utilizing her nimble form and remarkable speed, she darted around the golden-furred roar, seizing opportunities to strike a few blows. However, despite having reached the threshold of advancing to the realm of divine beasts, she was unable to achieve her breakthrough. In contrast, her adversary, the golden-furred roar, was a formidable 5th-level great demon. This creature, large and covered in golden fur, possessed blood-red eyes resembling copper bells, now glinting with a ferocious light, and its massive jaws revealed sharp fangs, a clear indication that it was no easy foe. Roar, perhaps irked by the audacity of the Empress. This formidable beast let out a thunderous roar and raised its paw, the size of a grinding wheel, to strike down upon her. Had the Empress not been agile and quick to react, that single blow could have turned her into mere pulp. In a flash, she evaded the lethal strike and retaliated with a fierce claw aimed at the golden-furred roar. Bang! Unfortunately, when her claw met the creature, she found that even with all her might exerted, she could not even budge it. Instead, she was nearly sent flying back by the immense energy radiating from the golden-furred roar. Damn it! What does this beast consume? Its hide is impenetrably tough. The Empress could not help but curse inwardly. Although she lamented vocally, she was acutely aware that despite her swift speed, the disparity in cultivation could not be bridged merely by a dash. Her current offensive capabilities were insufficient to inflict any substantial harm upon the golden-maned beast. Presently, her intention was merely to buy time until her companion, Xiao Pu, could summon reinforcements. Once that occurred, everything would be resolved effortlessly. However, while she sought to delay, the golden-maned beast exhibited no patience for her trivial games. Previously, her continuous provocations had already ignited a smoldering fury within him. Though her recent claw strike had not caused any significant injury, it had managed to sever several gleaming strands of his precious golden fur. It was well known that the golden-maned beast held a deep reverence for his illustrious mane. Now, being toyed with by this diminutive creature, he could scarcely contain his wrath. In that moment, all notions of playful banter dissipated, replaced by a murderous intent towards the audacious little bird that dared to challenge him. With a ferocious roar, the golden mane beast lunged forward, its massive form resembling a small mountain barreling toward the Empress. Sensing the impending onslaught, the Empress dared not confront it head-on. Instead, she flapped her wings once more, ascending into the air to evade the beast's attack. Thus, a fierce chase unfolded between the bird and the beast amidst the dense forest. However, as the battle wore on, the Empress began to feel her strength waning, and crimson streaks appeared upon her form. "Brother, your sister seems on the verge of collapse. Perhaps I should intervene." From the thicket in the distance, Long Gu voiced his concern as he observed the fierce clash between the two creatures. "Indeed, my son, that golden-maned beast is a fifth-tier demon. Your sister." The giant avian mother turned her worried gaze toward Zhang Yi. Although she recognized her daughter's exceptional talent and strength that surpassed her peers, the vast difference in cultivation level rendered victory against a fifth-tier demon an impossible feat nevertheless. Despite the urging from the two, Zhang Yi signaled for calm. "Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation. This girl has lived a life of comfort. It is time for her to confront some dangers alone and adapt to her new environment." Zhang Yi, while verbally expressing his thoughts, unexpectedly produced a chicken leg from seemingly nowhere, nibbling on it with great interest as he watched the performance unfold. "Practicing your skills?" Upon hearing this, Long Gu and Xiaopu were momentarily stunned. "Brother, have you lost your mind? This is a fifth-tier great demon. Are you seriously suggesting that your own sister take such a risk for practice?" Long Gu gazed at Zhang Yi as if he were a monster, his expression one of disbelief. "Indeed, this is no trivial matter." The mother of the colossal bird chimed in, adding her own concern. "Rest assured, I am well aware of what I am doing." Zhang Yi waved his hand, interrupting Long Ji's words, before taking another bite of the chicken leg. "This girl, since her birth, has been sheltered by both my mother and me. Her life has been exceedingly comfortable. Perhaps she has long forgotten the survival of the fittest that prevails in the wilderness. Now, it is the perfect opportunity to let her undergo some rigorous training. However, there is no room for hesitation. Just watch closely. This girl is not so easily defeated." Zhang Yi once again interrupted Long Ji's words, his gaze shifting back to the distant battlefield. A roar erupted from the golden mane beast, its massive claws striking down towards the young Empress. At this moment, the young Empress was already exhausted, her speed diminished, and it seemed she was about to be struck by the beast's attack. It was over. The mother giant bird and Xiaopu could hardly contain their gasps at the sight. Just as the situation grew dire, a dark shadow suddenly descended from the sky, placing itself in front of the Empress. With a thunderous crash, the golden mane beast's assault landed upon the shadow. "Long Gu?" The Empress looked at the imposing figure shielding her and finally breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, from here on, I will handle this." Long Gu turned to the young Empress and said, "You take a moment to rest over there and watch how I deal with this troublesome beast. But, no buts. Quickly step aside." Long Ji's tone grew more forceful. Seeing this, the young Empress understood that further protest would be futile and obediently retreated to the side. The golden-maned beast, enraged by its thwarted attack, let out another furious roar and lunged at Long Gu. "You little creature, daring to compete with me for my sustenance. How reckless." Long Gu scoffed, his massive claws striking out abruptly, colliding forcefully with the golden-maned beast. With a resounding thud, the beast was sent flying, crashing into several trees before landing heavily on the ground. A pained howl escaped the golden-maned beast as it struggled to rise. However, Long Gu had no intention of granting it that opportunity. Thud, thud, thud. The wind-god pterodactyl relentlessly rained down blows upon the golden-maned beast. Despite being battered and bleeding, the beast refused to yield, continuously writhing and attempting to retaliate. Unfortunately, the disparity in power between it and the wind-god pterodactyl was insurmountable. Its desperate resistance proved futile. "Humph, foolish creature, daring to covet my food. This is nothing short of courting death." The wind-god pterodactyl snorted disdainfully, only ceasing its assault once the beast could no longer fight back. Long Gu, magnificent. As the battle reached its climax, Zhang Yi, hiding in the underbrush, finally made his appearance alongside the mother giant bird and Xiaopu. "Humph, don't you dare stand there and make light of the situation. If I hadn't intervened in time, your sister would have long since been killed by that brute." The wind god pterodactyl rolled its eyes, replying irritably, "Hee Long Gu, I knew you would step in when it mattered, which is why I..." Chapter 48. Dividing the spoils, strive to enhance strength. Zhang Yi, chuckling lightly, approached the lifeless body of the golden mane roar and began to examine it meticulously. Only upon confirming that the creature was utterly deceased did he summon the wind god pterosaur and the mother giant bird. Come, come. Let us dine while it is still warm. This beast is a treasure trove. Let us not waste it. Upon hearing the mention of a feast, the wind god pterosaur perked up instantly. He scurried over to Zhang Yi, glancing at him with an air of entitlement. Brother, I exerted considerable effort this time. The most delectable portions of this golden mane roar must rightfully belong to me. At this, Zhang Yi immediately objected. What do you mean you exerted the most effort? It was my sister who held the front line, distracting and delaying it, providing you the opportunity to swoop in and collect the spoils. Had she not worn the golden mane roar down significantly, do you truly believe you could have dispatched it so effortlessly? If we are to assign credit, I firmly believe my sister is the true heroine here. Upon hearing this, the wind god pterosaur, who had been filled with enthusiasm, suddenly deflated. What can that girl do besides run fast? Were it not for my intervention, she would have been torn to shreds by that beast long ago. Oh, when did you learn to talk back? Zhang Yi retorted. Do you dare to challenge me? Believe me, I could easily stew you. Zhang Yi, with a sudden surge of intent, made to strike, causing the pterosaur to retract its neck in fright. Longo understood all too well that although Zhang Yi could be rather obstinate, his assertions were not entirely unfounded. While the Empress did not directly engage in the battle against the golden-haired roar, it was she who had previously maneuvered with it, allowing the pterosaur an opportunity to act. Zhang Yi's motivations were twofold. He sought to secure additional sustenance for himself, while simultaneously aiming to temper the pterosaur's inflated arrogance. Ever since this creature had joined him, its insatiable greed had only intensified. It was merely a flying contraption, yet it dared to negotiate with him, oblivious to the hierarchy of power. Zhang Yi and his companions continued their playful antics. However, this scene elicited suppressed laughter from the observing giant bird mother and Xiaopu. Ultimately, in accordance with Zhang Yi's intentions, he refrained from any form of reward distribution and instead divided the flesh of the golden-haired roar into 5 equal portions. Although the wind god pterosaur was somewhat reluctant regarding this division, it had no choice but to endure it. After all, the subsequent preparation of these ingredients relied heavily on Zhang Yi and his group. Once they had sufficiently feasted, Zhang Yi was preparing to find a cozy spot to indulge in a restful slumber when, unexpectedly, a notification from the system echoed in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed a portion of the golden retriever's bloodline, gaining an enhancement of strength and the unique skill frenzy. The moment the voice resonated, Zhang Yi's desire for sleep dissipated entirely. He swiftly made his way to an open area and promptly began to experiment with his newfound ability. Frenzy, strength enhancement. As the incantation echoed, a crimson aura enveloped him instantaneously. His previously slender physique expanded at an astonishing rate, visibly transforming before one's eyes. In the next moment, feeling invigorated with power, he leaped into the air and forcefully grasped a massive boulder nearby. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the boulder, the size of a grinding stone, shattered into fragments, sending debris flying and dust swirling. As the haze dissipated, Zhang Yi gently descended back to the ground. Exhilarating! The enhancements from frenzy and strength amplification were indeed remarkable. Meanwhile, the wind god pterodactyl and others noticed the transformation in Zhang Yi. Brother, what has happened to you? How did you suddenly become so formidable? The Empress, observing Zhang Yi's sudden prowess, approached curiously. However, Zhang Yi merely offered her an enigmatic silhouette in response to her inquisitiveness. Higi, do not be enamored with me. I am but a legend. Having concluded matters here, he decided to abandon his earlier intentions for self-care and promptly turned away, disappearing swiftly into the thicket. On the way back, while the Empress chatted with Xiaopu and the others, she learned that Zhang Yi and the others had arrived long before her battle with the golden retriever. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's intervention, Long Gu would have rushed in to assist her. Upon discovering that it was Zhang Yi who had deliberately held him back, the Empress was immediately incensed. You! How could you? You were far too excessive earlier. If it weren't for Long Ji's timely rescue, I might have been devoured by that golden retriever. However, in the face of the Empress's ire, Zhang Yi had his own perspective. Have you forgotten our true nature? This is the jungle, not a greenhouse. It's survival of the fittest, do you understand? Look at you, running away at the first sign of danger, devoid of any combat awareness. If you encounter such a situation again, and if neither my mother nor I are around, whom do you intend to rely on for salvation? Zhang Yi's admonishment was met with defiance from the Empress. Humph, it's not like my cultivation has reached new heights yet. That golden retriever was so powerful. How could I possibly contend with it? If you cannot contend, then learn. Zhang Yi replied. Do you believe that strength simply falls from the sky? Without diligent cultivation, you shall forever remain a feeble being. Zhang Yi struck without mercy. The Empress was rendered speechless by his words, her head bowing in silence. Upon returning to the camp, Zhang Yi began to delve into the newly acquired skill of Berserk. This ability could instantaneously augment his strength and speed, albeit for a limited duration, followed by a period of weakness, thus necessitating cautious usage. It seemed imperative to find an opportunity to thoroughly familiarize himself with this newfound skill. Zhang Yi pondered. In the following days, he continued to venture through the jungle alongside the young Empress and the giant bird matriarch, hunting various ferocious beasts to enhance their strength. One day, they arrived at a marshy area. It was dark and damp, shrouded in miasma, with an unpleasant odor of decay permeating the air, making one feel quite uncomfortable. Brother, this place is utterly revolting. Let us find somewhere else. The Empress remarked with a pinched nose and a look of disdain. Absolutely not. The more perilous a location, the greater the likelihood of hidden treasures. We must venture deeper. Zhang Yi responded resolutely. With the time until the grand competition at the Demon Saint's estate drawing near, they must seize every opportunity to bolster their power. Without heeding the Empress's evident disgust, Zhang Yi boldly advanced into the depths of the marsh. Just as they were about to enter, a sudden chill swept through the air, and a formidable presence emanated from the depths of the swamp, sending shivers down their spines. Danger! We must retreat. The keen-sensed wind god Pterosaur alerted them at once. However, scarcely had his words left his mouth when a colossal figure slowly emerged from the swamp, revealing itself before them. It was an immense creature, its body covered in black scales, far larger than the golden-haired howler they had previously encountered. Its crimson eyes glowed with a chilling light, instilling a sense of dread. Hissing, the creature flicked its crimson tongue, producing an eerie sound that sent chills through the air. Goodness! This thing is absolutely enormous. Zhang Yi could not help but utter a curse. This was troublesome. Feng Shun Yilong gazed gravely at the colossal creature. If I am not mistaken, it appears to be an adult earth dragon. Upon hearing this, the Empress instinctively retreated behind Zhang Yi and the colossal bird's mother. Brother, I believe it would be prudent for us to flee. Chapter 49. The side effects of frenzied skills. Flee? To where? In this desolate place, devoid of villages or inns. Where could we possibly escape to? Zhang Yi cast a disdainful glance at his inept sister, rolling his eyes in exasperation, surveying their surroundings. It was evident that they found themselves in a dismal place where the ground was nothing but mud and stagnant water. As if that were not enough, a thick, oppressive fog enveloped the vast expanse of the marsh, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, an experience akin to being blind while wide awake. In such a perilous environment, one misstep could lead to unknowable dangers, leaving one to perish without even understanding how fate had claimed them. Since death was inevitable, rather than cowering in fear and fleeing blindly, it would be far better to take bold action. After all, a fierce struggle might carve a path through the chaos, yielding unexpected rewards. With this resolution in mind, Zhang Yi steeled himself. Let us do this. Two shoulders to bear one head. Who fears whom? He roared defiantly. In the next moment, he activated the newly learned system skill. Rage. Power amplification. Instantly, a crimson aura enveloped him, and he felt an unprecedented surge of ferocity coursing through his veins. His overall abilities had undergone a remarkable enhancement. Speed, strength, and agility had all escalated to unimaginable heights. Old Mudeel, don't get too cocky. Today, you shall witness my newfound prowess, he declared, charging forward like a streak of crimson light toward the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon, taken aback by this sudden turn of events, had not anticipated such audacity. While it was one thing for this creature to face him without fleeing, it was quite another for it to dare to attack. However, the dragon dismissed Zhang Yi's assault, viewing him merely as an ant, albeit one with an unusual tenacity. To the dragon, ants had but one fate, to serve as sustenance. With this thought, the Earth Dragon cast a scornful glance at Zhang Yi, then opened its gaping maw, preparing to devour this audacious insect that dared to challenge its dominion. Unfortunately, the dragon had underestimated its adversary. As the dragon's seemingly invincible attack was about to strike Zhang Yi, he, instead of continuing on a direct path, suddenly soared upward. Before the beast could react, he dove down, delivering a powerful strike with his claw upon the dragon's somewhat sluggish head. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound. The Earth Dragon was utterly unprepared for the peculiar angle of the opponent's attack. In a moment of carelessness, it fell victim to the onslaught, shaking its somewhat dazed head. The Earth Dragon could hardly believe that the seemingly unimpressive little creature before it possessed such immense power. How could such terrifying strength possibly emanate from this diminutive figure? The Earth Dragon surveyed Zhang Yi, who hovered in midair, with bewilderment reflected in its large, bell-like eyes, filled with confusion and disbelief. Now was the moment to act. Seizing the opportunity while the Earth Dragon remained in a state of shock, the wind god pterosaur swiftly issued a command to attack. Whoosh! With its colossal wings unfurling to cover the sky, a tempest erupted in the previously fog-shrouded swamp. The miasma that had hindered their progress was instantly dispersed. This maneuver illuminated the vision of the once-dazed mother giant bird and the Empress. Simultaneously, the sudden gust from the wind god pterosaur somewhat disrupted the movements of the Earth Dragon. While the impact was minimal, it effectively obstructed the creature's line of sight, preventing it from locking onto Zhang Yi's figure for a brief period. As the battlefield cleared, the mother giant bird, Xiaopu, and the Empress joined the fray. Though the Empress felt a twinge of fear, she suppressed it and, utilizing her remarkable agility, began to harass the Earth Dragon, creating opportunities for Zhang Yi and his companions to strike. During this interval, Xiaopu unleashed a barrage of fireballs towards the Earth Dragon. However, these flames, which he once believed to be invincible, now inflicted negligible damage upon the Earth Dragon, merely serving to divert its attention momentarily. Unbeknownst to Xiaopu, these successive attacks, while failing to deliver any significant harm, incited the Earth Dragon to a state of uncontrollable rage. Suddenly, the massive creature collapsed, thrashing about in the swamp with fervor. Its immense size stirred the mire beneath, creating a deluge of foul-smelling sludge that cascaded like a torrential rain. The unexpected onslaught caught the dragon brother, the Empress, and the wind god pterosaur off guard, drenching them thoroughly. The only one to escape this chaotic assault was the now enraged Zhang Yi, who, empowered by his fury, skillfully evaded the muck while mocking, "Is this all you can do, you foul mudloach? You can't even graze the hem of my garment. And you dare call yourself an Earth Dragon? Perhaps you should be renamed Earthworm." Observing Zhang Yi's infuriating expression, the already furious Earth Dragon found its rage further provoked by Zhang Yi's taunting remarks. Consequently, its attacks grew increasingly ferocious. Regrettably, the creature's size offered it no advantage. Despite the grandeur of each strike, none managed to land upon Zhang Yi. The battle raged on for an extended duration, and the incessantly harried Earth Dragon gradually began to feel the strain of exhaustion. Its movement slowed, and even its breathing grew increasingly labored as it revealed signs of fatigue. Zhang Yi instantly realized that his opportunity had arrived. It seemed the time had come to put an end to this farce. While uttering these words, he swiftly activated his berserk mode once more, forcefully colliding with the head of the Earth Dragon. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the massive body of the Earth Dragon crashed to the ground, sending up a tremendous splash of water that drenched Zhang Yi in mud. Bah! How filthy! Zhang Yi spat out a mouthful of muddy water, a look of disdain crossing his face as he brushed off the stains on his clothing. After the battle had concluded, a wave of weakness washed over him, a consequence of his berserk ability. He staggered a few steps, nearly succumbing to the treacherous mire beneath him. "Brother, are you all right?" The Empress hastily approached, offering her support. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit drained," he replied. Zhang Yi waved his hand dismissively. Although the Fury skill was formidable, its side effects were considerable. It seemed he would need to exercise caution in its future application. Chapter 50. The Lair of the Earth Dragon in the Marshlands. The colossal carcass of the Earth Dragon lay motionless, emanating a nauseating stench that was uniquely repugnant. The Empress, displaying her disdain, flapped her wings, creating a foul gust that carried the noxious odor toward Zhang Yi. "How can you possibly consume such revolting fare? Your palate must be exceedingly robust. Just the sight of it makes me want to retch," she exclaimed, feigning dry heaves for effect. Her demeanor suggested that one more glance would surely evoke the remnants of yesterday's meal. Not only Zhang Yi, but even Long Gu, who usually shared his tastes, wore an expression of distaste. Shaking off the mud that clung to his scales, he lamented, "Brother, I truly cannot comprehend you. This creature has wallowed in filth for so long, it's disgusting. Are you not concerned about the repercussions of consuming it?" In contrast to the aversion displayed by the two, Xiaopu and the giant bird mother stood silently to the side, though they said nothing. Their greedy glances toward Zhang Yi as he surveyed the Earth Dragon's corpse caused them to instinctively retreat a few steps. It was evident that they too were filled with revulsion, despite being the youngest among them. Xiaopu could tell with just one glance that the flesh of the Earth Dragon would likely be unpalatable. Moreover, Who knew how long this behemoth had been marinating in the marsh? Consuming its meat could very well lead to a severe illness. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi exhibited no signs of disgust. Observing the disdainful expressions of his companions, especially that of his sister, the Empress, left him feeling somewhat incredulous. This girl, who consistently clamored for strength, was now presented with an excellent opportunity and chose to forego it simply due to the unappealing appearance of the creature. He found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silent critique in his mind, Zhang Yi finally flapped his wings with a resigned expression. Well, if you do not wish to partake, then so be it. I was initially concerned about having enough to eat, but now it seems this bounty is fortuitously mine alone. Zhang Yi, with words of bravado, strode confidently toward the corpse of the earth dragon, disregarding the disdainful expressions of the nearby demons. He extended his claw and tore off a substantial leg of the dragon, indulging in his feast. The sound of crunching bones resonated sharply in the stillness of the marsh. And with each exaggerated chew, the other demons felt a wave of nausea wash over them. Soon, the giant bird matriarch, the Empress, dragon brother, and little Pooh could no longer bear the sight. One by one, they turned away, choosing to ignore Zhang Yi. At one moment, they even began to question whether he had lost his sanity, capable of consuming such repulsive fare. However, witnessing Zhang Yi's rapturous expression led them to believe that the dragon meat was some rare delicacy of the mortal realm. Little did they know. While he appeared to relish the taste, Zhang Yi had cleverly activated the system skill, Feast of Gluttony, unnoticed. Under the influence of the skill, regardless of the meat's actual flavor, it transformed into pure spiritual energy within his mouth. As he continued to devour, a warm current surged within him, sweeping away the fatigue from earlier combat, replaced by an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a new skill, Earth Escape. Just as he swallowed the final morsel of dragon meat, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Earth Escape? Now that is a remarkable ability. With the skill, traversing underground would be as effortless as swimming in water. Elated by the system's announcement, Zhang Yi felt an irresistible urge to test this new skill immediately. With a mere thought, a yellowish glow enveloped him, and his body began to sink gently into the mire beneath his feet. The entire process was incredibly smooth, akin to walking normally. What in the world? Where did that guy go? How did he suddenly vanish? The giant bird matriarch, the Empress, dragon brother, and little Pooh, who had turned away in disgust, believed Zhang Yi had surely eaten his fill. Just as they prepared to turn back and signal one another to leave, they were left dumbfounded upon glancing back. They stared blankly at the spot where the pile of dragon remains had once been, exchanging bewildered looks, utterly perplexed by the sudden disappearance. As they began to search the surroundings, unexpectedly, Zhang Yi appeared behind them. Surprised, are we? Unexpected, perhaps? Goodness, you nearly scared me to death. The sudden sound startled Longo, causing him to nearly lose his balance and fall to the ground. The Empress and Xiao Pu also looked visibly shaken, while the mother of the giant bird gazed at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression, questioning his bizarre antics. What on earth are you doing? Vanishing and reappearing like that? Are you trying to frighten us to death? In response to their reproach, Zhang Yi merely smiled enigmatically. I simply wish to present you with a surprise. After devouring that earth dragon, I unexpectedly acquired a new skill, Earth Escape. Impressive, isn't it? As he spoke, he demonstrated his newfound ability, transforming into a beam of earthy light, burrowing underground, and then re-emerging at a different location. Wow, Daddy is amazing, Xiao Pu exclaimed in awe. Both the mother of the giant bird and Long Gu expressed their admiration for Zhang Yi's new skill. However, the Empress, with a hint of disdain, remarked that it was nothing extraordinary. Yet, the glimmer in her eyes betrayed a sense of envy and jealousy. It was likely that she was regretting her earlier indifference. Subsequently, in order to test the limits of his Earth Escape skill, Zhang Yi resolved to delve even deeper underground. He descended through layers of soil and rock. As he ventured further, he was suddenly taken aback to discover a subterranean cavern radiating an extraordinary light. If his instincts were correct, this must be the lair of the Earth Dragon. However, when he attempted to enter and investigate, he found that the rocks obstructing the entrance seemed to possess some sort of barrier, hindering his advance. Despite Zhang Yi's numerous attempts, he was ultimately unable to make any progress. Reluctantly, he decided to return to the surface to consult with the Empress and Long Gu, hoping they might possess a solution to the peculiar restrictions imposed by the enigmatic rock. Chapter 51, Underground Exploration. Zhang Yi returned to the surface, observing the eager expressions of several onlookers. Clearing his throat, He feigned profundity as he gazed at the few curious souls and spoke in a solemn tone. The situation is rather intricate. I have stumbled upon a peculiar cavern underground, its entrance obstructed by a bizarre barrier that even Earth escape cannot penetrate. Zhang Yi scratched his head, vividly recounting his recent discovery to the three spectators before him. At this moment, the Empress, listening intently, rolled her eyes in a display of schadenfreude. You two have moments of uncertainty? It's merely a rock. If I were to handle it, I would surely resolve it in no time. Clearly, she was still brooding over her prior oversight regarding the Earth Dragon resources. However, in stark contrast to her sardonic demeanor, Long Ji's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Are you implying there is a cave below? If I am not mistaken, that location could very well be the lair of the Earth Dragon. If we manage to gain entry, we might uncover some extraordinary treasures. After all, this old creature had resided in this area for many years. It must surely have hidden valuables. As Long Gu spoke, he began to unconsciously caress his massive dragon claws, his expression brimming with anticipation, as if he had already glimpsed something remarkable. Meanwhile, Xiaopu flapped his wings excitedly beside him. Yes, Uncle Dragon is absolutely right. Adventure. Adventure. Father, let us embark on this adventure together. Zhang Yi observed the exuberant Long Gu and Xiaopu, then glanced at the disdainful expression of the Empress, letting out a helpless sigh. Shall we first discuss how to break that restriction? What if there is genuine danger inside? Fear not. With me, the dragon. No peril can faze us, Long Gu declared boldly, sensing Zhang Yi's hesitation and waving his claw with exuberance. However, his sudden movement nearly sent the unprepared Zhang Yi flying. Ultimately, under the fervent insistence of Long Gu and Xiaopu, combined with the Empress's contradictory actions, despite her verbal reluctance, her body followed suit. The group resolutely prepared to delve once more into the depths below, eager to uncover the truth. Once the decision was made, Zhang Yi took a deep breath and activated his system skill. Earth escape. Instantly, a yellowish glow enveloped him anew. This time, under his command. The radiant light expanded immensely, encompassing the Empress, Long Gu, Xiaopu, and even the colossal mother bird along with them. What is this sensation? I feel a bit dizzy. Long Ji's voice echoed underground. Silence. Stay still. The Empress cast a disdainful glance at the unworldly fellow beside her. Yet, the slight tremor in her voice betrayed her own discomfort with the surreal experience of traversing the earth. Under Zhang Yi's guidance, they swiftly arrived at the previously sealed cave, surrounded by rock. This is the place. Zhang Yi pointed at the rock before him, which emitted a faint glow. He then proceeded to reenact his previous encounter for the group. As his thoughts flowed, he attempted to use the earth escape technique once more. In the next moment, it was as if he had collided with an invisible wall, sending him flying back. Realizing that Zhang Yi's method was ineffective, the elder brother, the wind god pterosaur, immediately stepped forward. Stand back. Allow me to give it a try, he declared, and without hesitation, he swung his massive claws down upon the rock with great force. With a thunderous crash, the rock blocking the entrance not only remained unscathed but also unleashed a tremendous rebound, propelling the wind god pterosaur away. Witnessing the wind god pterosaur's failure, the mother giant bird also approached to make an attempt, only to be similarly repelled. See, I told you this stone is peculiar. If this doesn't work, Zhang Yi gazed at the defeated second demon, a smile gracing his lips. However, before he could articulate his thoughts, the Empress, who had been observing intently, interjected unexpectedly. Why do I have the impression that the patterns upon this rock resemble a bloodline contract? A bloodline contract? At her words, Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback. What on earth is a bloodline contract? As far as I know, certain families in the human realm employ bloodline contracts to safeguard their most cherished possessions, which can only be unlocked by those sharing the same bloodline. The patterns etched upon this rock bear a striking resemblance to ancient bloodline contract totems. As he scrutinized the peculiar designs on the rock, he spoke in a low voice. With this revelation, Zhang Yi experienced a sudden enlightenment, yet a grave concern soon crept into his mind. So, does this barrier require the bloodline of an earth dragon to be unlocked? But where shall we find the blood of an earth dragon? He halted mid-sentence, his gaze falling upon himself. Wait, having consumed so much of the earth dragon's flesh and blood, I might very well possess the essence of its bloodline within me. The Empress shared his realization. I believe you should certainly give it a try. After all, there is nothing to lose. Encouraged by her words, Zhang Yi swiftly made an incision on his wing, allowing a drop of his blood to fall upon the rock. In the next instant, the drop was absorbed by the rock at an astonishingly visible pace. Before the assembled demons could express their astonishment, the previously motionless rock began to tremble as if animated, emitting a low hum, and then slowly shifted aside to reveal a dark, gaping entrance. By the heavens, it actually worked, Long Gu exclaimed, rising from the ground, his face a mask of shock. Father is truly remarkable. Little Pooh chirped excitedly, flapping her wings. As the entrance opened, a chill emanated from within, sending shivers down their spines. Let us proceed and see what lies beyond. Zhang Yi was the first to step into the cavern. Inside, darkness enveloped the space, rendering visibility utterly impossible. Immediately, golden flames akin to the sun erupted around Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu, illuminating their surroundings. As their gaze swept across the cavern, they beheld walls adorned with peculiar runes, each exuding a faint, ethereal glow. The ground was littered with scattered bones, remnants of unknown creatures. A chilling atmosphere permeated the air. This place feels rather ominous. The Empress's voice quivered slightly. Fear not, for I am here with you. Zhang Yi gently patted the girl's shoulder. Who is afraid? Certainly not I. Though the Empress spoke defiantly, her tone revealed a palpable lack of conviction. As they ventured deeper, the temperature within the cavern plummeted, and a foul stench permeated the air. As they proceeded, the wind god pterosaur leading the way suddenly halted. Wait. Chapter 52. The Deep Affection of Mother and Child. Shoo. There seems to be some movement ahead. Long Gu whispered, gesturing for Zhang Yi and the others to silence. Upon hearing this, without hesitation, Zhang Yi summoned a fireball and hurled it into the dark abyss before them. Bang! In the next moment, the fireball detonated as if it had struck something solid, illuminating the entire cave with its fiery brilliance. Good heavens! There, they beheld a colossal black earth dragon coiled menacingly, its scales reflecting a metallic sheen in the glow of the flames. This formidable beast bore an uncanny resemblance to the earth dragon they had encountered on the surface. Yet the malevolent aura it exuded was far more potent. At that moment, its crimson eyes fixated intently on Zhang Yi and his companions, emitting a low, ominous growl that served as a warning to keep their distance. Zhang Yi's heart sank at the sight. What a stroke of misfortune! I merely sought to acquire a modest fortune, and here the heavens conspire against me, hiding such a fearsome creature in this cave. Not only Zhang Yi, but upon seeing the black earth dragon, the Empress and Xiao Pu instinctively sought refuge behind the colossal avian matriarch, perhaps reluctant to lose face before Zhang Yi. Even though fear gripped her heart, the Empress feigned composure to reassure Xiao Pu. Do not be afraid, for your father and Long Gu are here. Even if 10 more earth dragons were to appear, they would be no match for him. Xiao Pu nodded, though her trembling little wings betrayed her inner terror. Zhang Yi found himself momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the black earth dragon. However, he quickly discerned a peculiar phenomenon. Despite the formidable presence of this creature, its movements were somewhat sluggish, as if it were weakened, even though they had unwittingly encroached upon its attack range. The colossal beast merely emitted a warning roar without launching an offensive. It is well known that the creatures of this jungle possess a strong territorial instinct. Upon detecting an intruder, they typically strike without hesitation. This was especially true for a being of such profound cultivation as the earth dragon before him. Based on Zhang Yi's experience, one would expect it to initiate an attack immediately. What could possibly be the reason for its hesitation? Was it merely a display of bravado, or? Zhang Yi pondered silently, yet after a prolonged period of contemplation, he could not discern any clarity. Meanwhile, his companion, Brother Long, lacked such patience. At that moment, the flames of battle within him blazed fiercely. He exhibited no signs of hesitation or restraint. With a resounding roar, he charged forward. Brother, you take the rear. I shall lead the charge. Let's vanquish this foe. With that declaration, he propelled himself like a cannonball towards the ominous black dragon. Wait, Brother Long. Zhang Yigang was about to interject and halt the reckless charge. But alas, the impulsive fellow had already surged forward. On the opposite side, the black earth dragon, witnessing the fierce advance of the wind god pterosaur, could only brace its massive form to confront the threat. Yet, despite its imposing size dwarfing that of the wind god pterosaur, it moved with an inexplicable sluggishness. To Zhang Yi, it seemed as if he were not facing a formidable demon, but rather an aged elder, teetering on the brink of death. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi remained apprehensive about potential schemes lurking behind this fade. Reluctantly, yet resolutely, he dashed towards the black earth dragon to ensure that Long Gu would not face the creature alone. Moments later, the bird and dragon joined forces to unleash a fierce assault upon the black earth dragon below. Meanwhile, the giant mother bird stood guard beside the Empress and Xiao Pu. vigilantly surveying the surroundings, ever prepared for unforeseen contingencies. The battle unfolded with unexpected ease. Although the Black Earth Dragon possessed formidable cultivation for reasons unknown, it could barely harness even a fraction of its true power. Under the combined pressure of Zhang Yi and Long Ge, it soon found itself at a disadvantage, its body marred with wounds. What on earth is going on? Could it be feigning weakness? Long Ge cast a doubtful glance at the Black Earth Dragon below. Regardless, let us deliver a sound thrashing first. Zhang Yi had not pondered much. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a relentless assault. Despite emerging battered and bruised, the Black Earth Dragon steadfastly refused to flee, instead fiercely resisting, as if it were guarding something precious. It appeared to be protecting the Empress, who was concealed behind the towering figure of the giant bird, observing the unfolding battle. Witnessing her side gaining the upper hand, her initial trepidation gradually gave way to composure. Upon her remark, both Zhang Yi and Long Ge became acutely aware of this revelation. Immediately, they decisively ceased their onslaught, carefully scrutinizing the movements of the Black Earth Dragon. They beheld the creature laboriously shifting its form, striving to shield a hidden corner deep within the cave. What lay concealed there? Zhang Yi, filled with curiosity, conjured another ball of the Earth Dragon's fire and hurled it towards the corner. The flames illuminated the area, revealing a small mound of earth covered with dried grass, resembling a nest. To his astonishment, nestled within the nest lay a perfectly round, pristine white object. Goodness! A dragon egg! Long Ge exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement, nearly drooling at the prospect of such a delectable treasure. Realizing that the Black Earth Dragon was guarding something precious, Long Ge eagerly urged Zhang Yi to take action. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi appeared oblivious to the urgency, standing frozen in place. He could hardly comprehend that even in death, the Black Earth Dragon was resolutely defending its offspring. Just then, the Black Earth Dragon emitted a mournful cry, gazing at Zhang Yi and the others with imploring eyes, as if begging them not to harm its child. Zhang Yi felt a stir within his heart. Despite this formidable creature's ferocity, it willingly endured such humiliation in order to protect its offspring. This profound maternal instinct moved him deeply. Brother Long, this egg. Zhang Yi hesitated for a moment. Glancing at Brother Long licked his lips, a glimmer of greed flickering in his eyes, yet he ultimately shook his head. Never mind, this creature is rather pitiable. Besides, we have consumed its offspring. Wouldn't it seek to retaliate against us? Zhang Yi nodded and reassured the Black Earth Dragon, saying, do not worry. We shall not harm your offspring. The Black Earth Dragon appeared to understand his words, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in its eyes, before it slowly lowered itself to the ground, using its body to shield the dragon egg. At that moment, a sudden sound of cracking echoed in the previously silent cave. Crack, crack. The crisp sound of the eggshell breaking reverberated throughout the cavern. The pristine white dragon egg displayed cracks that spread like a spider's web, until with a resounding pop, fragments of the shell scattered in all directions. A damp, sticky little creature emerged from the remnants of the eggshell. Its entire body a deep black, with diminutive dragon horns and claws, resembling a miniature version of the Black Earth Dragon. The weakened Black Earth Dragon mother gazed at her newborn with a flicker of maternal affection, gently nuzzling the tiny creature with her massive head, emitting a low, mournful whine. However, this tender scene did not last long. Soon, the Black Earth Dragon's body began to tremble violently. It was at this moment that Zhang Yi and Long Ge noticed a horrific wound on the dragon's abdomen, deep enough to expose bone, as if it had been viciously clawed by some formidable talon. If I am not mistaken, it is highly likely that this creature was caught in the crossfire during the previous massacre perpetrated by the Blood Shadow Demon Tiger. Alas, as Zhang Yi spoke, he suddenly paused, a look of helplessness washing over his face as he sighed. Observing the current state of the Black Earth Dragon, he felt a certainty that this formidable creature had persisted solely out of concern for her offspring. Now that the little dragon had hatched, it seemed inevitable that the mother would soon succumb to her exhaustion. Indeed, as Zhang Yi had anticipated, after sharing a tender moment with her newborn, the Black Earth Dragon suddenly collapsed to the ground, akin to a deflated balloon. It appeared that her life was drawing to a close. In witnessing this scene, Zhang Yi and his companions momentarily forgot the purpose of their journey. Just as they were about to turn away, the seemingly lifeless mother dragon mustered her last breath to lift her head and gaze at them. Her large, tear-filled eyes brimmed with a mixture of desperation and hope. Before long, the mother dragon emitted a faint, indistinct sound. Save it. Upon hearing her words, Zhang Yi and Long Ge, who had been ready to depart, froze in place. They exchanged glances, astonished that the Black Earth Dragon could utter such a plea. Yet, in that moment, they understood the meaning behind her words. She wished to entrust her child to them. After all, the little creature had just been born, and if they did not take him away from this place, he would surely perish from hunger. They were deep underground, and for an untrained little dragon, being left alone here meant certain death. This urgency likely explained why the Black Earth Dragon had held on until witnessing her child's birth. Had Zhang Yi and his companions not engaged in battle with her earlier, she might not have been so close to death now. Although the previous confrontation had not lasted long, it had taken a significant toll on the already injured and exhausted creature. As Zhang Yi and his companions exchanged hesitant glances, the Black Earth Dragon spoke once more. Rest assured, this little one may seem pathetically weak now, but given time, he will grow to become a formidable ally for you. With great difficulty, she continued to express her wishes, as if she were using her final moments to secure a glimmer of hope for her child. And all that I possess, I will give to you. Though her words remained unfinished, the implication was unmistakable. She was bequeathing her body and the treasures hidden within the cave to them. Zhang Yi gazed at the ailing Black Earth Dragon and then at the bewildered young dragon, his heart a tumult of emotions. Though avaricious, he was not devoid of compassion. Moreover, the Black Earth Dragon had fought valiantly to protect her offspring, a testament to maternal affection that stirred his very soul. Even the wind god Pterosaur, dragon brother, set aside his usual greed, revealing a flicker of empathy in his eyes. Though he had a voracious appetite, he too was profoundly moved by the presence of such a noble mother. Very well, I shall grant your wish. Before Zhang Yi could utter a word, dragon brother readily acquiesced. Rest assured, henceforth this little one shall be my godson. Whoever dares to bully him will have me to contend with first. You need not worry. We will not harm your child. With dragon brother's assurance, Zhang Yi echoed the promise. Upon hearing their vows, gratitude flickered in the eyes of the Black Earth Dragon. She slowly closed her eyes, her immense form crashing to the ground, silenced forevermore. Zhang Yi and Long Gu approached the little Earth Dragon. The tiny creature seemed to sense the departure of its mother, emitting mournful cries that tugged at the heartstrings. Alas, this little being is truly pitiable. Long Gu sighed softly and gently patted the little Earth Dragon's head with his claw, assuring it, from now on, follow your father, and you shall enjoy a life of abundance and comfort. Zhang Yi gazed at Long Ji's feigned fierce expression and couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow, despite feeling troubled within, insisted on putting on an air of nonchalance. Enough of the pretense. Let us swiftly explore what treasures lie within this cavern. Zhang Yi gently patted Long Ji's head and teased, haven't you been yearning for this for quite some time? With a mischievous grin, Long Gu quickly reverted to his former avaricious demeanor. Hurry, let us see what treasures this fellow has concealed. No sooner had he spoken than the two began to rummage through the cave, their previous expressions of reluctance and sympathy cast aside. Meanwhile, the little Earth Dragon, oblivious to the supernatural happenings, was gently comforted by its nurturing mother bird and the Empress, having just entered this world without the warmth of a maternal embrace. Such a child, bereft of a mother's love, is indeed the most pitiable. Deep within the cave, an array of treasures lay stacked, exquisite herbs, demon cores, and demon crystals. All precious resources that could aid in their cultivation, forming miniature mountains. Well, brother, we've truly struck it rich this time, Long Gu exclaimed excitedly, his eyes nearly glued to the dazzling assortment of treasures. Zhang Yi was somewhat astonished, not anticipating that this Black Earth Dragon had amassed such a plethora of treasures. It appears that this creature was not a paragon of virtue in its previous existence. Little did it know, however, that these items were carefully gathered over many years, intended for its yet-to-be-born offspring. Alas, the Mother Earth Dragon's long-cherished collection has now unwittingly fallen into the hands of Zhang Yi and his companions. Chapter 54. Haggling and Journey to the Demon Saint's Mansion. Goodness gracious, this Black Loach has quite an impressive stash. Brother Long rummaged through the mound of medicinal herbs, his golden eyes nearly bulging with excitement, drool dripping incessantly. If only his claws were more adept, he would have eagerly embraced every single item. Zhang Yi expressed his astonishment, holding in his hand a demon crystal roughly the size of an infant's fist. He illuminated it under the light, revealing a swirling violet radiance, with an abundance of spiritual energy nearly spilling over. This treasure could sustain me for several sumptuous meals. He grinned widely, showcasing a set of pristine white teeth. Eat, that's all you think about, the Empress remarked, casting him a sidelong glance, though though her gaze soon landed on a vibrant red spiritual herb. This was the scarlet flame herb, the principal ingredient for concocting the boundary-breaking pill. To think that this black mud eel possessed such valuable treasures. Upon mentioning alchemy, a fervent light ignited in the Empress's eyes. Previously, while refining pills by the riverbank, she was perpetually on edge, fearful that some unwary beast might disrupt her efforts. Now, concealed within this cavern, she found herself in a safe and discreet sanctuary, an utterly perfect locale for alchemical endeavors. Sister, do you mean? Zhang Yi rubbed his hands together, an expression of ill intent crossing his face as he approached. These spiritual herbs and medicinal materials would be wasted if kept on one's person. It would be far better to seize this opportunity to concoct them into elixirs, thus facilitating our future use, wouldn't it? The Empress cast a fleeting glance in his direction, inquiring, "What? Do you have an objection?" And no, not at all. How could I possibly dare to have an objection? He stammered. Zhang Yi quickly shook his head, yet his heart brimmed with joy. In truth, even if the Empress had not mentioned it, the thought had already taken root in his mind. He had been contemplating the elixir she spoke of for quite some time. Now that she had broached the subject, he certainly would not decline the opportunity. With this in mind, Zhang Yi turned his gaze towards the nearby wind god pterosaur. "Brother Dragon," he suggested, "while we have this moment, I believe it prudent for us to address that mother dragon, to prevent any hindrance to my sister's alchemical endeavors. What do you think?" Zhang Yi chuckled as he patted Long Gu. Initially, this fellow was relishing a spiritual fruit. But upon hearing that the other had set his sights on the mother dragon, a twinge of reluctance flickered within him. Yet, recalling the delectable earth dragon he had previously consumed, which had tantalized his taste buds, he ultimately acquiesced. Let us proceed. This dragon yearns to savor the exquisite flavor of earth dragon meat, Long Gu proclaimed, promptly trailing behind Zhang Yi towards the carcass of the black earth dragon. Meanwhile, the young earth dragon, having just lost its mother, remained unaware of Zhang Yi and his companion's intentions due to its nascent intelligence. Nestled in the embrace of its giant bird mother, it emitted soft whimpers from time to time. Upon noticing Zhang Yi and the others approaching its mother's lifeless form, the young earth dragon instinctively struggled a few times within the warmth of its mother's feathers. When Zhang Yi beheld the tearful young dragon, his heart softened, and he even contemplated abandoning his plan. Alas, this little creature is quite pitiable, perhaps. However, before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by the pterosaur beside him. Pity aside, meat is still essential. At most, I shall allocate a larger portion to him when we dine, Long Gu remarked. Having promised the mother dragon to look after the young one, he believed it only fair to seek some recompense for his efforts. The flesh and blood of the mother dragon would serve as a sort of protection fee for the little one. In the next moment, he gazed up at the nearby carcass of the mother dragon and mused, in my opinion, the flesh of this black mud loach must surely be far more delectable than that of the wretched mud loach from the swamp. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi found the reasoning quite compelling. Back in the marshes, he had relished the experience of savoring that mudfish alone, awakening a new skill in the process. Now, with this black earth dragon, whose cultivation was evidently superior and whose physique was undeniably stronger, the flavor would surely ascend to a remarkable new height. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yi exchanged a glance with Long Gu, and the last remnants of reluctance that lingered in his heart dissipated in an instant. Subsequently, Zhang Yi and his companions summoned Xiaopu to join them in their division of spoils. The wind god pterodactyl took the lead, using its sharp claws to tear at the flesh and hide of the black earth dragon. Zhang Yi secretly employed the skill of the gluttonous feast, voraciously devouring the spiritual essence within the flesh and blood of the earth dragon. Ah, the flavor is truly exquisite. Zhang Yi savored each bite with admiration, as the rich spiritual essence flowed down his throat and infused his body, leaving him feeling utterly invigorated. Naturally, one need only consider the source of such craftsmanship. Brother Long proudly raised his head, his mouth stained with dragon's blood, presenting a rather fearsome visage. "Do not be greedy, save some for me." Zhang Yi swiftly shielded the remaining dragon meat, fearful that Long Gu would devour it all. Outside the cave, the bird and the dragon feasted joyously, creating an exceptionally harmonious atmosphere. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Inside the cave, the Empress sat cross-legged, surrounded by an array of alchemical vials. Each elixir was crystal clear, exuding a rich aura that was utterly tantalizing. Success! The Empress opened her eyes, a glimmer of delight flashing within. How is it? How many elixirs have been refined? Zhang Yi and Long Gu rushed in eagerly, their eyes fixated on the array of elixir vials. The breakthrough pills, concentration pills, and an assortment of healing potions, sufficient for our needs for quite some time. The Empress remarked indifferently. Splendid. Zhang Yi and Long Gu rejoiced exuberantly, eager to claim all the elixirs as their own. However, they should not celebrate too soon. These potions are not bestowed freely. The Empress observed them with a knowing smile, indicating that to obtain the elixirs, one must pay a price. Zhang Yi and Long Gu were momentarily taken aback, their hearts racing with a sudden jolt. In that instant, for reasons unknown, as they met the gaze of the Empress, an unsettling feeling akin to being scrutinized by a shrewd merchant washed over them. How about exchanging a boundary-breaking pill for 10 pounds of beast meat? The Empress inquired, resting her chin on her hand, a smile playing on her lips as she regarded Zhang Yi. Upon hearing the words, Zhang Yi instantly became infuriated. 10 pounds? Why don't you just go rob someone? Besides, without my assistance, how could you have so effortlessly concocted the elixir? I assert, at most, 5 pounds. 8 pounds. No less. The Empress stood her ground resolutely. 6 pounds. It cannot exceed that. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth. At this moment, Long Gu, unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, You, my dear girl, are simply taking advantage of the flames. After all we've been through together. How can you keep such meticulous accounts? Friendship is friendship, but business is business. They must never be conflated. The Empress retorted with conviction, Moreover, I am not forcing you to trade. Long Gu was rendered speechless, silently calculating whether his meager resources would suffice to exchange for a few elixirs. After a series of amicable negotiations, Zhang Yi and Long Gu ultimately acquired the coveted elixirs, albeit with a heavy heart. Yet, thoughts of the impending grand tournament at the Demon Saint's Manor invigorated their spirits. As Zhang Yi and his companions emerged from the cavern, the treasures of the Black Earth Dragon had transformed into resplendent, translucent elixirs, brimming with spiritual energy. With time drawing near, it was time for them to venture forth to the grand tournament hosted by the Demon Saint's Manor and broaden their horizons. Onward, to the Demon Saint's Manor. Chapter 55. The Young Master of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. Demon Saint's Manor. Here I come. Zhang Yi stood majestically upon the broad back of the pterosaur, letting out a resounding roar filled with exuberance. However, this very display of bravado elicited a disdainful reaction from the Empress beside him. Look at your uncultured demeanor. You truly are a country bumpkin. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and said, You certainly have experienced the world. Since you are well-versed in it, why don't we engage in a little contest? As Zhang Yi uttered these words, the once proud Empress instantly faltered. I believe this is rather unnecessary. I am a civilized being. The acts of violence and slaughter are the domain of your kind, not mine. Beside her, the mother of the giant bird observed the two siblings, who appeared uncomfortable in their inaction, yet she showed no inclination to intervene. After all, such scenes were not unfamiliar to her over the course of time, though her son often threatened to confront the Empress at the slightest provocation. He had never truly acted upon those threats. Moreover, should any misfortune befall the Empress, it was invariably her son who would rush to her aid. Furthermore, compared to mending the discord between these siblings, she had a far more pressing mission at hand. Little Pooh and Little Earth Dragon. These two little creatures had become akin to her own children, trailing behind her relentlessly from dawn until dusk, resembling two needy little shadows. The wind god pterosaur soared high, its massive form casting a shadow over the land, soon vanishing into the horizon. In order to save time, they deviated from their originally planned route. Heeding Zhang Yi's suggestion, they opted for a shortcut, directly traversing an ancient forest known as the Misty Woods. This forest was perpetually shrouded in thick fog, characterized by its intricate terrain and myriad of monstrous beasts, with rumors circulating of a powerful ancient tree spirit dwelling deep within its heart. As they entered the forest, the dense fog enveloped them, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Goodness, this fog is utterly overwhelming, thicker than my own snot. Dragon Brother complained. Zhang Yi activated the Eye of Insight, rendering everything around him crystal clear. Even the thick mist could not obstruct his vision. Enough with the chatter, stay close to me, he commanded. Within the misty forest, an array of bizarre and fantastical creatures emerged. A colossal spider adorned with butterfly wings descended from the sky, launching a mass of sticky silk towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was well prepared. He swiftly sidestepped, retaliating with a fireball that incinerated his opponent into charred remains. Is that all? I expected something more formidable. It must be said that ever since Zhang Yi ascended to the rank of a divine beast, he has transformed entirely from his former self. Common lesser demons, in his presence, are met with decisive action rather than idle chatter. A mere spider was hardly worthy of his concern. However, no sooner had he spoken than a chameleon lizard, exuding toxic mist, sprang forth from the nearby thicket. This little creature emitted a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors, strikingly beautiful at first glance. Yet, one must not be deceived by its alluring exterior. In this misty forest, the more enchanting the appearance, the more likely it is to conceal deadly intent. Goodness, how repulsive! The moment the chameleon lizard made its entrance, Long Gu and his companions instinctively held their breath, fearful that a moment's inattention would lead to their downfall. Unfortunately, this predicament fell upon Zhang Yi, who was tasked with clearing the path ahead. After all, he alone possessed the extraordinary skill known as insightful eye. Though he too felt a wave of disgust, he persevered, casting a fireball that sent the creature fleeing. I can't believe our luck. Why must we continuously encounter such bizarre beings? Zhang Yi lamented with evident disdain. Who knows? This misty forest is renowned for its diverse array of demonic creatures. The Empress behind them chuckled with a hint of schadenfreude. They pressed onward, soon confronting a pack of ghostly wolves capable of invisibility. These spectral wolves were elusive and treacherous. Had it not been for Zhang Yi's insightful eye, which pierced through their cloaking, they would have undoubtedly fallen victim to ambush. These wretched beings are truly insidious. Long Gu yelped in pain after being bitten by one of the ghostly wolves. Hold on, let me tend to your wounds. Zhang Yi casually retrieved a pill previously concocted by the Empress and tossed it to the wind god wyvern. However, for such a colossal creature, this pill was akin to a mere snack, a delightful treat to alleviate boredom. Ah, this pill is truly delectable. The dragon savored the taste, displaying no signs of injury whatsoever. Were it not for the blood still trickling from its wing, Zhang Yi might have suspected that the creature was feigning its injuries merely to indulge in the pill. Enough with the pretense. With your robust hide and thick flesh, such a minor wound is insignificant. I assert you are deliberately deceiving me to procure my precious pill. Beside them, Little Pooh unceremoniously exposed the dragon's ruse. The dragon shot him an incredulous glare. You little rascal, why speak such blatant truths? Is the injury on my wing not genuine? Were it not for your tender age and ignorance, I would have engaged you in a fierce battle of 300 rounds today. Thus, they journeyed forth, exchanging laughter and banter, vanquishing countless peculiar beasts, until they ultimately arrived at the Demon Saint's mansion just prior to the commencement of the grand competition. Perched atop a majestic peak, the mansion exuded a grandeur reminiscent of a celestial realm. At last, they had arrived. Zhang Yi exhaled deeply, gazing at the Demon Saint's mansion before him, his heart brimming with anticipation. He hoped that this upcoming competition would prove to be intriguing. Long Gu also appeared invigorated, his face alight with excitement. As they approached the mountain gate, they noticed a throng of demon disciples gathered there, engaged in animated discussions. Have you heard? The rewards for this competition are exceedingly generous. It is said that the champion will not only receive the lair and remains of a 9th-tier demon, but that the Demon Saint's mansion will even bestow upon them a top-tier elixir. A top-tier elixir? Good heavens! Is that true? Indeed, I would be utterly content even with a mere ordinary elixir. As they listened to the fervent chatter among the demon disciples, Zhang Yi and Long Gu exchanged a glance, both recognizing the excitement mirrored in each other's eyes. A top-tier elixir, such a treasure could incite frenzy throughout the entire demon realm. Yet, the precise functions of this illustrious elixir remained unknown. As Zhang Yi was lost in thought, a young demon adorned with a golden crown emerged from the throng of his kind. This individual was tall and handsome, exuding an aura of formidable power with every gesture. Could this be Jin Peng, the heir of the golden-winged rock clan? It is said that he has attained the rank of an 8th-tier demon king, possessing immense strength. It seems that he is destined to claim victory in the upcoming grand competition. Approaching the mountain gate, Jin Peng surveyed the crowd, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. A mere assembly of insignificant creatures daring to covet the finest elixirs? How utterly delusional! His words incited discontent among the gathered demons, yet they remained cautious, mindful of his status and prowess. Zhang Yi observed Jin Peng's arrogant demeanor, feeling a sense of displeasure within. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. Long Gu also furrowed his brow. What? Are you displeased by his presence? Shall we confront him? Chapter 56. The Holy Maiden of the Fox Clan. Humair. Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Xiaopu immediately sprang up with excitement. Yes, Uncle Long, go teach him a lesson. Let him understand why the flowers bloom so red. Long Ge feigned indifference, lazily yawning as he cast a dismissive glance at Jin Peng. Him? Does he even deserve my attention? What is my status to waste time on such a trivial character? Despite his words, the eager glint in Long Ji's eyes betrayed his true intentions. He swaggered toward Jin Peng, each step reverberating like thunder, causing the surrounding demon disciples to scatter, fearful of being crushed by the colossal figure. Upon reaching Jin Peng, Long Ge deliberately snorted, spraying Jin Peng with a mist of disdain, and then looked at him with a booming voice. I've heard you are quite arrogant, even attempting to lay your hands on top-grade elixirs? Have you even glanced at your own worth? Jin Peng, incensed by this sudden provocation, turned a furious shade of gray, glaring at Long Ge. Who do you think you are, daring to treat this young master with such disrespect? You seek death. As soon as the words left his mouth, Jin Peng transformed into a streak of golden light, lunging at Long Ge. His wings flapped fiercely, and his sharp claws descended like steel blades toward Long Ji's head. Anticipating this, Long Ge nimbly twisted his massive form, evading the attack, and opened his gaping maw to bite at Jin Peng. In an instant, the area before the mountain gate was filled with flying dust and stones as the two became entangled in a fierce struggle. Their powers were evenly matched, and neither could gain the upper hand. Xiaopu watched with fervor, her small fist pumping as she cheered for Long Ge. Uncle Long, go. Bite him. Bite his wings. Yes, just like that. Zhang Yize observed the battlefield with a calm demeanor, noticing that Jin Peng's techniques, while seemingly powerful, appeared somewhat ostentatious, as if deliberately crafted to showcase prowess. Zhang Yi harbored doubts regarding Jin Peng's prowess, suspecting it might be merely exaggerated. After a prolonged skirmish, Long Ge deliberately exposed a vulnerability, revealing his abdomen. Jin Peng, seizing the moment with delight, believed he had found an opportunity and immediately unleashed his signature technique. The golden wings shattering the heavens. A brilliant golden radiance enveloped his wings as two sharp, golden blades sliced through the air, aimed directly at Long Ji's midsection. However, Long Ge had anticipated this move. A glint of cunning flashed in his eyes. Just as the blades were about to strike, he deftly sidestepped, evading the onslaught with ease. Simultaneously, taking advantage of Jin Peng's momentary weakness, Long Ge opened his jaws wide and clamped down on Jin Peng's wing. A piercing scream erupted from Jin Peng as excruciating pain surged through his wing, sapping his strength. Seizing the advantage, Long Ge forcefully hurled Jin Peng to the ground, creating a thunderous crash. The surrounding demon disciples erupted in astonishment, unable to fathom that the seemingly invincible young master of the golden-winged rock had been bested by an apparently ordinary Fengshen winged dragon. Jin Peng struggled to rise, but Long Ge clamped down on his wing, rendering him immobile. Enraged yet helpless, he glared fiercely at Long Ge, his eyes brimming with resentment. You wait. I will not let this go unpunished. Jin Peng spat through gritted teeth. Long Ge, dismissively snorting, retorted, You dare to challenge me? Depart at once and spare yourself further humiliation. Acknowledging his inferiority, Jin Peng retreated in disgrace from the demon saint's mansion. Long Ge, basking in his triumph, released his grip and returned to Zhang Yi and Xiaopu, reveling in the adoration of the onlookers. He stood tall, exuding an air of invincibility, as if the recent confrontation had been nothing more than a trivial jest. Zhang Yi observed Long Ji's performance, secretly amused. Although Long Ge appeared rugged, he exhibited remarkable composure at critical moments. He possessed an innate understanding of when to strike and when to withdraw. Uncle Long, you are truly remarkable, exclaimed Xiaopu, excitedly circling around Long Ge. You actually defeated the young master of the golden-winged rock. Now you are famous. Long Ge laughed heartily, filled with pride. Of course. One must consider who I am. Zhang Yi observed the exuberant Long Ge and Xiaopu, his mind beginning to ponder how to leverage the upcoming arena competition to acquire greater resources and enhance his own strength. He understood that the grand contest at the demon's sacred mansion was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. At that moment, a captivating and enchanting figure, swaying her sinuous waist, gracefully approached them. Clad in a gossamer garment as delicate as a cicada's wing, her fair skin and fiery red hair, her alluring gait was mesmerizing, rendering onlookers unable to divert their gaze. Esteemed gentlemen, I am the holy maiden of the Fox clan, Humayr, she announced, stopping before Zhang Yi and covering her mouth with a soft laugh. Little brother, My admiration for the three heroes is as evident as the sun and moon. Especially you. Young sir, at such a tender age, to have a formidable beast like the wind spirit wyvern as your companion is indeed a source of great curiosity for me. Zhang Yi subtly tugged at the corners of his mouth. This cunning vixen was undoubtedly up to no good. As he contemplated his escape, Long Gu beside him could no longer contain himself. Hee, your holiness, you flatter me. It is but a trifling matter. Long Gu puffed out his chest, his tail nearly soaring to the heavens. If you wish to dine with me, you must first prove your worth. Meanwhile, Xiao Pu gazed at Hu Meier with starry eyes, a look of envy adorning her face as she whispered, "Wow, a priestess of the Fox clan. I've heard they are masters of the art of seduction. If only I could learn a trick or two." Zhang Yi, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, raised his hand to his forehead and let out a deep sigh. He observed Long Gu, who was preening in front of the Fox clan's holy maiden, and then cast a glance at the starry-eyed Xiao Pu, whose face was alight with infatuation. A wave of frustration washed over him. These two individuals, one eager to flaunt his tail to the heavens, the other swooning over the enchanting maiden, were utterly exasperating. Just as he was about to speak, the maiden's expression suddenly shifted, and she exclaimed, "Oh dear! My cherished jade pendant has gone missing." She feigned a search over her body and then, with a pitiful gaze directed at Zhang Yi, implored, "Kind sir, would you be so gracious as to assist me in locating it? That pendant holds immense significance for me, and should it be lost, I would be utterly bereft." As she spoke, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Zhang Yi could not help but chuckle coldly. This vixen was indeed quite adept at her charade. Just as he was about to expose her ruse, he suddenly noticed a shadow stealthily approaching Xiao Pu. Chapter 57. The attempt to steal chickens fails, leading to imprisonment. Zhang Yi caught a fleeting glimpse of a shadow from the corner of his eye, moving with astonishing speed. Its target aimed directly at the storage pouch at Xiao Pu's waist. Unbeknownst to Xiao Pu, who remained enraptured by the charms of Hu Meier, a peril was swiftly approaching. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed the fool, yet without hesitation, he forcefully yanked Xiao Pu behind him and delivered a swift kick toward the shadow. With a resounding thud, the shadow was sent flying by Zhang Yi's kick, crashing against the pillar of the arena and emitting a pitiful squeal. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a diminutive rat demon, with beady eyes and a sharp snout, who was now clutching its abdomen and writhing on the ground in agony. "Oh dear, my poor back! Who dares to kick the great rat lord?" The rat demon bellowed, yet it did not dare to rise, its beady eyes darting about, clearly searching for an opportunity to flee. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, firmly pinning the slender tail of the rat demon beneath his claw. "Thinking of fleeing? Have you sought my permission?" The rat demon struggled desperately in midair, thrashing its limbs wildly, yet it could not escape the iron grip of Zhang Yi's claws. "Please, my lord, spare my life. I was blind and did not recognize your greatness. I have offended you, and I humbly beseech you to show mercy and grant me a chance to live. Enough of your prattle. Speak, who sent you?" Zhang Yi glared coldly at the other party. The rat demon stammered, reluctant to speak. A glint of cold light flickered in Zhang Yi's eyes. "If you choose silence, do not blame me for being impolite." With a swift motion, he exerted force on the tail of the rat poison, causing the rat demon to emit a piercing scream. I confess. It was the holy maiden of the Fox clan, the enchanting Hu Meier, who sent me." Terrified to the core, the rat demon revealed everything in a torrent, spilling secrets as if from a bamboo tube. "She instructed me to stealthily procure this young master's storage bag, and then..." Zhang Yi's gaze sharpened as he turned towards Hu Meier. This cunning vixen was indeed up to no good. Realizing her scheme had been exposed, Hu Meier cast aside her pretense. Her previously alluring face was now twisted with malice. "You wretched little brat, how dare you thwart my plans? Do you truly have the audacity to call such despicable tactics a good deed?" Zhang Yi scoffed disdainfully. Hu Meier's countenance turned ashen, her eyes glinting with malice. "If you choose to court death, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." With a flourish of her hands, she formed intricate seals, murmuring incantations under her breath. Shadows materialized behind her, transforming into several burly Fox clan guardians who encircled Zhang Yi. Observing this, Long Gu cast aside any pretense of flattery before Hu Meier and promptly positioned himself in front of Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu, adopting a combative stance. "If you wish to harm my brother, you must first inquire whether I permit it." "Reckless foolishness," Hu Meier sneered, issuing a command as the Fox clan guardians simultaneously launched their assault toward Zhang Yi and Long Gu. In an instant, chaos erupted at the entrance of the Demon Sage Manor. Zhang Yi and Xiao Pu were shielded behind Long Gu, their hearts racing as they witnessed the fierce battle before them. Although Zhang Yi appeared calm on the surface, he remained secretly vigilant within. The Fox clan guards displayed considerable strength and exhibited a remarkable synergy, clearly indicating they had undergone specialized training. Despite Long Ji's formidable prowess, facing multiple opponents began to take its toll. Xiaopu, keep your distance, Zhang Yi spoke in a low voice. Although Xiaopu was somewhat reluctant, she understood that her presence would only hinder their progress, so she nodded and withdrew to the side. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. It was time to reveal his true prowess. No longer concealing his strength, the devouring system within him surged into action, channeling a formidable power coursing through his veins. In a blink, he joined the fray, delivering a punch that sent a Fox clan guard flying. Bang, bang, bang. Zhang Yishuang's claws danced through the air, each strike imbued with ferocity. In the realm of close combat, the Fox clan guards before him were no match for his prowess, as they fell to the ground one after another. Witnessing this, Fox Meyer's countenance shifted dramatically, a flicker of terror igniting in her eyes. Initially, she believed that the Wind God Winged Dragon represented the pinnacle of combat strength among their group. Yet she was taken aback to discover that this peculiar bird beside him concealed such formidable power, coupled with the immense mother bird and the Empress, who had remained on the sidelines throughout. Fox Meyer's earlier composure had dissipated entirely, replaced by a barely perceptible hint of panic. Realizing her disadvantage, she attempted to retreat. However, as she turned, Zhang Yi intercepted her path directly. Is it customary for your Fox clan to be so discourteous, to arrive and depart at whim? In Zhang Yi's eyes, a cold glint flickered. He had resolutely decided to teach that enchantress a lesson. However, before he could act, he suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching from afar. The aura traveled with astonishing speed, arriving before Zhang Yi and his companions in the blink of an eye. Stop. The moment the voice resounded, the surrounding creatures froze, their breaths momentarily caught in their throats. Zhang Yishuan turned his gaze toward the source of the sound. Descending from the heavens was a formidable demon clad in a golden robe, adorned with a crown of purple gold. His countenance was severe, exuding an innate authority that commanded respect without any display of anger. His sharp, piercing eyes swept across the crowd, and an overwhelming aura enveloped the surroundings, rendering it difficult for anyone to meet his gaze. What is the matter? The middle-aged demon inquired in a deep voice. Upon seeing the newcomer, Humier felt as though she had grasped a lifeline. Great demon sage, this individual has brazenly committed acts of violence in public, injuring my guardian. I beseech you to take charge of this matter. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed his misfortune. This vixen truly knew how to take advantage of the situation. Just as he was contemplating how to navigate the current predicament, the demon saint suddenly turned his gaze towards Zhang Yi and inquired, "What is your name? Why are you causing a disturbance before the demon saint's palace?" Zhang Yi's eyes darted as a clever plan formed in his mind. He deliberately feigned an expression of grievance, saying, "To report to the esteemed demon lord, I am but an inconspicuous little bird demon, merely a minor creature within your domain. This haughty Fox clan woman has unjustly attacked us, and it was only out of necessity that I retaliated. I implore you, great demon lord, to discern the truth." Inconspicuous little bird demon? Upon hearing this, the demon lord could not help but frown. How could an obscure little demon possibly contend with the personal guard of the Fox clan's holy maiden? It was preposterous. However, being a demon lord, his discernment and insight were undoubtedly exceptional. With the likes of the Golden Crow, Earth Dragon, and Wind God Winged Dragon in attendance, it was hard to believe that there was no significant backing involved. Yet, since the other party was unwilling to divulge more, the demon lord chose not to press the matter further. He scrutinized Zhang Yi. This young man indeed did not resemble an ordinary minor demon, exuding an indescribable aura of dominance. Furthermore, those golden eyes inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within him. Noticing that the demon lord seemed disinclined to investigate further, the fox maid, Humayer, grew anxious. "Esteemed demon lord, you must stand up for me." Seeing Humayer's lack of perceptiveness, the demon lord's brow furrowed slightly. However, given her status, it would be remiss of him not to take some action. Contemplating this, the demon lord pondered for a moment before declaring, "Bring them all down and keep a close watch on them." Chapter 58. The tree wishes for peace, but the wind does not cease. In the depths of the demon lord's dungeon, the atmosphere was dark and damp, permeated with a musty odor. Zhang Yi, the earth dragon, and the wind god pterosaur were unceremoniously cast into one of the prison cells. The heavy iron door slammed shut with a resounding clang. The Empress spat in disdain, shaking off the dirt clinging to her. The dungeon of the Demon Saint's mansion was utterly revolting. Not a soul thought to tidy it up. Beside her, the wind god pterosaur occasionally flapped its wings in a futile attempt to dispel the musty odors surrounding them. In stark contrast, Zhang Yi maintained an air of calm, seemingly unfazed by the squalor of the dungeon. Instead, he sought out a corner that appeared relatively clean and promptly began his cultivation. When Zhang Yigong was imprisoned, he immediately recognized that the dungeon's conditions were far from ideal. However, the abundant spiritual energy surrounding him was an invaluable resource for cultivation. With the grand arena competition hosted by the Demon Saint's mansion fast approaching, he knew he must seize the moment to enhance his abilities as much as possible. It was quite rare for someone, even in such dire circumstances, to remain preoccupied with the outcome of the arena contest. Meanwhile, news of Humier and her subordinates' capture swiftly reached the ears of the Fox clan leader. Upon hearing this distressing news, the leader erupted in fury. How outrageous! The Demon Saint had become increasingly brazen, now audaciously imprisoning my daughter without a word. This blatant disregard for our Fox clan is intolerable. This matter cannot be left unresolved. I must personally seek justice. In his rage, the Fox clan leader did not even bother to ascertain the details of the situation. He immediately assembled a group of formidable Fox clan warriors and stormed towards the Demon Saint's mansion, vowing to restore his daughter's honor and reclaim face for his clan. The Fox clan leader soon arrived at the Demon Saint's mansion. With the arena competition on the verge of commencing, it was imperative that no disturbances occur. Confronted with the pressure from the Fox clan, the supreme commander of the Demon Saint, aware of the gravity of the situation, had to maintain order. He promptly summoned Zhang Yigong and the others from the dungeon to the main hall for questioning. In the hall, upon seeing her support arrive, Humier feigned a deeply wronged demeanor, exclaiming, "Father, you must stand up for your daughter. It was him. He is the one who injured me and my subordinates." Witnessing this display of deceitful accusations, the atmosphere grew tense. Zhang Yi, unwilling to be outdone, feigned a pitiful expression as he cast a glance at the esteemed Yao Sheng seated above. "Oh, revered Yao Sheng, what an injustice this is. It was clearly this Fox clan woman who instigated us. We were merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, we are but a few inconspicuous little demons. How could we dare to provoke the holy maiden of the Fox clan?" As he spoke, he even took a moment to return a provocative glance at the nearby Humier. It was nothing but the villain's preemptive accusation. As if he alone possessed the audacity to play such a role, Zhang Yi and the Fox clan saintess found themselves embroiled in a fierce argument. Initially, the Demon Saint merely intended to make a fleeting appearance at the scene. He never anticipated that events would unfold to such a degree. However, after Zhang Yi's outburst, the Demon Saint's perception of him underwent a significant transformation. This individual, fully aware that the Fox clan's leader was there to support the enchanting fox, displayed remarkable courage, not only refusing to cower, but also valiantly defending his stance. This indicated that he must have encountered considerable worldly experience. Coincidentally, the Demon Saint had long harbored dissatisfaction with the conduct of the Fox clan. Now, he saw an opportunity to deliver a lesson to them, to set an example, and to make those established powers, like the Fox clan, understand who truly held authority in this realm. With this thought in mind, the Demon Saint feigned contemplation for a moment before speaking. This Demon Saint believes that the truth of the matter requires further investigation. Guards, take them away and ensure they are closely monitored. The Fox clan leader was utterly taken aback that the Demon Saint would dare to challenge his authority in front of so many onlookers. Nevertheless, due to the latter's status, he felt compelled to suppress his discontent for the time being. After dismissing the Fox clan members, the Demon Saint quickly dispatched trusted subordinates to investigate the entire affair. As expected, the inquiry revealed that the enchanting fox had been arrogant and oppressive, with the conflict indeed originating from her provocations. Although Zhang Yi and his companions appeared to be mere ordinary little demons, the bloodlines of the Earth Dragon and the Wind God Winged Dragon accompanying him were remarkably pure. Upon receiving the investigation results, the Demon Saint had already reached a resolution. He decided to use this opportunity to set an example for the Fox clan, while also observing how Zhang Yi would perform under pressure. Thus, in the Grand Hall, the Demon Saint declared before the Fox clan leader that both parties would receive 50 strikes as punishment. Upon hearing this, the enchanting fox erupted in outrage. "What? 50 strikes each? On what grounds? They are the ones who bullied me. Lord Demon Saint, you cannot show such favoritism. The Fox clan leader promptly stepped forward to plead on her behalf. Lord Demon Saint, my daughter is young and ignorant. I implore you to show mercy and forgive her this once. However, the Demon Saint remained unmoved, snorting coldly. This saint has already rendered a judgment. Anyone who dares to plead will face punishment as well. Ultimately, the enchanting fox had no choice but to accept her punishment with tears in her eyes. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi feigned fear outwardly while secretly employing his techniques to dissipate the force of the strikes. When the 50 strikes were delivered, he emerged unscathed and even absorbed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Once the punishment was concluded, Zhang Yi and his companions were released, while the enchanting fox was taken back by the Fox clan leader to recuperate. After Zhang Yi and his companions departed from the Demon Saint's manor, the Earth Dragon could not contain his grievances and exclaimed, "Boss, this Demon Saint is exceedingly unjust. It was that enchanting fox who instigated trouble first. Why must we also endure 50 lashes?" The Wind God Wyvern concurred, adding, "Indeed, if it weren't for your discreet mitigation of the force behind those lashes, we would likely be prostrated on the ground by now." Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh. This cunning Demon Saint was evidently attempting to intimidate the Fox clan while simultaneously probing our capabilities. However, he also presented us with an opportunity, an occasion to make our mark during the grand competition at the Demon Saint's arena. What do you mean by that? Both the Earth Dragon and the Wind God Wyvern gazed at Zhang Yi with puzzled expressions. Although we appeared to be wronged on the surface, we had indeed made an impression on the Demon Saint. As long as we could achieve commendable results in the arena, we would likely earn the Demon Saint's favor, perhaps even securing a chance to cultivate within the Demon Saint's abode. At that point, he left his thought unfinished. Yet the Earth Dragon and Wind God Wyvern comprehended his implication. Subsequently, they returned to the temporary cave dwelling arranged for them by the Demon Saint. Just as they settled in and prepared to indulge in their cherished provisions for a hearty meal, a cacophony erupted outside the cave. Soon after, a piercing voice rang out. "Whoever is inside, come out if you dare. I demand a life-or-death battle." Chapter 59, The Masochistic Fox Temptress. The arena competition commences. You foolish vixen of the Fox clan. It seems the lesson from our last encounter has not left a lasting impression on you. Coincidentally, I was not entirely satisfied with the previous resolution. Since you have so willingly presented yourself, today, I shall teach you the true way of being a demon. Allow me to illuminate the chasm that lies between us. As Zhang Yi spoke, he swaggered out of the cave accompanied by the pterosaur of Wind and the Empress. It is often said that adversaries become particularly agitated upon encountering one another. The moment Fox Mayor laid eyes on Zhang Yi, she charged at him like a frenzied dog, utterly unrestrained. Oh, how is it that this maiden of the Fox clan behaves like a mad dog, devoid of any grace befitting a noble scion? As Zhang Yi mockingly teased his opponent, he effortlessly sidestepped the attack from Fox Mayor with a mere shift of his body. TSK, with such limited skills. Do you truly believe you can seek vengeance against me? I suggest you return and hone your abilities for several centuries. At your current level, I can hardly conceive of any outcome other than receiving a beating. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's derision, Fox Mayor was nearly driven to the brink of fury. In that moment, she yearned to shred the man before her into countless pieces. With a furious roar, Fox Mayor unleashed her wrath. In the next instant, her fur bristled, and 3 voluminous fox tails materialized behind her. As the tails emerged, her figure split into 2, then into 4. In just a few breaths, a multitude of Fox Mayor silhouettes appeared around Zhang Yi, encircling him completely. Each one bore a savage and malevolent grin, a mere trick of the trade. With such paltry abilities, you dare to flaunt them before me? How utterly laughable! Zhang Yi scoffed disdainfully, but in the next moment, a glimmer of brilliance sparkled in his eyes as he activated his Eye of Insight. Under the scrutiny of the Eye of Insight, all of Fox Meyer's cunning tactics proved utterly futile. Zhang Yi swiftly identified the true form of Mayor, with the intent to teach this madwoman a lesson. He initiated his attack without a trace of compassion, unleashing his signature move, 3,000 flames. In an instant, a wave of terrifying heat surged forth from Zhang Yi, as if a vast expanse of fierce flames had materialized from thin air. The searing fire, under Zhang Yi's deliberate control, shot forth with precision towards Mayor's true form. A chilling scream reverberated through the void, echoing the agony of Mayor as she was struck by the flames. At that moment, The numerous doppelgangers she had conjured were obliterated into nothingness. Humayer, now pale and aghast, could hardly fathom that the secret arts she so proudly wielded could be so effortlessly dismantled. Ignoring the pain coursing through her body, she stared incredulously at Zhang Yi. Just as she was about to retaliate, a voice, tinged with weariness, called out from behind her, "Mayor, cease." As the words resonated, the leader of the Fox clan intervened, extinguishing the flames engulfing Humayer. He glanced at the disheveled Humayer and then at the composed Zhang Yi, shaking his head in resignation. Although he had not witnessed the preceding battle, Humayer's current disarray made it evident that, given her cultivation level, she stood no chance against Zhang Yi. "Youth, remember that the Fox clan will not forget this incident," the clan leader declared coldly, seizing Humayer's wrist and forcibly leading her away. Even as her father took her from the scene, Humayer's fierce gaze remained fixed on Zhang Yi. Yet, Zhang Yi remained unfazed. The mere Fox clan held little significance in his eyes. Individuals like Humayer, who were both voluptuous and dim-witted, were of no interest to him. Despite the formidable influence of the Fox clan that stood behind her, Zhang Yi felt no trepidation. He understood that at this tournament, he would face countless demon tribes. With the troublemakers now departed, the atmosphere settled once more. Zhang Yi directly called out to Long Gu and the others behind him to return to the cave and continue enjoying the sumptuous feast they had just prepared. Inside the cavern, while Zhang Yi and his companions were preoccupied with resolving their troubles, the mother giant bird and her kin had nearly finished preparing the food. At this moment, Zhang Yi gazed at the mountain of delectable dishes before him and seized a piece of beast meat, rich in spiritual essence, indulging in it with great delight. By the time they had nearly finished their meal, Zhang Yi, reflecting on the recent events, expressed his thoughts. The Fox clan truly is audacious, showing such disrespect. It seems that during the upcoming grand competition, we must ensure they receive a lesson in humility. Father's words ring true. That wretched female fox dared to provoke him, and when the time comes, we shall teach them a proper lesson on the arena. While speaking, Xiaopu did not forget to nuzzle affectionately against Zhang Yi's wings a few times. Although Zhang Yi did not voice his objections, he harbored his own concerns. The impulsiveness displayed by this little vixen today likely stemmed from more than mere personal grievances. I suspect that the Fox clan will undoubtedly resort to cunning tactics during the grand arena competition. Therefore, should we encounter these individuals in the arena, we must exercise great caution. Upon hearing this, the Empress, the mother of the giant birds, and the wind god Wyvern all nodded in agreement. In light of this, we must not let our guard down. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhang Yi's eyes. Henceforth, he resolved to devote himself to rigorous training, enhancing his strength. He then retrieved the various rare treasures he had previously consumed, commencing the process of refining and absorption. The wind god winged dragon and the recently joined Empress, along with the mother of giant birds, also embarked upon their training. Only the gluttonous little Pooh and the earth dragon remained immersed in a sea of culinary delights, one savoring a spiritual fruit with great relish, while the other lay amidst a mountain of meat, peacefully slumbering, utterly carefree. As time swiftly passed, the day of the Demon Saint tournament finally arrived. On this day, the Demon Saint mansion was adorned with colorful decorations, buzzing with excitement. Talented individuals from various demon clans gathered here, eagerly preparing to showcase their prowess in the arena. Zhang Yi and his companions arrived near the arena. Although their turn had not yet come, they intended to observe the matches of other demon clans to gain insight into their adversaries. However, just as they stepped into the competition venue, an untimely voice echoed from behind them. Ah, what a narrow path for old foes. The speaker was none other than Humayer, who had fully recovered from her previous injuries. Zhang Yi observed that the depths of this fellow's eyes were filled with resentment and hatred. Should he encounter the enchanting vixen in the upcoming arena duel, it would likely lead to a fierce confrontation. So, my little temptress, are you once again seeking torment? Zhang Yi gazed at her with an enigmatic smile. Humayer sneered. You little beast, do not be too complacent too soon. You had better pray that you do not encounter any of the Fox clan spirits on the arena, or else you shall meet a most unsightly end. Chapter 60. The Arena Contest, Life and Death by Fate. Humayer's voice was sharp and piercing. Zhang Yi scratched his ear and impatiently waved his wings. Enough of this incessant chatter. Go find a cooler place to linger. Your presence is quite vexatious. He did not even cast a glance at Humayer, proceeding directly to the audience seats with the Empress and the others. As the colossal mother bird passed by Humayr, she deliberately flapped her wings, stirring up a gust of wind. The sudden squall nearly sent Humayr tumbling. Infuriated by Zhang Yi and his companion's blatant disregard, she stomped her foot in frustration. This wretched creature is driving me to madness. Observing their beloved saintess in such distress, her fellow Fox clan members quickly offered their solace. Saintess, do not let yourself be angered by such a crude individual. Rest assured, during the arena competition, our clan's skilled warriors will ensure these country bumpkins receive a thorough lesson, allowing you to release your pent-up indignation. Zhang Yi and his companions settled in a location with a broad view. On the arena, the young elites from various clans had commenced their fierce duels, showcasing an array of dazzling supernatural abilities that left the spectators in awe. On the eastern arena, a fire-wreathed bull demon charged wildly, spewing forth torrents of blazing flames that scorched its adversaries, leaving them severely maimed. In the western arena, a leopard demon moved with the swiftness of the wind, its form flickering as it effortlessly tore its opponent to shreds. However, the most captivating contest unfolded in the central arena, where a massive python demon reigned supreme. This formidable creature refrained from employing any tactics and instead relied solely on its immense strength, constricting its foe with increasing ferocity until their bones shattered, leading to a suffocating demise. As Zhang Yi and his companions observed the match, they discreetly assessed the strengths of the various contenders. Aside from the unexpected presence of the beastly creatures lacking any formidable backing, there were numerous formidable participants among those, like the enchanting Humayr, who were supported by powerful familial factions. Among them, the most formidable were undoubtedly the youthful descendants of the Tiger and Lion clans. Each of these individuals was robust and formidable, exhibiting ferocious offensive capabilities. Notably, a contestant from the Tiger clan, known as Hu Shao, unleashed a devastating move titled Mighty Tiger Descends the Mountain, which sent his opponent soaring off the stage with a single, crushing blow. Conversely, the competitors from the Fox clan, as Zhang Yi had previously anticipated, displayed a cunning mastery of deceptive and treacherous sorcery, making them exceedingly difficult to defend against. One Fox clan participant, in particular, could emit an enchanting fragrance that ensnared opponents in an illusion, seizing the opportunity to eliminate them. It is prudent to remain vigilant against the underhanded tactics employed by this crafty clan. Zhang Yi felt a sense of vigilance within. He turned his gaze to the little Pooh and Di Long beside him. These two gluttons were utterly oblivious to the competition. Little Pooh was stealthily rummaging through his storage pouch to indulge in spirit fruits, his cheeks puffed out like a little hamster. Di Long, on the other hand, was even more extravagant, sprawled at his feet in deep slumber, his massive form occupying a significant portion of the space, drawing frequent glances and stifled laughter from the surrounding spectators. These two delightful mischief-makers. Zhang Yi shook his head in resignation, choosing to disregard them. At that moment, a familiar figure emerged on the arena, Jin Peng, the young master of the Golden Winged Dapeng clan. Compared to before, Jin Peng's strength had evidently surged. With a powerful flap of his wings, he transformed into a beam of golden light, instantly appearing before his opponent. His sharp claws struck out like lightning. In just a few swift moves, he sent a rhinoceros demon of comparable cultivation tumbling off the stage. Witnessing Jin Peng's formidable prowess, Zhang Yi felt a jolt of unease. It seemed that in this grand contest, apart from the Fox clan, there were certainly many other powerful demon practitioners like Jin Peng. Securing the championship would be no simple feat, Daddy. This spirit fruit is so delicious. Little Pooh suddenly leaned into Zhang Yi's ear, presenting him with a bright red spirit fruit as if offering a treasure. Zhang Yi cast a glance and discovered that it was his cherished fire spirit fruit. Each worth a fortune, this extravagant little glutton had devoured several in one go. You little foodie, all you know is to eat. You've consumed all my spirit fruits. Zhang Yi, in a fit of annoyance, gave a light tap on Xiaopu's head. With a cheeky grin, Xiaopu stuck out his tongue and stealthily reached into Zhang Yi's storage pouch. At that moment, an unexpected incident unfolded on the arena. A contestant from the Lion clan and one from the Elephant clan were engaged in a fierce battle, their strengths evenly matched, creating a stalemate. Suddenly, the Lion clan contestant employed an underhanded tactic and cruelly sent the Elephant clan contestant tumbling off the stage. The latter fell to the ground, spitting blood, appearing on the verge of death. What transpired? Wasn't the Lion clan contestant's actions excessively vicious? Was this not akin to murder? An uproar erupted in the stands, with some spectators vehemently denouncing the Lion Clan contestant as despicable, while others argued that the Elephant Clan contestant simply lacked skill and deserved such a fate. Zhang Yi observed with a detached demeanor, yet his heart remained unperturbed. Such is the nature of competition. The victor claims the throne while the vanquished is relegated as a scoundrel. Moreover, fairness has never graced the arena. Just as the crowd engaged in lively discourse, Long Gu interjected with a sudden remark. TSK, this little elephant is quite resilient, remarkably still clinging to life. What a pity, though it hasn't succumbed. It is likely on its last breath. This creature is essentially finished. Even if it were to recover, it would be a futile endeavor. It would be kinder to grant it a swift end. Hearing Feng Shun Yilong's words, Little Pooh gazed up at Zhang Yi and said, Daddy, this elephant demon is so pitiable. Pitiable? In the arena of competition, life and death rest upon fate. What is there to feel pity for? Zhang Yi rolled his eyes and snatched the fire spirit fruit from Xiao Pu's hands, promptly placing it into his mouth. This delicacy was far too precious to be treated as mere snacks. Consuming one meant losing one. Yet, Xiao Pu pouted with a sense of injustice. But before he could voice his thoughts, Zhang Yi interrupted him. Enough with the buts. Once I finish my business here, I shall take you out for a delightful meal. Zhang Yi gently ruffled the little Pua's hair and retrieved a handful of low-tier spirit fruits from his storage pouch, offering them to him as a means to stave off hunger. It was only then that the little Pooh broke into a smile, eagerly devouring the fruits with delight. Just at that moment, the ailing contestant from the elephant tribe on the stage suddenly began to convulse violently. In an alarming turn of events, his body began to swell, and his skin transformed into a bizarre shade of purple. This is dire. The fellow intends to take us all down with him. Among the assembly of demons below, someone shouted, which instantly incited greater chaos. Faced with this unexpected spectacle, Zhang Yi's expression shifted dramatically. The elephant tribe contestant had evidently resorted to some forbidden secret art, determined to drag others down with him in his final moments. Alarmingly, the direction of his impending explosion was aimed squarely at the position of the lion tribe contestant and the audience. What are you waiting for? Run! Zhang Yi shouted loudly, and then summoned Long Gu and the mother giant bird, hastily fleeing with the two little ones. However, just as they turned to escape, an incredibly intense wave of energy suddenly surged around the arena. Chapter 61. Knowing oneself and one's opponent. Xiong Beishan's unique tactics around the arena. The terrifying energy fluctuations roiled like boiling water. Ultimately, this energy coalesced into a massive transparent barrier, completely isolating the arena from the audience. The energy shockwave from the elephant tribe contestant violently collided with the barrier, causing it to tremble violently, sending ripples coursing through it, as if it were on the verge of shattering at any moment. Zhang Yi's heart raced, instinctively shielding Xiao Pu behind him. What on earth is this? Long Gu let out a strange cry, flapping his wings, nearly tumbling down. Fortunately, although the barrier trembled precariously, it ultimately withstood the terrifying impact. After the explosion, the arena was shrouded in smoke, a pungent odor permeating the air. As the haze dissipated, the scene on the stage was shocking. The Lion Clan contestant lay bloodied and barely alive on the ground. Though he had narrowly escaped death, he had lost the ability to continue fighting, and it was likely he would not participate in the forthcoming matches. In stark contrast, the Elephant Clan contestant had been completely obliterated, vanishing without a trace from this world. Initially, the audience fell into a profound silence, only to erupt into an even greater uproar. This barrier is incredible. It actually withstood the self-detonation. That lion lad was indeed unfortunate, nearly meeting the same fate. He deserved it. Who told him to resort to underhanded tactics? This is karma, isn't it? Nonsense. In the arena, life and death are dictated by fate, and victory depends on skill. Where does the notion of karma come into play? Zhang Yi felt a sense of relief within himself. Had it not been for this barrier, he and his companions, Xiao Pu, the Earth Dragon, the giant bird, and Long Gu, would likely have faced dire consequences. He glanced down at Xiao Pu, who was blissfully savoring the spirit fruit, and a wave of trepidation washed over him. At that moment, an elder from the demon clan, presiding over the arena contest, soared above the platform, and an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire venue, silencing the cacophony. Silence! Commanded the guards of the demon's sacred mansion, their voices resonating like thunder, causing the spectators' eardrums to thrum. Due to an unforeseen incident, the competition will be paused momentarily. After a brief pause, he continued, "The arena barrier has been established to prevent any accidents. Furthermore, I hereby declare that the use of any means that may endanger the lives of non-participating demon beasts is strictly prohibited. Violators will face disqualification and severe punishment." Having delivered his decree, the guard promptly turned and departed. Taking advantage of the match's pause, Zhang Yi planned to lead Xiao Pu and Di Long away from the stands. It is noteworthy that despite the earlier commotion, the little Di Long remained undisturbed in its slumber. At this moment, the creature lay blissfully asleep beside him. Had it not been for the wind god Pterosaur giving the oblivious little one a gentle nudge, one could only wonder how much longer it would have continued its slumber. In stark contrast to the little Di Long's tranquil demeanor, Xiao Pu, who had been preoccupied with eating moments ago, was now visibly shaken. The little one's face turned pale, clinging tightly to Zhang Yi's wing, unwilling to let go, exclaiming, "Daddy, I'm scared," with a quiver in his voice. Zhang Yi gently patted Xiao Pu's head, offering solace. It's all right, Daddy is here." He sought a secluded corner, allowing Xiao Pu and the Earth Dragon to rest. Observing the lingering fear in Xiao Pu's eyes, a surge of anger welled up within Zhang Yi. This cursed arena competition was nothing short of a life-threatening gamble. It was evident that he must prepare meticulously to ensure the safety of his family. Subsequently, Zhang Yi began to earnestly analyze the strengths of the various contestants he had previously observed, along with their techniques and martial arts. He discerned that, despite the contestants' varied abilities, each possessed formidable skills and hidden trump cards to some extent. Had it not been for the disruption caused by that fellow from the Elephant Clan today, Zhang Yi and his companions might have met a grim fate without even realizing it when their turn arrived. Clearly, a comprehensive strategy was imperative. Zhang Yi gazed at the small group beside him, once again lost in contemplation. The competitors displayed a wide range of abilities. Some were formidable, while others were relatively weaker. Additionally, the diverse races of the participants each excelled in distinct techniques. For instance, the lion race was adept in close combat, the elephant race possessed immense strength, while the fox race specialized in illusionary arts. However, Zhang Yi felt that mere acquaintance with these facts was far from sufficient. As the saying goes, "Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall never be defeated." To ensure absolute certainty, he deemed it necessary to devise a strategy to acquire more information. Yet, the trump cards of these creatures were closely guarded secrets, seldom revealed unless faced with dire circumstances. But how could he obtain more accurate intelligence? In a moment of desperation, Zhang Yi found himself turning to the system as his last hope. "System, is there any way for me to discern the abilities of these competitors?" Ding. The system detected the host's request and responded, "The host may expend 1,000,000 spiritual power to upgrade the skill Eye of Insight. Upon upgrading, the host will be able to detect the target's information. 1,000,000 spiritual power. What is there to hesitate about? Let us proceed with the upgrade immediately." Zhang Yi, filled with excitement, flapped his wings a few times. Ding. System skill upgrade in progress. Skill upgrade complete. As the announcement echoed in his ears, Zhang Yi immediately unleashed the upgraded Eye of Insight, focusing on a nearby tiger demon that was sharpening its claws. Target, Tiger Dolly. Race, Tiger Clan. Cultivation level, 3rd stage Great Demon King. Skills, Tiger roars in the mountains, Fierce Tiger descends the mountain, Tiger Claw shatters stars. Indeed, Tiger Dolly appeared quite robust, and his skills were rather extravagant. Zhang Yi's gaze shifted towards a voluptuous beauty of the Fox Clan. Target, Fox Mayor. Race, Fox Clan. Cultivation level, 2nd tier of Greater Demon. Skills, Enchanting Eyes, Illusory Steps, and Foxfire Inferno. Indeed, this Fox Mayor embodies the essence of a seductress, her skills names exuding an air of enticing allure. Zhang Yi reveled in the experience, meticulously observing the competitors around him and committing their information to memory. Suddenly, he detected an unexpected target. Target, Xiong Badian. Race, Bear Clan. Cultivation level, 5th stage Great Demon. Skills, Frenzied Giant Bear, Earthly Roar, Bear King S Thunder. Astonishing. He is actually a 5th stage Great Demon. How deeply has Xiong Badi concealed his true strength? Previously, Zhang Yi had failed to recognize just how formidable this individual truly was. Even more surprising to Zhang Yi was the discovery that this character, Xiong Badian, possessed an exceptionally unique skill among his repertoire. Devour Evolution. Devour Evolution? What manner of skill is this? Zhang Yi was filled with doubt. System. Please review the specific skill description. Chapter 62. The Empress's Contempt. Have you become timid? Skill. Devouring Evolution. Allows the consumption of other demon beast bloodlines and skills for one's own use, with a certain probability of failure. In the event of failure, one will suffer a backlash. Zhang Yi drew in a sharp breath, utterly astonished. This skill was simply monstrous. Good gracious. Wasn't this merely the Bear Clan's variant of my Feast of Gluttony? Zhang Yi marveled inwardly. No wonder this formidable creature, Xiong Batian, had ascended to the 5th tier. It had evidently risen through the relentless consumption of other beasts. If it were to continue its voracious appetite, the consequences would be dire. He rubbed his hands together. Already formulating a plan, he would challenge this beast, seizing the opportunity to claim its devouring evolution for himself. Such a remarkable advantage should not be squandered. However, whether he could engage in combat with it depended on the rules, as well as Xiong Batian's ability to triumph over its adversaries and ultimately secure the right to face him in battle. Zhang Yijing pondered as a grand demon, responsible for officiating the arena, bellowed at the top of its lungs. The first round of the competition has concluded. Congratulations to the 3 third-tier demons, 1 4th-tier demon, and 1 5th-tier demon for emerging victorious in this initial phase. The atmosphere erupted into a cacophony of jubilant roars from the demon beasts, resonating with deafening intensity. However, many grand demons hung their heads in dismay, lamenting the defeat of their kin. The victorious contestants now faced a choice. They could either preserve their current accolades and withdraw from the competition, or continue to challenge higher-tier opponents in pursuit of greater honor and rewards. The officiating Grand Demon continued to shout, "What a needless remark! Having come this far, who would choose to withdraw?" Zhang Yi silently scoffed, recognizing the blatant attempt to incite everyone to continue fighting. Indeed, the victorious beasts in the arena were exuberantly flaunting their muscles, as if they were under the influence of a stimulant, eagerly anticipating new challengers to step forward. The first phase of the competition had concluded entirely. According to the established rules, the subsequent stage would be the challenge phase. All participants were permitted to freely select opponents for their challenges. Success in these challenges would yield minor elixirs from the Demon Saint's mansion, though their worth was rather negligible. Conversely, failure would result in immediate elimination, or in severe cases, even death. Of course, one could opt not to challenge and proceed directly to the next phase. However, it was evident that as the competition progressed, the strength of the beasts available for challenge would undoubtedly increase. Zhang Yi gazed at the alluring beasts on stage, a wave of distaste washing over him. He mused that these creatures were hardly worthy of his attention. Perhaps he should wait a while longer before making his move. Yet, as he contemplated whether to challenge the formidable bear dominator and test the potency of his newly acquired skills, the chilling voice of the Empress sister, icy and tinged with mockery, pierced his thoughts. "What is the matter? Have you lost your nerve?" Zhang Yi cast her a disdainful glance, too indifferent to engage her. As he continued to observe the commotion on the arena, he was not cowardly. He merely regarded these demonic beasts as unworthy of his intervention. To his surprise, the next moment, the Empress sister gracefully ascended the stage, deliberately raising her eyebrows at Zhang Yi before her departure. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, stating that if it weren't for the fact that you are my sister, he would not hesitate to pluck every last hair from your head, leaving you completely bare for the competition. Zhang Yi may be carefree, yet the giant bird mother instantly became anxious. Upon seeing the shadow of the Empress sister on the arena, the giant bird mother exclaimed in alarm, "Oh no, it's you, sister. How did she manage to get up there?" Zhang Yi rolled her eyes in annoyance. Of course, she ascended a challenge. She aimed to contribute her share toward securing a spiritual abode for us. The mother of the giant bird was unequivocal, bluntly stating that the matter of contending for the spiritual abode had been entrusted to her, questioning what would happen if her sister faced danger in the process. Zhang Yi was rendered speechless. "So, it is perilous for her to ascend, yet for your son, it poses no danger? We share the same mother. How can you be so biased? This colossal bird cannot balance a bowl of water." Nevertheless, Zhang Yi comprehended a mother's heart. After all, she had witnessed her own strength throughout the journey. Outclassing the Empress sister by several streets was hardly an issue. No wonder she harbored such thoughts. Zhang Yi gently patted the claws of the giant bird mother, offering reassurance. "Mother, do not fret. That girl has surely ascended with the intent of confronting those 3 third-tier divine beasts. She will be just fine. My sister, the Empress, possesses the strength of an 8th-tier divine beast, and dealing with a mere 3rd-tier monster should pose no challenge. However, as Zhang Yi's words echoed in the air, the young Empress unexpectedly strode directly towards the formidable 5th-tier demon beast, the bear demon. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Had this young girl lost her senses? How could she dare to confront a 5th-tier demon beast? The host of the competition, a prominent demon, was momentarily taken aback. Many other demons, previously drowsy, were instantly roused by this unforeseen turn of events. Remarkably, in the very first phase, someone was audacious enough to challenge a 5th-tier demon beast. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken. Then, in a tone laced with incredulity, he inquired, "Dear contestant, are you truly certain you wish to challenge this 5th-tier bear demon?" The Empress nodded affirmatively. However, the elder demon persisted, akin to a senile old woman, reiterating his question incessantly. This relentless questioning provoked the Empress's impatience. She stood on the arena, casting an exaggerated eye roll before the assembly of demon beasts. With an air of annoyance, she declared, "I am already standing here. Is there any need for further inquiry? Let us commence swiftly. This dilly-dallying is absurd." The elder demon's face stiffened, and he nodded awkwardly, silently acknowledging that today's youth indeed possess an audacity akin to that of a newborn calf unafraid of tigers. Clearing his throat, he proclaimed loudly, "Phase 2, the challenge match, is now underway." With this announcement, the elder demon promptly retreated to the edge of the arena, wary of being caught in the ensuing battle. The gathered demons held their breath, their eyes fixated on the two figures on the stage. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety, for although he was aware of the formidable prowess of the Empress sister, the prospect of confronting a 5th-tier great demon left him unsettled. The bear demon clan had sent numerous participants, who surrounded the arena, fervently cheering for their kindred. The wind spirit wyvern, in a state of slumber, was abruptly awakened by the cacophony of shouts. Groggily, it raised its head and was astonished to see its allies challenging the adversary. In a fit of irritation, it kicked one of the cheering bear demons away, exclaiming, "What a racket!" It then turned its attention to the Empress on the stage, shouting, "Go for it, girl." No sooner had it uttered these words than it received a sharp slap from the nearby mother giant bird. "All you do is stir the pot. Daughter, come down. We are not participating." The mother giant bird was deeply concerned for the safety of the Empress. In such contests, anything could transpire. Among the previous competitors, at least 5 had perished, some even resorting to self-detonation, underscoring the madness of the contest. Were it not for the rules necessitating voluntary withdrawal, she would have rushed to snatch her daughter away. As the mother giant bird contemplated sending Zhang Yi to the front to protect her sister, she turned to find that he had already darted to the front row. A sigh of relief escaped her lips, with Zhang Yi by her side. She felt considerably more at ease. On the arena, the 5th-tier bear demon towered with an imposing physique, roughly equivalent to 3 Empress sisters combined. Lowering its head, it addressed the Empress with a booming voice, "Little girl, you exhibit remarkable courage. However, your challenge holds no significance for me. I advise you to concede gracefully to avoid unnecessary suffering." The Empress scoffed, retorting, "Enough with the drivel. If we are to fight, let us fight. There's no need for such pointless chatter. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that there are greater powers beyond your ken." Barely had her words faded when the Empress vanished in a flash. The bear demon stood there, bewildered. Was this how it began? According to the competition rules, the match could only commence when the great demon presiding over it ensured both parties were prepared, counting down before finally declaring the start. Yet now, the Empress had taken the initiative on her own. Zhang Yi squatted in the front row, observing the bewildered expression on the bear demon's face, stifling his laughter with a hand over his mouth. Yet, this was not the end of the spectacle. As the bear demon stood in confusion, it had already received 2 resounding slaps to its cheeks. Crack! Another sharp sound echoed, this time striking the right side of its face. The young Empress acted with remarkable swiftness, leaving the bear demon's massive form struggling to keep pace with her speed. It could only feel a searing pain on its face, stars dancing before its eyes, yet it couldn't even grasp the hem of the young Empress's garment. Though a 5th-tier bear demon, formidable in size and strength, its agility was severely lacking, and it appeared to be reacting sluggishly. Even after receiving such blows, it remained in a daze. However, this moment ignited the bear demon's fury. It let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the arena. The surrounding onlookers, small demons, were shaken, some staggering about, while those of lower cultivation even suffered from nosebleeds and fainted. "You little girl, you seek death," the bear demon bellowed, its massive paw swinging violently towards the young empress. Should that paw connect, it would undoubtedly reduce her to a mere pulp. Zhang Yi felt a surge of anxiety as he watched from the front row. The mother giant bird appeared utterly pale with fear. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Yi shouted out, urging her to concede before it was too late, as they had no expectations for her to seize the cultivation spirit abode. Though his words seemed to convey concern, upon closer reflection, they felt somewhat off. Upon hearing this, the mother giant bird kicked Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "Do not say such things. Your provocation will only strengthen her resolve to fight." Zhang Yi wore a look of disbelief, wondering if it was wrong for him to care about her. On the arena, the Empress and the bear demon had commenced their direct confrontation. After the recent feint, the Empress had discerned the skills and physical prowess of this fifth-tier bear demon. She now felt confident in her ability to defeat this formidable opponent. Zhang Yi discerned her thoughts effortlessly, for he possessed an intimate understanding of his Empress sister. If she were not entirely confident, she would never venture into such peril. The figure of the Empress whirled around the bear demon with remarkable speed, occasionally leaving behind crimson streaks upon its visage and form. Although the bear demon wielded immense strength, its velocity paled in comparison to that of the Empress, rendering it a mere target for her relentless assault. The furious roars reverberated through the arena time and again. This audacious girl truly exhibited a ruthless ferocity in her strikes. Zhang Yi gazed at the relentless assault launched by the Empress's younger sister, unable to suppress his astonishment. Although he recognized that she possessed a sense of restraint, the bear demon, with its tough hide and resilient flesh, would undoubtedly feel discomfort after enduring such numerous strikes, even if it did not inflict pain. Meanwhile, Mother Giant Bird wore an expression of deep concern, her grip on Zhang Yi's arm tightening to the point where her nails nearly pierced his skin. "Be vigilant," she urged. "If anything goes awry with your sister, you must rush to her aid without hesitation. Do you understand?" Zhang Yi sighed in silence, gently patting the back of the giant bird mother's hand, offering comfort. "Mother, do not worry. That girl is exceptionally clever and would never undertake something without certainty. Besides, I am right here. If anything were to happen, I would be the first to rush in." The Empress's attacks grew increasingly rapid, while the rage of the bear demon intensified. Its clumsy form charged recklessly across the arena, attempting to seize the Empress's younger sister, yet each time it met with failure, only rendering itself more disheveled. This foolish bear possesses remarkable stamina. The Empress skillfully evaded the fifth-tier bear demon's onslaught time and again. Logically, after such a prolonged struggle, the bear demon should have been exhausted by now. Yet, the current scenario was peculiar. This enormous creature, engaged in a relentless tussle with a bird, showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. The Empress's sister clearly sensed this anomaly, her rhythm of attacks slightly slowing as if she were observing something. At that moment, not far away, the fifth-tier demon bear, Batian, was caught snickering to itself. Zhang Yi increasingly sensed that something was amiss. The Eye of Insight. Zhang Yi let out a low growl as he activated his unique skill. In an instant, his eyes transformed into a brilliant gold, granting him the ability to pierce through all illusions and discern the weaknesses and concealed abilities of his target. As the golden light swept over the bear demon, Zhang Yi immediately detected a clue. Within the bear demon's body, a peculiar energy was ceaselessly circulating, sustaining its stamina and enabling it to fight tirelessly. This creature had deliberately concealed its abilities. Zhang Yi silently cursed under his breath. The crux of the matter was that he was merely a fifth-tier demon beast. How could he possibly evade the scrutiny of his spiritual perception? Had he perhaps been too careless? Just moments ago, in order to ensure the safety of his imperial sister, Zhang Yi had discreetly probed the bear demon's background with his spiritual senses. Although this sister often exhibited a rather infuriating demeanor, he could never truly disregard her well-being. The results of his investigation indicated that the bear demon's strength was indeed at the fifth tier, devoid of any anomalies. This assurance had allowed him to watch the unfolding battle with confidence. Yet, to his astonishment, the bear demon possessed hidden abilities. Alas, the situation seemed to be taking a turn for the worse. Zhang Yi's expression turned grave as he spoke to the mother of the giant bird. The giant bird mother, already fraught with anxiety, trembled even more upon hearing his words. "What is amiss? Is your sister on the verge of defeat? You must ascend the arena at once." With that, she attempted to thrust Zhang Yi towards the stage. Zhang Yi grasped the mother giant bird firmly. Mother, please remain calm. My sister has not yet lost. It is merely that this bear demon. He paused momentarily, lowering his voice. It appears to be concealing its true strength. Concealing its strength? The mother giant bird exclaimed, her expression filled with confusion. What do you mean? Zhang Yi elucidated that he had just utilized his spirit to probe, discovering within it a peculiar energy that incessantly sustained its stamina, allowing it to engage in battle without fatigue. Chapter 64. Cheating on the arena? The giant bird mother was left in a state of confusion, pondering what this strange energy could be, unable to comprehend. In simpler terms, this bear demon had been feigning ignorance, not exerting its full strength at all. Zhang Yi, feeling somewhat agitated, raked his fingers through his hair, as he had been pretending to be a fool all along. Now, Mother Giant Bird was genuinely alarmed. What should be done? Is your sister not in grave danger? It is still too early to determine. Zhang Yi fixated intently on the developments within the arena. My sister likely sensed it as well. Let us observe how she chooses to respond. Zhang Yi felt a tinge of curiosity. Had it not been for the opponent's unwavering stamina, this girl would have undoubtedly subdued the 5th-tier bear demon by now. After all, the agile Sunwatcher bird could easily contend with the clumsy bear demon, provided the disparity in their demon ranks was not excessively vast. Yet here we are. At this moment, Zhang Yi found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he held a firm belief that his Empress sister would undoubtedly flee at the first sign of danger or when she sensed uncertainty in her ability to confront an adversary. This thought provided him with considerable reassurance. What perplexed him now was how this 5th-tier bear demon managed to conceal its abilities without detection. Logically, Zhang Yi had not discerned any extraordinary skills within it that could facilitate such concealment. This suggested the possibility that other high-ranking beasts were covertly assisting it. Zhang Yi's gaze swept across the surroundings, his eyes piercingly scanning the audience. The majority of the monstrous beasts were intently fixated on the arena, their expressions animated. Some trembling with excitement, saliva flying. They appeared perfectly normal. However, a few timid creatures covered their eyes anxiously, fearing they might miss a thrilling moment while simultaneously dreading the sight of bloodshed. In summary, apart from a handful of drowsy individuals, everyone was absorbed in the competition. Yet, there was one exception. In the front row, not far from Zhang Yi, Xiong Batian of the Bear Clan sat with half-closed eyes, his corpulent form nearly occupying 3 seats. He seemed indifferent, yet his entire being was taut with tension. This fellow was not quite right. A sense of alarm surged within Zhang Yi's heart. When he previously employed his spiritual probe, he had detected no anomalies in Xiong Batian. Aside from glimpsing a divine ability akin to his own insatiable feast, everything else appeared normal. Could it be that he had erred in his assessment? No, that was simply inconceivable. Zhang Yi's intuition has always been remarkably accurate. He activated his Eye of Insight once more. A golden radiance erupted from his eyes, and this time, he directly focused on his target, Xiong Batian. As expected, under the influence of the Eye of Insight, Zhang Yi discerned with clarity that Xiong Batian was enveloped in a subtle aura of energy fluctuations. This energy flowed like a gentle stream, ceaselessly converging towards the bear demon on the arena. How outrageous. He is actually resorting to cheating. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed, a surge of fury rushing to his head. No wonder that bear demon fought with such relentless vigor for so long. It turned out that there were individuals covertly supplying it with energy. This was an unabashed violation of the rules of the arena competition. Zhang Yi could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet with a sudden burst of energy. Pointing at Xiong Batian, he exclaimed, "Hey, someone is cheating. Cheating. Stop for a moment." The unexpected outcry instantly shattered the clamor of the scene. All the eyes of the monstrous creatures turned in unison towards Zhang Yi, their expressions filled with confusion and disbelief. Who is shouting? What is happening? Cheating? Who is cheating? In an instant, murmurs erupted, and the atmosphere grew chaotic. The bear demon atop the arena ceased its assault, looking around in bewilderment, while Xiong Batian slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of panic crossing them. However, he quickly regained his composure, feigning nonchalance. A powerful demon in charge of overseeing the contest, upon hearing Zhang Yi's proclamation, leapt onto the stage with authority. Who claims there is cheating? Step forward, he demanded sternly. It must be noted that this was the second round of the competition, where the regulations were significantly more stringent. The higher the tier of the contest, the greater the emphasis on fairness. Unlike the lesser beings below, who could engage in minor acts of deception without much consequence. As long as they did not breach fundamental principles, such transgressions were typically overlooked. The attention of the audience predominantly rested on the formidable high-tier beasts, who were backed by powerful lineages. Moreover, the higher the rank, the more volatile the temperament. Offending them was not a trivial matter. Thus, the audacity to claim that cheating had occurred in such a crucial second round was tantamount to challenging everyone present. Zhang Yi fearlessly stepped forward, pointing at Xiong Batian, and declared, "It is he, Xiong Batian. He has been covertly supplying energy to the bear demon on the arena, which contravenes the rules of the competition." All the gaze of the beastly spectators converged upon Xiong Batian once more, and the murmurs grew louder. It is worth noting that Xiong Batian is a formidable figure of the Bear clan, one of the elite contenders in this match. Many had high hopes for his forthcoming performance. Who could have anticipated such an allegation of cheating against him? Could it truly be Xiong Batian? Surely not. He is a master of the Bear clan. How could he stoop to such dishonorable actions? However, the young one's argument held merit. The bear demon had demonstrated remarkable stamina throughout the fight, which indeed raised suspicions. Xiong Batian's countenance turned ashen. He had never expected Zhang Yi would publicly expose him. This was a tremendous blow to his reputation. Suppressing the fury boiling within him, he feigned composure and retorted, "You insolent brat. One may indulge in erratic eating, but one must not speak recklessly. What evidence do you possess to substantiate your claim of my wrongdoing?" It must be acknowledged that every maneuver Xiong Batian had executed was well within the confines of his controlled energy, undetectable by those around him. Could it be that this young man possessed some extraordinary ability? Evidence. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, declaring, "My eyes serve as evidence. I witnessed you supplying energy to that bear demon with my own eyes." "Nonsense," roared Xiong Batian. "What qualifications do you, a mere beast, have to question me? I suspect you are deliberately causing trouble. Whether I am causing trouble or not, everyone knows the truth in their hearts." Zhang Yi, undeterred, retorted boldly, "Dare you allow the great demon to inspect that bear demon's body?" Xiong Batian hesitated. He was acutely aware that permitting the great demon to examine the bear demon would inevitably expose his fraudulent conduct. Yet, to deny the inspection would signify his own guilt. In that moment, Xiong Batian harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Zhang Yi, inwardly vowing, "You little brat, if our paths cross in the subsequent contests, I shall pluck every hair from your body and rend you into pieces." The onlookers, witnessing an insignificant junior accusing the Bear clan of cheating, were incensed. Many of the demon beasts stood in staunch defense of Xiong Batian. Chapter 65, Questioning Our Great Bear? On-site inspection, the atmosphere erupted into chaos. Loud voices clashing against one another. A barrage of unflattering comments rained down upon Zhang Yi. Clearly, Xiong Batian had no shortage of supporters, most of whom were intent on protecting his reputation. Who is this insignificant wretch to dare question our great bear? A burly wild boar demon, with glistening tusks and nostrils flaring, bellowed, "What stature does our great bear possess that warrants cheating? You, fledgling, who is yet to fully develop, dare to prattle on." A flamboyant peacock demon, flaunting its resplendent tail feathers, scornfully mocked, "This youngling is merely envious. When has the Wangri bird clan ever produced a formidable figure? They are merely envious of the bear clan's might. Perhaps this is a spy sent by an old adversary, deliberately causing turmoil." The demon beast spoke with a sarcastic undertone. Yet, that was the harsh reality. These creatures, even if they sought to align themselves with a powerful entity, would invariably choose Xiong Batian over the unanchored Zhang Yi. At that moment, Xiong Batian crossed his arms, relishing the spectacle. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth as he reveled in his own satisfaction. "Serves you right for meddling. Now you understand the consequences." The overseer of the contest wore an increasingly grim expression. Having just taken charge of the second round, he was confronted with this debacle. It felt as though he had been soundly slapped across the face. He glared at Zhang Yi, his eyes brimming with displeasure. To him, Zhang Yi was merely a troublemaker, seeking to instigate conflict. How audacious for a mere Wangri bird to challenge the authority of the Bear clan. Was he courting disaster? "Silence! Silence!" the great demon bellowed, ascending the platform. At this juncture, he knew he had to swiftly restore order to the tumultuous scene and return the contest to its rightful course. As he appeared, the surrounding demon beasts fell silent. He approached Zhang Yi, looking down upon him, and spoke in a frigid tone, "Young one, you allege that Xiong Batian has cheated. Do you possess any evidence?" Zhang Yi, undaunted, met the gaze of the great demon and declared with a resonant voice, "My eyes serve as evidence. I witnessed him channeling energy to that bear demon." What nonsense! Zhang Yi, weary of engaging in further conversation with this fellow, promptly instructed the great demon to inspect the body of the bear demon on the arena. Whether there was any foul play would soon be revealed. With a glint in his eye, Xiong Batian devised a clever scheme. He remarked, "An inspection is acceptable, but should the results prove my innocence, how will you justify your actions?" Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, declaring, "If you can prove that you have not cheated, I shall publicly apologize to you and withdraw from this competition." "Very well." Xiong Batian readily agreed, yet his mind was calculating. "You little brat. Just wait and see how I deal with you." A chilling smile crept across Xiong Batian's face as he reveled in his thoughts. He surveyed the crowd around him. The throng of beastly fans was indeed fervent, each one seemingly invigorated, waving their claws in support of him. One beast shouted loudly, "Let them check. We believe in Big Brother Xiong. He would never resort to such despicable tactics." "Exactly. What level does the Bear clan represent? Do they even need to cheat? This little pauper is simply envious," bellowed a wild boar beast, his voice booming as saliva sprayed onto the nearby peacock beast. The peacock beast distastefully sidestepped, elegantly shaking its feathers as it shrilled in agreement. "Indeed, I believe this little bird simply craves the spotlight. It should take a good look in the mirror before daring to question Big Brother Xiong." At that moment, the vixen of the Fox clan, Humayr, sauntered forward with an alluring demeanor, casting a flattering glance at Xiong Batian. "By heaven, I vow that if Big Brother Xiong truly cheated, the Bear clan shall lose the contest entirely, and Xiong Batian shall never win again." As this solemn oath was uttered, the crowd erupted in a frenzy. However, the smile on Xiong Batian's face froze. He abruptly turned, glaring fiercely at Humayr, cursing inwardly, "You vixen, how dare you speak so recklessly?" The overseer of the contest, a formidable beast, initially intended to downplay the situation, believing Zhang Yi to be an inexperienced youth unaware of the gravity of his actions. How could an old fox like Xiong Batian be provoked by him? He was preparing to mediate and coax Zhang Yi into offering an apology, thus letting the matter rest. However, the fervor of the beast crowd escalated, clamoring for an official investigation. They were resolute in their demand for clarity, unwilling to relent until the truth was unveiled. The atmosphere was on the brink of chaos, causing beads of cold sweat to form on the forehead of the overseer. He thought, "These rascals truly relish a spectacle." Consequently, the overseer shouted to the crowd, "Silence. I shall commence the inspection now. Anyone who dares to speak out again will be seized and disqualified from competing for 3 years." The scene finally fell into a tranquil silence. Meanwhile, the formidable demon bravely ascended the stage. Approaching the imposing bear demon, he took a deep breath and summoned his energy to commence his investigation. It is worth noting that any being capable of standing as a formidable demon and maintaining order in the arena must possess considerable strength. This investigation was an indispensable aspect of the competition's rules. Consequently, all eyes were fixed on the stage, eagerly awaiting the demon's findings and the subsequent actions the officials would take against Zhang Yi, the troublemaker. With his arms crossed, Bear Batian appeared somewhat anxious, though no one seemed to notice. After all, he had indeed cheated. However, he was convinced that even if the formidable demon uncovered the truth, he would not dare to speak out. As seconds ticked away, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The expression on the demon's face became more and more grim, beads of sweat accumulating on his forehead. During his probing, he indeed detected the energy of Bear Batian seated below. Moreover, it was not a trivial amount. Goodness! The Bear clan had truly resorted to cheating. It seemed the lad had not been lying. He had not caused a disturbance. But his audacity to reveal the truth about Bear Batian showcased a certain boldness. Zhang Yi possesses remarkable courage, yet it does not imply that the great demon shares the same fortitude. He has indeed conducted his assessment, but he dares not make it public. This is a matter of immense significance regarding the dignity and reputation of the Bear clan. Should the accusation of cheating be proclaimed by him, it would mean he has irrevocably offended the Bear clan. After much contemplation, he silently retracted his energy and descended from the arena without uttering a word. He proceeded directly towards several other great demons and the relevant officials. Upon witnessing his demeanor, the other demons could not help but engage in hushed whispers, their tones laden with mockery. "Look at his cowardice. He cannot even manage this trivial matter. How can he maintain order here? What a disgrace to our great demons." Indeed, I perceive him to be merely a decorative facade, all show and no substance. If it were up to me, I would suggest replacing him. Another great demon, arms crossed and brow furrowed in thought, cautioned, let us not be hasty in our conclusions. His expression seems troubling. His countenance is so grim that it raises the possibility that the Bear Clan may indeed have cheated. Chapter 66. The Judgment of the Demon Sage Mansion. The other great demons ceased their laughter, exchanging glances filled with uncertainty. At that moment, the demon in charge of the contest approached them rapidly. He beckoned the other great demons to gather, lowering his voice. During my assessment, I indeed detected the energy of Xiong Batian emanating from the bear demon, and it was substantial. It can be definitively concluded that Xiong Batian has truly cheated. Upon hearing this, the great demons widened their eyes in shock, rendered speechless. After a brief silence, they could no longer contain their astonishment. What? Xiong Batian actually had the audacity to cheat? Is he reckless enough to disregard his own life? Does he not comprehend the consequences of cheating? My heavens! This is exceedingly audacious. How could the Bear Clan dare to cheat in broad daylight? Are they not afraid of the scorn from other demon clans? Xiong Batian's actions undoubtedly reflect a sense of invulnerability. He must either possess some hidden trump card or be confident that we would not dare to expose him. Regardless of his hidden advantages, we cannot allow this to go unpunished. Cheating is cheating. It is a blatant affront to the rules of the competition. We must address this matter with utmost seriousness. Indeed, a severe punishment is imperative. We cannot allow the Bear Clan to perceive us as easy prey. However, the Bear Clan is formidable. Do we truly wish to sever ties with them? What if they retaliate? What is there to fear? With so many great demons united, could we truly be intimidated by just one Bear Clan? Moreover, if we do not penalize them severely this time, other demon clans will undoubtedly follow suit. What fairness could possibly remain in the competition then? The great demons engaged in a fervent debate, exchanging points of view. The demon overseeing the contest rubbed his temples, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. Taking a deep breath, he declared, "Enough. Let us cease this clamor. This matter is of grave importance. We must deliberate carefully. Here is the plan. We shall first consult with the elder and seek his counsel on how to proceed." The great demons nodded in agreement to the proposal. Thus, they hurriedly departed from the arena, making their way towards the elders of the demon clan. The atmosphere was regulated by the guards of the demon's sacred mansion. As several great demons left, the clamor around the arena resumed. Xiong Batian leaned against a column of the arena, a scornful smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. He was acutely aware that those old geezers had undoubtedly detected his energy. However, he remained unperturbed. A few lackeys from the Bear Clan approached Xiong Batian, their faces ashen. "Boss, do you think they will really expose this matter?" A tall, thin bear demon stammered. "Indeed, boss, if this were to be announced, our Bear Clan would be utterly humiliated. How could we possibly survive in the demon realm afterward?" It was not merely a matter of losing face. It pertained to whether their Bear Clan could participate in future competitions. After all, they had committed a grave violation of the competition rules. If punished, it would mean that all bear demons would be ineligible to compete henceforth. Xiong Batian cast a disdainful glance at them, filled with contempt. "Look at your pitiful state. A bunch of cowards. If they truly dared to announce it, they would have already sounded the alarm and proclaimed it to the world. Rather than sneaking off to consult the elders." He paused before continuing. "Their visit to the elders now is merely to devise a strategy to suppress this issue. Rest assured, those old foxes at the demon's sacred mansion are quite shrewd. They would not risk their relationship with our Bear Clan over a trivial matter involving a fledgling bird." Xiong Batian's words served as a calming balm, slightly alleviating the anxiety of the bear demons. Nonetheless, the situation remained unresolved, leaving them in a state of unease. "Boss, what if the elders insist on enforcing the law impartially?" The tall bear demon cautiously inquired, still apprehensive. Xiong Batian snorted disdainfully. "Enforce the law impartially? Humph. In the demon realm, strength is the ultimate principle. Our Bear Clan is powerful. The elders must weigh their options. Besides, even if they choose to pursue this matter, I have my ways." Although Xiong Batian spoke with bravado, he was acutely aware that this situation was rather precarious. Being caught cheating was a serious breach of protocol. If mishandled, the consequences could be dire. He secretly contemplated how to respond should the elders truly seek accountability. The bear demons, noticing Xiong Batian's silence, dared not inquire further and could only fidget anxiously by his side. They occasionally cast furtive glances at Zhang Yi, their eyes brimming with malice. If it weren't for this meddlesome fellow, they would not have found themselves in such a predicament. What are you all staring at? Do you have a problem? Zhang Yi sensed their gaze and fearlessly glared back. You little wretched bird. If it weren't for you, how could our leader, the tall, gaunt bear demon, spat with clenched teeth? However, before he could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by Xiong Batian. Silence. The tall bear demon trembled in fright. Silenced into submission. Xiong Batian cast a fierce glare at Zhang Yi before turning to the other bear demons and declaring, "Come, let us see how the elder intends to address this matter." With that, he led several bear demons away from the arena. Marching with an imposing presence towards the elder's location, Zhang Yi observed the departing figures, curious to witness how Xiong Batian and the demon Saint Manor would address this matter. Shortly thereafter, the members of the Xiong clan and those from the demon Saint Manor returned. Xiong Batian swaggered back, plopping himself down into his original seat with an air of confidence. He reclined with one leg crossed over the other, exuding an aura of assured triumph. The few henchmen from the Xiong clan followed closely behind him, equally brimming with arrogance. Zhang Yi sensed an impending disaster. Could it be that these individuals had secretly conspired with the people of the Demon Saint Palace? Had the representatives of the Demon Saint Palace chosen to bow down? Were they about to condone this deceitful character? Zhang Yi straightened his posture, his gaze intensely fixed upon the formidable demon approaching from the elder's seat, awaiting the ultimate outcome. However, at that moment, his eyes inadvertently swept across a corner of the arena, and he was immediately taken aback. There, to his astonishment, was his beloved sister, the Empress, reclining against a pillar of the stage, sound asleep. She appeared to be in a deep slumber, her breath steady, with the corners of her mouth gently curved upwards. As if the tense atmosphere surrounding her bore no relevance to her at all. The scene was undeniably amusing. Zhang Yi's eyelids fluttered, his mind racing with 1,000 chaotic thoughts. How could one possibly sleep under such circumstances? The audacity was astonishing. He could hardly believe his eyes. How could she slumber so peacefully, so unjustly? Though he longed to rush over and rouse her from her slumber, he ultimately refrained. This Empress was utterly devoid of compassion. His true concern lay with his beloved mother, who must be anxiously worrying about him at this very moment. If the announcement from the Demon Saint's mansion confirmed that no foul play had occurred, then his son would be expelled from the arena, losing his eligibility to compete. Zhang Yi pondered as he turned to gaze at the colossal bird mother. To his astonishment, the gigantic avian was seated alongside the little Pooh, indulging in a delectable meal that appeared to be utterly delightful. Zhang Yi felt entirely numb. Chapter 67, Open Favoritism. A wave of intoxicating fragrance wafted through the air, and upon inhaling it, Zhang Yi instantly recognized the identity of the uninvited individual. Without even raising his gaze, he was aware that it was the alluring Hu Meier. Oh, is this not our valiant hero Zhang, who reported the Bear Clan? What brings you here? Still waiting for the competition? Hu Meier provocatively twisted her serpentine waist as she spoke. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, too apathetic to engage with her. This vixen, after being silenced by his retort last time, now returned flaunting her arrogance, truly a case of forgetting past lessons. He had initially intended to challenge her in the forthcoming competition, but now it seemed there would be no opportunity, as she was soon to be expelled from the venue of the Demon Saint's trials. Observing Zhang Yi's indifference, Hu Meier became even more self-satisfied, her voice sharpening with each word. Are you the judge? What do you even know? The outcome has yet to be determined, so what are you prattling on about? Get lost. Zhang Yi, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, as one would shoo away a fly. Even if I were to continue in the competition, I would never compete against someone like you, a mere seductress, for you are simply not my match. The allure of the fox spirit was momentarily rendered speechless by Zhang Yi's words, her heavily made-up face flushing a deep crimson. Anger twisted her features, causing her nostrils to flare and her chest to rise and fall with intensity, as if she longed to pounce and bite Zhang Yi. Just as she prepared to hurl more insults at him, the members of the Demon Saint's Manor and the Bear Clan returned. Immediately, the fox spirit crossed her arms, adopting a posture of amusement. With a triumphant gaze directed at Zhang Yi, she thought to herself, just wait and see. You are about to be disqualified from the competition. Zhang Yi could hardly be bothered to engage with her. This woman, perhaps, had a mind muddled by folly. Zhang Yi now feels a sense of annoyance upon seeing her. On the arena, the formidable demons of the Demon's Sacred Mansion stand in a row behind the elders. Xiong Batian, accompanied by other beasts of the bear clan, arrogantly strides down from the stage, leaving the venue to the great demons and the elders of the demon's sacred mansion. The elder of the demon's sacred mansion stands at the center, his gaze flickering towards Zhang Yi, momentarily taken aback. Why is it this brat again? Wasn't he the one who stirred up trouble with the Fox clan? What on earth does he intend to do? Nevertheless, these concerns are now trivial. For just a moment ago, the demon's sacred mansion had unanimously decided to suppress this matter. They had nearly reached a breaking point with the Fox clan over the incident involving Fox Mayor, and provoking the Bear clan now would be ill-advised. Although the demon's sacred mansion holds the official status in the competition, few dare to provoke them, yet they prefer to avoid conflict with other prominent clans. Ahem. The elder cleared his throat, capturing the attention of all present. Regarding whether the Bear clan cheated in the competition, we, the demon's sacred mansion, after meticulous investigation, have found. He deliberately paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd before finally resting on Zhang Yi, that the Bear clan did not engage in any form of cheating. Upon the utterance of this statement, an uproar erupted in the audience. What? No cheating? How can that be? Indeed, that fifth-tier bear demon clearly exhibited Xiong Beishan's energy. Shoo! Lower your voices. Do you wish to be heard by the Bear clan? The surrounding beasts began to murmur in hushed tones, all lowering their voices in fear of attracting the attention of the Bear clan. Zhang Yi was taken aback. What was happening? The demon saint's manner was audaciously speaking falsehoods? He turned to look at Xiong Batian, who was grinning at him with a smug and provocative expression. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow, exclaiming that the demon saint mansion was indeed biased towards the Bear clan. Elders, the demon saint mansion is being unjust. Zhang Yi rose, suppressing his fury, and inquired. A misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding could there be? The decisions of our demon saint mansion are beyond the scrutiny of a mere fledgling like you. The elder shot a cold glare at Zhang Yi, then feigned benevolence, offering him a way to save face. As per the rules of the competition, you, the sun-watching bird, have accused other demon clans unjustly, and now we must revoke your eligibility to compete. This declaration caused an uproar among the crowd. He was the first this year to have his eligibility stripped away. All eyes turned toward Zhang Yi. Some secretly cursed him, believing he deserved this fate for seeking the spotlight, while others felt it was an unfair outcome. To be disqualified for the sake of reporting seemed exceedingly unjust. Observing the stir his pronouncement had ignited, the elder cleared his throat and introduced a twist. However, you are fortunate. The Bear clan possesses a generous spirit and does not wish to hold a grudge against you. They are willing to grant you a chance if you publicly apologize. They will forgive you. Provided they do not pursue the matter further, you may still compete. As the elder finished speaking, the onlookers among the demon beasts began lamenting. They had come with the anticipation of a spectacle, eager to witness Zhang Yi's humiliation. Now, the prospect that this ruckus could be resolved with a mere apology left them deeply unsettled, akin to a meticulously prepared play where the protagonist suddenly refused to perform. The frustration was palpable. It is well known that spectators thrive on chaos. They yearn for the situation to escalate, relishing the misfortune of others. I thought I would witness this young man being expelled. Now it seems that won't happen. A wild boar demon scratched the ground with its sturdy hoof, wearing an expression of dissatisfaction. Indeed, this wretched bird is remarkably fortunate. How could the mighty bear Batian let him off so easily? Another demon creature chimed in, raising its voice in agreement. Zhang Yi listened to the surrounding murmurs, his face pale with anger. He never anticipated that the demon saint's mansion would so blatantly distort the truth and openly favor the Bear clan. Apologize? On what grounds should I apologize? Zhang Yi cast a cold glance at the elder of the demon sage mansion. Am I in the wrong for reporting cheating to uphold the integrity of the competition? The true fault lies with the Bear clan, who were the instigators of the deceit. Now, not only does your esteemed mansion refuse to punish the wrongdoers, but you demand an apology from me? This is utterly absurd. The elder's expression darkened instantly. He had not anticipated that this mere sun-watching bird would dare to confront him publicly. Was this not a blatant challenge to his authority? How dare you question the decisions of the demon sage mansion? The elder bellowed in fury. To be fair, the elder was indeed formidable in strength. In his rage, a powerful aura enveloped Zhang Yi, as if intending to crush him utterly. Zhang Yi was caught off guard, feeling a sudden tightness in his chest that made breathing laborious. However, surrender was not in Zhang Yi's nature. He flapped his wings, radiating beams of golden light, and in response to his fury, flames erupted around him. The lower-tiered beasts in the vicinity, unable to withstand the surge of Zhang Yi's power, hastily retreated. Zhang Yi's eyes were bloodshot. What a joke. Apologize to that bear-like fool. In your dreams. Chapter 68. What are you staring at? When those 3 words, bear-like fool, escaped Zhang Yi's lips, the surrounding air seemed to freeze for a moment. Suddenly, the beastmen of the bear clan reacted, each of them leaping up as if their tails were ablaze. Their eyes widened in shock, nostrils flaring as they approached Zhang Yi with fervor. The mother giant bird was so frightened that her insides trembled. She seized Zhang Yi's wing and whispered in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Oh, my ancestor, please say less. Go wake your sister. We must leave quickly. We cannot participate in this wretched competition." Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, he surprisingly nodded. The gigantic bird mother was momentarily taken aback, almost convinced that her aging eyes had deceived her. When had this young lad become so obedient? Her son, who typically defied convention, had acquiesced so readily this time. True to Zhang Yi's character, it was evident he would not simply acquiesce without ensuring his own advantage. Indeed, in the next moment, after Zhang Yi nodded, he did not obediently follow her away. Instead, he took a deep breath and shouted towards the stage, addressing the several elders of the Demon Saint Mansion who were wearing expressions of severe constipation. To be frank, we merely stumbled upon this competition by chance, seeking a bit of excitement. Do you truly believe that your spiritual talismans from the Demon Saint Mansion hold such remarkable value? We, the sun-watching birds, find them utterly unremarkable. As his words echoed, the mother giant bird was momentarily blinded with fury, nearly collapsing to the ground. This impudent boy, what is he saying? Offending the bear clan is one thing, but now he dares to provoke the Demon Saint Mansion? Is he courting death? The elders of the Demon Saint Mansion wore expressions of astonishment. Their spiritual talismans were objects of envy among the beasts. Yet this young man audaciously claimed to find them worthless. One elder, trembling with indignation, pointed at Zhang Yi and exclaimed, You possess astounding audacity. How dare you belittle the Demon Saint Mansion? Guards, seize this ignorant wretch at once. No sooner had he spoken than several guards clad in silver armor charged forward with great intensity, surrounding Zhang Yi and the mother giant bird. The mother giant bird was struck with terror, her wings quivering in fear. She quickly shielded Zhang Yi behind her and cried out to the guards, "Esteemed demons, my son is but a fool, speaking nonsense without understanding. Please, do not stoop to his level." Zhang Yi's head emerged from beneath the giant bird mother's armpit. I wasn't spouting nonsense. The giant bird mother was busy putting on a smile for the people of the Demon Saint's Mansion. And this rascal Zhang Yi had the audacity to utter such a remark. He was deliberately stoking the flames. Shut your mouth. Do you not think this situation is already dire enough? Just then, on the arena, the previously slumbering sister of the Empress stirred from her sleep without anyone noticing. This little one had somehow flown to the top of the 5th-tier bear demon's head. With a sudden movement, she opened her mouth wide and took a bite, yanking out a handful of fur with considerable force. Then, with a puff of air, the bear's fur was sent swirling across the arena, falling into every corner of the venue. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the scene. On the stage, the petite figure of the Empress stretched lazily, flapping her wings to shake off a few downy feathers. With a yawn, she rubbed her sleepy eyes and innocently gazed at the raucous crowd below. Oh dear, my apologies. Everyone, I must have dozed off. This seemingly harmless demeanor stood in stark contrast to her earlier violent act of plucking fur, leaving many of the demon beasts momentarily stunned. Ah, by the way, everyone, within these tufts of fur lies the energy of Xiong Batian. She pointed at the scattered bear fur around the competition area and continued. You can simply pick some up and take a whiff to discern whether the bear clan has indeed cheated. As soon as these words left her mouth, the arena erupted in chaos. The demon beasts hastily bowed their heads, suspiciously picking up the fallen fur. For them, directly sensing Xiong Batian's energy might be somewhat challenging, given the disparity in their strength. However, these tufts of fur acted as a diluted energy potion, dispersing the essence and energy of Xiong Batian. Even those with slightly lower intelligence among the demon beasts could easily perceive it. Indeed, this is the energy of Xiong Batian. I can smell it. One beast exclaimed excitedly. The bear clan has cheated. This is concrete evidence. Good heavens. Has the Demon Saint's Mansion actually sheltered the cheaters? What benefits have they received from the bear clan? In an instant, voices of doubt and scorn surged, plunging the scene into turmoil. The elders of the demon saint's mansion wore grim expressions. They had never anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little bird could be so cunning. One elder pointed at the Empress, his finger trembling with rage as he bellowed, "You, yet." The Empress remained unfazed, leisurely tidying her ruffled feathers, casting a sidelong glance at the elder and retorting, "What are you looking at?" The elder's face darkened, more so than the bottom of a pot. He pointed at the Empress, his fingers shaking violently, struggling to utter a single word. The scene descended into utter chaos. Teetering on the brink of losing control, the elder cleared his throat a couple of times and stammered, "Ahem, everyone, please remain calm, remain calm. This matter may be shrouded in some misunderstandings, perhaps. The hairy legs of your mother are the real misunderstanding." A furious beast emerged, pointing an accusatory finger at the elder, exclaiming, "I have witnessed it with my own eyes and smelled it with my own nose. The stench of bear bâtillon can be sensed from 100 miles away. Do you still dare to deny it, Sacred Beast Manor?" The other beasts echoed in agreement. Previously, these creatures had feared the oppressive might of the Sacred Beast Manor. But now that the truth was laid bare, they demanded accountability. After all, their interests were at stake. It is crucial to note that the creature that just competed against the Bear Clan was the sun-watching bird. What if it had been one of them? The Bear Clan's deceit would undoubtedly be detrimental to their own welfare. If no resolution was reached, all the beasts present for the competition would suffer losses. The elders exchanged anxious glances, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads. At this juncture, the cheating of the Bear Clan could no longer be concealed. They had to devise a strategy to clean up this mess. A white-bearded elder's eyes sparkled as he leaned toward another elder, whispering, "Old Third, go fetch that fool Bear Bâtillon and discuss a countermeasure." The elder known as Old Third wore an unwilling expression, protesting, "Why should I go? This mess was not caused by me. Enough chatter. Hurry up." The white-bearded elder glared at him. The other great beasts followed the elders of the Sacred Beast Manor to deliberate their strategy. Meanwhile, the elder sent to summon Bear Bâtillon had barely taken a few steps when he spotted a massive figure striding toward him with an imposing presence. It was none other than Bear Bâtillon. Evidently, he realized that the cheating had been exposed and was in a state of agitation. Chapter 69. A family of oddities. Once the individuals from the Sacred Beast Manor and the Bear Clan departed, the onlooking beasts erupted like a hive of agitated ants. Buzzing incessantly, speculations, curses, and discussions surged forth, creating a clamor that rivaled that of a bustling marketplace. Yet, the sun-watching bird family remained entirely unfazed by the commotion. Zhang Yi clutched a spirit fruit in one hand while shoving a spirit pill into his mouth with the other, resembling a man who had not tasted sustenance for centuries. The Empress's younger sister watched with a frown, her tiny paw incessantly tugging at Zhang Yi's arm. Hey, mind your image. After all, you are, how should I put it, at least someone of some stature." She faltered, struggling to find an appropriate term to describe Zhang Yi. Zhang Yimin cast a nonchalant glance at her and muttered indistinctly, "What image is there to speak of? The visage of a starving ghost reborn, perhaps. This wretched place offers not a proper meal, just a few meager fruits and paltry elixirs that hardly suffice to satiate one's hunger." Little Pooh obediently pressed the largest spirit fruit into Zhang Yi's hand, her voice sweet and tender as she urged, "Father, you have a hearty appetite. Do indulge yourself." Zhang Yi felt a warmth in his heart as he affectionately ruffled the little one's head, saying, "You've grown up, little one. You truly understand." The Empress sister rolled her eyes, retorting, "With such meager accomplishments, all you do is eat." Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon and the Wind God Wyvern remained in a deep slumber. The surrounding beasts had initially engaged in fervent discussions, occasionally casting curious glances towards the sun-watching bird family. However, upon witnessing their nonchalant demeanor, they were left speechless. One beast could not help but approach, its tone laced with sarcasm. "I must ask, are you all not a bit too composed? This matter concerning the Bear Clan's cheating is of great significance to your chances of advancement." Zhang Yi stuffed his mouth with spirit fruits, his cheeks bulging, and mumbled indistinctly, "Advance? The bear demon cheated. By the rules of the competition, we are undoubtedly advancing." Observing the calm demeanor of Zhang Yi and his companions, the surrounding beasts suddenly realized they had underestimated these sun-watching birds. Some even contemplated approaching Zhang Yi to foster a connection. However, Zhang Yi had no time to acknowledge them. With fruit peels and elixir vials piled into a small mountain, he let out a satisfied burp and patted his round belly contentedly. Little Pooh rolled around on his abdomen, giggling merrily. The murmurs around gradually subsided, and all attention shifted to the vacant arena. After a considerable wait, a few prominent beasts from the Demon Sage mansion approached. Their heads hung low. Their faces were pallid, eyes flickering, a stark contrast to their previously arrogant demeanor. Strangely, the once formidable elder of the Demon Sage mansion had vanished without a trace, and even the imposing Xiongbattian was nowhere to be seen. Other bear demons had also disappeared. One beast scratched its head, pondering aloud, Where is the elder? And what about Xiongbattian? Zhang Yi scoffed lazily while picking his teeth, remarking that one was cheating and the other was complicit in the deceit. Thus it was only natural they would shy away from public view. Who knows, they might be hiding in some corner, scratching the walls in shame. As his words echoed in the air, the surrounding demon beasts could not contain their laughter, stifling it behind their hands. A large demon, feeling the awkwardness of the moment, cleared his throat with a cough. He stepped forward, hesitating as he began to speak. I must apologize, esteemed guests. Due to a minor oversight on the part of our demon sanctum, we must rectify the situation. The bear clan has indeed engaged in cheating. The large demon fumbled with his words, and his embarrassment was understandable. The arena of the demon sanctum had been held for many years without such issues. In the past, there had been infractions, but they were easily resolved. However, this time, they had encountered a particularly troublesome situation. Pausing to gather his thoughts, the large demon continued. We hereby announce the disqualification of the bear clan from the competition. The previous match, due to their cheating, results in the sunward bird being declared the winner. The pronouncement sent a wave of astonishment through the crowd. At last, the demon sanctum delivered a fair judgment, albeit under the pressure of the moment. Nonetheless, it was a commendable outcome. At the sight of this resolution, the great bird mother turned to the Empress, exclaiming, Congratulations, my precious daughter. Zhang Yi let out a derisive snort, questioning what there was to celebrate when the opponent had resorted to cheating to lose the match. He remarked that even if a mere first-stage mouse demon were to take the field, victory would surely follow. The Empress shot him a glare, retorting that winning by sheer luck could be considered a form of prowess. The surrounding beasts erupted into thunderous cheers, having initially believed that the bear clan would wield their influence unchecked. To their astonishment, they had instead encountered an immovable obstacle, and it was none other than a few fledgling birds. This was indeed a spectacle rarer than a pig climbing a tree. The blind bears have finally met their match. They deserve it. An excited beast danced with glee, echoing, Indeed. Let them bask in their usual arrogance. This time, they've truly humiliated themselves. A portly pig demon joined in the raucous celebration, his ample flesh quivering like waves. As for the prominent demons of the Demon Sage manor, their faces were a tapestry of green and white, resembling those who had consumed something vile. These creatures, accustomed to wielding their power without restraint, were unprepared for such a humiliating blow. Not only had the bear clan lost face, but their own reputation had also been tarnished. These little brats are a nuisance. One formidable demon seethed, vowing to find an excuse to drive them away. Yes, keeping them around might lead to further mischief. Another demon squinted in agreement, adding, I have a nagging feeling that these little birds are up to no good. How dare these immature wretches challenge our esteemed Demon Sage manor? Just wait and see how I deal with them. The Zhang family remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, still reveling in the triumph of the Empress, who had secured for them a coveted opportunity to compete for a place in the junior intermediate spiritual mansion. The imposing demon cleared his throat twice, straining to conjure a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful. Ahem, well then, let us proceed with the tournament. However, scarcely had his words faded when another demon leaned in close, whispering furtively in his ear. The expression on the first demon's face shifted dramatically as he nodded in acknowledgement to the other. He cleared his throat once again and addressed the amplification device, stating, Due to certain technical difficulties, the previous arena is temporarily closed for maintenance. The competitions in the other arenas shall continue. The Zhang family exchanged glances, each discerning the mirth reflected in one another's eyes. The underlying reason for this technological apprehension was crystal clear to them. Was it not simply a fear of further complications arising from their antics? How trivial. Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lip, remarking on the cowardice of his peers. If they cannot handle it, they ought not to engage. Chapter 70. The infamous bear clan. The mother of the colossal birds chuckled softly, gently tapping Zhang Yi's head with her wing. All right, do try to refrain from speaking too much. After all, they are representatives of the Demon Saints manor. The Empress wore an expression of indifference. Their qualification for the competition remained intact. If they could not compete today, they would resume tomorrow. The family continued to sit beneath the platform, indulging in food and drink. Meanwhile, the members of the bear clan returned to their cavern, visibly incensed. Within the depths of their lair, the atmosphere was so tense it seemed one could wring water from it. Xiong Batian bowed his head, scarcely daring to breathe, as he recounted the events to the clan leader, Xiong Qingtian. Towering over 3 zhang, his physique was a mass of sinewy muscle, with fur standing erect like steel needles. What did you say? Our bear clan has been disqualified from the competition. Xiong Qingtian's voice thundered within the cavern, reverberating like a clap of thunder, causing Xiong Batian's ears to ring. Why yes, clan leader, Xiong Batian stammered, trembling as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Stealing a furtive glance at the leader, he beheld the fiery glare emanating from Qingtian's bear-like eyes. Those insolent little birds. How dare they humiliate our clan in such a manner? The leader roared in fury, striking the stone table beside him with a colossal paw, shattering it into fragments. Calm yourself, clan leader. Those little birds must have some powerful backing. We must not act rashly, advised an elder bear, who, while equally indignant, possessed a far greater sense of composure than the impetuous Xiong Qingtian. Powerful backing? What powerful backing? It is merely the old fogies of the demon saint's manor stirring trouble. They have long harbored disdain for our bear clan. The leader's rage remained unabated, his nostrils flaring as he exhaled white vapor. Clan leader, those ancient ones from the demon saint's manor have audaciously spoken on behalf of a few insignificant fledglings, clearly disregarding our bear clan. Xiong Batian cautiously added. Xiong Qitian glared menacingly at Xiong Batian. Then why did you resort to cheating? Our bear clan is honorable. We can win or lose with dignity. Even in victory, it must be achieved with integrity. Speak. Why did you cheat and bring shame upon our clan? As the clan leader, Xiong Qingtian harbored hopes for their success in this competition, yet he had never contemplated achieving it through unscrupulous means. In fact, he found such underhanded tactics deeply repugnant. Xiong Batian trembled in fear, hastily kneeling before him. The leader gasped for breath, demanding an explanation. Xiong Batian's entire body trembled uncontrollably, having unwittingly landed himself in serious trouble. The bear clan had suffered a significant loss of face in the demon realm. And this was a matter of utmost importance to Xiong Qingtian, who was particularly sensitive about reputation. With a quavering finger, he pointed at the nearby quaking 5th-level bear demon, his voice shaking as he stammered, "It's him. Chief, he urged me. He insisted that I assist him. I had no intention of doing so." This 5th-level bear demon was none other than the one who had competed alongside the Empress on the arena. In truth, he was quite an honest creature. Had it not been for Xiong Batian's suggestion, he would never have conceived of resorting to cheating. At this moment, sheer terror had rendered him nearly catatonic. His mind a blank slate. His face was ashen, his lips trembled yet produced no sound, forcing him to watch helplessly as Xiong Batian cast him forth as a scapegoat. Upon hearing this, Xiong Qingtian's eyes widened in fury, as if he were about to unleash flames. He sprang to his feet, his towering 3-zhang frame casting a colossal shadow over the 5th-level bear demon. The latter felt an overwhelming pressure descending upon him, nearly suffocating him. What did you just say? The voice of Xiong Qitian was deep yet resonated like thunder within the cavern. He urged you to cheat? You, a proud warrior of the bear clan, allowed yourself to be manipulated by a mere 5th-level beast? The implication here is that because he told you to cheat, you complied? Have you lost your wits? This is the domain of the sacred demon palace. How many demon clans have gathered for this arena contest? And now, the bear clan has become notorious, infamously so. Xiong Batian, trembling in fear, quickly bowed his head repeatedly, pleading, "Chief, spare me. I was momentarily foolish. I was led astray by him." Led astray? Xiong Qitian laughed bitterly in his rage. You, Xiong Batian, are a distinguished member of our young generation. How could you be so easily swayed by a 5th-level demon? You have brought disgrace upon our clan. In the next moment, the clan leader raised his immense paw high, a terrifying power pulsating from his palm, as if it could rend the very fabric of space. The 5th-level bear demon, witnessing this, was seized by an overwhelming dread, desperately attempting to flee, only to find his legs weighed down as if encased in lead, rendering him immobile. Helplessly, he closed his eyes in despair, awaiting the inevitable arrival of death. "Chief, spare me," Xiong Batian cried out, yet he dared not approach to plead for mercy. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as Xiong Qingtian's massive paw descended with great force. Contrary to expectations, There were no cries of despair, nor was there a gruesome spectacle of flesh and blood. Where the fifth-tier bear demon had stood, a colossal paw print emerged, deeply embedded in the ground. At that moment, the fifth-tier bear demon had been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh, utterly obliterated. Silence enveloped the cave, an eerie stillness reigning as all bear demons remained paralyzed with fear, scarcely daring to breathe. Xiong Batian lay prostrate on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. He understood that while he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, the chieftain's wrath had not been entirely quelled. Xiong Batian, Xiong Qitian spoke in a grave tone. You have committed a grave error, bringing disgrace upon our bear clan. However, considering your past merits, I shall spare your life this time. Yet, his voice faltered momentarily. You must atone for your sins and redeem yourself. Xiong Batian quickly bowed in gratitude. I thank the chieftain for your mercy. I shall undoubtedly atone for my transgressions and restore the honor of our clan. Very well, Xiong Qitian replied solemnly. Although our bear clan has been disqualified from participating in the upcoming contest at the Demon Saint's Palace, we cannot let this matter rest. You are to uncover the identities of those little fledglings' backers. I demand that they pay the price for their actions. Yes, chieftain, Xiong Batian promptly responded. On the other side, Zhang Yi and his family continued to indulge in their leisurely revelries. Do you think the bear clan will come looking for trouble? Inquired the awakened wind god Pterosaur, munching on a spiritual fruit. The Empress nonchalantly waved her wings. What is there to fear? We are within the domain of the demon sage's estate. Do they dare to approach us here? However, Mother Giant Bird expressed her concerns, noting that the bear clan's leader, Xiong Qingtian, was particularly sensitive about his reputation. The news of their deceitful conduct at the demon sage's estate had already spread, and I believe they will not simply let this matter rest. Little Pooh, trembling with fear, nestled closer to Zhang Yi. Daddy, I am scared. Zhang Yi smiled wryly, suggesting that perhaps it would be best to withdraw without further contest. After all, we cannot provoke them, nor can we evade them. Yet, the Empress ridiculed him, declaring, I fear nothing, so why should you? We must see this competition through to the end. As long as you secure a spirit estate from the Demon Saint Manor, we shall establish a foothold within their territory. Even the bear clan must tread carefully in the presence of the Demon Saint Manor. Chapter 71. The temptation of the bear spirit pill. The following day, the competition at the Demon Saint Manor commenced as scheduled. In light of the cheating incident involving Bear Batian, security measures were significantly heightened. Various uniquely shaped demon guardians scanned the surroundings with keen eyes, creating a tense atmosphere. Zhang Yi and his family continued to indulge in their pleasures, savoring their food and drink with great relish. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the demon sacred mansion, Xiong Batian was hiding behind a massive rock, his expression so grim it seemed as if water could drip from it. He watched the leisurely Zhang family below the arena, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. How dare they enjoy the spectacle while I have been disqualified? He slammed his fist against the giant stone, sending fragments flying. Brother Batian, why such anger? A sultry voice chimed in. Turning, Xiong Batian beheld a graceful fox demon, swaying her serpentine waist as she approached, none other than Humayr. She stifled a laugh. Have you forgotten, dear brother, that our fox clan excels in a particular art? She deliberately elongated her words, hinting at a scheme. Xiong Batian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. What brilliant insight do you possess, Meyer? Leaning closer, Humayr whispered, the demon sacred mansion is heavily guarded today, making it unwise for your clan to act directly. However, you could enlist others to do your bidding. To prevent any further cheating, the mansion has enacted stringent measures. With her crimson nails, she lightly tapped the stone. New rules dictate that any beast causing trouble on site, regardless of species or reason, will be disqualified from the competition. Xiong Batian paused, scratching his head in confusion. Are you suggesting I find other demons to stir up trouble for those wretched birds? Humayr giggled. Indeed, Brother Batian. You grasp it well. If you can instigate a conflict, the people of the demon's sacred mansion will expel them directly. In that case, you need not lift a finger against those birds. They will be forced to vacate the premises. Once they leave, you can exact your vengeance as you see fit. Xiong Batian's lips curled into a grin. What a splendid idea. I like it. He rubbed his massive paws in excitement. Then his expression darkened. But we need someone willing to make sacrifices for our bear clan. After all, those who participate in such a scheme would risk losing their own eligibility. Humayr covered her mouth with a playful laugh. That depends on your cunning, Brother Batian. You know the old adage, one must be willing to take risks to reap rewards. She cast a meaningful glance at Xiong Batian. There are always beasts willing to take a gamble for the sake of gain. Xiong Batian retrieved a delicate wooden box from the small pouch made of bear skin that he kept close. Upon opening it, he discovered a pill exuding a rich fragrance. Its entirety a deep crimson hue with faint golden threads swirling within. This was the treasured Xiong Ling Dan of the Bear clan. He had painstakingly acquired this rare gem from the hands of the clan leader, Xiong Qingtian. The entire bear tribe possessed no more than 3 of these precious pills, making it exceedingly rare. The Xiong Ling Dan was no ordinary restorative. Consuming it could temporarily unleash a surge of power. However, the repercussions were equally severe. Once the effects waned, one would feel as deflated as a punctured balloon, instantly drained of vigor. Only those with robust strength could withstand the onslaught of energy, truly absorbing its potency to elevate their prowess. Due to its scarcity, Xiong Batian had refrained from utilizing it until now. The thought of wasting such a treasure on a few insignificant birds was indeed painful. Yet, the prospect of driving these birds out of the demon saint's abode and then ruthlessly exterminating them, including the wind god pterosaur, filled him with glee. Absorbing their energy could potentially lead to a remarkable breakthrough, at least equaling the effects of the Xiong Ling Dan, rendering the expenditure worthwhile. Just a handful of little birds, and they think they deserve the Xiong Ling Dan? They might as well await their demise. Xiong Batian muttered ominously to himself. Mayor, would you kindly summon a few Navi souls from the front? Xiong Batian rubbed his bare paws, addressing Humayr. Humayr smiled alluringly, assuring him, rest easy. Brother Batian, this is but a trivial task. She was already overjoyed. Having been toyed with by that brat Zhangyi earlier, she had long harbored a grudge. Now, with an opportunity for revenge that required no effort on her part, it felt like a fortune falling from the heavens. This art of orchestrating a scheme with a borrowed knife was her forte. Wriggling her lithe waist, Humayr approached the gathering of watching demon beasts. Her beguiling glances and enchanting movements radiated an irresistible charm, leaving the male demon beasts utterly entranced. Brothers, would you be interested in earning a little extra? Humayr's sweet voice made the demon beasts weak in the knees. What extra? They queried eagerly, ready to plunge into danger without hesitation. A wolf demon with a shifty gaze rubbed its hands together, wearing a sycophantic grin. Humayr chuckled lightly. Oh, dear brothers, you jest. It is merely a small endeavor. My esteemed brother Batian from the Bear clan seeks your assistance. Rest assured, there will be ample rewards upon completion. Upon hearing the promise of benefits, the demon beasts perked up, eagerly expressing their willingness to serve. Humayr led these infatuated souls back behind the massive boulder where Xiong Batian lay in wait. Brother Batian, I have brought the people you requested. The enchanting fox spoke in a delicate tone. Xiong Batian scrutinized the several demon beasts before him, a wolf demon, a pig demon, and a creature resembling a toad. Their strength was rather unimpressive, yet they would suffice to create a commotion. My dear brethren, Xiong Batian declared candidly, I shall not beat around the bush. I have summoned you today to request your assistance. Speak freely, Brother Batian. We shall comply without hesitation. The wolf demon responded obsequiously. Do you see those troublesome creatures beneath the arena? Xiong Batian gestured towards Zhang Yi's family. Once the competition commences, I want you to instigate trouble for them. The greater the disturbance, the better, understood? The demon beasts exchanged glances, their hesitation palpable. Creating chaos on the territory of the demon saint's manor could lead to dire consequences if they were caught. Brother Batian, is this truly wise? If the demon saint's people discover us, we may be disqualified from the competition, the pig demon stammered. Humph, a bunch of spineless fools. Xiong Batian retorted, producing a Xiong Ling Dan. A rich medicinal aroma instantly filled the air, as a golden pill radiating a faint glow lay within his palm. Is that the Xiong Ling Dan? The wolf demon and the toad-like creature's eyes widened in recognition, nearly drooling at the sight. The legendary Xiong Ling Dan not only promised a significant boost in strength, but also longevity. Brother Batian, is this truly the Xiong Ling Dan? The wolf demon's voice trembled with anticipation. Undoubtedly, Xiong Batian proclaimed with pride. If you assist me in this endeavor, this Xiong Ling Dan will be yours. Great rewards inspire great courage. The wolf demon and the toad creature were visibly tempted. The toad demon's eyes darted as it licked its lips. Brother Batian. While this Xiong Ling Dan is indeed enticing, the risks seem excessively high. Is it worth the chance of disqualification for such a prize? The wolf demon was also quietly weighing the implications. The pig demon, however, was already entranced, his eyes fixated on the alluring pill, with his mind clouded by desire. He quivered with excitement. "Brother Badian, I am eager to participate," the pig demon exclaimed, fearing that Xiong Badian might change his mind. Xiong Badian nodded approvingly. "Well done. If you can ensure that the young man is disqualified and expelled from the demon saint's territory, this Xiongling Dan shall be yours. Heh, rest assured, Brother Badian. I will complete the task without fail." The promise of the bear's spirit elixir, offered by Xiong Badian, proved to be an irresistible temptation for the pig demon. Resolute in his decision, he waddled towards Zhang Yi's family, his rotund belly swaying with every step. Upon reaching Zhang, he squeezed his ample form into the narrow space beside him, thrusting his backside inward. Zhang Yi remained utterly motionless, seemingly oblivious to the foolish creature beside him as he continued to devour the spiritual fruit in his grasp. His indifference, however, incited the impatience of the leopard-patterned beast seated nearby. "Is this seat reserved in your name?" it snarled, baring its sharp fangs. "No," the pig demon replied, shaking its head with an expression of innocence. "If your name is not inscribed here, why are you pushing? There are ample vacant spots over there. Are you blind?" The tone of the leopard-patterned beast grew increasingly hostile. The pig demon glanced down and realized that in squeezing between the leopard-patterned beast and Zhang Yi, it had inadvertently nudged the beast aside. It offered an awkward smile, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, and quickly made way for the creature. Subsequently, it waddled its rotund form around to the other side of Zhang Yi, only to discover that the area adjacent to him was littered with refuse, fruit peels, cores, and withered leaves, resembling a miniature dump. Goodness, this fellow sat here feasting endlessly, surrounded by heaps of discarded fruit skins. Little Pooh poked its head out from the garbage pile, its shiny eyes fixating on the pig demon. "Do you require something, fatty?" The pig demon's expression soured at the insult, and it retorted, "You are the fatty. Your entire family consists of fatties." Little Pooh looked up at Zhang Yi with a pitiful gaze. "Daddy, he just called our whole family fatties." Zhang Yi cast a fleeting glance at the pig demon, leisurely expelling a fruit pit, before turning to enlighten Xiaopu, reminding him that he was already quite unattractive and should therefore show some forbearance. Xiaopu nodded, seemingly grasping the essence of his words. The pig demon was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Taking a deep breath, he reminded himself to remain composed, for he must not jeopardize Brother Bashan's grand ambitions. With a shrewd glint in his eye, he devised a scheme. Pointing at the refuse heaped beside Zhang Yi, he mockingly remarked, "I must say, your lack of decorum is rather astonishing. Such a mountain of rubbish piling up here, and you seem utterly unbothered by the stench. One could easily mistake you for a scavenger. This is a venue for a contest, and yet you display such disregard for the occasion." Zhang Yi finally raised his head and cast a glance at the pig demon, his eyes filled with a subtle disdain. "Are you speaking to me?" The pig demon retorted arrogantly. "Of course, who else would I be addressing, if not you? Am I to converse with these worthless beings?" Zhang Yi replied softly, then continued to munch on his fruit. The pig demon felt as though he had struck a cotton pillow, overwhelmed with frustration. He pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Yi's nose, unleashing a torrent of insults. "Are you deaf, you brat? I'm speaking to you. Are you both deaf and mute? I'm addressing you." Seeing that Zhang Yi remained unresponsive, the pig demon raised his voice by an octave, saliva splattering onto Zhang Yi's face. Zhang Yi leisurely extended a finger to wipe away the drool from his face, casting a disdainful glance at the pig demon before letting out a resounding belch. Exclaiming how utterly full he felt, the pig demon nearly fainted from the overwhelming odor emanating from that belch. Just how many spiritual fruits had this fellow consumed? The scent is truly overpowering. Are you intentionally trying to repulse me? The pig demon retorted angrily. Zhang Yi stifled a yawn, feeling exceedingly drowsy. Having indulged too much in food often leads to such lethargy. Eventually, all he could hear were the grunts of the pig demon. His eyelids grew heavier, until they could no longer be pried open. The pig demon felt as though it might explode. This young man was utterly disregarding him. How outrageous. Taking a deep breath, the demon resolved to unleash his most formidable retort. "I say, young man, you are here to participate in the Demon Sovereign's contest. So could you not pay a modicum of attention to your image? Just look around you. It resembles a refuse heap. Fruit peels and cores are piled high. Do you possess no sense of public decency? Do you not honor this arena?" The pig demon continued to berate Zhang Yi, spittle flying as he passionately delivered his tirade, even more fervently than a storyteller. Zhang Yi's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, the voice of the pig demon buzzing in his ears. Like a lullaby, it lulled him into a state of drowsiness. In his dazed mind, he mused, "This pig demon's voice is rather hypnotic." The pig demon continued its tirade. "Look at you. You are nothing but a disgrace. A shame to the demon race. You." Zhang Yi finally succumbed to exhaustion, his head drooping as he fell into slumber. The little one, Pu, blinked his bright, round eyes, glancing from the sleeping Zhang Yi to the incessantly chattering pig demon. Looking utterly bewildered, the pig demon, having vented his frustrations for quite some time, found himself parched and was met with the utter lack of response from Zhang Yi. Upon looking down, he was taken aback. This fellow has actually fallen asleep. The pig demon rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Indeed, Zhang Yi was truly asleep. He had dozed off while being berated. Feeling profoundly insulted, the pig demon pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Yi, trembling with rage. "You dare to ignore me? Get up." He reached out to shove Zhang Yi, only to have his finger bitten by little Pu. "Ouch!" The pig demon yelped, hastily retracting his hand, revealing 2 rows of puncture marks, blood streaming forth. "Bad pig, you shall not bully my father." Pu glared fiercely at the pig demon, baring his sharp little teeth. The pig demon, clutching his injured finger and grimacing in pain, had not anticipated that this seemingly innocuous little creature could bite with such ferocity. "You disgusting bird." The pig demon fumed, yet dared not approach Pu again. He stood there, stamping his feet in frustration, utterly at a loss against both Zhang Yi and Pu. Chapter 73. Nyodali. This beating was worth it. Outside the competition venue, Xiong Badian paced anxiously, cursing under his breath. "That foolish pig, what has taken so long? Surely he has been bested by that young lad? Useless." His hefty bare paw restlessly slapped against a nearby tree trunk, causing leaves to rain down. In the distance, a graceful figure approached. Xiong Batian squinted, recognizing it as Humayr. "What is the situation?" he inquired gruffly. Humayr shook her head. "That foolish pig is inadequate. We should find someone else." "What?" Xiong Batian erupted in fury. "This worthless creature. Was it so difficult just to provoke him?" Brother Xiong, do not be angry." Humayr coaxed sweetly. "That young lad is rather formidable. It's only natural that the pig demon couldn't handle him. We should indeed find someone else." Xiong Batian, agitated, scratched his head. "Who else? Besides that foolish pig, who would be willing to undertake such a thankless task? You know, competing in the arena of the Demon Saint's mansion allows one to linger in this realm, even in defeat. The spiritual energy here is abundant. One could easily find a temporary dwelling and cultivate with greater efficacy. While the Xiong spirit pill was commendable, it could not compare to the comfort of staying in the Demon Saint's mansion." Humayr nodded in understanding. "Indeed, this mansion attracts many formidable beings. Perhaps one could seize the opportunity to forge some powerful alliances, which would certainly prove advantageous in future endeavors." Xiong Batian's brow furrowed in dismay. "But where can we find someone now? Everyone is on high alert. Who would willingly offer themselves as easy prey?" Fox Charm smiled mysteriously, her nimble form darting aside to reveal a towering figure behind her. This beast was imposing, its body cloaked in tough scales, adorned with a pair of sharp horns, and its eyes gleamed ominously like brass bells. This was the formidable Bull Strength. Fox Charm introduced, expressing his willingness to confront that young man. Their overlord scrutinized Bull Strength, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Are you truly willing to go?" Bull Strength rumbled in a deep voice. "It's worth a try. That lad appears frail. Perhaps he is no match at all." "Excellent, excellent," Bear Overlord exclaimed, slapping his thigh in excitement. "Brother Bull, if you and that young man are disqualified, I shall reward you with this bear spirit pill." The mention of the bear spirit pill piqued Bull Strength's interest. He was already aware of it, as Fox Charm had informed him earlier. Without some incentive, he would not have come forward. Nodding in agreement, Bull Strength trudged toward the arena. Upon the stage, Zhang Yi was in a deep slumber, with little Pu nestled in his arms, her eyes darting curiously around. The pig demon stood nearby, trembling in rage, yet too intimidated to approach little Pu. Bull Strength approached the edge of the arena, observing the peacefully sleeping Zhang Yi. He glanced at the furious yet helpless pig demon, a flicker of disdain crossing his gaze. Taking a deep breath, he stomped his foot forcefully, causing the entire arena to tremble. Zhang Yi was jolted awake, his eyes fluttering open in a haze. Before him loomed a formidable figure, prompting him to stifle a yawn. "Who are you?" he inquired, irritation lacing his voice. "You're disturbing my slumber. Do you have any idea of the consequences?" Nyodali let out a cold laugh. "So, you are Zhang Yi, Huh? Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes, and only then did he discern the appearance of Niodali. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking it was someone else, but it turned out to be a bull. Indeed, I am Zhang Yi. My family has no need for plowing the fields. So you may leave now. Niodali was taken aback, quickly realizing he had been the subject of a jest. Enough of this nonsense. Niodali retorted, filled with indignation. I have come today to teach you a lesson. Zhang Yi shrugged dismissively. You intend to teach me? Is it really you who dares? Niodali roared in fury, brandishing his colossal fist and hurling it towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, unhurried and composed, deftly sidestepped and delivered a powerful kick to Niodali's midsection. To his astonishment, the formidable bulk of Niodali staggered back several paces from the force of the blow. He gazed incredulously at Zhang Yi, bewildered by the immense strength possessed by this seemingly insignificant bird. Zhang Yi clapped his hands, his expression dripping with disdain. With such limited skills, do you really think you can teach me a lesson? Go practice for a few more years. Niodali, consumed by fury, charged forward once more. This time, he unleashed all his strength, the wind from his fists howling as though he intended to tear Zhang Yi apart. Zhang Yi effortlessly evaded the attack, then delivered a powerful punch to Niodali's face. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Niodali's nasal bone shattered, blood gushing forth. Clutching his nose, he let out a cry of agony, unable to fathom that this young man could defeat him with a single blow. Regardless, he thought, he had come to provoke after all. A little injury was inconsequential. This commotion would surely catch the attention of the formidable demons from the Demon Saint Mansion. They should be arriving shortly. At that moment, he could drag this wretched bird down with him. With all qualifications for the competition revoked, he could then seek out Xiong Batian for the promised bear spirit pill. Such were Niodali's musings. As expected, it wasn't long before several powerful demons from the Demon Saint Mansion, stationed at the edge of the arena, were drawn to the commotion. The surrounding beasts quickly realized that the formidable demons were approaching. Some beasts hurriedly warned, "Oh no, do you not understand? Outside of the regular arena competition, engaging in a brawl without regard for reason or identity will result in immediate disqualification. Why are you fighting here? You ought to take it to the arena. Indeed, being disqualified is a heavy price to pay." The surrounding beasts chattered among themselves, expressing their regret for the reckless behavior of the two. Yet Niodali wore a triumphant grin. With bruises adorning his face, he thought to himself, this is precisely the effect I desired. This beating was worth it. He awaited the powerful demons from the Demon Saint Mansion to arrive and revoke this foul bird's qualifications. He even began to fantasize about the scene where, after obtaining the bear spirit pill promised by Xiong Batian, his cultivation would soar, allowing him to dominate his peers and emerge as a new star in the demon realm. The surrounding beasts continued to chatter, lamenting the folly of the two. Niodali cast a proud glance at them, thinking, a bunch of fools. Just wait until I obtain the bear spirit pill, and see if you dare to underestimate me again. But just as several uniformed, imposing demons from the Demon Saint Mansion approached with purposeful strides, Zhang Yi flapped his wings twice and gracefully leaped onto an adjacent empty arena. This platform was elevated compared to the previous one, and from his vantage point, Zhang Yi looked down upon Niodali, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At that moment, Niodali was still feigning grievance. Several formidable demons approached, questioning who was causing the commotion. Did they not understand that private disputes were prohibited during the contest? Their piercing gazes swept across the crowd, ultimately resting on the bruised and battered Niodali. A surge of delight coursed through Niodali's heart. An opportunity had arisen. He pointed at the spot where Zhang Yi had just stood. His face contorted in despair as he exclaimed, "Great demon lord, it was that foul bird. It attacked me without provocation and left me in this state. You must seek justice for me." Chapter 74, The Failure of Provocation. The group of demons followed Niodali's, only to find nothing but emptiness. There was no bird in sight. Where's the bird? The demon inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. Niodali was equally bewildered. Where has that lad Zhang Yi just vanished to in the blink of an eye? Zhang Yi stood upon the arena, his golden wings gently fluttering. With narrowed eyes, he gazed beyond the bustling throng of monsters, focusing on the periphery of the Demon Saint's manor. There, a few bear demons were crouched. Among them, one figure appeared particularly familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Xiong Batian. Zhang Yi couldn't help but smirk to himself. Serves you right. You brought this upon yourself with your petty tricks. Unable to participate in the competition, you can only stand by and watch the spectacle unfold, can't you? As he cast his gaze upon Xiong Batian, a sudden thought struck him. Xiong Batian possessed a hidden skill known as devouring evolution, which he had yet to acquire. However, it was too late for regrets now, as that fellow had already been disqualified, left to watch helplessly from the sidelines. Never mind. He should first address the immediate predicament at hand. Zhang Yi murmured to himself as several guards from the Demon Saint's mansion, clad in identical uniforms, approached with an imposing demeanor. The lead guard pointed an accusatory finger at the battered Nyodali, barking sternly, "You, engaging in public brawls on the arena. You shall be disqualified in accordance with the rules." Upon hearing this, Nyodali was taken aback. This was not the scenario he had envisioned. He had intended to drag Zhang Yi down with him, yet here he was, facing expulsion alone. He hurriedly bowed and pleaded, "My lord, I abide by the rules of the Demon Saint's mansion, but I could not have caused such a commotion by myself. It was that foul bird who instigated." "Bird? What bird?" The guard furrowed his brow in irritation. Nyodali, growing frantic, stamped his foot. "That bird, the one that reported Xiong Batian for cheating, the Sunwatcher." Upon hearing the name Sunwatcher, the guard's expression shifted instantly. "How is it that bird again? Where is it?" The lead guard inquired impatiently. Having not seen any bird upon their arrival, Nyodali quickly extended his robust finger toward the spot where Zhang Yi had just stood, insisting, "Right over there." The guards followed his direction, but found nothing amiss, only a filthy heap of trash resembling a small hill. One of the larger demons stepped forward, grumbling. "What kind of mess is this? Who did this? Mind your manners in the future. While the rules do not expressly prohibit littering, your actions are still unacceptable. It disturbs those around you." After issuing a few words of warning, he returned to Nyodali's side. "I say, Nyodali, where's this bird you speak of? There's not even a feather in sight." Nyodali was utterly disheartened. He forced a strained smile. "I swear, I am not deceiving you. It was right there. And we tussled. Look at my wounds. Surely I did not inflict them upon myself." Growing increasingly anxious and sweating profusely, Nyodali stammered, "Regardless, it was the same Sunwatcher that reported Xiong Batian. Go find it, and you'll see. Moreover, the surrounding beasts witnessed it all. If you don't believe me, just ask them." The guards of the Demon Saint's mansion were losing their patience. They had been observing the arena's matches all day and were growing weary of dealing with such trivial matters. "Enough, Nyodali, cease your troublemaking, or you might genuinely find yourself disqualified," they warned, eager to minimize the situation. Just then, an elder from the Demon Saint's mansion approached, his voice deep and authoritative. "What is happening here? What chaos is this?" The demons quickly bowed in respect, acknowledging the elder. The remaining guards lowered their heads in a respectful bow. The surrounding beasts also inclined their heads slightly, acknowledging the presence. An elder of the Monster Saint Palace nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping over the bruised and battered Nyodali. What had transpired? The guards exchanged glances, each hesitant to speak first. The captain of the guards, realizing the matter could no longer be concealed, steeled himself and spoke. "Elder, Nyodali claims that he was attacked by a sun-observing bird, the very same one that previously reported Xiong Batian for cheating." Elder Bai stroked his beard thoughtfully. "Is it that bird again? Where is it now?" Nyodali shook his head. "It was right here just a moment ago, but vanished in the blink of an eye." At that moment, Zhang Yi stood at the edge of the arena, his golden wings fluttering gently. He had already noticed the commotion and knew he could not evade it any longer. He flapped his wings a few times but did not descend. Instead, calling out to the elders, "Esteemed ones, I was merely competing on the arena moments ago. Surely that does not contravene any rules?" Zhang Yi's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Upon hearing this, Nyodali's expression changed drastically. He pointed at Zhang Yi, exclaiming, "You speak nonsense. Just a moment ago, you were clearly beneath the arena, fighting with me. How has that somehow transformed into a formal competition?" Zhang Yi feigned helplessness, shrugging his shoulders and spreading his hands, wearing an expression of innocence. "Elders and esteemed ones, I stand here. How could there be any deceit?" Was Nyodali struck senseless, now babbling nonsense? The gaze of the gathered demons turned in unison towards the elder, awaiting his judgment. The elder stroked his beard, inwardly reflecting, "This lad is indeed quite cunning." In truth, he had long noticed that Zhang Yi was no ordinary individual. The first impression he left was merely days ago, during an entanglement with the seductive fox of the Fox clan. That enchantress was notorious for her difficulty, yet unexpectedly, Zhang Yi had managed to counter her with just a few words. At that time, both Zhang Yi and the fox had faced punishment. Subsequently, This young man had the audacity to offend the Bear clan by reporting their champion, Xiong Badian, for cheating, all in the name of fairness and competition. The elder of the Demon Saint's mansion increasingly found Zhang Yi to be remarkable. Though he had caused considerable trouble, the elder harbored a subtle admiration for the lad. Moreover, he was curious to see how Zhang Yi would perform next, so he was reluctant to dismiss him prematurely. Thus, the elder pretended to scrutinize the edge of the arena where Zhang Yi stood and then glanced at Niu Dali's position. He then spoke with a serious tone. Niu Dali, as a participant, instead of competing properly on the stage, you provoke trouble beneath it. Your qualification to compete is hereby revoked. After a pause, his tone softened slightly, declaring that Zhang Yi's presence on the stage constituted a normal competition and no punishment would be imposed. Now, this matter is concluded. With that, the elder turned and departed. Meanwhile, Niu Dali was already regretting his earlier actions. Alas, he had lost both his dignity and his standing. Two robust demons seized Niu Dali by the arms and dragged him away. He wailed, cursing Zhang Yi with every ounce of his being. May you meet a terrible fate. Chapter 75. Deceiving Niu Dali. Niu Dali was dragged out of the Demon Saint's mansion like a beaten dog by two guards, dust swirling around him. He felt a profound sense of humiliation and rage. These two guards, who usually fawned over him, now dared to treat him thus, intensifying his fury. Upon exiting the mansion, Niu Dali broke free from their grasp. He hurled invectives at the two mighty demons, calling them lackeys. When I regain my qualification, you shall see how I deal with you. The guards exchanged glances, and one of them nervously smiled. Brother Niu, we are merely following orders. Please don't hold it against us. Get lost. Niu Dali roared, sending the guards scurrying away, tails tucked between their legs. Rubbing his aching arms, Niu Dali grew increasingly frustrated. His participation in the Demon Saint tournament was meant to secure a prize and elevate his cultivation. Now, his qualification had been revoked, and all hope had turned to dust. All of this was the doing of Zhang Yi and Xiong Badian. Upon recalling the formidable presence of Xiong Badian, Niu Dali could hardly contain his fury. Were it not for Xiong Batian's promise of the Bear Spirit Elixir, he would never have provoked Zhang Yi. Now, having met with such a dismal fate, Xiong Batian had not even the decency to acknowledge him. No, he must confront Xiong Batian and demand an explanation. Xiong Batian, naturally, was already aware of Niu Dali's failure. He was contemplating how to deal with Zhang Yi when he heard the distant sound of Niu Dali's furious shouts. Xiong Batian, come here at once. Xiong Batian frowned, glancing over with annoyance. What are you screaming about, Niu Dali? Upon seeing Xiong Batian, Niu Dali's rage surged. Xiong Batian, if it weren't for you, how could I have lost my qualification to compete? As compensation, you must give me the Bear Spirit Elixir. Xiong Batian sneered dismissively. The Bear Spirit Elixir? Do you think you deserve it? Your incompetence not only failed to teach Zhang Yi a lesson, but also led to your own disqualification. And you dare ask me for the elixir? Niu Dali trembled with fury. What do you even count as? Can't you see how dire my situation is? Xiong Batian coldly laughed. Are you out of your mind? You're in such a predicament because of your own foolishness. You couldn't even outsmart a mere bird. You've gone too far. Niu Dali could no longer contain himself. This loss had cost him dearly, both in resources and allies. How could he accept such humiliation? He charged toward Xiong Batian, intent on seizing the Bear Spirit Elixir from his grasp. Xiong Batian had anticipated this move, and with a flash of disdain in his eyes, he effortlessly evaded Niu Dali's attack. You think you can take what's mine? With a swift kick, Xiong Batian sent Niu Dali crashing to the ground, then mounted him, raining down blows. Ah, stop, please. Niu Dali cried out, his face battered and bruised. Xiong Batian showed no mercy, targeting Niu Dali's most vulnerable spots with precision. Niu Dali felt a searing pain in his lower body, as if something within him had shattered. Niu Dali was rendered speechless by the agony, feeling as though death was imminent. Finally, after tiring from his assault, Xiong Batian ceased his attack, standing over Niu Dali with a menacing glare. If you dare to provoke me again, I will ensure your complete annihilation. Lying on the ground, racked with pain, Niu Dali realized he was no match for Xiong Batian. With no immediate means to deal with Zhang Yi, Xiong Batian chose to depart. After he left, Niu Dali lay on the ground like a defeated dog, the pain in his lower body nearly causing him to lose consciousness. He gasped for breath, continuously cursing the name of Xiong Batian. Zhang Yi stood upon the desolate arena, discreetly observing the unfolding events outside. Xiong Batian, brimming with arrogance, and Niu Dali, characterized by his foolish impulsiveness, embodied a conflict that presented itself as an opportunity for him to exploit. Zhang Yi gracefully descended from the arena, landing softly beside the Empress's sister. The mother bird immediately approached, her feathers fluffed and her eyes filled with concern. "My son, what transpired with that bull just now? How many times have I advised you to conduct ourselves with propriety during the competition and to refrain from stirring up trouble?" Zhang Yi nodded silently. "Mother, that bull was deliberately sent by Xiong Badian to provoke me, aiming to have me disqualified." "What?" The giant bird mother immediately flared up, resembling a hen whose tail had been stepped on. "This damned foolish bull dares to bully us. It truly deserves to be beaten like this." She stretched her neck and spat fiercely at the spot where the bull lay. Zhang Yi disregarded his furious mother and walked straight to the Empress, deftly snatching a few tantalizing elixirs from her claws, which emanated an alluring fragrance. "Just borrowing these," he remarked. The Empress was momentarily taken aback, but soon let out a sharp cry, flapping her wings in an attempt to seize Zhang Yi. "You little rascal, there are only a few elixirs left. Return them to me." Zhang Yi had long anticipated her reaction. With a swift movement, he deftly evaded the Empress's attack. He certainly did not wish to be clawed by this ferocious tigress. If word of such an incident were to spread, his illustrious and valiant image would undoubtedly be tarnished. Ignoring the furious visage of the Empress behind him, Zhang Yi turned and sauntered towards the perimeter of the Demon Saint's arena. He stood at the entrance, beckoning to Niodali, who lay sprawled on the ground like a defeated dog. "Hey, brother Nio, come over here." Upon seeing Zhang Yi, Niodali's simmering anger intensified. He struggled to lift his head, his bruised and battered face a mask of resentment. "Zhang Yi, how dare you call my name? If it weren't for you, I would never have fallen to such depths." Zhang Yi feigned surprise, raising his eyebrows. "Brother Nio, what you say is quite unfounded. I did not compel you to provoke me. It was your own decision to heed Xiong Beishan's words. Can you truly hold me accountable for that? Spare me your pretense." Niodali grimaced in pain, struggling to rise from the ground. "It was only after Xiong Badian promised me the bear spirit pill that I sought you out. Now, I have gained nothing and have been stripped of my eligibility to compete. All of this is due to you." Zhang Yi sighed, exuding a sense of helplessness as he spread his hands. "Brother Nio, you are rather naive. Do you truly believe someone like Xiong Badian? He is clearly exploiting you. How could he genuinely offer you the bear spirit pill?" He then shook the spirit pill he had seized in his hand. "This is a pill from my family. Although it does not compare to Xiong Beishan's bear spirit pill, it can assist you in regaining some of your spiritual energy." Niodali's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at the spirit pill in Zhang Yi's hand. "After the way I just treated you, how could you still?" Zhang Yi chuckled lightly, exuding an air of magnanimity. "Oh, what does it matter? You too have been misled. That Xiong Badian is certainly not a man of virtue. He cheated in the arena and caused you to be expelled from the Demon Sage Mansion. If you cannot bear this grievance, how about we confront him together after I finish my competition? I shall assist you in reclaiming the Xiong spirit pill." Chapter 76. The Empress ascends to the 9th tier with Zhang Yi's persuasive words. Niodali suddenly realized that he had been deceived by Xiong Badian. He reached out, took the spirit pills from Zhang Yi's hand, and consumed them all in one go. Zhang Yi observed with keen eyes, his heart aching. "Goodness, so many elixirs. You foolish ox, could you not indulge at a more leisurely pace?" Zhang Yiqiang suppressed the discontent within his heart. "It is of no consequence. The investments made today are for the promise of substantial returns in the future." Zhang Yi's cunning calculations were not solely aimed at assisting Niodali in acquiring the bear spirit pill. His true objective lay in seizing the devouring ability of Xiong Badian. "So, brother Nio, do you now comprehend who the true adversary is?" Zhang Yi approached Niodali, gazing down upon him with a hint of amusement in his eyes. "Between you and me, there is truly no deep-seated animosity. The real adversary is that despicable scoundrel, Xiong Badian." Niodali fell silent, clutching his lower body. As the intense pain seemed to subside considerably, the elixir provided by Zhang Yi has taken effect. Zhang Yi continued, "Brother Nio, I understand your frustration and your desire for vengeance. However, do not rush. You are no match for Xiong Badian alone. In due time, we shall join forces." Niodali raised his head, his gaze towards Zhang Yi imbued with complexity. His heart was a tumult of emotions on one hand. He yearned to rend Xiong Badian to pieces, yet on the other, he regarded Zhang Yi with a sense of wariness. "What is your motive for assisting me?" Niodali inquired, his tone laced with skepticism. Zhang Yi smiled, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. "It is quite simple. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Xiong Badian, with his arrogant demeanor and disdain for others, has long been a source of my discontent. Moreover, our alliance would undoubtedly enhance our chances of success. He paused momentarily before adding, of course, once our endeavor is accomplished, we shall equally divide the treasures possessed by Xiong Batian. Nyodali was intrigued. Upon hearing the mention of treasures, his eyes sparkled with excitement. After a moment of contemplation and determination, he declared, very well. I agree to collaborate with you. With Nyodali secured as an ally, Zhang Yi turned and made his way back to the arena of the Monster Saint's residence for the contest. Zhang Yi returned to the arena of the Demon Saint's mansion and immediately beheld his sister, radiating an overwhelming aura of spiritual energy. There was a faint yet discernible pressure that only a 9th-tier demon beast could possess. He rubbed his eyes to ensure he was not mistaken, nearly dropping his jaw in astonishment. What on earth is happening? Zhang Yi pondered to himself, how could this girl, who was merely at the 8th tier moments ago, suddenly ascend to the 9th tier in the brief span he had stepped away to engage in a discussion with Nyodali? With a mind full of doubts, he settled into his seat in the front row and instinctively beckoned to Xiaopu. Xiaopu, come here, grant me a spirit fruit, and also 2 superior spirit pills to ease my astonishment. Xiaopu, with a face full of grievance, spread her hands wide, revealing their emptiness. Father, they are all gone. There is nothing left. Zhang Yi was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, what on earth is going on? Just a short while ago, there had been an abundance of elixirs and spirit fruits. How could they have vanished so quickly? Did you sneak a taste? Xiaopu hurriedly shook his head, nodding like a chick pecking at rice, then extended his tiny hands, trembling as he pointed towards the Empress beside them. The implication was unmistakable. She had consumed them all. Zhang Yishuan followed Xiaopu's and beheld his sister sitting upright, exuding an air of an aloof Empress. However, her complexion appeared somewhat abnormal, suffused with an eerie flush. I understood. Zhang Yi's face turned pale in an instant, and a chill ran down his spine. No wonder that after he had been away for a brief moment, the girl had successfully ascended to the 9th tier. It turns out she had consumed all the precious elixirs they had meticulously prepared. Have you lost your mind? Zhang Yi lowered his voice, almost squeezing out the words between his teeth. With so many of us here, you've consumed it all by yourself. What are the rest of us supposed to do? The competition doesn't conclude for several more days. How are we to endure without sustenance? Are you intent on starving us all? The expression on the Empress's face darkened further as she clutched her abdomen and, rather ungraciously, let out a loud belch. A potent aroma of medicinal herbs nearly overwhelmed Zhang Yi. If I don't eat, you'll squander everything on your own. Just look at yourself. How many elixirs did you just shove into that brute, Nyodali? One might think you two are sworn brothers. Zhang Yi was momentarily at a loss for words. My dear aunt, I said, those few spiritual elixirs were intended to win over Nyodali. Do you not comprehend? This is what one might call a strategic investment. You see, it is aimed at securing far greater returns in the future. The Empress let out a cold laugh. Spare me your nonsense about strategic investments and buying off Nyodali. What is there to gain from that foolish bull? I dare say you are as dim-witted as he is. A few trivial elixirs have managed to fool him into submission. What use is it to invest in such a simpleton? Zhang Yiqi was nearly overcome with anger. You girl. How can you speak like that? This is what I call distant alliances and close attacks. Do you understand? First, we shall win over Nyodali. And then we will confront Xiong Batian together. That is the ultimate goal. The Empress disdainfully curled her lip, for now that she had already subdued him. Your words hold no value. Zhang Yi found himself utterly speechless. He finally understood that this girl, after breaking through to the 9th level, had become completely untethered. In the past, she at least pretended to maintain some decorum, but now she had completely liberated herself, showing no inclination to uphold appearances. Very well, you are impressive. You are formidable. You two are truly something else, each outdoing the other in reckless extravagance. The colossal mother bird flapped her enormous wings, stirring up a tempest. Enough. Silence. All of you. Is this the time for infighting? Conserve your strength for dealing with other ferocious beasts. Mother, could you please exercise a modicum of reason? Zhang Yi hung his head, an expression of despair etched upon his face. Having consumed every miraculous elixir available, he lamented. What shall I rely on to fortify my cultivation and enhance my combat prowess? When the time comes for the competition, shall I simply walk up and offer my head? Upon hearing this, the great bird mother pondered his words and turned to the Empress, exclaiming, My dear, what is the meaning of this? It is not virtuous to keep all the treasures to oneself. Good things ought to be shared. The Empress rolled her eyes and replied irately, If I do not partake. He will take it all to honor Nyodali. I might as well enjoy it myself. The great bird mother sighed, reflecting on how these two children were each more exasperating than the last. She scratched her armpit and retrieved a peculiar, dark, sticky substance from a tuft of fluffy feathers, exuding an indescribable odor. Its shape and hue resembled that of an oversized, long-forgotten booger. Here, take this, the great bird mother offered, presenting the treasure to Zhang Yi. This is a miraculous pill I had hidden away, which I have hesitated to consume until now. It is yours. Zhang Yi gazed at the spiritual elixir before him, a tumultuous wave of nausea roiling within his stomach, nearly prompting him to retch. Could this peculiar item truly be ingested? Would it not send him soaring to the heavens upon consumption? His expression was one of disdain. However, considering his current state of financial destitution and the absence of any valid reason to refuse, he felt compelled to accept. Chapter 77. Upon awakening, is it my turn? A meager offering is still preferable to having nothing at all. Just as he prepared to reach out and grasp it, the Empress, with swift dexterity, snatched it away. Do not give it to him. Is he not capable enough on his own? Let him devise his own solutions. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation, choosing to ignore her. This insufferable girl was truly becoming more outrageous by the day. The competition at the Demon Saint's mansion had drawn numerous demon beasts. The first 2 days had been filled with contests among the lower-tier beasts, and now it was finally the turn of Zhang Yi and his fellow high-tier demons. Zhang Yi contemplated that tomorrow he would almost certainly ascend the stage for the competition. At that moment, he must slay a demon beast, otherwise, he would face the grim fate of starvation. As this thought crossed his mind, his stomach rumbled audibly. He patted his empty belly and let out a resigned sigh. Since his arrival at the Demon Saint's mansion, he had not enjoyed a single hearty meal. All those precious elixirs had been squandered by that extravagant Empress. That night, unable to sleep from hunger, Zhang Yi rose and wandered outside, only to discover that there was nothing to eat. He stealthily approached the arena, where the metallic scent of blood from the day's contest still lingered in the air. Gazing at the scattered remains of the demon beast on the ground, he swallowed hard. Zhang Yi picked up a fragment of a demon beast's remains and began to gnaw on it. The taste was far from pleasant, both pungent and foul. Yet it was certainly preferable to the pangs of hunger. As he chewed on the beast's thigh, he pondered the competition that awaited him the following day. Who would his opponent be? Would he emerge victorious? If he were to lose, would starvation be his fate? Lost in thought, Zhang Yi's eyelids grew increasingly heavy, and he eventually succumbed to a deep slumber. The next day, he was roused by a cacophony of noise. His eyelids felt as though they were weighed down with lead. Zhang Yi struggled to open his eyes, and before him appeared 2 enormous faces, nearly sending his spirit into a frightful flight. After steadying himself, he discerned that they were 2 guards clad in the uniforms of the Demon Saint Manor, gazing at him with an expression akin to that reserved for the foolish. What on earth are you doing here, sleeping last night? One of the guards inquired in a deep, resonant voice, his tone laced with incredulity. Zhang Yi rubbed his eyes, nodding groggily. Last night, he had been utterly famished, gnawing on several pieces of the remains of some unfortunate beast left behind, before he drifted off into a muddled slumber. It was only now that he noticed the arena was surrounded by a throng of beasts, their bizarre heads jostling for space. A cacophony of buzzing discussions filled the air. Had the time for the contest finally arrived? Zhang Yi stifled a yawn and, with bleary eyes, inquired. Another guard, wearing an expression of exasperation, nodded in agreement. Indeed, you should rouse yourself. As fate would have it, you are the first to compete in today's match. There is no need to descend. Simply stretch your limbs up here and prepare for the contest ahead. Zhang Yi's mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. What? Has it begun already? Damn it. I am not ready. He raged internally, realizing he had spent the previous night merely indulging his appetite, leaving him utterly unprepared. Now, it seemed, he would have to charge into battle and offer himself as a sacrifice. He instinctively patted his empty pockets, feeling an even deeper sense of despair. Without any miraculous elixirs to replenish his strength, how could he possibly fight? Who is my opponent? Zhang Yiqiang inquired with composure, striving to present himself as less flustered. The guard, devoid of expression, belonged to the Lion clan, led by the formidable Lion Gentian. It was rumored that a divine beast from their clan had voluntarily self-destructed the previous night, offering its power to Lion Gentian, who had consequently just ascended to the 3rd tier of the divine beast realm, exhibiting remarkable strength. The 3rd tier of the divine beast realm. Zhang Yi nearly choked on his own blood, as he had only just attained the 1st tier. Zhang Yiren was utterly stunned. This was nothing short of a slaughter devoid of any suspense. Could we not change the opponent? Zhang Yi weakly inquired, clutching onto the last vestige of hope within his heart. The two guards exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. Change opponents? What are you thinking, young man? This is a trial of the Demon Saint's manner, with rules that are strictly enforced. It is not a matter to be trifled with. One of them exclaimed, Indeed. Hasten your preparations and do not squander any more time. According to the established rules of the trial, the opponents had been predetermined. This signified that when the opponents were initially assigned, their strengths were deemed to be on par. However, there was no guarantee that the adversary would not experience a surge in power prior to the competition. In the event of such a dramatic enhancement in prowess, the other party would simply have to accept their unfortunate fate. Zhang Yi was at a loss, tears welling up in his eyes, utterly bewildered by the situation. He took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. Regret was futile now. He could only face the challenge head-on. He began to stretch and perform some basic warm-up exercises on the stage. Although he was acutely aware of the slim chances of success, surrender was not an option. He had to struggle, for who knows, a miracle might just unfold. Below the stage, Mother Giant Bird sat upright, her demeanor fervent as she waved a small flag with fervor, resembling an ardent fan. Go for it, my son. Bring home a mid-level spirit abode, she shouted, her voice piercing the air. Beside her, the pterosaur sighed in exasperation, covering its ears, visibly uncomfortable. Zhang Yi stood atop the arena, nearly stumbling at the words he heard. A wave of frustration washed over him as he silently mused, Truly, you are my dear mother. Is obtaining a mid-tier spirit abode so effortless? Moreover, I am barely managing to protect myself. It was evident that the great avian matriarch and the wind deity pterosaur were oblivious to the fact that his opponent, Lion Jintian, was already a formidable entity at the third tier of divine beasts. Before long, a deafening roar of a lion echoed throughout the arena. Lion Jintian strode onto the stage with a majestic display of his resplendent golden mane, swaggering as if he had already claimed victory in the contest. With each step he took, the arena trembled slightly, a testament to his overwhelming power. The lion kin below erupted in fervent excitement, waving flags and chanting in a thunderous chorus, Lion Jintian, invincible in battle. Initially, the great avian matriarch had been joyfully waving her little flags. But suddenly, she sensed the air around her grow heavy, an inexplicable pressure constricting her breath. Instinctively, she unleashed her divine consciousness to ascertain Lion Jintian's strength. However, this probe nearly sent her into a panic. A third-tier divine beast. How could this be possible? The smile on her face instantly faded, replaced by a pallor of dread. Grasping the arm of the wind deity pterosaur, her sharp claws nearly embedded themselves into his flesh. Look, that lion. That lion is a third-tier divine beast. Her voice trembled with fear. The wind deity pterosaur was equally taken aback by this sudden revelation. He swiftly released his divine consciousness once more, confirming what the great avian matriarch had seen. Indeed, Lion Jintian had unmistakably ascended to the ranks of a third-tier divine beast. He gasped in astonishment. When had this young man made such a breakthrough? Wasn't he still a first-tier divine beast just yesterday? Had he perhaps consumed some rare treasure from heaven and earth? Son, quickly concede. Do not continue. The great avian matriarch cried out, her voice laced with urgency. There is no need to compete. Let your sister contend for a lower-tier spirit abode instead. At that moment, the great avian matriarch was no longer concerned about any mid-tier spirit abode. The life of her son was paramount. Competing across two tiers was akin to courting death. Upon hearing the call of the colossal bird's mother, Zhang Yi chose to disregard it. Surrender? Such a notion was utterly unacceptable. After all, he had awaited his opportunity to take the stage with great anticipation, and abandoning it now was inconceivable. Moreover, to concede defeat in front of so many fierce beasts would be a blow to his pride. Yet, the disparity in power was daunting. He faced a third-tier divine beast. The chasm between them was staggering. Nevertheless, Zhang Yi understood the stakes. Although the risk of confronting a third-tier divine beast was immense, the potential reward was equally significant. Should he prevail, his future provisions would be secured. This was, after all, a third-tier divine beast. The beast core of Lion Jintian would greatly enhance his ability to refine a substantial amount of divine power. Should Zhang Yi's notion reach the ears of the creatures below, it would undoubtedly provoke uncontrollable laughter. A first-tier divine beast, yet to engage in combat, is already coveting the demon core of a third-tier divine beast. Lion Jintian has ascended the arena. Upon his arrival, his fur bristled with intensity, exuding an overwhelming aura. He gazed down upon Zhang Yi with an air of disdain and mockery. "Oh, little bird, I have heard tales of your audacity. You dare to challenge me? Today, you shall learn what true power entails." At the outset, the mighty demons of the Demon Holy Palace were in the midst of registration. Zhang Yi casually pointed at a demon beast as his opponent, without giving it much thought. The lion, Jintian, opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. Zhang Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to regain his composure. Now is not the time for fear, even in the face of certain defeat. He must exert every ounce of his strength. "The blonde hairstyle is rather striking. Where did you get it done?" Zhang Yi whistled, feigning composure. Zhang Yi understood that when confronted with formidable adversaries, one must not yield. Embrace the challenge. With a thunderous roar, Lion Jintian transformed his imposing figure into a streak of golden lightning, charging fiercely towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi swiftly evaded, as the sharp claws of Shi Jintian grazed his body, creating a powerful gust of wind that left deep scratches on his clothing. Not bad in terms of speed. Shi Jintian chuckled coldly and launched another assault. As Zhang Yi deftly evaded the attacks of Lion Jintian, he grappled with strategies in his mind. A head-on confrontation was clearly unfeasible. He had to resort to cunning. With a swift flicker of thought, a plan took shape. "Lion Jintian, do you truly believe that breaking through to the third tier of the divine beast renders you invincible?" As he continued to dodge, he taunted loudly. "I shall reveal to you. I have long discerned your vulnerabilities." "Vulnerabilities? What weaknesses do I possess?" Infuriated by Zhang Yi's words, Lion Jintian intensified his onslaught. "Your weaknesses." Zhang Yi deliberately elongated his voice, tantalizing the appetite of Lion Jintian. "Your fur is too long. It hampers your speed." Lion Jintian paused, lowering his gaze to his resplendent golden mane, instantly engulfed by fury. "Nonsense. My fur is a symbol of the glory of my lion clan." "How dare you insult it so? Glory? I see it as a burden." Zhang Yi continued to mock. "Look at you, running like a fluffy ball. No wonder your speed is so sluggish. You are courting death." The words ignited a fierce fury within Shi Jintian. He threw his head back and let out a thunderous roar, a brilliant golden light enveloping him as an overwhelming aura erupted instantaneously, causing the entire arena to tremble violently. "This is not good," Zhang Yi thought to himself, realizing that Shi Jintian was about to unleash a formidable move. Zhang Yi unfurled his wings. A pair of resplendent golden wings, dazzling beyond compare. Zhang Yi observed the gaping maw of Lion Jintian, its throat emitting a resonant rush of air. The Adam's apple quivering like a balloon on the verge of bursting. Inwardly cursing, he thought, this damned lion is about to unleash a formidable technique. He understood that Lion Jintian was preparing to execute his renowned lion's roar. Had the lion not ascended beyond the third tier, Zhang Yi might have been able to withstand it. However, at this moment, he had no intention of risking his life. Resolute in his decision, Zhang Yi promptly employed the art of earth escape, his figure vanishing from the arena in an instant. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout the Colosseum, as if it could shatter eardrums. The arena trembled violently, fissures appearing in its surface, with debris scattering in all directions. The surrounding beasts, witnessing the spectacle, erupted into chaos, fleeing like headless flies, terrified of the devastating lion's roar. Some of the more timid creatures were so frightened that they lost control, crying out for their mothers. Standing proudly on the platform, Lion Jintian tossed his mane, feeling triumphant. He was convinced that his earth-shattering roar had reduced that oblivious little bird to dust. After all, this roar had nearly exhausted all his energy, wielding immense power, seemingly invincible. Without even ascertaining the outcome, he arrogantly nodded to the higher-ranking beasts of the Demon Saint Court beside the arena, signaling that he had won and that they could announce the result. Yet, the esteemed beasts remained motionless, akin to statues, with none approaching to declare the outcome. Confounded, Lion Jintian wondered, what is going on? Have these creatures been stunned by my lion's roar? In truth, the powerful beings of the Demon Saint Court were not dazed. They simply had not detected any signs of death from Zhang Yi. This meant that Zhang Yi was still alive. According to the rules, as long as Zhang Yi was not dead and had not surrendered, the match could not be terminated. After waiting for a while without any approach, Lion Jintian's confusion deepened. He scratched his head, pondering, could that little bird truly possess such resilience? Has my lion's roar failed to vanquish him? As he contemplated this, he suddenly felt a strange disturbance beneath his feet. Looking down, he was horrified to see a small hole forming on the platform, from which a golden claw emerged. Seizing his ankle. "Ah!" Lion Jun Tian screamed, unable to comprehend the situation before being yanked forcefully into the ground. What in the world is this? Was the last thought that crossed Lion Jun Tian's mind before he succumbed to unconsciousness. Zhang Yi secretly reveled in his cunning. "Huh? Trying to play tricks on me? You are still a novice." It turned out that while he evaded the lion's roar technique with his earth-shifting skill, he had discreetly dug a pit underground. Patiently awaiting for Lion Jun Tian to unwittingly leap into it, Zhang Yi dragged Lion Jun Tian into a hidden cave beneath the ground. Famished and driven by hunger, he sank his teeth into Lion Jun Tian's neck, devouring him voraciously. Without a care for the consequences, he feasted until his hunger was sated. Only after satisfying his appetite did Zhang Yi emerge from the earth, brushing off the dust from his clothes. He gazed upon the empty arena, where the surrounding beasts remained oblivious to the events that had transpired. A few formidable demons from the Demon Saint Mansion approached and promptly declared, "The Sunbird triumphs." Chapter 79. Is the Demon Saint Mansion unjust? Lion Jun Tian's skills, including the lioness roar, could only be utilized above ground. Once confined to such an enclosed space underground, he had no room to unleash his abilities and was easily overpowered. After being dragged underground by Zhang Yi, Lion Jun Tian swiftly lost his combat prowess, succumbing to the inevitable outcome. After all, he could hardly have imagined that a mere little bird possessed such an incongruous skill as the ability to burrow underground. Zhang Yi stood upon the desolate arena, relishing the gentle caress of the breeze brushing against his feathers. To be candid, the meat of Lion Jun Tian was somewhat tough, certainly lacking the succulent richness of the Bear Clan's fare. Nevertheless, having something to eat was better than having nothing at all. He casually picked at his teeth, observing the cacophony of agitated beasts below, and felt a secret thrill within. Was this truly the conclusion? A rotund wild boar demon rubbed its eyes in disbelief, nearly dislodging its own eyeballs. "I didn't even catch a whiff, and Lion Jun Tian has already lost?" "Nonsense. Utter nonsense." An entirely spiky porcupine demon echoed in outrage. How could that little wretched bird possibly triumph? Lion Jun Tian is among the elite in our demon realm. Indeed, this reeks of foul play. There is definitely something amiss. A gaunt wolf demon piped up in agreement. The demon sage manor must have been bribed by that bird. In an instant, the surrounding demons were abuzz with speculation, their discourse rife with profanities and indignation. It seems this foolish crowd has yet to grasp the gravity of what has transpired. Zhang Yi surveyed the chaotic scene below, feeling a surge of pride as he thought, "Let me show you what it means to play the fool while hiding a tiger." A mysterious beast lowered its voice conspiratorially, saying, "I have long suspected this bird is not ordinary." It dared to report Bear Dominator upon its arrival, offending the Fox clan and causing the Demon Sacred Court to revoke the Bear clan's qualification to compete. This is no ordinary bird. Indeed, I too find this bird suspicious. Another chimed in. Consider it. How could such a small, insignificant creature have the audacity to provoke Bear Dominator and the Fox clan? Surely, there must be a powerful figure backing it. Could it be that this bird is truly connected to the Demon Sacred Court? One beast remarked significantly. At this declaration, the surrounding beasts were struck as if by lightning, their eyes wide with shock, gasping for breath. Could it be? Is this bird perhaps the illegitimate offspring of some great demon? Quite likely. Just look at its arrogant demeanor. It undoubtedly has connections. Sigh, in this day and age, it truly is difficult to get by without some form of influence. Hearing the speculative chatter of the beasts around him, Zhang Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes. These creatures have such vivid imaginations. Illegitimate offspring? Powerful backing? Utter nonsense. I rely solely on my own strength. At that moment, a towering figure radiating a formidable aura approached. With piercing eyes, he surveyed the beasts around him and proclaimed in a deep voice, "Silence. The results of the competition have been announced. The Dawn Bird has emerged victorious. Are there any questions?" This imposing figure was none other than the enforcer of the Demon Sacred Court. As he spoke, the surrounding beasts fell silent, too intimidated to make a sound. However, though they refrained from voicing their thoughts aloud, their whispered discussions continued unabated. It's merely relying on the backing of the Demon Sacred Court. Indeed, if it were a fair contest, how could that bird possibly defeat Lion Shock? What an unjust world we live in. Yet at that moment, the Empress pointed at a few whispering beasts nearby and addressed the enforcer, saying, "I overheard them claim that the arena competition was unfair and that the Demon Sacred Court is supporting the Dawn Bird." With those words, the faces of the offending beasts flushed crimson, and they felt so embarrassed they wished they could sink into the ground. The enforcer, upon hearing this, cast a cold glare in their direction. His voice resonated like thunder, sending a shiver through the gossiping beasts. The competitions of the Demon Sacred Court have always been conducted with fairness and integrity. Wins and losses are determined solely by strength. How dare you, mere rodents, question the authority of the Demon Sacred Court? If you have any objections, you may accompany me to meet the elders and argue your case in person. Initially huddled together and whispering, the beasts were now pale with fear, rendered mute by the enforcer's booming voice. They wished nothing more than to hide their heads in their trousers, no longer daring to utter a word. The arena has finally quieted down. Only then did the great demon turn its gaze towards Zhang Yi. Its tone noticeably softened. As for the sun-watching bird, given the unique circumstances of this contest, could you kindly retrieve the corpse of Lion Jintian for the sake of clarity? It paused for a moment before adding, of course, this is not a mandatory request. It is merely to prevent any unnecessary rumors. Zhang Yi secretly chuckled, recognizing that this great demon possessed a certain finesse in social conduct. Although its intention was evidently to silence the multitude of voices, it was articulated with a certain delicacy. Nevertheless, he understood the rationale behind it. After all, the demise of Lion Jintian was shrouded in mystery, leaving not even a trace behind. It was only natural for the beasts below to indulge in wild speculations. No issue at all. Zhang Yi, naturally, did not refuse this reasonable request. I shall drag that lifeless lion out to enlighten the wretched creatures below. The great demon nodded in agreement. In the next moment, Zhang Yi's wings trembled, radiating a brilliant golden light that dazzled the eyes. The intricate patterns upon his wings shimmered resplendently under the sun's embrace. Zhang Yi's formidable physique nearly engulfed the entire arena. He inhaled sharply, his chest swelling like a balloon, and then, wait, this posture is all wrong. A sense of foreboding surged within the great demon. This sun-watching bird, could it possibly be? A muffled thud resonated, accompanied by a slight tremor of the arena. Zhang Yishua's enormous bird had astonishingly plunged straight into the small hole he had previously excavated. The great demon's eyes were nearly popping out, and its jaw almost dislocated. What is this bizarre maneuver? Does this sun-watching bird consider itself a stake to be driven into the ground? Surely, this cannot be without consequences. Will its neck not become twisted? In an instant. The previously whispering beasts below were rendered utterly speechless. Each one gaped as if they could fit an ostrich egg in their mouths, their eyes wide with disbelief. What a shock. Has this bird buried itself? What kind of earth-burrowing technique is this? Or is it a method of vanishing into thin air? Such phenomena are unheard of. This is truly peculiar. But seriously, can anyone explain how it disappeared? This marks the second instance of Zhang Yishua's earth-burrowing maneuver in the arena. It is no wonder these beasts are so astonished. During his first match against the mighty Lion Jintian, the occurrence was so abrupt that none of the beasts witnessed it. Now, having anticipated the spectacle, they still failed to discern the action clearly. A cacophony of gasps and discussions erupted, creating a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 80. Time to feast. Zhang Yi extracted the bird's head from the earth, releasing a waft of fragrant soil mingled with unpleasant scents of decay. Clutched in his beak was a soft, flaccid mass. As he shook his head, it swung to and fro like a tattered sandbag. Ugh! Below, a timid rabbit spirit could not contain itself and promptly retched. Zhang Yi disdainfully shook his head and cast the bundle onto the arena. With a dull thud, it erupted into a spray of crimson droplets. The great demon stood nearby, suppressing the nauseating churn in his stomach, and focused intently on the scene before him. It was unmistakably the corpse of a lion, none other than the recently defeated Shizhen Tian, whose remains had been discarded. At this moment, the sight of Shizhen Tian's lifeless body was utterly grotesque. His once magnificent mane was matted with dirt and blood, resembling a filthy rag. Most horrifying was the gaping wound at his neck, where a substantial portion of flesh had been violently torn away. Fresh blood gushed forth, rapidly staining the arena crimson. Shizhen Tian's eyes were wide open, his pupils dilated, clearly reflecting a refusal to succumb to eternal slumber. His powerful limbs contorted rigidly, claws digging into the ground, clenched tightly, revealing his unwillingness to accept defeat even in death. Silence reigned. An eerie, death-like stillness enveloped the arena. The surrounding beasts were rendered speechless, each one frozen in disbelief. How brutal this was. The sun-watching bird had struck with such ferocity. Though they had previously found Shizhen Tian's loss inexplicable, none could have anticipated such a tragic fate for him. The great demon was also taken aback. Having lived so long, he had witnessed countless storms. Yet this contest left him profoundly astonished. Of course, one could dismiss self-detonation, but a conclusion determined before the battle even commenced, as with Zhang Yi and Shi Tian, was an unprecedented occurrence. The great demon cleared his throat twice, attempting to shatter the uncanny silence. Ahem, that sun-watching bird, this. Zhang Yi shook his wings, dislodging the bloodstains that clung to his feathers, and innocently gazed at the great demon. What is it? Is there a problem? I have indeed retrieved the corpse of Lion Jintian as you requested. The great demon's lips twitched slightly. Retrieved? This is hardly a retrieval. It is evidently exhumed from the ground. Moreover, the state of this corpse is rather gruesome, don't you think? He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. No, there is no issue. It is simply that Lion Jintian's demise was rather unexpected. Oh, is that so? Zhang Yi tilted his head, an expression of confusion adorning his face. I have always exercised considerable restraint, he mused. Look, aside from the injury on his neck, he is otherwise unscathed. Unscathed? The great demon nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Is this truly what one would call unscathed? A significant portion of his neck has been gnawed away. And he dares to label it as unscathed? Is this somewhere bird speaking with a blatant disregard for truth? The observing beasts below were equally astonished by Zhang Yi's remarks. How audaciously thick-skinned this bird is. Indeed, is this what one calls restraint? This is nothing short of brutality. Shoo, keep your voices down, lest he hears. Despite their hearts brimming with sarcasm, the beasts, aware of Zhang Yi's formidable prowess, could only mutter quietly, refraining from any loud outcry. The great demon sighed in resignation, cognizant that today's contest had utterly surpassed his control. He turned to address the spectators below the arena, proclaiming, "You all see it, do you not? The body of Lion Jintian lies here. This contest is won by the sunward bird. Is there anyone who dares to contest this? Take your grievances to the elders of the monster's sacred manor." Having declared the outcome, the great demon nodded at Zhang Yi and promptly vacated the arena, as if lingering for even a second would be a torment. According to tradition, the victor may remain on the stage to accept challenges until they voluntarily concede or are defeated. Naturally, they also have the option to pause and refrain from further competition. The mother of the giant bird stood at the foot of the arena, eagerly stretching her neck and calling out to Zhang Yi, "My son, go for it. You are on a winning streak. Seize the momentum and secure more victories." Zhang Yi felt a surge of exasperation and rolled his eyes. Truly, this was a mother. Her son was on the brink of starvation, yet she was preoccupied with securing a few more victories. The protests emanating from his stomach were likely audible even to the audience beneath the arena. He turned to the referee and muttered a few words. "I request a pause. I need to return for a meal." The formidable competitors around him were momentarily taken aback. Typically, in such situations, the victorious party on the stage seldom opts for a break. Indeed, it was the first time they encountered such a scenario. After all, during contests in the arena, the winning side was usually consumed by fervor, eager to capitalize on their momentum and deliver a few more blows. Who would choose to lower the flag and extinguish the drums at such a moment? It was their first experience witnessing someone leave mid-competition for a meal. However, given the enigmatic strength of the sunbird before them, they dared not voice any objections. Moreover, it was the participants' prerogative, and they could only nod in agreement. Zhang Yi, satisfied, patted his wings and prepared to depart the arena, dragging the corpse of Lion Jintian behind him. After all, the competition should not hinder my quest for sustenance. Food is of paramount importance to the populace. Halfway through his exit, he suddenly recalled something and swiftly turned back to the stage. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, he triumphantly extracted the demon core from Lion Jintian, stowing it in his storage pouch. Only then did he contentedly resume dragging the body, swaying as he descended from the arena. However, after employing the earth escape technique twice, even with Zhang Yi's extraordinary talents, he found himself drained of considerable energy. At that moment, his wings felt heavy and cumbersome. Observing this, the wind spirit pterosaur hurried to assist. Together, they managed to haul Lion Jintian's lifeless form off the stage. "I must say, you were rather ruthless. Look at what you've done to Lion Jintian," the wind spirit pterosaur remarked while lending a hand, unable to suppress a chuckle. "This is what one might call efficient and decisive," Zhang Yi retorted, "to avoid prolonging unnecessary dreams." "Oh, come now. I see you are merely coveting someone else's meat." The wind spirit pterosaur unceremoniously tore off a chunk of the hind leg of Lion Jintian and began to devour it voraciously. As it ate, it grumbled, "Your sister has consumed all our stored provisions. Is it unreasonable for me to partake of a piece of your lion's leg?" Zhang Yi cast a glance at him, remarking, If you're going to eat, then eat. Why bring her into this? As he spoke, he tore off a piece of meat and tossed it to Xiaopu. This flavor is truly delightful. It surpasses the taste of wild boar by far. Xiaopu exclaimed in admiration. Zhang Yi snorted, of course. This is the lion of heaven. A beast of divine caliber. The meat is undoubtedly exquisite. So how about it? Following your father means there's meat to be had, right? He chuckled. Little Pooh smiled with pride, continuing to indulge in his feast. If it weren't for the Empress devouring all the rations, this lion meat would have been his exclusive delicacy. Chapter 81. The protest of the beastly bellies. The meat of a divine beast is a flavor that evokes salivation at the mere thought. Unfortunately, that girl, the Empress, has consumed all the celestial elixirs and spiritual fruits. The entire family is left with rumbling stomachs. He cannot hoard this lion meat for himself and relish it alone. Zhang Yi sighed, just as he was about to summon the giant bird mother and the little earth dragon for a meal. He observed the Empress gracefully striding towards the corpse of Lion Jintian, swaying her small head with a look of disdain as she prodded it with her claws. This lion was so aged that its flesh must surely be tough. The Empress wrinkled her tiny nose and resigned herself to the prospect, deciding that she would reluctantly consume a few bites. Zhang Yi nearly choked on a mouthful of blood, as if someone had implored her to partake in such a meal. He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes, forcing a smile that barely masked his disdain, and said, "It is indeed our honor to have you grace us with your presence and indulge in a few bites." Only then did the Empress nod in satisfaction, extending her delicate pink tongue to gently taste the meat of Shi Jintian's hind leg. "Well, it is somewhat palatable," she remarked, feigning modesty in her appraisal. Zhang Yi chose to ignore her. The colossal bird mother excitedly swooped in. To be honest, she was quite famished herself. It was her maternal instinct. She had secretly hoarded some food, intending to have provisions for her children when hunger struck. Thus, with a morsel to satiate her own hunger, she could only spare a little, inevitably leaving her still wanting. Now, upon witnessing such a substantial portion of lion meat before her, she was already salivating. At this moment, she opened her enormous beak and tore off a large chunk of lion leg meat in one swift motion. How delectable. Truly. It is worthy of being my son's catch. The colossal bird mother devoured the meat voraciously while mumbling her praises incoherently. Meanwhile, the little earth dragon scurried over, using its tiny paws to paw at the lifeless body of Lion Jintian, searching for a more tender piece of flesh. "Xiaopu, come and join me." Zhang Yi tore off a relatively tender piece of tenderloin and handed it to Xiaopu. Xiaopu smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you, Daddy." In that moment, a lavish feast unfolded around the corpse of Shi Jintian. The wind god pterodactyl, while gnawing on the lion's leg meat, muttered indistinctly, "I say, Zhang Yi, what are your plans next?" Zhang Yi swallowed the meat in his mouth and pondered for a moment. "I shall rest for a few days to regain my strength. The consumption this time has been rather substantial. I must take care to replenish myself." Indeed, the wind god pterosaur nodded in agreement. Zhang Yigong tore off a piece of the fragrant lion rib, poised to indulge in a sumptuous feast. However, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a sneaky figure. Turning his head, he exclaimed in astonishment. There stood the young Empress, her petite form busily munching on meat while stealthily stuffing generous chunks of lion leg meat beneath her fluffy little belly. Her plump abdomen resembled a small ball, quivering with each of her furtive movements, reminiscent of a mischievous little hamster indulging in forbidden treats. Zhang Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. This truly exemplifies the idiom of being greedy. No, it is more akin to grasping the very pot itself. This fool, having seized such a magnificent lion, I must conceal it well. With such an insatiable appetite, I fear that by the morrow, this lion will be completely devoured by him. The Empress's innermost thoughts were clearly conveyed into Zhang Yi's ears. Zhang Yi felt a throbbing in his temples. This girl truly refuses to concede even an inch. He suppressed the urge to lift her up and spank her, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes as he said, "Little sister, what are you hiding? Delicious treats should be shared among everyone." The young Empress's petite frame visibly stiffened for a moment before she nonchalantly raised her head. Gazing at Zhang Yi, she remarked, "Isn't it futile to try to silence you with food?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, punctuating his words with an air of seriousness as he prodded the flesh concealed beneath his abdomen with his delicate fingers. Zhang Yi was nearly amused to the point of laughter by her clumsy performance. This Empress, cunning and shrewd, one wonders from whom she acquired such skills. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, choosing not to stoop to her level. The lion Jintian truly lived up to its reputation as a third-tier divine beast. its flesh firm and exquisitely succulent. It exuded a distinctive wild aroma that was utterly irresistible. The air was thick with the tantalizing scent of roasted meat, mingled with the sweet metallic tang of lion's blood, creating an enchanting fragrance. For Zhang Yi's family, this aroma symbolized culinary delight. While for the other beasts gathered below the arena, it was a blatant temptation. These creatures hailed from various regions, having traveled great distances to participate in the contest at the Demon Saint's mansion. The long journey made food a significant concern. Most of the beasts brought only enough provisions for basic sustenance, carefully rationing their supplies lest they run out before the competition concluded. Although the Demon Saint's mansion provided some food, it was limited in quantity and mediocre in quality, barely sufficient to stave off hunger and utterly incapable of meeting the beast's energy requirements, particularly for the larger and more voracious among them. Even achieving satisfaction felt like a distant luxury. Now, as they watched Zhang Yi's family feast upon the mountainous third-tier divine beast, Lion Tian, the mouth-watering scent of the meat left the onlookers salivating, their eyes filled with envy. A frail, scraggly wolf demon gazed longingly at the succulent lion rib Zhang Yi held, its stomach growling incessantly. It licked its cracked lips, struggling to swallow its own saliva. Nearby, a robust bear demon exaggeratedly pounded its belly, producing loud thuds, as if protesting its emptiness. Gulp. It was unclear who first swallowed audibly, but that sound acted as a signal, igniting a wave of similar noises throughout the arena. Almost immediately, the chorus of gulping echoed, as some less steadfast beasts were so tormented by the aroma that they lost interest in the contest. Their eyes fixated hungrily on Zhang Yi's family, longing to dash forward and seize a morsel of meat. Damn it, this fellow's family is far too indulgent. A third-tier divine beast, and they're devouring it so openly? A sharp-nosed rat demon remarked sourly. Indeed, what a waste of meat. I wonder if they could spare us a bit, a pig demon chimed in, its own stomach rumbling with hunger, yet it maintained a facade of dignity. Sighing, a cow demon lamented its earlier decision not to take the risk and hunt a divine beast itself. The murmurs of these beasts naturally reached Zhang Yi's ears, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at their plight. These creatures, starving like wolves, dared not approach to steal a bite, relegated to watching in pitiable desperation. Father, they all seem so hungry, Little Pooh mumbled through a mouthful of lion leg meat. Chapter 82. Leopard Brother faces defeat. Zhang Yi nodded and remarked, Indeed. They are utterly famished. However, this lion we have painstakingly hunted is ours. Why should we share it with them? Yet, Xiao Pu hesitated, feeling sympathy for their pitiable condition. Those who evoke pity often harbor their own contemptible traits, the Empress interjected. If they are truly that hungry, they should venture forth to hunt the beasts themselves, rather than gazing longingly at our meal. At last, you have spoken some sense, she concluded. Zhang Yi cast an appreciative glance at the Empress. This young girl, though somewhat gluttonous, possessed a rather astute mind. However, before Xiao Pu could articulate her thoughts, Zhang Yi interrupted her. All right, Xiao Pu, let's not concern ourselves with them any longer. Let us enjoy our meal. Zhang Yi spoke as he tore off a piece of lion leg meat and handed it to Xiao Pu, urging him to eat more to grow stronger. Xiao Pu accepted the meat and obediently began to eat. Just then, a tall and imposing leopard demon approached, its gaze piercing as it fixed upon Zhang Yi. With an air of arrogance, it declared, Brat, share some of your lion meat with me, and I shall grant you certain advantages. Zhang Yi lifted his gaze to glance at the leopard demon, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Benefits? What benefits could possibly compare to the flesh of this third-tier divine beast? The expression on the leopard demon darkened, a glint of menace flickering in its eyes. You insolent brat, do not refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a punishment. Do you have any idea who I am? Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lips. Who are you to me? Even if the king of heaven were to arrive, this meat would still remain undivided. The leopard demon, infuriated, bellowed, You seek death. With a furious roar, it lunged forward, striking out with a claw aimed directly at Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi had long been prepared, with a swift movement. He evaded the onslaught of the leopard demon. Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh and remarked, Do you think you can seize my flesh? Let us see if you possess the capability. To be honest, he had never anticipated the sudden emergence of this leopard demon. After all, the demon sage's mansion had established new regulations, stipulating that anyone causing a disturbance at the arena would be disqualified from the competition. This leopard demon's reckless impulsiveness could either stem from ignorance of the new rules or from an insatiable hunger. Zhang Yi remains indifferent to your reasons. How could he possibly relinquish such exquisite meat so readily? If you were to adopt a more amiable demeanor, perhaps he might grant you a morsel, just enough to tantalize your palate. However, with your audacious approach, demanding to take what is not yours, the prospect is utterly out of the question. As Zhang Yigong prepared to act, the mother giant bird swiftly swatted him aside with a single wing. What is your rush, you impetuous boy? Use your brain. This might very well be a trap set by some fool, waiting for you to make a mistake and forfeit your eligibility to compete. Zhang Yi rubbed his painfully throbbing head, muttering, Mother, I understand. I know my limits. His eyes darted, fixating on the gaudy cotton coat adorned by the leopard demon. Turning to the Empress, he winked playfully. Sister, do you fancy that flamboyant outfit? I could procure it for you. The Empress leisurely tore off a piece of lion's leg meat, savoring each bite with languid grace. She cast a casual glance at the leopard demon, dismissing the garish attire as something only a rustic villager would don. Upon hearing this, the leopard demon's countenance darkened, its whiskers bristling in indignation. You insolent little girl. Who are you calling a rustic fool? It erupted in fury, brandishing its claws, ready to pounce. Zhang Yi caught a glimpse of a figure approaching from a distance, and a plan began to form in his mind. With a swift motion, he unfurled his wings and nimbly leaped to the edge of the arena. He then addressed the leopard demon with a serious expression, saying, My esteemed friend, I urge you to remain calm. The newly established rules of the Demon Saint's Palace strictly prohibit disturbances in this area. Should you find my presence displeasing, let us settle this matter on the arena. I am always ready to engage. His words were articulated with precision, loud enough for the approaching giant demon to hear clearly. This formidable creature, adorned with shimmering golden scales that glistened in the sunlight, was patrolling the vicinity of the arena. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's remarks, he swiftly approached, his gaze piercing like a sword as it swept over the crowd before finally landing on Zhang Yi. What is the matter? He inquired. Zhang Yi immediately donned a look of feigned grievance, pointing at the leopard demon and exclaimed, This brother leopard has inexplicably turned hostile, attempting to seize our provisions while resorting to verbal assaults. I was merely concerned about preserving the decorum of the demon sage's manor. Hence I proposed that we resolve this matter in the arena. Yet, he chose to elongate his tone, appearing as if he were burdened by an immense injustice. The leopard demon was momentarily taken aback, stammering as he pointed at Zhang Yi, I did not take your meat, nor did I lay a hand on you. To be honest, admittedly, the leopard demon had been driven to desperation by hunger. However, he was acutely aware that resorting to violence was out of the question. The vicinity was teeming with the demon sage manor's guards, and should they witness any altercation, he would be expelled on the spot. His intention was merely to intimidate Zhang Yi's family, hoping to coerce them into yielding a piece of meat to satiate his cravings. To his astonishment, not only did he fail to acquire a morsel, but he also found himself reported to the authorities. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's lamentations, the formidable golden-scaled demon glared at the leopard demon with furrowed brows, his enormous, coppery eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. You audacious fool! The demon sage manor strictly prohibits disturbances in this vicinity, and you dare to challenge us so openly. Do you seek to have your eligibility to compete revoked? The leopard demon trembled in fear, stuttering, My lord, I truly did not cause any trouble. I merely followed the scent. He gazed pitifully at the towering pile of roasted meat before Zhang Yi's family, his stomach growling audibly. Zhang Yi silently chuckled within, yet wore a facade of grievance as he pointed at the leopard demon and exclaimed, My lord, observe. It still dares to argue. Just moments ago, it insulted my mother, claiming she dresses like a rustic old woman, and ridiculed my sister's attire as vulgar. This is clearly a deliberate provocation. Upon hearing these words, the mother of the giant bird became infuriated. How dare you, wretched creature, to suggest that I dress like a country bumpkin? This attire is woven from peacock feathers, a treasure beyond compare. You ignorant fool. The Empress also rolled her eyes in agreement, casting a disdainful glance at the leopard demon. With that ragged cotton coat of yours, you dare to call me vulgar? It is utterly laughable. The leopard demon found itself at a loss for words, its spotted face turning crimson with embarrassment. Initially, it had approached in hopes of fortune, seeking a morsel to eat, but instead found itself in a predicament where it was neither here nor there. Had it known better, it would not have been tempted by that alluring aroma. Witnessing the fate of the leopard demon, the other beasts, who had been restless moments before, immediately reigned in their thoughts. Each of them settled back into their places, wary of attracting misfortune. After dealing with the leopard demon, Zhang Yi leapt down from the arena, eager to continue his feast. However, Upon landing, the scene before him rendered him utterly dumbfounded. What had once been a substantial heap of lion meat had, in the blink of an eye, been reduced to nothing more than a pile of bones. Chapter 83. Forced to swallow the demon core, the other beasts could only watch in helpless envy as Zhang Yi and his family indulged in their feast, their mouths nearly watering into a river. With the crisis averted, Zhang Yi finally turned around, ready to savor his hard-earned spoils. Yet, the sight that greeted him left him speechless. The once towering mound of roasted meat had now dwindled to a mere collection of pristine bones, as if they had been licked clean by a dog. The mother of the giant bird, the Empress, the wind god dragon, Little Pooh, and even the small earth dragon all sat with distended bellies, exhibiting expressions of utmost satisfaction. Zhang Yi pointed at the pile of skeletons, his voice tinged with displeasure. Could you not leave something for me? After all, I was the one who brought down this lion. The elegant mother giant bird delicately cleaned her beak and gently patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder with her wing. My dear son, you possess great strength, and I have faith that you will procure more food. These remnants are not for me. They are reserved for our entire family, to ensure we are prepared for unforeseen circumstances. Zhang Yi's lips twitched in frustration. You're not going to eat that, are you? I'm still starving. He had toiled tirelessly to defeat the formidable lion Tian, yet he hadn't savored a single morsel of meat. What a loss. He cast a glance towards the Empress. But as soon as she caught his eye, the little girl immediately bared her teeth protectively, emitting a low growl from her throat, as if to warn. Dare to take my meat, and you'll regret it. Even the usually obedient pteranodon waved a piece of meat in his direction, looking forlorn. Brothery, I've only managed to keep this little bit, and it's all been snatched away by your sister. You need to get back in the arena quickly and secure some more meat for me. Faced with these heartless creatures, Zhang Yi found himself utterly speechless. What kind of family was this? His food had been devoured, and now, to replenish his strength, he was left with only the demon core of Lion Tian. However, that core belonged to a third-tier divine beast. If he were to swallow it whole, he would surely be overwhelmed. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi resolved to consume it gradually, allowing himself to digest it slowly. With utmost care, he retrieved the demon core from his storage bag. It emanated a faint golden glow, brimming with potent energy. Just as he produced the core, the Empress's greedy gaze swiftly swept over, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Yi shuddered all over, his mouth agape as he swallowed it whole. Gulp. The demon essence surged into his abdomen, and an intense wave of heat instantly spread throughout his body, as if he had ingested a ball of fire. Zhang Yi felt as though his internal organs were ablaze, his meridians swollen, and his blood vessels throbbing, as if his body were on the verge of exploding. Goodness, the intensity of this sensation is overwhelming. Zhang Yi felt an unsettling apprehension surge within him. He swiftly settled into a cross-legged position and began to circulate his cultivation method, endeavoring to refine the tumultuous energy. Observing this, the mother of the colossal bird hurriedly approached with concern, inquiring, My son, how could you possibly consume such a large demon core in one gulp? Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. It's all right, mother, I can refine it. Upon witnessing Zhang Yi swallow the demon core, the Empress's expression fell, her eyes nearly bulging from their sockets, reflecting her profound anguish. Oh, you rascal. I knew you had such intentions. To consume it all by yourself. Are you not afraid of overextending yourself? You deserve this. Truly, you deserve it. Sooner or later, you shall pay the price for your selfishness. At this moment, Zhang Yi had no time to attend to her. He felt as if a furnace resided within his belly, with every organ scorching in discomfort. A surge of tumultuous energy rampaged through his body, causing him to grimace and break into a cold sweat. Internally, he cursed his own recklessness, lamenting that his judgment had been clouded, for in his attempt to evade those ravenous souls, he had committed such a foolish act. Had he known better, he could have found a secluded corner to digest his findings at a leisurely pace. Now, should he inadvertently burst himself, he would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the beast realm. The surrounding beasts were equally taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief as they regarded Zhang Yi as if he were a monstrosity. Had this young fool truly lost his senses? To dare consume a third-tier demon core? After all, he was merely a first-tier divine beast, having leapt across two significant realms. Was he courting death? TSK. It seemed a spectacle was about to unfold. Perhaps he would soon meet his demise in a catastrophic explosion. Whispers of speculation buzzed around him like a swarm of incessant flies, further aggravating Zhang Yi's frayed nerves. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, He settled into a cross-legged position, endeavoring to circulate his energy and tame the rampant forces within. Yet, this energy was alarmingly domineering, refusing to heed his commands. As it wreaked havoc inside him, threatening to tear him apart, Zhang Yi felt as though his veins were about to burst, his skin beginning to redden, resembling a boiled shrimp. He gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to suppress this surge of energy, yet he found himself increasingly powerless. I'm going to die. I'm truly going to die this time. Zhang Yi's heart wailed in despair, as he could almost sense the breath of death encroaching upon him. In this critical moment, he recalled his ultimate skill, the Feast of Gluttony. This technique, typically employed for the swift digestion of food, had never been tested on the essence of demons. Yet, he decided to cast aside his reservations. A dying horse is to be treated as a living one. The incessant buzzing of discussions around him sounded to Zhang Yi like a swarm of flies buzzing chaotically in his ears, utterly irritating. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, steeled his heart, and blocked out all distractions, concentrating entirely on his belly. Feast of Gluttony, unleash? Zhang Yi silently recited a mantra, channeling this extraordinary power. Strangely enough, the energy that had previously rampaged within him, chaotic and uncontrollable, miraculously transformed into a gentle force at the moment the Feast of Gluttony commenced. It began to flow in an orderly manner. Zhang Yi could distinctly feel pure energy being absorbed by his limbs and every part of his body. The once searing pain gradually faded away, replaced by a warm and comforting sensation. Indeed, it truly works. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy within. It appeared that this sumptuous feast could not only digest food, but also absorb demon elixirs. This was truly an unexpected delight. As he continued to absorb energy, Zhang Yi sensed his strength steadily increasing. The once distended meridians and blood vessels gradually returned to their normal state. The fear of imminent explosion and demise vanished without a trace. Zhang Yi exhaled deeply, gradually opening his eyes. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes, and the first sight that greeted him was the astonished expressions of the surrounding beasts, as if they had witnessed a ghost. To his astonishment, he had indeed refined it. This young man possessed remarkable prowess. Initially, it was presumed that he would meet his demise, however. It seemed he had successfully assimilated such a formidable demon core. Surely a breakthrough was imminent? The buzzing discussions swirled around him like pesky flies, causing Zhang Yi to furrow his brow in irritation. He had no inclination to engage with these onlookers. He merely sought a tranquil space to thoroughly absorb the surging energy within him. As for the competition, to hell with the competition. Let those who wish to watch. Zhang Yi rose to his feet, brushing the dust from his trousers. Ignoring the astonished, envious, and resentful gazes surrounding him, he strode directly away from the arena. Chapter 84. The thrill of advancement. Upon returning to the temporary residence allocated by the Demon Saint's manor, Zhang Yi finally let out a long sigh of relief. Though this modest place was somewhat lacking in luxury, it offered a semblance of tranquility. At last, he could enjoy a moment of peace. Zhang Yi murmured to himself as he settled cross-legged upon the bed, commencing the cultivation of his technique to channel the tumultuous energy within him. Indeed, the energy of this third-tier demon core was undeniably formidable, even after the preliminary digestion from the lavish feast. It continued to rampage within him like a wild stallion set free. By heavens, this sensation was rather exhilarating. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, feeling the pulsating pain within his meridians as they were struck by a surge of energy. This sensation, a blend of agony and ecstasy, had rendered him somewhat addicted. As the cultivation technique progressed, the once ferocious energy gradually softened, beginning to flow gently along his meridians, ultimately converging within his dantian. Zhang Yi's dantian, which once harbored but a modest internal elixir, now swells rapidly like an inflated balloon, radiating a dazzling golden light. This heralds a moment of impending breakthrough. A surge of joy filled Zhang Yi's heart as he hastily escalated the speed of his cultivation technique, greedily absorbing the essence of this pure energy. As time passed, the energy within him grew increasingly abundant. He felt as though his body resembled a balloon on the brink of bursting, poised to explode at any moment. He realized he must find a way to release this overwhelming energy. Zhang Yi abruptly opened his eyes, a glimmer of madness flashing within them. He certainly did not wish to burst from the pressure. He pushed open the door and rushed outside. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Most of the magical beasts were gathered at the arena, engrossed in the competition, leaving this area nearly devoid of any creatures. Zhang Yi scanned his surroundings, in search of a suitable target. Suddenly, his gaze landed upon an artificial hill not far away. This hill was crafted from a massive, uniquely shaped rock. its form peculiar, yet vividly lifelike. This is the one. Zhang Yi flashed a smile, his form darting to the foot of the artificial hill. He took a deep breath, summoning all the energy within him, and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the artificial hill shattered instantaneously, sending fragments of stone flying in all directions. Zhang Yi was also pushed back a few steps by this force of backlash. What a thrill! Zhang Yi shook his somewhat numb fists, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At last, he had successfully expelled the excess energy that had been pent up within him. Following the thunderous roar, a melodious notification sound resonated in Zhang Yi's mind. Congratulations, host! You have successfully advanced to a second-tier divine beast, earning 100 refining points. Congratulations, host! You have acquired the spiritual herbs, 5 dragon spittle grass, 3 phoenix tail flowers, and 1 9-turn golden pill. You have also obtained a universal divine skill. Oh my! I have struck it rich. Zhang Yi nearly succumbed to a howl of ecstasy directed at the heavens. The reward was astonishingly generous, bordering on outrageous. He subdued the excitement bubbling within him and stealthily returned to his chamber, securely locking the door behind him before he began to meticulously examine his newfound treasures. 5 dragon spittle grasses, 3 phoenix tail flowers, and a single 9-revolution golden pill. Each of these spiritual herbs, if presented to the world, would incite a frenzied scramble among the entire demon realm. Not to mention the additional 100 refining points and that enigmatic universal divine skill. 100 refining points, imagine if they were all allocated to enhancing my attack power. Would I not be able to shatter a mountain with a single blow? Zhang Yi stroked his chin, envisioning the scene of his fists shattering mountains and rivers, nearly drooling at the thought. However, he swiftly regained his composure. It was not yet the time for recklessness. The competition was far from over, and humility was the true path to success. First, he needed to ascertain the nature of this miraculous technique. Zhang Yi rubbed his hands together, filled with anticipation as he opened the system panel. Universal divine skill, capable of randomly transforming into any ability desired by the host, limited to 1 use per day. After use, it will consume a significant amount of energy, necessitating timely replenishment. Any skill? This is truly extraordinary. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. This indicated that he possessed the extraordinary ability to seamlessly switch between various skills depending on the circumstances, rendering him almost a glitch in reality. However, this remarkable power could only be utilized once a day, and once expended, he would need to consume copious amounts of food to replenish his energy. Zhang Yi scratched his head, pondering the potential absurdity of faltering at a critical moment. Suddenly, a vivid image flashed through his mind. He transformed into a majestic dragon, poised to wreak havoc upon the world, when, out of nowhere, his stomach rumbled audibly, leading him to collapse dramatically to the ground. Oh, such a scene was too splendid to contemplate. Zhang Yi shuddered and quickly banished the terrifying thought from his mind. Never mind. He decided to set aside such ponderings for now and focus on refining these spiritual herbs first. Zhang Yi settled himself cross-legged, consuming the dragon saliva grass, phoenix tail flower, and the 9-turn golden elixir all at once. The elixir dissolved instantly upon entry, transforming into torrents of pure energy that surged and flowed within his body. Zhang Yi felt as though his body resembled an inflating balloon, perpetually expanding, as if it might burst at any moment. Goodness, this sensation is truly exhilarating. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, enduring the waves of swelling pain coursing through his body. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from outside the door. Zhang Yi, are you in there? It is Humayer. Upon hearing that voice, Zhang Yi's heart immediately tightened. Humayer, who belonged to the fox tribe with whom he had previously quarreled, was now at his door for an unknown purpose. Surely, her intentions were not benevolent. I am not here. Leave. Zhang Yi shouted irritably. Outside, the frantic voice of Humayer echoed. Just you wait. I will make you regret this. Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lips, continuing to refine the energy within his body. Outside the door, Humayer stamped her feet in frustration. Just moments ago, she had witnessed Zhang Yi devour a demon core at the edge of the arena, subsequently experiencing a remarkable surge in power. At that moment, she sensed that the young man was extraordinary, and now it seemed her intuition was indeed correct. She had stealthily followed Zhang Yi, observing him sneak back into his room, her curiosity only intensifying. After a while, she saw him rush out again, unleashing a barrage of attacks on a rockery, sending fragments flying and dust swirling. The sheer strength he displayed was utterly astonishing. Once Zhang Yi returned to his room, Humayer could no longer contain her intrigue and approached to knock on the door. To her dismay, She was met with a cold dismissal and a mouthful of insults from Zhang Yi. Concealing herself in the shadows, she meticulously scrutinized Zhang Yi's room, her slender fingers lightly tapping her chin. Could it be that he was refining the demon core? Yet the speed at which he was doing so was astonishingly rapid. Typically, it would take demon clans at least 10 days to half a month to refine such a core, but how little time had passed for him. The more Humayr pondered, the more she felt something was amiss, her heart racing with an insatiable desire to burst in and uncover the truth. However, she knew she could not force her way in. A clever idea sparked in her mind. She turned away, and shortly after, returned to Zhang Yi's door, holding a steaming bowl of nourishing soup. "Zhang Yi, I know you're inside. I have brewed a restorative soup for you. Please open the door and have some." Humayr's voice was enchanting and sweet. "You vixen, are you trying to ensnare me again? Hurry and leave. I have no time for your antics." Zhang Yi spoke with utmost candor, showing no regard for Humayr's feelings. In Chapter 85, a failed scheme results in loss. Humayr anticipated Zhang Yi's demeanor. She remained unperturbed, continuing to laugh outside the door, exuding an air of good-naturedness. "Zhang Yi, I acknowledge my prior missteps. Do you truly hold on to our minor grievances? We are both here at the Yaoxing mansion for the competition, and who knows, we may forge friendships along the way. After all, the more friends one has, the more pathways one can explore. Do not be so petty. Open the door and allow me to bring you this bowl of soup I've painstakingly prepared. It would be a shame for it to cool." Humayr's voice was undeniably enchanting, melodious, and captivating. Zhang Yi listened to the affected tone of Foxmire, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach. Did she truly take him for a fool? Befriending the Fox clan was akin to courting danger with a tiger. He inwardly cursed the seductive fox while contemplating how to exploit this opportunity. He intended to use this Foxmire to test his newly acquired omnipotent skill. This ability could be utilized only once a day, making it quite precious. Initially, he had planned to save it for formidable adversaries, but now, seeing this unwitting subject present itself before him, he thought, why not seize the moment? Zhang Yi stealthily approached the door, holding his breath. He could hear the rapid breaths of the enchanting fox spirit, and even felt her warm breath wafting through the crack beneath the door, brushing against his face. This vixen had the audacity to press her ear against the door to eavesdrop. A wicked smile crept across his lips as he suddenly swung the door open. "Ah!" The fox spirit gasped, her body uncontrollably leaning back, nearly losing the steaming bowl of medicinal soup she held in her hands. Zhang Yi, with remarkable agility, swiftly grasped her slender arm and deftly pulled her back. Once Humayr regained her balance, she flashed a charming smile, her eyes shimmering with mischief, and playfully inquired, "Brother Zhang, what were you doing inside? Why did it take you so long to open the door? Look, the soup is almost cold." As she spoke, she gently extended the bowl of soup towards him. The broth was crystal clear, adorned with a few goji berries and delicate slices of ginseng, emanating an enticing aroma. Zhang Yi lowered his head and cast a glance, secretly mocking within. This vixen truly exerted herself. One could only speculate about the ingredients she had added to the broth. With a smile that lacked sincerity, he remarked, "Dear Enchantress, I appreciate your efforts in preparing this soup, but I recently indulged in some lion meat and am not hungry. You may enjoy the soup yourself." Upon hearing this, the Enchantress did not press the matter further, gracefully lifting the bowl as if to drink. Just as her crimson lips parted, ready to sip the concoction, Zhang Yi suddenly sprang into action, snatching the bowl from her grasp. He tilted his head back and gulped down the entire contents in a few hearty swallows. The Enchantress stood frozen, her eyes wide in disbelief as she watched Zhang Yi consume the elixir she had painstakingly crafted, her smile abruptly stiffening. Internally, she felt a pang of anguish. This was a broth made from 2 precious ingredients. Originally, she intended to feign a gesture, a mere distraction, yet this rascal had truly drunk it. "Oh, I apologize. I suddenly find myself feeling quite parched," he added. Zhang Yi set down his empty bowl, gazing innocently at Humayr. The flavor was quite pleasant, albeit somewhat bland. Humayr, suppressing the pang of her heart, managed to force a smile, pleased that Brother Zhang enjoyed it. Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and with a graceful flutter, she cooed, "Brother Zhang, what are you doing in there? I've been waiting for quite some time. Is it that the demon pill of Shizhentian is difficult to digest?" She deliberately emphasized the phrase "this humble servant," her sweet, delicate voice melting the very bones of those who heard it. Zhang Yi chuckled coldly to himself. This vixen could change her demeanor faster than one could turn the pages of a book. Just moments ago, she was addressing him as Zhang Yi, and now she had transformed into calling him Brother Zhang. It was evident that she was attempting to extract information from him. However, he maintained a facade of composure, feigning fatigue as he rubbed his temples. Thankfully, the demon elixir from Shi Jintian was indeed overwhelming and difficult to digest. Yet once refined, it would greatly enhance his strength. Upon hearing this, Humea was taken aback. The nonchalance with which he spoke made her wonder, had they truly refined the entire demon elixir? How could that be possible? The potency of Shi Jintian's demon elixir was formidable. Even if they were to share it among themselves, it would be improbable to have refined it so swiftly. Her eyes darted quickly, calculating how she might extract some benefit from Zhang Yi. "Brother Zhang," Humea remarked, "I notice you appear somewhat unwell. Would you allow me to assist you by massaging your shoulders or giving your back a gentle pound?" As she spoke, she made a motion to approach him, her delicate hands poised to rest upon Zhang Yi's shoulders. Zhang Yi subtly sidestepped, casting her a sidelong glance that was both enigmatic and teasing. "My dear, there is no need for such pretense between us. I am well aware of your thoughts." The piercing gaze he directed at Humea sent a shiver down her spine. Yet she maintained a facade of seductive smiles. "Brother Zhang, you jest. What could a humble servant like me possibly think? I am merely concerned for your well-being." "Oh, is that so?" Zhang Yi interrupted her, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "When I refine the demon pill, there remains some residual energy, which is difficult to absorb. If you desire it, I can share a portion with you." Upon hearing this, Humea was instantly filled with exuberance, nearly leaping with joy. She thought she might have misheard, her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Zhang Yi. "Is that true? Brother Zhang, are you truly willing to share some with me?" "Of course." Zhang Yi nodded, feigning generosity. "However, the energy was overwhelming, requiring me to draw it from your Tianling acupoint. You must turn your back." At this moment, Humea was so exhilarated that she lost her senses, paying no mind to anything else. Without a second thought, she turned around, obediently presenting her back to Zhang Yi. She even took the initiative to sweep her long hair aside, exposing her fair nape. Zhang Yi observed her eager demeanor, and a sneer of derision grew within him. He slowly extended his hand, a faint golden energy coalescing in his palm, seemingly gentle, yet concealing a lethal intent. "Are you prepared?" Zhang Yi's voice resonated, deep and magnetic. Humea closed her eyes, responding in a soft, sultry tone, her heart brimming with anticipation. Zhang Yi gently pressed his palm against Humea's crown point, as a soft, golden energy slowly flowed into her body. Humea felt a warm current surge within her, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort. In her heart, she rejoiced, realizing that this young man had indeed spoken the truth. The energy was remarkably pure. However, she failed to notice that as the energy entered her, her once rosy complexion gradually turned pale. Her previously ample skin began to wither, akin to a vibrant flower rapidly wilting. Meanwhile, a cold smirk crept onto Zhang Yi's face. Just moments before, he had secretly activated his universal divine skill, transforming it into a technique of reverse energy absorption. As time passed, the energy within Humea surged into Zhang Yi's body like a tidal wave. He sensed his strength amplifying, while Humea resembled a deflated balloon, growing increasingly feeble. Chapter 86. The Empress's envy. "Brother Zhang, what have you done to me?" Humea's voice grew fainter. She felt as though her very essence was being siphoned away, and an unprecedented sense of dread enveloped her heart. Zhang Yi, however, feigned ignorance, continuing to absorb her energy. Only when Humea was left with but a single breath did he slowly retract his hand. Inside the demon saint's mansion, one must not create too much commotion, lest the established order be disrupted. Observing the emaciated form of Humea, a flicker of disdain crossed Zhang Yi's eyes. "Fool," he thought, "do you truly believe I would offer you my benefits without cost?" Such naivety. He bent down, seized a tuft of her fox fur, and unceremoniously cast her aside. Humea, filled with indignation, found herself devoid of the strength to express it. The energy coursing through her body was insufficient even to support her upright, let alone engage in a confrontation with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi gazed down at Humea, who lay sprawled on the ground, and let out a cold, mocking laugh. With a tone laced with sarcasm, he remarked, "What's the matter? Do you still wish to feign death on the ground? Do not forget, this is my territory. If you remain prostrate any longer, I cannot guarantee what actions I might take." Humea struggled to lift her head, her eyes brimming with malice. Yet, her feeble body lacked even the strength to rise. Gritting her teeth, she managed to squeeze out a curse through clenched jaws. "Zhang Yi, may you meet a wretched end." Zhang Yi crouched down and scoffed. "Humea, I advise you to be sensible. Do not presume that I am oblivious to your intentions. Are you contemplating running to the demon saint's residence to lodge a complaint? Do you truly believe they would place any credence in the words of a mere vixen like you? Zhang Yisong released his grip. Rising to his feet and gazing down upon Humayr with an air of superiority, he continued, "Allow me to remind you once more that after I ingested the demon essence at the edge of the arena, I departed the scene. Many demon beasts bore witness to this, and even the guards of the demon sacred manor present at the time must have seen it. Yet, you appeared in my resting quarters, transformed into this grotesque form. What does this signify? It indicates that you sought me out to create trouble. You have brought this upon yourself, and cannot blame others for your plight. Do you truly believe that the people of the demon sacred manor will show you any favoritism?" Humayr was undoubtedly aware of the truth in his words. Though she longed to see Zhang Yisong meet a gruesome end, she recognized the reality of the situation. The Bear clan, a prominent family, had their qualifications for the competition revoked by the demon sacred manor. It was unthinkable for her own Fox clan to face a similar fate. If she were to cause a disturbance that resulted in the disqualification of her entire clan from the contest, the repercussions would be dire indeed. Filled with resentment and fury, she could only swallow her anger in silence. She understood that this time, she would have to endure a bitter loss. What? No words to say? It appears you too comprehend the gravity of the situation. Zhang Yi gazed at the frustrated expression on Humayr's face, feeling a surge of satisfaction within. Humayr shot Zhang Yi a furious glare, yet found herself unable to retort. She struggled to rise to her feet, swaying unsteadily as she made her way toward the exit. Devoid of any energy, each step left her breathless, necessitating frequent pauses, rendering her utterly disheveled. Zhang Yi watched the laborious departure of Humayr, then turned and returned to his chamber, settling himself cross-legged upon the floor. He promptly commenced the process of refining and assimilating the energy he had surreptitiously appropriated from Humayr. As the energy surged into him ceaselessly, Zhang Yi sensed his strength escalating rapidly. A sense of secret satisfaction blossomed within him, that foolish Humayr had not only delivered herself to him, allowing him to absorb her energy freely, but also refrained from making a fuss about it. What a gratifying thought. With Humay's energy coursing through him, Zhang Yi felt an inexhaustible reservoir of power swelling within, accompanied by a considerable amount of spiritual essence as well. Zhang Yijing was immersed in the elation of his rapid cultivation progress when he suddenly felt a dampness on his face, accompanied by an overwhelming stench of bird droppings. He abruptly opened his eyes to find a colossal avian visage mere inches away, as the mother bird gazed at him with unbridled excitement. "Goodness, mother, could you possibly be more mindful of your appearance?" Zhang Yi disdainfully wiped the drool from his face, remarking on the pungent aroma. "Ah, my son is truly remarkable. He has made another breakthrough. This surge of energy, TSK, it nearly rivals my own." The giant bird mother paid no heed to Zhang Yi's disdain. Her bright, glistening eyes sparkled as if they had spotted glittering gold. "Of course, one must consider whose son I am." Zhang Yi proudly lifted his chin, only to be met with a flicker of confusion as he pondered the absence of others. Where have they all gone? He mused. They have ventured to participate in the arena competition, while I, in my indolence, remain at home to safeguard you. The great bird matron remarked, unable to resist nuzzling her son's face. "My dear, you are destined for greatness. It seems we are on the brink of acquiring a spiritual abode worthy of a demon saint." Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy within him. The spirit palace of the demon sage was a symbol of status, brimming with spiritual energy, enabling one to cultivate with remarkable efficiency. Soon, who would dare to underestimate him? As he pondered, the door creaked open, and the Empress gracefully entered. She maintained her usual haughty and aloof demeanor, her chin slightly elevated, her gaze unwavering, as if nothing in this world could capture her attention. However, as she passed by Zhang Yi, her eyes involuntarily flickered towards him, sensing the powerful energy emanating from him. She felt a tremor in her heart. Could it be that this young man has made another breakthrough? She discreetly glanced at the mother of the giant bird, her eyes betraying a hint of inquiry. The mother bird understood instantly, nodding with a smile, her expression radiating pride. A tumult of emotions churned within the Empress, envy, admiration, and an indescribable respect. With a cold snort, she turned her head away. Zhang Yijing puffed out his chest, a smug expression adorning his face as he raised an eyebrow at the Empress. "Did you see that? I've made yet another breakthrough. Even if you were to ride on horseback, it would be difficult for you to keep pace with my strides, wouldn't it?" He deliberately pronounced the word brother with exaggerated emphasis, relishing the sight of the Empress's discomfort. The Empress let out a cold huff, not even bothering to lift her eyelids. "Your breakthrough is merely the result of you monopolizing the demon essence. What is there to be proud of? Zhang Yi was acutely aware that her jealousy was blatant, and inwardly he reveled in it. Externally, he feigned indifference, humming a discordant tune as he approached his subordinates, the wind spirit pterosaurs. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Brothers, just wait and see. In this upcoming competition, I must secure a high-level spiritual talisman. Once we possess the spirit mansion of the demon saint, we will have an abundance of spiritual energy for cultivation, and it will be a swift ascent." No sooner had he spoken than a thick wave of mockery echoed back. "Oh, what grand ambitions you have! With your meager skills, do you truly believe you can obtain a high-level talisman? Dream on. Be careful not to trip over your own tongue." The Empress leaned casually against the doorframe, casually tossing a piece of meat into her mouth. "Do you know who will challenge you tomorrow?" she asked coldly. Upon observing the girl's demeanor, Zhang Yi felt a sudden jolt in his heart. However, he swiftly regained his composure. With a disdainful smile, he thought, "Whoever she may be, it matters little. The rules of the demon sage's palace dictate that only beasts of comparable rank may compete. At this stage, one cannot exceed ranks by a significant margin. So I have no cause for concern." The Empress let out a cold laugh and proclaimed, "Let me inform you, she is the royal heir of the Lion clan." Chapter 87. The Lion King ascends 2 ranks. The Lion King? Zhang Yi was nearly overcome with laughter as an image of a portly, hairy lion spontaneously emerged in his mind, causing him to stifle a chuckle. Was it that foolish lion, the one whose face seemed so pinchable? I heard he was preoccupied with cultivating a breakthrough yesterday, yet he still dared to challenge me? Is he seeking punishment? Truly, he is blissfully unaware of his own limitations. The Empress rolled her eyes, uninterested in engaging further with Zhang Yi, and continued to relish the piece of meat before her, her face radiating sheer delight. Zhang Yi feigned bravado, yet deep within, he understood that the Lion King harbored intentions of avenging Lion Jintian. After all, he had previously defeated Lion Jintian, bringing disgrace upon the Lion clan, and the Lion King sought to restore their honor, to cleanse the stain of that humiliating defeat. Just imagine, a lion tribe vanquished by a mere bird. Such news would be a heavy blow to their pride, which was not easily shattered. However, with a night still ahead before the competition, Zhang Yi remained unperturbed. He resolved to indulge in a frenzied feast that night, striving to amass energy and fortify himself in preparation for the duel on the morrow. A sigh escaped him as he contemplated the prospect of savoring lion meat. Envisioning its tender flesh and rich aroma, he mused that perhaps through a night of such indulgence, he might ascend to a higher tier of power. Presently, he stood as a second-tier divine beast, diligently working towards the 3rd tier. Yet, it was said that the Lion King was a 3rd-tier divine beast, his strength surpassing Zhang Yi's, and fueled by vengeance. The battle the next day would surely be as fierce as a tempest. He must be cautious in his approach. Meanwhile, within the Lion Clan's stronghold, an oppressive atmosphere of impending doom enveloped the air. The Lion King sat regally upon his golden throne, his golden fur seemingly encrusted with a dazzling sheen, radiating a chilling brilliance. A deafening roar erupted from his maw, akin to thunderclaps, causing the very palace to tremble. This sound carried with it boundless fury and murderous intent, as if it sought to rend everything asunder. Lion Jintian, my trusted aide, was slain by that despicable sun-watching bird. The Lion King's voice was low and hoarse, laden with profound sorrow and rage. I shall not rest until this vengeance is exacted. He rose abruptly, his formidable presence exuding a suffocating pressure. His golden eyes blazed with an inferno of wrath, as if they aimed to incinerate all before him. Sun-watching bird, await your doom. Tomorrow, I shall rend you limb from limb. The Lion King declared through gritted teeth, his gaze glinting with icy malice. Drawing a deep breath, a powerful surge of energy emanated from within him, growing ever more intense until it coalesced into a golden pillar of light, soaring skyward. Ha ha. The Lion King laughed towards the heavens. I have finally ascended to the 5th tier of divine beasts. In tomorrow's battle, I shall surely triumph over the sun-watching bird. The surrounding beasts were left in awe, astonished that the Lion King had leaped 2 tiers, directly reaching the 5th tier of divine beasts. 5th tier? Our esteemed Lion King has achieved such a miraculous ascent, exclaimed an elder lioness beside him, her tail thrashing against the ground. My heavens! I have never witnessed such a rapid breakthrough. It is nothing short of a miracle. The Lion King is mighty. The Lion King is invincible. His roar ignited a chain reaction, awakening the stunned beasts below, who erupted into thunderous cheers. O mighty Lion King, your prowess is unparalleled. In all my years, I have never witnessed such a formidable Lion King. The glory of our pride shall be safeguarded by you. O Lion King, you are our deity. A male lion, Clenching his fists, proclaimed loudly, "Tomorrow, we shall witness the victory of our Lion King with our own eyes. I firmly believe that our Lion King will vanquish that vile Sunseeker bird." The Lion King's breakthrough signifies not merely an enhancement of strength, but embodies the hope of our entire pride. That accursed Sunseeker bird dared to insult us. Tomorrow, our Lion King shall avenge Lion Jintian. The following day heralds a challenge against the Sunseeker bird, where defeating Zhang Yi on the arena will restore honor to their pride, proving they are not a clan that cannot even conquer a mere bird. The beasts of the Lion Pride were filled with excitement. Frankly, when they learned that Lion Jintian had lost to a Sunseeker bird in the arena, their pride felt utterly shattered. Since yesterday, ridicule of their pride's incompetence had echoed throughout. The Lion Pride, inherently arrogant, had always considered themselves supreme rulers. Yet now they had been bested by a mere fledgling, a slap in the face for them. Now, the Lion King had resolved to personally challenge that fledgling. Today, he commanded his subordinates to hunt 3 9th-tier divine beasts, directly extracting their demon cores, which he refined in one go, enabling him to ascend 2 tiers and reach the 5th-tier level. The beasts below gazed at their Lion King with profound admiration. An elder lion remarked meaningfully, "This breakthrough of our Lion King is not solely for his own sake, but for the entire Lion Pride. We must pledge to follow our Lion King to the death, bringing glory to our lineage. I can hardly wait to see that Sunseeker bird torn to shreds by our Lion King. I long to pluck its feathers one by one." Another lion shouted with fervor, "Long live the Lion King! Long live the Lion King!" All the lions joined in a deafening chorus, their voices resonating throughout the Lion Pride's abode. One lion raised his paw high and bellowed, "For the glory of the Lion Pride, for the triumph of our Lion King. Let us shout together, avenge Lion Jintian, defeat the Sunseeker bird." They chanted, "Avenge Lion Jintian, defeat the Sunseeker bird." The following day, the highly anticipated arena competition commenced as scheduled. The event drew a vast crowd, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. The air was thick with tension, reminiscent of a taut string poised to snap at any moment. The Lion King ascended the stage with measured steps, his golden mane glistening under the sunlight. An overwhelming aura of a 5th-tier divine beast emanated from him, sweeping across the arena like an invisible tidal wave, causing many of the smaller creatures below to tremble in fear. Zhang Yi also sensed the overwhelming pressure. Chapter 88, The Arena of Schemes. Just last night, at dawn, Zhang Yi, utilizing his extraordinary ability known as the Eye of Insight, discerned a remarkable surge in the Lion King's prowess. This individual had ascended 2 tiers in cultivation. Zhang Yi's immediate instinct was to awaken the great mother bird, the Empress, and the wind god pterodactyl, urging them to flee the demon sage mansion under the cover of night. However, the great mother bird was in a deep slumber, impervious to Zhang Yi's efforts to rouse her. Consequently, their escape was thwarted. Later, Zhang Yi devised another plan. He decided to visit the official residence of the demon sage mansion early in the morning, claiming he had pressing family matters or concocting some other excuse to make a hasty departure. Yet, upon rising, he found the great mother bird, the Empress, the wind god pterodactyl, and even little Pooh, all gazing at him with eager anticipation, expressing that if Zhang Yi could vanquish the challenger today, they would secure a low-tier spiritual abode. Regardless of the circumstances, it would signify their true establishment within the realm of the demon sage mansion. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yi immediately dispelled his thoughts of departure. Indeed, if he persevered a little longer, he would secure a Lingfu. To flee at this moment would be utterly regrettable. After all, he ought to give it a fair shot. Thus, Zhang Yi encouraged himself, convincing his mind to ascend to the arena. However, now, feeling the overwhelming pressure of the Lion King up close, his heart trembled with apprehension. This individual is undeniably formidable. The Lion King, with a grin that barely concealed his menace, spoke, "Zhang Yi, I have not come today to engage in combat with you." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. "Oh? What brings you here? To present me with a gift?" The Lion King chuckled heartily. "Indeed, in a manner of speaking, I am willing to bestow upon you my demon core." Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, while the audience erupted in astonishment. Is such a maneuver even possible? Actively offering a demon elixir? Has this Lion King lost his senses? He is undeniably a 5th-tier divine beast. Yet he willingly presents a demon elixir to a mere 3rd-tier entity? This audacious action left all the other beasts utterly bewildered. Are you out of your mind? Zhang Yi wore a skeptical expression, his heart brimming with caution. It is said that this Lion King possessed not only formidable strength but also a cunning nature. In years past, he had shared a friendship with the leader of the Fox clan. His craftiness could indeed be attributed to the lessons learned from the foxes, for one is inevitably influenced by those they associate with. Zhang Yi remains uncertain about the veracity of these rumors. However, he resolves to exercise greater caution. Facing the other party's deceit, Zhang Yi also activated his own mode of deception. With a raised eyebrow and a tone of disdain, he remarked, "Are you afraid of me? If so, you might as well concede outright. Perhaps I would consider sparing your life, thus allowing you to retain your precious demon core." Zhang Yi regarded this suggestion as quite considerate. However, the Lion King erupted into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. "Kid, you truly believe you are something special. I offer you the demon elixir merely to witness your explosion. Once you perish, I shall reclaim my demon elixir." Zhang Yi suddenly realized the implications of the situation. To be frank, the demon core of the Lion King was indeed formidable. This creature had consumed the demon cores of 3 9th-tier beasts yesterday to reach its current level. However, it had ingested cores from beasts of lesser cultivation. If Zhang Yi were to truly consume the Lion King's demon core, he would undoubtedly face considerable challenges. Contemplating this, Zhang Yi recalled the devouring skill of Xiang Badian. If he could integrate that ability with his own Grand Feast technique, he might be able to swallow the demon core of a beast 2 tiers above him without much difficulty. Yet, at this moment, he felt a twinge of apprehension, his mind racing with uncertainty. He was also strategizing on how to outmaneuver the 5th-tier divine beast. Meanwhile, the lower-tier beasts, observing the 2 divine creatures hesitating to engage, began to feel restless. They had come to witness a clash of high-tier beasts, eager for excitement. Instead, the 2 were merely conversing on the platform, which left the onlookers perplexed. Was it true that high-tier animals resorted to cunning rather than combat? Only their lower-tier, brutish counterparts were inclined to brawl? This seemed illogical, as they were on a stage meant for contests of spirit and physique, not mere games of wits. Before long, the audience of beasts below grew impatient. The once silent arena erupted into a cacophony of voices, each clamoring for action. "Why haven't these 2 titans made a move yet? I've already finished my sunflower seeds," exclaimed one. "Indeed, I've devoured my pig trotters, and they still haven't stirred a muscle," another chimed in. "Could it be that they're afraid?" One pondered. "I doubt it. These 2 are no pushovers. Perhaps they're concocting a grand strategy." A burly bear demon bellowed, urging, "Stop dawdling and fight. I can hardly wait to see the carnage unfold." In that moment, a symphony of voices converged, creating a tumultuous uproar. Such is the nature of those who relish the spectacle, they revel in chaos. This was the sentiment among the beasts gathered below the arena. Zhang Yi disregarded the voices below, stroking his chin in a faint contemplation. "How can you be so certain that I will be overwhelmed? What if I succeed in refining?" The Lion King scoffed. "You truly dare to entertain such thoughts? Do you believe that having refined the demon core of Shurjin Tian yesterday qualifies you to refine mine? Do you have any idea of my rank?" Zhang Yi nodded, acknowledging. "Of course, you are the Lion King, the leader of the Lion Clan, a 5th-tier divine beast." The expression of the Lion King became rigid. After registering for the challenge against Zhang Yi yesterday, he had devoted himself to relentless training, rapidly advancing from the 3rd tier to the 5th tier. He had anticipated that revealing his rank on the arena would instill fear in his opponent, yet this young man remained remarkably composed. "Since you are aware that I am a 5th-tier divine beast, why do you not kneel and concede?" roared the Lion King. "Why should I concede?" Zhang Yi wore an expression of innocence, for the battle had yet to commence, and the outcome remained uncertain. Zhang Yi's words finally provoked the Lion King. At this moment, he completely lost his patience and, with a thunderous roar, lunged at Zhang Yi, claws bared. "You seek your own demise." Zhang Yi had long been prepared, utilizing a technique of burrowing into the earth, vanishing without a trace. When it came to confrontation, he might have charged forth. However, in comparison to offense, Zhang Yi placed greater emphasis on the art of retreat. Only by securing a safe exit could he engage in battle with complete assurance. Yet, the Beast King's reflexes far surpassed those of the impetuous Shurjintian. It seemed he had anticipated Zhang Yi's maneuver. The moment Zhang Yi invoked his earth-burrowing prowess, this creature swiftly intervened, seizing Zhang Yi by the tail feathers. "Young one, still wish to employ that trick? Let us try something new." The Beast King sneered, yanking Zhang Yi from the ground and forcefully slamming him onto the arena floor. Zhang Yi was thrown off balance, yet he quickly regained his composure, brushing off the dust from his clothes. "It's nothing," he remarked nonchalantly. "I have plenty of tricks up my sleeve, but I'm simply too lazy to employ them." Chapter 89. I will exhaust you to death. At that moment, beneath the arena, the mother giant bird wore an expression of concern. While the Empress gazed coldly at the stage, her eyes filled with disdain. "This fool truly is foolish," she thought. "Does he really believe he can contend with the Lion King? If only I had consumed that demon core yesterday, which could have allowed me to break through 1 or 2 levels of limitation. Perhaps I would stand a chance against this Lion King, the Empress mused inwardly. Zhang Yi heard the voice of the Empress and nearly burst into laughter. This woman truly overestimates herself. Below the arena, other demonic beasts displayed expressions of skepticism towards Zhang Yi, chattering amongst themselves. This young man is doomed. The Lion King is a 5th-tier divine beast. How could a mere novice, just having broken through, possibly stand a chance against him? Indeed, such arrogance. In the eyes of these beasts, Zhang Yi was merely a coward who could only rely on his ground-shifting technique to escape. Once the Lion King grasped this singular strategy, Zhang Yi would be left with no means of survival. Currently, he seemed to be out of options. They shook their heads, their gazes mixed with disappointment and mockery. Each beast wore a disdainful smile, as if they were witnessing a play devoid of suspense, filled with derision and doubt towards every move Zhang Yi made. Should that cunning Lion King strike with a thunderous blow, completely mastering his only reliance, Zhang Yi would find himself as a lamb ensnared in a quagmire, rendered immobile, with scant hope of escape. Some beasts rubbed their hands together with excitement, seemingly eager to witness the moment Zhang Yi would be torn to shreds. They believed he had exhausted all his flashy techniques and was left with no choice but to await his grim fate. Some audacious beasts even began to place bets, wagering that Zhang Yi would be defeated within just a few moves, with odds as dismal as his current predicament. One by one, they anticipated Zhang Yi's demise. From below, a beast shouted, "Sunbird, just surrender already. Don't wait until you lose your life." The cacophony of mockery echoed all around. At that moment, Zhang Yi suddenly sighed, a sorrowful expression crossing his face as he turned to the Lion King and said, "Alas, life has truly lost its meaning." The Lion King was momentarily taken aback by this inexplicable remark. "What do you mean?" Zhang Yi wiped away non-existent tears, his voice choked with emotion. "I am constantly bullied by my sister, and my mother favors her. What is the meaning of living? Just give me the demon core. I might as well end it all." Upon hearing this, the Lion King burst into hearty laughter, tears streaming down his face. "You brat, have you lost your wits? Wanting to die is not a difficult task. I shall grant your wish." He opened his massive, bloody maw, and a shimmering golden demon core slowly ascended. Zhang Yi gazed at the demon core, his heart quivering with trepidation. Goodness, this old fellow truly dares to expel the demon core. It seems he is quite confident that I will not be able to refine his demon core. Zhang Yi remained unhurried. After all, he possessed a remarkable universal ability. This extraordinary power allowed him to directly transform a skill, and what's more, this skill was immensely formidable, although it could only be utilized once a day. Within the confines of this arena, a single use sufficed. You, my friend, are indeed a remarkable talent. Very well, I shall grant you this opportunity. Prepare to witness the formidable prowess of a 5th-tier demon core. As he spoke, he opened his gaping maw, and a resplendent demon core, larger than a fist, floated out with a graceful sway. This core radiated a rich aura of spiritual energy, causing the air around it to feel as if it had solidified. Zhang Yi, displaying no hesitation, seized the demon core and weighed it in his hand, expressing his astonishment with a series of clicks of his tongue. "Oh, how remarkably heavy. This is far superior to the trinkets possessed by that wretched Shenzhen. It is essential to understand that the size of a demon core does not necessarily correlate with the level of cultivation. Rather, it is the energy contained within that dictates its significance. A more advanced practitioner harbors greater energy, while a less experienced one possesses only a fraction of that power." Zhang Yi realized that the energy contained within this demon core surpassed his own capabilities. If he were to consume it recklessly, he would be torn asunder. Yet, he swallowed it nonetheless, executing the act with a decisive ease akin to that of indulging in a confection. The crowd below the arena erupted in astonishment. What the hell? He really ate it. Has he lost his mind? The energy of a 5th-tier demon core could explode him. This young man was undeniably reckless, seemingly tired of life itself. The mother of the giant bird covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight, while the Empress merely scoffed, utterly foolish. The wind god wyvern gazed incredulously at Zhang Yi, bewildered by his actions. The giant bird mother, who had previously averted her gaze, was now acutely aware of the murmurs around her, confirming that the foolish creature on the arena had indeed consumed the demon core. She could no longer remain passive. With a sudden jolt, she directed her gaze towards the arena, her eyes filled with trepidation. A mixture of dread and regret surged within her. Had she known better, she would never have encouraged her son to accept this challenge. The Lion clan would undoubtedly seek retribution against him. The giant bird mother felt her eyes welling with tears. Beside her, the Empress remained unfazed. She spoke languidly, "Do not worry, he will not perish." The giant bird mother, confused, turned to her and asked, How can you be so sure? That is the demon core of a fifth-tier divine beast. The Lion King clearly intends to burst your brother. The Empress rolled her eyes in exasperation. Am I not aware of his character? His insatiable appetite could consume a mountain. How could a mere demon core possibly overwhelm him? The corners of the giant bird mother's mouth twitched in frustration. Even at such a critical moment, the Empress chose to bicker with her brother, who was on the verge of being overwhelmed. In her heart, the Empress silently mused, if he were to burst, it would be for the best. His demise would provide me the means to refine and strengthen myself. Zhang Yi had already settled into a cross-legged position, embarking on the process of refining the demon core of the ferocious beast. A surge of formidable energy instantly flooded into his body, rampaging within him like a wild stallion unleashed. Indeed, this old lion's demon core possesses tremendous power. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be astonished. This surge of energy surpassed the formidable demon essence of Shi Zhentian by a considerable margin, rendering the process of refinement considerably more arduous. He felt as though his meridians were on the verge of rupture, and his body resembled a balloon teetering on the brink of explosion. No, he must exert more effort. Zhang Yi gritted his teeth, investing all the refined points he had acquired yesterday. The power of the gluttonous feast surged dramatically, voraciously devouring the energy of the demon core. Below the arena, the formidable demons of the Demon Sage Mansion were left utterly astonished. They understood the potency of a fifth-tier demon core and were acutely aware that Zhang Yi was merely a fledgling demon who had just broken through, rendering him incapable of refinement. How could this be possible? He was genuinely refining the demon core of the Lion King. What manner of creature is this boy? Their gazes instinctively turned towards the elder of the Demon Sage Mansion. They all knew that this elder shared a special bond with the Lion King, a camaraderie that could be likened to being cut from the same cloth. Indeed, the elder's countenance grew increasingly grim. Chapter 90. The intervention of the Demon Sage Mansion. The Lion King, initially anticipating a spectacle, awaited the moment Zhang Yi would be overwhelmed by the demon core's power. He had even begun to contemplate how to humiliate the giant bird clan once this boy met his explosive demise. Yet, with each passing second, not only did Zhang Yi fail to succumb, but he also seated himself cross-legged, embodying the tranquility of a meditating monk. A chill coursed through the Lion King's heart, an ominous premonition taking root. He sensed an inexplicable force, persistently siphoning something from within him. Initially, he dismissed it as a mere illusion, for the demon core was no longer within his body, and a degree of discomfort was to be expected. However, as time wore on, the pull intensified, and he could visibly perceive the energy within him diminishing at an alarming rate. Panic seized the Lion King. He was utterly frantic, devoid of the demon core. His strength had dwindled, and this draining energy would ultimately reduce him to a toothless old cat. Boy, what are you doing? Return the demon core to me. The tremor in the Lion King's voice betrayed the arrogance he once wielded. Zhang Yi gradually opened his eyes, the energy within him still surging chaotically, causing him discomfort that made him want to curse. Yet, he persevered through the unease and flashed a smile at the Lion King, his pearly whites glistening in the sunlight. Return it to you? On what grounds? It was you who bestowed it upon me. Can such a prize truly be reclaimed? How unfortunate that you, the leader of the Lion Clan, are so oblivious to the subtleties of human relations. Zhang Yi's deceitful demeanor infuriated the Lion King, who felt a gnawing frustration yet remained helpless. Deep down, he understood that with the demon core now residing within Zhang Yi, no matter how fiercely he fought, he would unlikely gain any advantage. Moreover, as his energy continued to wane, he sensed that even standing had become a considerable challenge. Below the arena, the mother giant bird, initially pale with fear, suddenly regained her vigor upon witnessing the Lion King's predicament, shouting with fervor, "Son, well done. Do not fear him. This old lion is merely a paper tiger." The Empress observed from the sidelines, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She mused to herself, "This youth is indeed full of surprises. It appears I have underestimated him." The wind god Pterosaur, on the other hand, looked utterly bewildered, unable to grasp the current situation. Scratching his head, he muttered, "What manner of prodigy is this? He can even consume a fifth-tier demon core? Is he not afraid of bursting himself?" The Lion King's eyes darted around, akin to a desperate gambler who glimpses a final straw of hope. He laboriously directed his gaze towards an elder seated at the monitoring station of the Demon Saint's manor, someone with whom he shared a rather close relationship. Given the current predicament, relying on Zhang Yi to willingly relinquish the demon core was more improbable than a pig climbing a tree. He could only hope for intervention from the organizers. The guards of the Demon Saint's manor stood like statues, indifferent to the Lion King's plight. However, the elder on the high platform fidgeted uneasily. beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The rules of the contest were rigid, but humanity is not. While the regulations outlined certain conventional infractions, they did not explicitly prohibit the direct consumption of an opponent's demon core. This young man has truly exploited a loophole in the rules. The elder inwardly berated the Lion King for his foolishness, to come forth demanding to offer his demon core, all while naively believing he could burst his opponent, was akin to digging his own grave. Now, having failed to achieve his goal, he found himself in a precarious situation. The elder was caught in a dilemma. Should he stop Zhang Yi, it would mean the Demon Saint's manor was admitting to an inadequacy in their regulations. Yet, if he remained passive, the old lion might genuinely meet his end here. He had anticipated a thrilling clash of titans, yet it had devolved into this farcical scene. With a heavy sigh, the elder massaged his aching temples, ultimately deciding to ascend the arena with a reluctant gait. Upon seeing this, the Lion King felt as though he had grasped a lifeline. Exhaling a sigh of relief as the pallor of his face regained a hint of color. "Elder, you must take my side," he lamented, his voice hoarse. "This scoundrel disregards martial ethics and seized my demon core. Now I am utterly drained of strength, barely able to stand." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi disdainfully curled his lips and remarked in a sarcastic tone, "Lion King, one may indulge in a variety of dishes, but one must not speak carelessly. You were the one who willingly offered it to me. How has it now transformed into a theft on my part? Such a talent for distorting the truth. It is truly a pity you do not pursue storytelling." The Lion King trembled with rage, pointing at Zhang Yi, but found himself at a loss for words. The elder cleared his throat, interrupting their quarrel. "Lion King, please remain calm. Zhang Yi, do not become overly proud." He paused, casting a glance at both individuals. According to the rules of the competition, any occurrences on the arena, provided they do not violate regulations, will not be interfered with by the Demon Sage Palace. Upon hearing this, the Lion King grew anxious. "Elder, this brat is clearly playing tricks." "Silence," the elder interjected sternly. "The rules do not stipulate that one cannot absorb the demon core of the opponent. You are merely reaping the consequences of your own carelessness. Do not blame others." Turning to Zhang Yi, his tone softened somewhat. "Zhang Yi, while your actions do not contravene the rules, they may be deemed somewhat inappropriate. After all, the Lion King is the leader of the Lion Clan. Your conduct could be perceived as somewhat disrespectful." Zhang Yi shrugged innocently, saying, "Elder, this was delivered to me by the Lion King himself. I simply cannot refuse it. Moreover, this demon core is brimming with energy and would greatly benefit my cultivation. Why would I decline?" He paused momentarily, adding, "If you find it inappropriate, perhaps you could gift me one as well? I assure you, I would not be picky." The elder nearly choked on Zhang Yi's words, his complexion shifting between hues of green and white. This lad was truly impervious to reason. Below, Mother Giant Bird was beaming with delight, exclaiming, "Son, splendid work. That old lion deserves it. Who asked him to be so arrogant before?" The elder took a deep breath, striving to suppress his inner fury, and addressed Zhang Yi. "Zhang Yi, I acknowledge your extraordinary talent, yet you must learn to exercise restraint. The Lion King is already gravely injured. Should you continue to be so aggressive, it would be unbecoming." Zhang Yi feigned deep contemplation, stroking his chin as he remarked, "Elder, you are indeed correct. I should know when to exercise restraint. How about I allow him a breath, permitting him to retire in peace?" As he spoke, he yawned deliberately, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Upon hearing these words, the Lion King nearly choked in disbelief, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Allowing a breath? This wretch was clearly intent on humiliating him. The elder's expression darkened further. This insufferable brat was indeed overstepping his bounds. Just as he was about to reprimand Zhang Yi, the latter's countenance abruptly shifted, and he emitted a pained groan, his body shaking violently. The Lion King, filled with excitement, exclaimed loudly, "This brat is on the verge of bursting. How splendid!" Chapter 91. Enough of the nonsense. Zhang Yi felt as though he had swallowed a searing cold ball, his internal organs churning tumultuously. The demonic essence of the Lion King rampaged within him, akin to a wild stallion breaking free, trampling mercilessly upon his meridians. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cursing the ancestral lineage of that deceased lion. "Omnipotent divine skill, grant me your transformation," Zhang Yi silently recited in his heart, yearning for a miracle to manifest. However, what greeted him was a profound silence. What on earth was happening? Zhang Yi felt a sudden chill run from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. This versatile divine skill was his trump card. If it were to fail him at a critical moment, it would surely spell his doom. Just then, the mechanical voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Host, The versatile divine skill cannot convert the same type of energy within a short period. You absorbed the energy of the fox spirit yesterday, and today you cannot absorb the energy of the demon core. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in frustration. Cursed be this wretched system. Why must it impose such limitations? Why not reveal this sooner or later, but instead wait until I am on the brink of explosive demise to disclose it? Regret gnawed at his insides, turning his heart to anguish. Had he known this omnipotent skill harbored such flaws, he would have refrained from this pretense. Now, having failed in his cunning attempt, he found himself ensnared in a predicament of his own making. Zhang Yi's face turned a shade deeper than that of a pig's liver, and beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead. He felt as though his body were a balloon on the verge of bursting, ready to explode at any moment. Below the stage, the giant bird mother, alarmed by her son's pallor, was struck with fear, her voice piercing the air as she cried out, "Son, what is the matter? Do not frighten your mother." The wind god pterosaur was equally taken aback. He had initially believed Zhang Yi to be a prodigious talent, only to discover that he was merely a reckless youth, daring to consume a demon core. Was this not courting death? Meanwhile, the Lion King was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. He watched helplessly as his demon core was devoured by Zhang Yi, convinced that the lad was doomed, and anticipating a moment of vindication. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did Zhang Yi survive, but he also rendered himself in such a grotesque state. Devoid of the support from the demon core, the Lion King's physique rapidly diminished, transforming from a once mighty form into a withered, feeble shadow, akin to a deflated balloon. He collapsed onto the arena floor, resembling a puddle of mud, lacking even the strength to move a finger. The elder of the demon's sacred mansion stood beside the Lion King, his countenance ashen, resembling an enraged statue. Zhang Yi consumed the demon core of the Lion King, and after a series of negotiations, he showed him no respect. This was nothing short of a slap in the face, both to him and to the demon's sacred palace. Internally, he cursed the Lion King for his foolishness and Zhang Yi for his audacity. Now, the situation had escalated, leaving him to ponder how he might resolve it. The elder took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He approached Zhang Yi and spoke in a grave tone. "Zhang Yi, your actions are rather excessive. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhang Yi struggled to raise his head, forcing out a smile that was more grotesque than tears. "Elder, my circumstances are indeed peculiar." "Peculiar?" The elder scoffed. "You are challenging the authority of the Demon Saint Palace." Zhang Yi secretly cursed. "You old fool, stop placing unjust blame on me. This mess was created by that damned lion himself. If he hadn't taken the initiative to offer me the demon pill, would I have consumed it?" However, the current circumstances were more formidable than the individual, and he dared not confront the elder directly. He struggled to contain the tumultuous energy swirling within him. "Special?" He scoffed. The elder's beard trembled as he reiterated his question for the final time. "Will you surrender it, or will you not?" His murky, aged eyes bore into Zhang Yi, as if attempting to see through to his very soul. Zhang Yi inwardly cursed. "You old fool, refusing the offered wine and forcing down the bitter brew. I am on the verge of exploding, and yet you continue to prattle on. Were it not for your status as an elder, I would have long since delivered a resounding slap to silence you." Zhang Yi felt as though his internal organs were being compressed into a singular mass. He desperately attempted to breathe, yet it felt as if an invisible hand were constricting his throat. "I shall grant you one final opportunity." The elder's voice resonated like a death knell from the depths of hell. "Surrender the demon core, and then we shall engage in a fair contest. Otherwise." The elder's sentence trailed off, yet the unspoken threat sent chills down the spine. Below the arena, all the demonic beasts held their breath, riveted by the unfolding drama on stage. "This audacious bird truly has no sense of caution," a trembling deer spirit remarked. "The elder from the demon sage manor is personally involved, and he shows no regard for him whatsoever." "Indeed," a fox spirit chimed in, "this young man is finished. He has thoroughly infuriated those from the demon sage manor." "What does it matter to be infuriated?" a boar spirit grumbled. "His life hangs in the balance. Just look at him. He appears on the verge of being crushed to death." "Alas, what a pity," another spirit lamented. "This young man possesses a certain handsomeness, yet he is nothing more than a reckless fool." Zhang Yi listened to the discussions among the monstrous beasts below, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. How infuriating. Here I am, on the brink of death, and you still have the audacity to revel in this spectacle. He gritted his teeth, desperately suppressing the tumultuous energy surging within him, striving to maintain his consciousness. Zhang Yi felt as though he were a balloon on the verge of bursting, poised to explode into a myriad of fragments at any moment. Dazzling spots danced before his eyes, and a persistent buzzing filled his ears. rendering the malicious whispers of the audience inaudible. A singular thought consumed his mind. It's over. I'm done for. This time it's truly the end. Just then, a figure clad in fiery red darted onto the stage, swift as a bolt of lightning. Zhang Yimou vaguely discerned that the visitor was none other than the Empress. Elder? Are your old eyes clouded? Can't you see he is on the brink of bursting? The Empress's voice was crisp and powerful, laced with an undeniable authority. If he could extract the demon core himself, he would have done so long ago. The elder of the demon saint's residence nearly choked in disbelief, his finger trembling as he pointed at the Empress, struggling to find his words. Where did you come from? Oh, you're also a sun-watching bird. You're together. Aren't you? I remember now. You seem to be this bird's sister. Before he could finish his sentence, the Empress impatiently interrupted. Enough chatter. Hurry and help him extract the demon core. If you delay any longer, this pitiful bird will burst, and the demon core will be destroyed, leaving him half dead at best. The elder's face shifted from green to white in a vivid display of emotions. In all his years, he had never been so humiliated by a few insignificant birds. As a revered elder of the demon saint's residence, to be berated by these juniors was a disgrace he could hardly bear. Anger boiled within him, wishing he could swat these audacious birds away. However, the Empress's words forced him to reconsider. The demon core of the Lion King was no trivial matter. If it were truly to be destroyed by Zhang Yi, the consequences would be dire. Taking a deep breath, he stifled his rage and replied solemnly, Very well. I shall assist in extracting the demon core. However, you must provide an explanation after this matter is resolved. The Empress scoffed. Less talk, more action. The elder ceased his protests and approached Zhang Yi. Just as he was about to place his withered hand on Zhang Yi's chest, the young man suddenly flapped his wings, narrowly evading the elder's touch. The elder froze, his outstretched hand suspended in midair like a chicken's claw, his expression more grotesque than if he had swallowed a fly. Below the arena, the previously murmuring beasts fell silent, their eyes wide in disbelief as if witnessing something extraordinary. What does this mean? What is this kid doing? The Zhazi Jing stammered, his jaw nearly dropping to the ground. The fox spirit looked equally bewildered. Is this bird seeking death? The wild boar spirit scratched his head and muttered, Is this boy foolish? The elder is trying to save him. The elder's face oscillated between shades of blue and white. Never before had he experienced such humiliation in front of so many beasts. He felt his authority severely challenged, and a surge of fury ignited within him. You insolent bird! Do you truly wish to perish? He thundered, his voice resonating like thunder throughout the arena. I am trying to save you, do you understand? Zhang Yi secretly scoffed, yet feigned indifference on the surface as he stammered, Elder, I assure you, I am quite fine. Fine? You are on the verge of bursting. The elder exclaimed, his beard bristling with indignation. Hurry up, spare me your pretense. I shall extract the demon core, or your life will be forfeit. Zhang Yi silently thought to himself, Nonsense. I have already lost all my face. If you were to extract the demon core now, wouldn't I be humiliating myself all the way to the southern heavenly gate? Zhang Yi squinted his eyes, feeling the tumultuous demon core within him thrashing about like a wild beast trapped in a cage, poised to break free at any moment. He endured the excruciating pain, feigning a semblance of weakness, and spoke, Elder, I merely suffer from a slight indigestion. Indigestion? The elder was nearly amused to the point of laughter. Do you take me for a fool? Indigestion could not possibly cause your abdomen to swell to such an extent. You, my boy, are clearly stubbornly resisting, unwilling to allow me to extract the demon core. Zhang Yi silently cursed. Old fool, if you were to let it out so easily, how would I survive in the demon saint's mansion? A glimmer of inspiration struck him. The omnipotent divine skill, while incapable of exchanging for energy-absorbing abilities, could indeed be transformed into a skill for expulsion. I can convert it into a skill for expulsion and eject this Lion King's demon core. This way, it proves that I, Zhang Yi, am not to be suffocated, but merely engaging in a bit of playful mischief. I can swallow this demon core at will, or expel it at my leisure. With this thought, a sense of glee surged within Zhang Yi. He took a deep breath and activated the omnipotent divine skill, transforming it into the skill for expulsion. A powerful force surged from his body, rushing towards the rear. With a resounding puff, accompanied by a foul odor, a demon core shimmering with golden light erupted from Zhang Yi, akin to a cannonball, hurtling directly towards the Empress. The Empress, who had been observing the farce with an air of indifference, couldn't help but scoff at Zhang Yi's foolish antics. However, her expression froze as she beheld the golden demon core soaring towards her. What the hell? She exclaimed, unable to suppress her shock. She never anticipated that the demon core would emerge in such a manner, aimed directly at her. Instinctively, she attempted to evade. Unfortunately, her dodge inadvertently misled the elder of the demon saint's mansion. As the elder caught a whiff of the foul stench, his brow furrowed as he prepared to evade, only to realize it was too late. As he watched the ominous projectile approach, he instinctively reached out to avoid it. Yet, the speed of the object was far too swift for him to react in time. With a resounding bang, the demon core collided forcefully with the elder's face, producing a dull thud. The arena fell into stunned silence. All the demon beasts gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape, as if witnessing an unbelievable spectacle. The elder was utterly frozen, his hands suspended midair, his expression more grotesque than if he had swallowed a fly. "What is happening?" stammered the doe spirit. The fox spirit was equally bewildered, exclaiming, "Did this wretched bird actually expel the demon core?" The wild boar spirit scratched its head, muttering, "This is utterly disgusting." On the arena, Zhang Yi lay back on the ground with a look of utter relief, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. He gazed at the bewildered Empress and the elder, who had been struck by the demon core wrapped in bird droppings, and chuckled inwardly, "Hee hee, did you not expect this? Not only can I swallow, but I can also expel." The elder's face shifted from green to pale as he felt a profound sense of humiliation. As a dignified elder of the demon saint's mansion, he had been struck in the face by a demon core expelled from a bird's rear. If word got out, where would he find the face to hide? He trembled with rage, pointing a shaking finger at Zhang Yi, struggling to articulate a response. Zhang Yiqiang stifled a laugh, feigning a frail demeanor as he said, "Elder, I apologize, but I simply could not contain myself." "Could not contain yourself?" The elder bellowed. "Do you take my face for a latrine?" Zhang Yi felt an inner satisfaction. "Huh, so you finally understand." He quickly replied, "Elder, please do not be angry. I did not intend to do it." "Did you not intend to?" The elder trembled with rage, incredulous that he would believe such a claim. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his anger and coldly declared, "Very well. Just you wait. I shall remember you." With that, the elder stormed off the arena. On the stage, the Empress gazed at the elder's retreating figure before glancing down at Zhang Yi, who lay on the ground, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Having lived for 2 centuries, it was her first encounter with such a bizarre scene. She shook her head, sighed softly, and turned to leave the arena as well. Below the stage, the demonic beasts finally regained their senses, erupting into a cacophony of excitement. "Well, this kid is incredible. He actually extracted the demon core. And he hit the elder right in the face. This lad is truly exceptional." Chapter 93. The frustrated Lion King Zhang Yi listened to the surrounding discussions, feeling an overwhelming sense of pride. He had not anticipated that he would rise to fame in such a manner. Gradually, he stood up, stretching his limbs and reveling in the sensation of comfort that enveloped him. Below the arena, the ever-anxious mother giant bird, upon seeing Zhang Yi unscathed, finally exhaled in relief. Flapping her wings, she squeezed her way to the edge of the platform, cooing at Zhang Yi in what seemed to be a concerned greeting, mingled with the joy of having survived a calamity. The wind god pterosaur erupted into laughter as he bounded onto the stage, embracing Zhang Yi and delivering hearty thumps on his chest, exclaiming, "Well done, brother. You've truly unraveled the essence of the Lion King's demon core. You, my friend, are remarkably adept." Zhang Yi disdainfully pushed him away, weakly rolling his eyes and correcting, "What I meant was effortless ingestion." The wind spirit pterosaur was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, Yes, effortless ingestion. Ha ha, what a marvelous term." Meanwhile, all the beasts' gazes converged upon the Lion King's figure on the arena. His countenance was more grotesque than that of a man who had just consumed excrement, even more vivid than the expression of the elder from the demon's sacred house, who had previously been struck by a demon core. The very core that belonged to him had been devoured by a mere bird and subsequently expelled as waste. This was an utter humiliation. At that moment, the Lion King felt as if he wished for death. Yet he understood that death was merely a fleeting thought. His immediate concern was to swiftly restore the demon core, for only then could his body recuperate. However, as his gaze fell upon the core, now encrusted with bird droppings, his stomach churned violently. It was a Herculean task to turn his head away. The thought was simply unimaginable. How could he possibly swallow that demon core? Curse that sunward bird. The crux of the matter was that the arena was surrounded by beasts eager to witness his downfall, more accurately, to revel in his misfortune. As the illustrious Lion King, could he truly consume that demon core smeared with excrement before so many onlookers? Yet, should he refrain from doing so, he would perish on this very platform from energy depletion. The Lion King was caught in an agonizing internal conflict, trapped in a dilemma. He felt as though he were being roasted over an open flame, caught between two dire choices. Coughing twice, he attempted to shatter the awkward atmosphere, only to find that no one paid him any mind. All the beasts fixated on him, their eyes brimming with mockery and derision. Some bold beasts even began to whisper among themselves. Is the Lion King about to consume excrement? Ha ha ha. This scene is too exquisite to behold. The Lion King's once illustrious reputation was crumbling before his eyes. These whispers pierced his heart like needles, deepening his sense of humiliation. He inhaled deeply, striving to maintain his composure. At this juncture, he had no choice but to summon his courage. He slowly approached the demon core, each step laden with an unbearable weight, as if his feet were shackled with immense stones. The surrounding beasts, witnessing his approach, erupted with excitement, urging him on. Go for it, Lion King. Just one last bite. Don't hesitate, consume it quickly. We are all eager to witness your performance. The Lion King gritted his teeth, suppressing a wave of nausea, and bent down to extend his paw. The ensuing scene was indeed quite distressing to behold. The Lion King hesitated to consume the tainted demon core, which was caked in filth. He prodded it with a claw, then disdainfully wiped his paw against his magnificent mane, attempting to rid himself of the repugnant odor. Although much of the bird droppings had been removed, the lingering stench stubbornly clung to the demon core, as if mocking the Lion King's dignity. His face oscillated between crimson and pallor, a vivid palette of emotions. The majestic Lion King, ruler among the demon kind, had been reduced to the humiliation of consuming a demon core smeared with bird excrement, an utter disgrace. He inhaled deeply and exhaled slowly, engaged in an internal struggle of epic proportions. Eat. To survive, he must eat. He encouraged himself, dismissing the repulsive nature of the situation. Had he not consumed decayed flesh before? Why fear this triviality? He closed his eyes, as if preparing for a noble sacrifice, held his breath, and swallowed the demon core in one swift motion. As the core entered his body, a warm current coursed through him, swiftly revitalizing his weakened form. The Lion King exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling as though he had been reborn. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and was poised to confront Zhang Yi, only to find the surrounding demon beasts regarding him with peculiar glances, their whispers incessant. Goodness, the Lion King actually ate it. I thought he was formidable. Yet here we are. Ah, a lifetime of glory, tarnished in an instant. These murmurs pierced his heart like sharp thorns, and his face flushed with embarrassment. Wishing to vanish into the ground, he stifled the humiliation within, gesturing respectfully to the great demon responsible for maintaining order at the demon-sacred mansion. I request a pause in the competition. I urgently need to. Before the great demon could respond, the insufferable voice of Zhang Yi echoed. Oh, Lion King. Are you leaving? Afraid after being swallowed by a demon core? You are the Lion King. How can you be so cowardly? Zhang Yi's words undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. In the past, the Lion King would have erupted in fury, charging at Zhang Yi with reckless abandon. Yet now, he merely yearned to escape this place that had stripped him of his dignity. Silence. The Lion King growled through gritted teeth, turning away in haste. He sought a secluded spot to find solace, to regain his composure, and perhaps to cleanse his spirit. Observing the Lion King's hasty retreat, Zhang Yi erupted into hearty laughter, a sense of indescribable exhilaration filling his heart. He could hardly believe he had triumphed over the Lion King in such a manner. It was far more gratifying than defeating him outright. The wind god Pterosaur joined in the laughter, clapping Zhang Yi on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, my brother. You truly are a talent. You've left the Lion King utterly humiliated." Zhang Yi proudly lifted his chin. After the Lion King's ignominious departure from the arena, Zhang Yi felt a surge of clarity. Even his breath came easier. He surveyed the audience, still in a state of shock, and a playful smile crept across his lips. The wind god Pterosaur landed beside him, its enormous wings stirring up a tempest that nearly tousled Zhang Yi's hair into disarray. What a remarkable feat. The Lion King's face must be ashen now, ha ha ha. The wind god Pterosaur laughed heartily, its dragon whiskers quivering with mirth. Just average, merely third in the world. Zhang Yi humbly waved his hand, yet his heart was filled with joy. He cast a glance at the Empress on the high platform, discovering that she was watching him with great interest, her eyes shimmering with admiration. Zhang Yi felt a surge of joy within, realizing that his attempt to impress had been remarkably successful. Chapter 94. The pot boiled over. The competition was momentarily halted, and Zhang Yi, surrounded by the majestic mother giant bird and the Empress, returned to the makeshift resting area. Upon entering, He promptly seated himself cross-legged and closed his eyes to rejuvenate his spirit. Although he had not refined the demon core of the Lion King, the spiritual energy and vitality it contained still enveloped him in a wave of comfort, akin to indulging in a soothing hot spring. Little Pooh waddled over, gazing at Zhang Yi with curiosity, and in a sweet, innocent voice, asked, "Daddy, is the Lion King's demon core delicious? What does it taste like?" Zhang Yi opened his eyes and, with a chuckle, patted the little head of Pooh, saying, "Silly child, a demon core is not meant for consumption. It is utilized for cultivation. If you wish to know its flavor, you ought to inquire with the Lion King, for he has just tasted it himself. Ha ha ha." Pooh, seemingly grasping only part of this, tilted his head and asked, "But why would the Lion King consume his own demon core? Is he not foolish?" Zhang Yi found himself momentarily at a loss for words. This question was indeed difficult to articulate. Surely, he could not explain to the child that the Lion King had no choice but to swallow the demon core to preserve his dignity after being besmirched by bird droppings. At that moment, the Empress approached, gracefully taking a seat beside Zhang Yi. With a light laugh, she said, "Little Pooh, the Lion King consumes the demon core to regain his strength, enabling him to continue the competition." "Oh, I see," Little Pooh exclaimed, enlightened, only to innocently inquire, "Is the Lion King's demon core delicious?" The Empress chuckled softly, glancing at Zhang Yi. "That question, I fear, only the Lion King himself can answer." On that day, the elder of the demon sacred mansion, the Lion Clan's patriarch, and Zhang Yi, the sun-watching bird, were indeed renowned figures. Zhang Yi had swallowed the Lion King's demon core whole, without refining it, merely for amusement, and afterward expelled it. Their interactions were characterized by a playful rivalry. The elder of the demon sacred mansion had been struck in the face by the demon core, which was unfortunately smeared with bird droppings, while the Lion King, left with no option, consumed the demon core covered in the unsightly mess. These tales spread wildly both within and beyond the realms of the demon sacred mansion. Zhang Yi meticulously organized the energy within his body. After stretching languidly, he approached the door. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by a chorus of whispered gossip. "Alas, the magnificent Lion King has fallen to such a disgraceful predicament, resorting to such indignities. What a shame indeed. Indeed, it is said that the demonic essence was extracted by the sunbird. The Lion King's reputation has been utterly tarnished." Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. The sunbird's methods of humiliation are shockingly cruel. The speed at which this news has spread is astonishing. Zhang Yi listened to the discussions outside, feeling an indescribable sensation within. He had not anticipated that a momentary whim would lead to such a considerable uproar. At that moment, the wind god pterosaur approached him, wearing a look of gleeful malice, and remarked, "Well, my friend, you have certainly become famous. The entire Demon Saint's mansion is abuzz with tales of how you devoured the Lion King's demon core and then regurgitated it for the Lion King to consume again." Ha ha ha. To be honest, Zhang Yi did not wish for the rumors to spread so wildly. After all, he had nearly been overwhelmed by the demon core himself. Inside the grand hall of the Demon Saint's mansion, the atmosphere was so tense it felt as though it could drip with moisture. The usually boisterous demons were now utterly silent, not daring to even breathe. They exchanged furtive glances, their eyes a tumultuous mix of fear and schadenfreude, akin to a pot of hodgepodge stew. At the center of the hall, the broad-shouldered elder sat with a grim expression on an intricately carved chair, exuding an oppressive chill. He fixed his gaze intently on the empty table before him, as if he could bore a hole through it with his stare. Visible claw marks marred the elder's face, remnants of his earlier vigorous scrubbing. "Is it not ready yet?" The elder's roar echoed through the hall, sending the assembled demons sprawling to the ground in terror. "Elder, it will be ready soon," a large demon stammered, its voice barely above a whisper. The elder was infuriated, smoke practically emitting from his nostrils. How could he, a distinguished elder of the Demon Saint's mansion, have been so humiliated by the excrement of a sun-watcher bird? It was an utter disgrace. To add insult to injury, that demon core was the Lion King's. It had been swallowed by that wretched bird and then regurgitated, only to end up smeared across his face. The elder's rage mounted with every thought, wishing fervently to strip the feathers from that sun-watcher bird. He abruptly stood, kicking over the table with a resounding crash, causing the demons to tremble in fear. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress the fury surging within him. He pointed at the quaking demons outside, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Listen up. For the next few days, keep a vigilant watch on those birds, especially that damned sun-watcher bird. If they cause any more trouble, I will flay your skins." The demons nodded vigorously, fearing that any delay might make them the target of the elder's wrath. Moreover, if you observe any behavior that violates the rules of the Demon Saint's mansion, even if it's just them relieving themselves indiscriminately, announce it immediately and expel them. Do you understand? The elder bellowed, saliva spraying the nearest young demons. Do you understand? The myriad of creatures trembled as they responded, silently praying that the troublesome birds would refrain from causing further chaos, for it was they, the insignificant minions, who would bear the brunt of any fallout. The elder, fuming with indignation, returned to his seat, vigorously rubbing his face where remnants of claw marks lingered, still seething with unbridled fury. Simultaneously, within the lion tribe's cavern, the atmosphere was stifling, almost suffocating. The Lion King secluded himself in his chamber, his majestic visage marred by humiliation and wrath. How could he, the illustrious king of lions, be subjected to such indignity? To have consumed excrement, no less, drawn from the clutches of a sunbird. This was an affront of unparalleled disgrace, more tormenting than death itself. Pacing back and forth in his confinement, the Lion King left deep, jagged scratches upon the floor with his massive claws. The furnishings of his quarters lay in ruins. Priceless artifacts shattered across the ground, the air thick with the sin of rage. Cursed bird! Accursed sunbird! The Lion King growled softly, his voice laced with suppressed fury. He longed to burst forth and rend that wretched sunbird to shreds. After what felt like an eternity, the Lion King finally regained his composure. Drawing a deep breath, he endeavored to quell the tempest of his emotions. He understood that this was not the time for impulsivity. He sought vengeance and yearned for the sunbird to pay a grievous price. He flung open the door and emerged into the cavern, standing resolutely in the center, his gaze icy as it swept over the assembly of Lion Tribe members. From this day forth, we, the Lion Tribe, shall be irreconcilable foes with the sunbird Zhang-Yi. His voice resonated, deep and powerful, each word seemingly extracted from between clenched teeth. I will ensure he pays dearly, that he regrets ever gracing this world. The Lion Tribe members fell silent, struck dumb by the sight of their king's unbridled fury. All members who participated in the arena challenges shall confront the sunbird Zhang-Yi and his kin, the Lion King declared. I will ensure they are humiliated on the arena stage, suffering a fate worse than death. Chapter 95. Postponement of the contest in light of the tumultuous events that transpired yesterday. The host, the Demon Sacred Palace, has deemed it necessary to position Zhang-Yi and the Lion King as the final competitors to take the stage. This final does not refer to the last match of the day, but rather to the concluding day of the arena contest. Thus, the last day shall be graced solely by the formidable champions, the most exceptional of contenders. Zhang-Yi and the Lion King shall face the ultimate confrontation on the final day against the colossal beasts that have persevered until the end. Naturally, the Demon Sage Palace must seek the consent of the protagonists, Zhang-Yi and the Lion King, regarding this matter. Once they acquiesce, it can be arranged in accordance with the rules of the competition. On this day, Zhang-Yi was in remarkably high spirits, humming a merry tune. He meticulously groomed his somewhat disheveled feathers with his claws. The image of the Lion King's humiliating moment from the previous day continued to replay in his mind, filling him with delight. He even took a moment to admire his handsome and debonair reflection in a puddle, ensuring that his appearance was impeccable before striding confidently towards the arena, eager to entertain the Lion King, who was undoubtedly brimming with pent-up frustration. However, before he could reach the arena, he was confronted by a formidable figure, an imposing demon from the Demon Sage Manor, exuding an aura of superiority. This hulking demon, with a leopard-like head and piercing eyes, resembled a guardian deity, leading Zhang-Yi to momentarily question whether he had stumbled into the territory of a notorious gang. You must be Zhang-Yi, the demon intoned in a deep, resonant voice, causing Zhang-Yi's eardrums to thrum. What brings you here, my friend? Zhang-Yi responded cautiously, pondering whether the incident from yesterday, when he accidentally splattered the bird-dropping demon pill on the face of an elder from the Demon Sage Manor, had provoked the elder to send someone to teach him a lesson. Surely not. After all, this elder was a figure of considerable stature within the Demon Sage Manor. Could he truly be so petty? The elder cleared his throat and began. It is thus, after deliberation among the high-ranking officials of the Demon Sage Manor, it has been decided that your contest with the Lion King will be scheduled for the final day. We now wish to hear your thoughts on this arrangement. Do you agree or disagree? Upon hearing this, Zhang-Yi's heart blossomed with joy. This was splendid indeed. The longer the delay, the more constrained that lion-hearted fellow would feel. And perhaps he would end up suffocating himself without Zhang-Yi needing to lift a finger. With this thought in mind, he eagerly nodded his head in agreement. Absolutely. No problem at all. You are indeed straightforward. The great demon let out a hearty laugh, clapping Zhang Yi on the shoulder with such force that he nearly toppled over. Then it is settled. Do not let us down when the time comes. After bidding farewell to the great demon, Zhang Yi, in high spirits, prepared to continue his journey to the arena. However, at that moment, the giant bird mother, who had been following closely behind, erupted in fury. With a resounding slap, she struck Zhang Yi, sending him spinning 3 times on the spot, causing 3 splendid tail feathers to fall away. Zhang Yi cupped his burning cheeks, tears glistening in his eyes as he looked up at the towering mother bird, feeling utterly wronged. Mother, why did you strike me? I did nothing to provoke you. Nothing to provoke me? You foolish, brainless idiot. The mother bird exclaimed in a fit of rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Yi's nose. Did I not tell you that those who endure until the end are formidable beings, some of whom have cultivated their powers for hundreds or even thousands of years? What do you possess to compete with them? At the very least, do not expect to emerge victorious. Merely surviving their wrath would be a notable achievement. Zhang Yi has recently been shedding an alarming amount of fur, which has already caused him considerable distress. After losing 3 more strands, he lamented with a woeful expression, Mother, if you keep pulling my fur, I shall become utterly bald. To which the mother bird, exasperated, retorted, it's your own fault for being so thick-headed. If we continue this competition, we might still secure a mid-level spirit residence. Otherwise, by the end, we shall be left with not a single strand. Zhang Yi clutched his head, expressing his grievance. But I have already made a promise to them. What nonsense! The giant bird mother exclaimed, furiously hopping in place. Go and tell them immediately that we will not compete. Right now, at once, without delay. Zhang Yi let out a helpless sigh. He understood that the giant bird mother acted out of concern for him, yet he had already made a commitment to the demon saint's manor. To renege on that promise would be to tarnish his integrity. Furthermore, he harbored a deep-seated desire to teach the Lion King a lesson, to make him understand the reason behind the brilliance of the flowers. Alas, mother, your vision is too narrow. Zhang Yi exuded an air of unwavering confidence, as if victory were already assured. His ambitions were not merely set on an intermediate spirit abode, but rather on an advanced one. Upon hearing this, the mother giant bird nearly lost her breath. Her sharp, avian eyes widened in disbelief, and her pointed beak nearly grazed Zhang Yi's face, contorting in indignation. An advanced spirit abode? Are you dreaming? With your meager skills, do you truly believe you can attain such a lofty goal? I suspect you were merely frightened out of your wits by that Lion King yesterday, seeking an excuse to evade the challenge. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi instantly erupted with indignation. Who was frightened to the core? Am I, Zhang Yi, the kind of coward who fears for his life? He strained his neck, striving to project an air of authority. However, in the presence of his mother's formidable stature, his bravado appeared as insignificant as a firefly vying for attention against the brilliance of the full moon, rendering him absurdly comical. Witnessing Zhang Yi's stubborn defiance, his mother, the colossal bird, grew even more enraged, her immense wings suddenly unfurling, stirring a tempestuous wind. It seemed she was poised to administer a lesson of tough love to her oblivious son. Zhang Yi trembled in fear, instinctively clutching his head as he shook uncontrollably. Just at that critical moment, a melodious voice rang out. Never mind. This lad must be too intimidated by yesterday's events to dare participate in the competition. Zhang Yi abruptly lifted his head, only to find the Empress standing not far away. Her eyes, the size of mung beans, glimmering with a teasing light. He almost laughed in exasperation, thinking, who would dare to challenge me? What is there for me to fear? The Empress let out a light chuckle, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. Oh, is that so? Then what of your demon core, wrapped in bird droppings, which you allowed the Lion King to swallow yesterday? Are you not afraid of retribution? That he might shatter you in the arena? Zhang Yi fixed his gaze upon the Empress's petite, bean-sized eyes, and suddenly burst into laughter. This woman truly has a knack for stirring the pot. Very well, you may say whatever you wish. I shan't bother to argue with you. He waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the arena. For today, he had no pressing matters at hand. He decided to immerse himself fully in the role of a spectator and relish the lively spectacle. As Zhang Yi departed, the mother giant bird was about to pursue him, only to be intercepted by the Empress. Forget about him. Let him do as he pleases, she stated in a nonchalant tone. Moreover, since the demon's sacred mansion sought him out for discussion, it was evident that they did not wish for him to participate in the upcoming contest. After all, the events of yesterday had caused quite a stir, and the elders of the demon's sacred mansion had their own reputations to uphold. Upon hearing this, the mother giant bird found her reasoning to be quite sound. Zhang Yi is currently engaged in a contest on the arena, and even his presence in the public eye evokes memories of the elder from the demon's sacred manor being struck in the face by a lump of excrement. The demon's sacred manor is undoubtedly reluctant to endure such humiliation once more. Chapter 96. I am here for the spectacle within the confines of the demon's sacred manor. Adorned with intricately carved beams and resplendent gold, a thick aura of demonic energy permeates the air. A robust black bear demon, with a glossy coat, stands respectfully before an elderly man with flowing white hair, who is none other than an elder of the demon's sacred manor. Elder, everything has been arranged. That young man and the Lion King have both agreed to compete on the final day, the great demon reported in a deep, sonorous voice, laced with a hint of flattery. The elder stroked his long beard, a barely perceptible sigh of relief escaping his weathered visage. Splendid, he replied in a measured tone. Yet inwardly he felt a weight lifting. The incident from yesterday, that avian excretion, still haunted him, a nightmare that seemed inescapable, leaving his dignity in tatters. Wishing he could vanish into the depths of the earth. In recent days, he had made every effort to avoid the public eye, fearful of any oblivious beast bringing up that embarrassing affair. He believed that time is the greatest healer. Given enough time, the beast would inevitably forget. After all, these creatures, lacking in wisdom, have poor memories and will gradually let such matters fade away. For the time being, you will continue to monitor the contest. Report any developments promptly. I shall refrain from making an appearance, the elder gestured dismissively, signaling the black bear demon to withdraw. Yes, elder, rest assured, there will be no mishaps. The great demon nodded obsequiously before hastily departing. The elder watched the retreating figure, gradually closing his eyes. As the image of that descending lump of bird droppings resurfaced in his mind. Cursed foul bird, he muttered under his breath. Surrounding the arena, the air was alive with clamorous voices, as an array of bizarre and fantastical demon beasts jostled for position, creating a vibrant and bustling atmosphere. Zhang Yi swaggered through the bustling crowd, cradling a massive bone in his hands, nearly devoid of any remnants of flesh, polished to a gleaming sheen by his voracious gnawing. He made his way directly to a vantage point below the arena, a seat he had claimed just days prior. However, today's circumstances were markedly different. A corpulent wild boar demon sprawled comfortably in that very spot, its thunderous snoring resonating as if the entire world were inconsequential to its existence. Zhang Yi furrowed his brow slightly. There was nothing he loathed more than others encroaching upon his territory, especially when he was in a rather foul mood. Hey, you gluttonous hog, rise. Zhang Yi bellowed in a coarse and boisterous manner, simultaneously biting into the bone in his hand with a vigorous crunch that resonated in the air. This bone was none other than the remnants of Lion Jintian. The previous night, his family had thoroughly devoured every morsel of the lion's flesh, leaving behind only this bare skeletal frame, which he now utilized as a gnawing stick. The wild boar demon, seemingly oblivious, continued to snore thunderously. Zhang Yi was instantly consumed by fury. He delivered a powerful kick to the ample rear of the wild boar demon, bellowing, "Are you deaf? Get up." Startled by the unexpected blow, the wild boar demon jolted awake, its abundant flesh quivering. Rubbing his bleary eyes, he gazed at Zhang Yi with a bewildered expression. His tone laced with annoyance. "Who are you to kick me?" Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, tossing the bone in his hand onto the ground, and pointed at the wild boar demon's snout, cursing, "Have you gone blind in your pig eyes? This is my territory. Be gone at once." It was only then that the wild boar demon noticed the bone in Zhang Yi's grasp, and terror gripped him, causing his soul to tremble. The aura of this bone was all too familiar. It belonged to the fierce Lion Jintian, who had met a gruesome fate at the hands of Zhang Yi and his family. The wild boar demon, still groggy from sleep, had its plump face glistening in the sunlight, resembling a bulbous lantern slathered in lard. With a few vigorous blinks of its small eyes, it finally discerned who stood before it. Good heavens, was that not Zhang Yi? The very stir of trouble. In the demon sage's mansion, Zhang Yi's name was known far and wide. In recent days, he had been at the center of one uproar after another. From devouring Lion Jintian to serving the elders of the demon sage's mansion a bird droppings feast, he was nothing short of a calamity. A comedic star within the realm of humor. The boar demon grinned widely, revealing two large yellowed teeth, and chuckled awkwardly. "Oh, if it isn't my brother Zhang Yi. I can't believe you've returned. I heard your contest with the Lion King has been scheduled for the final day." Zhang Yi scoffed dismissively, waving the bone in front of the pig demon. "Is it not permissible for me to observe the battle?" The bone, not to perfection and glistening with grease, reflected a blinding light under the sun, sending shivers down the spine of the pig demon. This was none other than the bone of the formidable Shi Zhentian, The pig demon dared not utter another word of protest, hastily shifting its corpulent body to make way for Zhang Yi. It certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as Shi Jintian, ending up as nothing more than a bare, desolate bone. Zhang Yi plopped down onto the seat, crossing his legs and continuing to gnaw on the bone in his hand, producing a crisp crunching sound. This noise resonated sharply in the silence of the arena, causing the surrounding demon beasts to wince in discomfort. The other creatures, drawn by the sound, turned their gazes toward Zhang Yi. In an instant, a cacophony of laughter and chatter erupted, reminiscent of a pot boiling over. "Ha! This fellow has returned once more. What a delight!" one exclaimed. "Seeing him reminds me of yesterday's events, which left the elder of the demon saint's residence positively green with rage, thanks to this very rascal." Indeed, the image of the Lion King consuming that demon core coated in bird droppings is still vivid in my mind. What a sight! The various voices erupted around the arena. As the originally observing demon beasts shifted their focus entirely to Zhang Yi, recounting the previous day's antics. No one seemed to care about the ongoing competition on the stage. Clearly, Zhang Yi's escapades were far more entertaining than the flashy performances being displayed. The atmosphere was raucous, bustling with chatter, far more vibrant than a marketplace. A few larger demons tasked with maintaining order rushed over to assess the situation. "What is happening? What is going on? Everyone, quiet down." One of the larger demons bellowed. Yet his voice was quickly drowned out by the din of conversation, as he pushed through the crowd and beheld Zhang Yi seated there. He was momentarily taken aback. How could it be this troublesome bird once again? Zhang Yi glanced at the great demon and continued to gnaw on the bone in his hand, displaying an air of indifference. "Isn't today the final day of the competition?" the great demon inquired. "Indeed," came the reply. Zhang Yi, with an expression of innocence, retorted, "I am merely here to observe the contest." The great demon was momentarily rendered speechless. He truly did not anticipate that Zhang Yi would dare to make an appearance. However, upon further reflection, he realized that it was not Zhang Yi who should feel embarrassed, but rather the elders and the Lion King. Why should they hesitate to show themselves? Moreover, while they could restrict others from competing, they could not prevent him from witnessing the event. In Chapter 97, Selfishness, the great demon pulled Zhang Yi aside and lowered his voice, saying, "My dear brother Zhang Yi, why not return to rest for a while? There are still 3 days until the final contest. During these 3 days, it would be wise for you to refrain from making an appearance, allowing yourself to recuperate and gather your strength for the grand display on the final day." This seemingly well-meaning advice was, in truth, an attempt to dissuade him from causing further trouble. After all, the incident involving the bird droppings meal from yesterday still weighed heavily on the minds of the elders, who now felt compelled to navigate around Zhang Yi whenever they walked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi wore a look of utter bewilderment. 3 days? 3 days without stepping outside. "And I shall be utterly suffocated," he exclaimed, exaggeratingly taking a deep breath as if he were on the verge of asphyxiation. The great demon let out a sigh, expressing profound exasperation. "If you were to emerge, our competition venue would descend into chaos. As you have just witnessed, the controversy surrounding you is immense, and the spotlight is predominantly fixed upon you. No matter how spectacular the duel may be on the stage, it would garner no attention." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi was suddenly enlightened. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Ah, so you do not wish for me to venture out, fearing it might disrupt the competition. But I merely wish to observe the match. I am not participating, so how could I possibly hinder anyone?" As he spoke, he innocently blinked his eyes. The great demon, witnessing Zhang Yi's stubbornness, had no choice but to resort to a powerful tactic. From within his robes, he produced a fruit exuding an enticing fragrance and offered it to Zhang Yi. "Should you choose to remain indoors, this exquisite treasure shall be yours, and I shall deliver one to you each day." As soon as Zhang Yi laid eyes on the spiritual fruit, his gaze sparkled with delight. This was a fruit that had sprouted in the domain of the demon saint's mansion, rich in spiritual energy. Consuming even one would undoubtedly amplify his own spiritual power. He could almost envision himself progressing by leaps and bounds, effortlessly overpowering various demon kings. However, Zhang Yi quickly suppressed his excitement, donning a mask of feigned difficulty. With a sigh, he lamented, "Alas, you only offer such a meager amount. I have a large family at home, including my poor elderly mother and my younger sister who is still growing." Upon hearing this, the great demon furrowed his brow, realizing that this fellow sought to extort more. Just as he was about to refuse, Zhang Yi continued, "They are all eagerly awaiting my return with delicious treats. Moreover, my purpose for coming to observe the battle To be frank, was also to scavenge a bit, hoping to find remnants of what others have consumed to bring back to them. The corner of the great demon's mouth twitched, scavenging the leftovers of others. This young man truly possessed an extraordinary audacity. Taking a deep breath to quell the impulse to kick Zhang Yi away, he gritted his teeth and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" Zhang Yi's eyes glimmered with mischief as he extended 5 fingers, proclaiming, 5. If I receive 5 spiritual fruits each day, I shall ensure I do not step outside. The great demon nearly choked in disbelief. 5. Why don't you just go and seize them yourself? These are the spiritual fruits of the demon sage's mansion, not mere cabbages found by the roadside. He struggled to contain his fury, gritting his teeth as he demanded, 5 is far too excessive. At most, 3. Zhang Yi, after a moment of contemplation, extended 4 fingers. 4. It cannot be any less. My sister is at a critical stage of growth, and insufficient nutrition is simply unacceptable. The great demon inwardly roared, Is your sister a glutton? How can she possibly require 4 spirit fruits and still claim to be lacking in nourishment? Yet, he was compelled to force a smile upon his face. 3. Truly, it cannot exceed that. The elders would never consent to more. Zhang Yi let out a sigh, feigning great reluctance as he said, very well, 3 it shall be. Who could resist such filial piety? With that, he swiftly seized the spiritual fruit from the hands of the great demon and swallowed it whole, doing so with remarkable finesse, much to the chagrin of the demon, who felt a pang of regret. In the ensuing 2 days, Zhang Yi indeed honored his promise by not appearing at the competition venue. He nestled in his humble abode, munching on the spiritual fruit while diligently cultivating, leading a rather contented existence. Zhang Yi naturally refrained from sharing the spiritual fruit bestowed by the demon sage manor with others, as he himself found it insufficient. Zhang Yi savored the last bite of the spiritual fruit, letting out a contented burp as he casually discarded the pit onto the ground. It was the 2nd day, and indeed, the reputation of the spiritual fruit from the demon sage's residence was well-deserved. Its abundant spiritual energy and delightful sweetness made him feel as though he was on the verge of a breakthrough in his cultivation. Just then, the door swung open with a resounding bang. The Empress entered, her waist swaying gracefully. Upon spotting the discarded fruit pits scattered across the floor, her delicate brows furrowed, and her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. Zhang Yi, so you have been hiding here indulging yourself while we have been left starving. Zhang Yi rolled his eyes, a look of disdain crossing his face. Am I a treacherous wolf for indulging alone? What about you? Who devoured the entire batch of elixirs prepared by our family without a second thought? Why don't you call yourself a treacherous wolf as well? How dare you criticize me? The Empress was momentarily rendered speechless by his retort, her anger causing her features to contort. Those elixirs are rightfully mine. Do not attempt to divert the topic. Hand over the remaining spiritual fruits immediately, or I shall inform the others and let them adjudicate this matter. With that, the Empress lunged forward furiously, rummaging through Zhang Yi's belongings in a desperate attempt to uncover the hidden spiritual fruits. Zhang Yi allowed her to search, wearing a mocking smile upon his face. What spiritual fruits could possibly remain on him? The demon saint's residence delivered only 3 each day, and he had long since consumed them all, leaving the seeds on the ground nearly desiccated. After a thorough search, the Empress found nothing. A flicker of doubt crossing her face. It cannot be. With so many seeds, you must have hidden some. Zhang Yi spread his hands, a look of innocence on his face. See, there is nothing, right? I told you, yet you still doubt me. Then where did these spiritual fruits come from? The Empress still refused to relent. They were given by the demon saint mansion. Zhang Yi shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, Nonsense. The Empress scoffed. How could the demon saint manor possibly bestow upon you spiritual fruits? Who do you think you are? Do you believe that the people of the demon saint manor owe you anything? Believe it or not. Zhang Yi, disinterested in offering an explanation, stifled a yawn and said, If there's nothing else, you may leave. I shall return to my cultivation. The Empress, infuriated, stamped her foot in frustration, yet found herself powerless against him. She understood Zhang Yi's disposition, unyielding and impervious to persuasion. Even if she were to confide in others, it was unlikely they could sway him. Humph. If you choose not to speak, then I shall remain here, refusing to depart. If you possess the capability, continue to hide and do not partake. The Empress glared at him fiercely before unceremoniously plopping down across from Zhang Yi, clearly determined to confront him to the bitter end. Zhang Yi was momentarily rendered speechless. If this girl continued to linger without leaving, how would he be able to indulge in his secret pleasures? Nevertheless, the spiritual fruit had already been delivered today. If he were to send more, it would have to wait until tomorrow. Zhang Yi pondered whether the Empress could remain here for another day. Chapter 98. Stipulating Conditions. After a night had passed, Zhang Yi concluded his meditation and opened his eyes to find the Empress across from him, peacefully asleep with her knees drawn to her chest. Her serene countenance was devoid of the usual arrogance, revealing instead a charming innocence that rendered her even more endearing. Zhang Yi couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl was truly persistent. To his surprise, she had indeed sat there the entire night. Was it really worth it for 3 spirit fruits? However, a sense of urgency began to creep in. Based on previous patterns, the spirit fruits from the Demon Saint's mansion were likely to arrive imminently. With her steadfastly guarding her position, would she not end up snatching them away? Indeed, as the saying goes, fear begets what it dreads. Suddenly, a series of knocks interrupted Zhang Yi's thoughts. Who is it? He inquired. The spirit fruits from the Demon Saint's mansion, came a respectful voice from outside. It was over. Zhang Yi called out to the outside, "Come in." A servant from the Demon Saint's manor entered, cradling 3 luscious, crimson spiritual fruits. "Young Master Zhang, here are today's spiritual fruits." The servant placed the fruits upon the table and bowed respectfully, saying, "Young Master Zhang, I shall take my leave." Before Zhang Yi could utter a word, he felt a gust of wind sweep past him. In a daze, the Empress rubbed her bleary eyes. And upon catching sight of the luscious, crimson spirit fruits, her drowsiness vanished instantly. She widened her eyes, fixating intently on the 3 spirit fruits as if she had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. The people of the Yao Yao Sacred Palace truly sent spirit fruits to this young man, she murmured to herself, her expression one of disbelief. Suddenly, she turned sharply to look at Zhang Yi, her gaze filled with curiosity and inquiry, wondering what on earth was going on. Zhang Yi, in a moment of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. Once the individuals from the Demon Saint's mansion had departed, he leisurely began to elucidate. It is all due to that wretched competition. Those old geezers fear that my presence might incite discussions, hence they have confined me to my abode for the past few days. He pondered to himself. Since I am unable to venture outside, I ought to receive some form of compensation, right? Thus, they have graciously provided me with spiritual fruits, 3 fresh ones each day. The Empress, momentarily taken aback, swiftly snatched one of the spiritual fruits and, without a hint of hesitation, stuffed it into her mouth, juice splattering everywhere. As she chewed voraciously, she mumbled incoherently, "Is this really it? What else could it be?" Zhang Yi raised his hands in exasperation, questioning what more was desired. The Empress, having savored the spirit fruit, delicately licked her fingers, and her eyes glimmered with mischief, insatiable. "Not sufficient." Zhang Yi arched an eyebrow. 3 is inadequate? This is the spirit fruit from the Demon Saint's manor. The Empress leaned closer to Zhang Yi, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. "What I refer to is not merely the spirit fruit. Since they are reluctant to allow your departure and are willing to bestow spirit fruits, why not request even more from them?" Zhang Yi wore a perplexed expression. "Are you implying the spirit palace?" he inquired. "Indeed," the Empress replied with unwavering conviction. Uffed. Zhang Yi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, exclaiming, "My goodness, how audacious can one be? They merely refused to let me attend the match. And yet you dare to demand a spirit talisman from them? Only a lunatic would acquiesce to such a request." The Empress curled her lips in disdain, responding, "I merely seek a basic spirit talisman, the most rudimentary kind." Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly smacked his thigh. How insightful. How could I have overlooked this? This is indeed a matter concerning the dignity of the elders. They would certainly take this into consideration when offering a low-level spiritual talisman for the sake of their own prestige. Zhang Yi wiped his face and sighed. While it is one thing to negotiate, you must not be overly demanding. What if they become enraged and decide to take me hostage? The Empress shot him a glance. Take you hostage? Do they dare? You are a representative of the Demon Saint's manor. Should they lay a hand on you, who would ever dare to challenge them again? After concluding their discussion, the 2 of them soared towards the direction of the Demon Saint's manor. The attendant who had delivered the spiritual fruit had not ventured far when he felt a gust of wind sweep over his head. He looked up and was nearly struck with terror. That familiar figure was none other than Zhang Yi. "Oh no." The attendant muttered to himself as he turned and dashed towards the Demon Saint's manor. How could the scoundrel have emerged once more? Hadn't he just given him the spiritual fruit? What on earth was to be done now? Zhang Yi and the Empress arrived at the Demon Saint's mansion, directly seeking out several overseers among the great demons. Each of these formidable beings possessed a rotund physique and a jovial visage, clearly accustomed to a life of indulgence and luxury. "Esteemed lords, we have come today to discuss a matter of significance with you." Zhang Yi politely clasped his hands together, striving to appear as courteous as possible. Oh, what is the matter? One of the formidable demons cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Yi, his tone laced with disdain. It is as follows. During this period, several esteemed lords have imposed restrictions on my freedom in order to uphold the reputation of the demon sacred manor. I express my profound understanding of this situation. Zhang Yi paused for a moment, observing the reactions of the formidable demons around him. However, being confined in this manner left an uncomfortable sensation lingering in his heart. Therefore, he pondered, what do you intend to do? An impatient demon interrupted him. I wonder if the esteemed lords might consider providing me with some form of compensation? Finally, Zhang Yi articulated his true intention. Compensation? The demons were taken aback, as they had already been delivering 3 spirit fruits to him daily. Why would he still seek compensation? Esteemed lords, those spirit fruits are no longer of any necessity to us. Zhang Yi, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, inquired, what do you mean by that? The several great demons were momentarily perplexed. Zhang Yi chuckled and said, indeed, esteemed great demons, being confined like this is rather inconvenient for me. I wish to reside in a spiritual abode. A spiritual abode? The great demons erupted into uproarious laughter, as though they had heard the most absurd joke imaginable. Young man, are you lost in a dream? Do you truly believe that a spiritual abode is a place for you? The great demons scoffed dismissively. Zhang Yi remained unperturbed. Still wearing a smile, esteemed gentlemen, I have not requested anything extravagant. Even a basic spirit abode, the most rudimentary kind, would suffice. Absolutely not. The great demon retorted decisively. Even a basic spirit abode is out of the question. The spirit abodes are rewards we have established. How could we simply bestow such rewards upon you? Zhang Yi's eyes flickered with a glimmer of inspiration. Esteemed gentlemen, how about this? I shall reside here for a few days, until the conclusion of the competition, after which I will promptly vacate the premises, ensuring no disruption to your affairs. Consider it a temporary lodging, if you will. After all, it is the abode of the spirit realm. Even a brief stay here would greatly benefit my cultivation. The several great demons exchanged glances, seemingly beginning to contemplate the feasibility of this proposal. Zhang Yi felt a surge of delight within. It seemed that this tactic truly bore fruit. He cast a furtive glance at the Empress beside him, who wore an expression of serene composure. At that moment, the Empress unexpectedly stepped forward, cleared her throat, and spoke. Esteemed lords, if it is merely a matter of temporary accommodation, we shall not settle for the rudimentary. We desire the intermediate spiritual abode. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Good heavens, it is already a generous offer for one to use a primary spirit abode for a few days. Yet you audaciously demand an upgrade to a mid-tier spirit abode. This woman truly possesses an audacity beyond measure. Chapter 99. The Deceptive Primary Spirit Abode as Expected. Zhang Yi and the Empress were promptly expelled by the formidable demons. Scram. Who do you think you are, daring to negotiate terms with us? Do you truly believe a spirit abode is within your reach? You ought to take a good look in the mirror. A brutish demon, with a face laden with excess flesh, pointed an accusing finger at Zhang Yi, spitting saliva all over him. Zhang Yi, in a state of disarray, wiped his face with frustration brewing within him, yet he dared not unleash his anger. He shot a fierce glare at the Empress, muttering under his breath, "It's all your fault. Can't you keep that mouth of yours shut? Now look what has happened. Everything has gone awry." The Empress rolled her eyes with an air of disdain. Blame me? These gluttonous pigs possess such narrow minds and lack tolerance. What does that have to do with me? I merely spoke the truth. Zhang Yi nearly struggled to catch his breath. This woman was truly something else. To speak candidly, what you demand is akin to a lion's insatiable appetite. Have you considered your own worth? Why should one offer you their spiritual abode without reason? What is my status? To reside in their spiritual dwelling is an act of great regard towards them. The Empress raised her chin with an air of haughty superiority. Zhang Yi was utterly speechless, pondering to himself how this woman was truly beyond redemption. Was it a matter of her looking down on others, or merely her own inflated sense of self-importance? You are practically soaring to the heavens. Do hurry and depart. Do not linger here and cause me further trouble. Zhang Yi, with an air of impatience, waved his hand dismissively, akin to shooing away a fly, thereby sending the Empress away. Once she departed, he took a deep breath, rubbed his face, and donned a sycophantic smile as he re-entered the demon sage's residence. This time, he had learned his lesson. Adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor and a tone imbued with deference, esteemed lords, I acknowledge my folly. My previous demands were indeed excessive and ill-considered. I merely wish to inquire if it would be possible to reside in a junior spiritual abode for a few days. I assure you, once the competition concludes, I shall vacate immediately and cause no further disturbance." The great demons, taken aback by Zhang Yi's sudden shift in attitude, exchanged glances, recognizing that while he may be irksome, granting him a junior spiritual abode for a few days might not be a regrettable decision if it ensured his silence. Clearing his throat, one of the great demons spoke. "Young man, are your words to be taken at face value?" "Absolutely true." Zhang Yi fervently vowed, "I swear by the heavens, I shall not go back on my word." Zhang Yi raised 3 fingers and solemnly declared. A few formidable demons murmured amongst themselves. This young man truly embodies an unpredictable variable. Who knows what mischief he may be harboring? Indeed, as long as he can remain compliant for the next few days, granting him a spiritual abode may not be such a bad idea. However, we have never had such a precedent before. That is only because we have never encountered a peculiar creature like the sun-watching bird. This lad is quite slippery, who can ascertain what tricks he might conjure. Providing him with a spiritual dwelling to keep him subdued is certainly preferable to his daily disturbances. Quite right, let us grant him this. One can only hope he will remain tranquil this time. Once the discussion concluded, a prominent demon addressed Zhang Yi, saying, "All right, youth. We shall acquiesce to your request this time. However, you must remember your words. Once the competition concludes, you are to vacate immediately, or else, understood?" I understand. Thank you, esteemed lords." Zhang Yi nodded with deep gratitude, tears of appreciation welling in his eyes. A formidable demon guided him towards the Spirit Mansion district. Along the way, Zhang Yi beheld an array of spirit mansions. The prestigious ones radiated opulence and a powerful aura of spiritual energy. The mid-tier mansions exuded an air of ancient elegance, enveloped in a gentle mist of spiritual essence. However, upon reaching the area designated for the lower-tier mansions, Zhang Yi was immediately struck by a sense of disillusionment. These lower-tier mansions appeared dreary and lackluster, their thin spiritual energy paling in comparison to the grandeur of the higher and mid-tier counterparts. Was this truly it? Zhang Yi pointed incredulously at a dilapidated courtyard before him and inquired. The guiding demon, displaying impatience, waved his hand dismissively. "This is it. Stay if you wish. Leave if you don't." Zhang Yi felt a surge of frustration. The disparity was simply too stark. The advanced spiritual abodes he had previously encountered were imbued with spiritual energy as rich as cream, making him yearn to immerse himself in their depths for centuries of cultivation. In stark contrast, this rudimentary spiritual abode exuded an insipid aura, akin to plain water. It was utterly disappointing. "My lord, the spiritual energy here is exceedingly sparse," he lamented. "If I were to cultivate in this environment, the results would likely be negligible." Zhang Yi lamented with a sorrowful expression. "Are you still dissatisfied? It is already fortunate to have a place to reside. Do not be ungrateful." The great demon shot him a glare. "Do you not realize how many lesser demons are eager for this rudimentary spirit abode? Do not be a scoundrel after having benefited." "Very well then." Zhang Yi chianged, suppressing his inner discontent, reluctantly acquiesced. After all, it was a gift without effort. The other demon beasts had yet to receive anything. One might say, it was lacking in comparison to the higher echelons, yet still superior to the lower ones. The great demon tossed him a token, commanding, "Take this. It is the key to the Spirit Mansion. Do not lose it." With that, he departed without a backward glance. Zhang Yi held the token in his hand, pushed open the door, and stepped inside. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, reminiscent of a serene morning in a forest. Infused with the earthy fragrance of soil and the fresh scent of foliage, he could not resist inhaling deeply, feeling every pore of his body open up in response. Indeed, it was worthy of being the spiritual abode of the demon Saintess estate. Even as a primary spiritual dwelling, it was remarkably enchanting. As he surveyed his surroundings, he discerned that this primary spiritual dwelling was, in essence, a quaint little courtyard. Not particularly expansive, at its center stood a gnarled, old peach tree, its branches sparsely adorned with a few unripe peaches, uncertain if they would ever mature. Beneath the tree, a stone table accompanied by several stone stools hinted at years of weathering, their surfaces cloaked in a layer of moss. The courtyard's surrounding walls were constructed from a dark gray stone, uneven and pocked, entwined with nameless vines that lent an air of neglect. Aside from the ancient peach tree and the stone furniture, the courtyard bore no other embellishments. The ground was laid with small pebbles that crunched softly underfoot. Zhang Yi approached the wall, reaching out to touch the vines, only to discover that they emitted faint traces of spiritual energy. These vines were indeed intriguing. Zhang Yi pondered to himself, wondering what kind of breed could thrive in such a place where spiritual energy was so scarce. Upon entering the room, he discovered that it was but a single chamber, modest in size, approximately 20 square meters. The interior was quite rudimentary, furnished only with a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden chair. In one corner, a pile of miscellaneous items lay, covered in a thick layer of dust. How exceedingly shabby it was! Zhang Yi could not help but scoff, exclaiming that this was hardly a spiritual abode, but rather a dilapidated shack. It was evident that the great demons had been neglectful, indulging in laziness. Approaching the bedside, he patted the mattress, only to discover it was stuffed with straw, rigid and utterly uncomfortable. He then moved to the table, where he ran his fingers across the surface, revealing a thick layer of dust. Could anyone truly reside in such a place? Zhang Yi was filled with questions. He approached the door, glanced once more at the courtyard, and then returned inside, pacing back and forth with a furrowed brow. There were 6 members in their family. Would it be too cramped if they all moved in? Chapter 100. Only 2 demons can be accommodated. First, let us tidy up this disheveled abode. Zhang Yi let out a sigh, rolled up his sleeves, and set to work. This wretched place had likely been uninhabited for an eternity. With dust accumulating thickly like a carpet, it would surely require a surge of spiritual energy to clear it. He summoned his demonic power, and with a powerful flap of his wings, a vigorous gust of wind swept through the entire room, sending dust swirling chaotically in the air and causing him to cough incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. What a remarkable stench. Zhang Yi pinched his nose and flapped his wings, waiting for the dust to settle before the room finally revealed its true form. Although somewhat rudimentary, it was considerably cleaner. He dragged the stiff straw mat into the courtyard and shook it vigorously, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air, attracting a few curious little spirits to observe. What are you staring at? Haven't you ever witnessed a cleaning? Zhang Yi shouted in annoyance, causing the little demons to flee in a hurry. He tossed the grass mat beneath the peach tree to bask in the sun, then returned indoors to clean the table and chairs. Finally, with his spiritual energy, he cleared away the scattered pebbles from the ground and laid down a soft carpet of grass. After a long day of labor, he finally transformed the shabby place into something presentable. Zhang Yi plopped down onto the grass mat, stretching contentedly as he sighed. This is the life. He pulled out a gourd of wine, taking several hearty swigs while squinting up at the blue sky dotted with white clouds, contemplating whom to invite to share his abode. The Empress was certainly out of the question. She was far too demanding, often putting on airs, making her care more exhausting than attending to one's ancestors. Furthermore, her intentions were inscrutable. Who could fathom what schemes she might be plotting? What if one day she ensnared him in a trap, leaving him with no refuge for his sorrows? The giant bird matriarch was also not a viable option. The old lady would worry excessively. If she learned he had lured a spirit to his dwelling, she would undoubtedly fret to no end, and he would have to endure her incessant nagging. His ears were nearly calloused from it. As for that winged wind deity, he was even less worthy of consideration. All he seemed to do was pursue women. What purpose would it serve to bring him along? To play matchmaker? After much deliberation, he concluded that the little earth dragon and the small reed were the most reliable companions. Though their abilities were modest, they were obedient and sensible, not to mention entertaining, capable of alleviating his boredom. Thus, the decision was made. Zhang Yi resolutely made up his mind and immediately sent a message to Xiao Dilong and Xiao Pu, urging them to come swiftly. Zhang Yi hummed a cheerful tune as he leisurely returned to the cave where he had previously taken refuge. The cave was desolate, devoid of any presence. These fellows must still be engrossed in the fervent excitement of the arena. Zhang Yi curled his lip, yet his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. It seemed prudent to procure some sustenance to quell his hunger. Just as he was about to retrieve some provisions from his storage bag, a cacophony erupted at the entrance of the cave. Moments later, the figure of the mother giant bird appeared, accompanied by the Empress, the wind spirit pterosaur, little Pooh, and little earth dragon. It appears that all members have gathered. Zhang Yi greeted with a smile. Upon seeing Zhang Yi, the wind spirit pterosaur immediately entered a mode of mockery. My dear brother, your plight is truly lamentable. Restricted by the demon saint's manner, you can only languish in this small cave day after day. Alas, it is indeed a tale that brings sorrow to the ears of listeners and tears to the eyes of onlookers. Zhang Yi chuckled nonchalantly. It's of no consequence. I already have a new place to go. The wind god pterosaur looked at him in disbelief. Come off it. Where could you possibly go now? Do you realize that today, during the competition, Those beasts were still chattering about how the elder of the demon's sacred mansion got hit in the face by your bird droppings? Ha ha. As he spoke, he burst into laughter, almost doubling over with mirth, tears nearly streaming down his cheeks. The wind god pterosaur was laughing so hard he could hardly stand upright. Gesturing at Zhang Yi with a playful grimace, "Look at you now. What a state you're in. You don't even have a roof over your head." Before he could finish his sentence, Mother Giant Bird flapped her wing and struck him squarely on the back of the head. "Can you keep your mouth shut for once? Do you even know how to speak?" The wind god pterosaur shielded his head, pouting in a pitiful manner. "I was just worried about him." Mother Giant Bird shot him a glare, then turned to Zhang Yi, her tone softening. "My dear, you should stay quietly in the cave and avoid causing any trouble. Thanks to you, our family has drawn the attention of the demon sacred mansion. If we stir up any more trouble, we might just have to pack our things and leave." Zhang Yi smiled gently, remaining silent as he reached out to stroke Xiaopu's head. Xiaopu nuzzled against him and obediently said, "Daddy, even though you cannot go outside, I will share with you the amusing tales of each day." Zhang Yi felt a warmth in his heart. This little one was truly a considerate little darling. "My little Pooh is so understanding. All my affection for you has not been in vain. Come, Father will take you to reside in the spirit mansion." As soon as the words were spoken, the cave fell into an immediate silence. The giant bird mother, the Empress, the wind god wyvern, and even the quietly munching little earth dragon all turned their gazes towards Zhang Yi in unison. "What? Did you just say we would reside in the spirit mansion?" The giant bird mother widened her eyes, a look of disbelief etched upon her face. The spirit mansion, indeed. Zhang Yi wore an expression of nonchalance, as if casually discussing an everyday matter, his newly found abode. "Your newly found abode? The spirit mansion? Have you lost your mind?" The wind god pterodactyl was the first to leap forward, pointing at Zhang Yi with indignation. "You, a restricted little demon, dare to dream of residing in the spirit mansion?" The crowd erupted in disbelief, all convinced of Zhang Yi's insanity. Only the Empress stood by, arms crossed, exuding an air of mastery over the situation. She spoke slowly, her tone laced with a hint of mockery. This lad must have successfully deceived someone. The mother of the giant bird, now even more bewildered, queried, "Deceived? Deceived whom? Could the demon sage mansion allow him such liberties?" The Empress chuckled softly and recounted the events that transpired at the demon sage mansion that day. The elder of the mansion, humiliated, wished to avoid hearing the beast's gossip about the bird droppings that had struck his face. Thus, he confined Zhang Yi to his quarters, offering 3 spirit fruits as a trade. Later, Zhang Yi negotiated, stating he desired not the fruits, but the spirit mansion instead. This led to the subsequent events. Upon hearing the Empress's narrative, the wind god pterodactyl's earlier despondency vanished, and he exuberantly wrapped his arms around Zhang Yi's neck, enthusiastically thumping his chest. "Well done, my brother. I knew you had a clever mind. It seems I too shall reside in the spirit mansion. This time, I have a new tale to tell when we venture out." He envisioned himself, brimming with pride, standing before the other beasts, boasting of his residence in the spirit mansion. Zhang Yi was nearly suffocated by his grip and forcefully pushed him away, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "Do not rejoice too soon. That is merely a rudimentary spiritual abode. Quite small, capable of accommodating only 2 individuals at most." Upon hearing this, the wind god winged dragon immediately reined in his smile, his eyes darting with excitement. "Isn't that perfect? Just the 2 of us. As brothers, living together would surely be delightful." He rubbed his hands together, a look of obsequiousness plastered on his face. Chapter 101, The Obstruction. Zhang Yi gestured towards the small earth dragon and the little Pooh, and calmly stated, "I intend to take these 2 little ones with me. As for you, it would be best if you refrained from joining the fray." The wind god pterosaur instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant. The flicker of hope it had just ignited was doused in an instant by Zhang Yi's words. With a sorrowful expression, it gazed up at Zhang Yi, resembling a forsaken puppy abandoned by its owner. "Brother Yi, dear friend, can you truly bear to leave me to sleep on the streets? After all, we have weathered storms together, shared countless experiences." Before it could finish, a sharp glance from the Empress nearby silenced it. The wind god pterosaur promptly recognized the cue and closed its mouth, awkwardly rubbing its nose. At that moment, the Empress gracefully approached, arms crossed, her crimson lips parting as she declared, "I do not consent." Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow, a smile dancing on his lips as he inquired, "What do you disagree with? Do you oppose my cohabitation with Xiaopu and the little dragon in the spirit mansion?" "Indeed," the Empress interjected without hesitation, her tone commanding and unequivocal. "This notion originated from me, and thus, I shall reside there as well. Zhang Yi widened his eyes in disbelief, pointing at the Empress. Are you serious? You, a sovereign of the demon realm, are actually vying for territory with mere children? Have you no shame? The Empress cast him a disdainful glance and replied coolly. I am not contesting with them. Zhang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but soon a smile graced his face. Isn't this just right? Those who recognize the times are truly wise. However, before his smile could fully blossom, it froze upon his face. He then heard the Empress's soft voice adding, I shall take them to reside with us. Zhang Yi felt as though he had been exquisitely outmaneuvered by the Empress. His chest constricted as if a colossal stone had lodged itself within, rendering him breathless and utterly uncomfortable. What you present is nothing short of banditry logic. Zhang Yi pointed at the Empress, rendered speechless by his indignation. Yet, the Empress remained unfazed by his protests, merely raising an eyebrow and regarding him with a bemused expression. Her gaze seemed to convey the message, what can you possibly do to me? Zhang Yi took a deep breath, striving to suppress the fury that surged within him. He understood that reasoning with this imperious Empress was as futile as playing music to a cow. Ultimately, he could only acquiesce with a reluctant nod, tacitly accepting her unreasonable demands. Meanwhile, the colossal bird matriarch, observing the exchange between the two, could not help but burst into laughter. She suggested, in that case, why don't we all go and see what the spirit mansion of a demon sage truly looks like? It would certainly be a delightful opportunity for an old woman like me to broaden my horizons. Zhang Yi and the Empress offered no objections. Consequently, the group set forth in grand procession towards the spirit mansion. Xiao Pu and Xiao Di Long joyfully frolicked ahead, brimming with anticipation for their impending new abode. Meanwhile, the wind god winged dragon shadowed Zhang Yi closely, mirroring his every step. Zhang Yi felt utterly uncomfortable under his gaze and retorted with irritation, Stop staring. The spirit mansion is not meant for you. If you wish to reside there, go and charm the elders of the demon sage mansion yourself. Upon hearing this, the wind god winged dragon's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately perked up. Leaning closer to Zhang Yi, he whispered, Brother, enlighten me. How did you manage to deceive them so successfully? What is your secret? Zhang Yi cast a sidelong glance at him, and, feigning profundity, remarked, The secret lies in having a thick skin. He audaciously dared to insult the elder of the demon sacred manor before the assembled demon beasts. The wind god Wyvern's mouth twitched, rendering him speechless. The spirit mansion, nestled in the serene back mountains of the demon sacred manor, boasted an abundance of spiritual energy. From a distance, one could see exquisitely crafted small buildings scattered harmoniously among the woods, resembling a celestial paradise. Little Pooh and Little Earth Dragon galloped joyfully ahead like untamed steeds, occasionally glancing back to urge the adults trailing behind to hasten their pace. The Empress maintained an air of aloofness, leisurely following Zhang Yi, her enchanting eyes occasionally scanning the picturesque surroundings. Meanwhile, the wind god Wyvern, akin to a sycophant, trailed closely beside Zhang Yi, incessantly chattering about trivial matters, attempting to extract further insights into the art of deceiving the elder. Brothery, speak to me honestly. Did you employ some charm strategy? Perhaps casting a flirtatious glance at the elder? The wind god Wyvern inquired with a conspiratorial expression. Zhang Yi cast him a disdainful glance and retorted, Do you think all elders are as lecherous as you? What I possess is genuine skill. Genuine skill? What do you mean by that? Do share, so that I too may learn. The wind god Pterodactyl exclaimed with eager anticipation. Zhang Yi offered a mysterious smile. Deliberately tantalizing their curiosity, the secrets of heaven must not be revealed. At that moment, a colossal crimson flame tiger obstructed their path. Its entire body was engulfed in roaring flames, and with fierce eyes, it glared menacingly at Zhang Yi and his companions, growling ominously. Who are you to dare trespass into the sacred grounds of the demon saint's estate? Xiao Pu and the earth dragon, frightened, scurried behind the Empress. While the wind spirit Wyvern instinctively took a few steps back, Zhang Yi, with an air of calmness, stepped forward, smiling as he cupped his hands and said, Esteemed brother Tiger, we are not intruders. We have been graciously invited to reside in the spirit mansion. Upon hearing this, the crimson flame tiger's fury intensified. Nonsense. The spirit mansion is reserved for those beasts who triumph in the arena. What right do you defeated ones have to dwell within? Zhang Yi raised an eyebrow. A defeated foe? Our contest is far from over. Besides, why should it concern you where we go? You are not the watchdog of the demon saint's residence. The crimson flame tiger, incensed by Zhang Yi's words, had its whiskers bristling in fury. You are truly oblivious to the peril you court. Let me make this clear. The sacred grounds of the Spirit Manor are off limits to outsiders. Be wise and depart at once. Or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Zhang Yi let out a cold laugh, saying, "Not courteous? I shall see how you demonstrate your lack of courtesy. Today, I am determined to enter." "Very well, very well." The Crimson Flame Tiger, infuriated, retorted with a sneer, "If you manage to get in, I shall eat excrement with my head down." Zhang Yi observed him with a playful expression and slowly remarked, "This is what you said. Don't backtrack when the time comes." With that, Zhang Yi led the group onward. The Crimson Flame Tiger, witnessing this, became even more enraged, baring its enormous fangs and preparing to pounce on Zhang Yi. At that moment, the Empress made her move. She vanished from sight and instantly appeared before the Crimson Flame Tiger, her delicate hand gesturing lightly, unleashing a formidable force that sent the beast crashing to the ground. The tiger struggled to rise, its eyes filled with terror. It could scarcely fathom that this seemingly fragile woman possessed such terrifying strength. "Begone," the Empress coldly uttered. The Crimson Flame Tiger, frightened to the core, dared not utter a sound and fled with its tail between its legs. Chapter 102. Eat Up. It's still warm. Having dealt with the Crimson Flame Tiger, the group pressed on. Not far ahead, they encountered several more obstructive beasts. Although these creatures were not as powerful as the Crimson Flame Tiger, they were equally fierce, blocking the path and bellowing threats to prevent Zhang Yi and his companions from passing. However, just as with the previous beast, these creatures were effortlessly subdued by the Empress. Along their journey, various beasts seemed to emerge in a choreographed sequence, as if they had conspired together for a farcical performance. Their reasons for obstruction were almost identical. The Spirit Mansion was reserved for the victors of the arena, and those who had not won the competition were unworthy of entry. In the face of these beasts, Zhang Yi maintained a consistent stance. If they disagreed, they should fight. Meanwhile, the Empress acted as a silent guardian. Each time, Zhang Yi would provoke the adversaries verbally, and as they grew incensed and prepared to strike, she would intervene, dispatching them with precision and grace. This dynamic of one playing the aggressor while the other played the defender brought Zhang Yi immense satisfaction. As more and more beasts fell to the Empress, the remaining creatures began to realize that this group was not to be trifled with. The procession continued with formidable presence, while a gaggle of onlooking beasts trailed behind, stealthily hiding behind bushes and rocks, peering out like a bunch of timid rodents. Zhang Yi could not help but chuckle inwardly. These fellows were indeed driven by an insatiable curiosity. After a brief walk, the majestic gates of the Spirit Mansion came into view. The two colossal crimson doors were intricately carved with elaborate patterns, emanating an aura of ancient mystery. Flanking the entrance stood two towering stone statues, exuding an imposing presence as they safeguarded the sacred realm. The beastly companions trailing behind erupted into a flurry of whispers, their voices rising and falling in a cacophony of disbelief. Were they truly venturing into the Spirit Mansion? Were they out of their minds? Who would dare enter without the consent of the Beast Saint Mansion? A spectacle was surely on the horizon. One could only anticipate their expulsion by the barrier. Zhang Yi listened intently to the murmurs around him, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips, revealing a hint of cunning. He deliberately lifted one foot, taking a step toward the grand entrance of the spiritual abode, only to retract it swiftly, as if probing the waters. The beasts behind him grew instantly tense, each elongating their necks and widening their eyes, fearful of missing any detail. Zhang Yi glanced back and discovered that the Crimson Flame Tiger, which had just been swatted away by the Empress, was also hiding among the crowd, wearing a look of gleeful mischief as it observed him. "Oh, is that not Brother Tiger?" Zhang Yi, with a smile that radiated warmth, pointed at the Crimson Flame Tiger and inquired, "What was it that you just uttered? Would you be so kind as to repeat it? I find myself struggling with memory at my age." At this gesture, the Crimson Flame Tiger became the center of attention among the myriad of beasts. Clearing its throat somewhat awkwardly, it raised its neck and declared, "Youngster, do not be so arrogant. I advise you to vacate this place promptly. Without the key to the Demon Sage Manor, entry is utterly impossible. Attempting to force your way in will only result in being reduced to dust by the barriers established by the Demon Sage Manor." Zhang Yi feigned a sudden realization, exclaiming, "Oh, is that what you meant? However, before I entered, did you not mention something of greater significance?" The Crimson Flame Tiger, confident that Zhang Yi could not gain entry, grew bolder and blurted out, "If you manage to reside in the Spirit Mansion, I shall eat excrement while standing on my head." Instantly, the surrounding beasts erupted in raucous laughter, their gazes directed at Zhang Yi filled with scorn and derision. Zhang Yi remained unfazed, continuing to regard the crimson flame tiger with a smile as he leisurely remarked, "Very well, I shall remember that. I hope, dear brother tiger, that you will keep your word when the time comes." With that, he turned around, winked at the Empress, and whispered, "It seems someone is eager to showcase their acrobatics. Shall we lend our support?" The Empress, maintaining her composure, nodded slightly, a subtle glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Zhang Yi inhaled deeply, then abruptly lifted his foot and strode purposefully towards the grand entrance of the spirit mansion. The surrounding beasts held their breath, fixated on Zhang Yi, anticipating the spectacle of him being violently repelled by the barrier. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zhang Yi proceeded unimpeded through the gates of the spirit mansion, triggering none of the protective wards. How could this be possible? How did he gain entry? Could it be that he managed to enter without a key? A wave of disbelief washed over the onlooking creatures, their eyes wide with incredulity. The crimson flame tiger was particularly taken aback, its jaw nearly dropping to the ground. It rubbed its eyes in disbelief, confirming once more that Zhang Yi had indeed entered the spirit mansion, completely unscathed. The crimson flame tiger stuttered in shock, its face oscillating between hues of green and white. Zhang Yi stood within the grand entrance of the Lingfu, casting a glance back at the bewildered crimson flame tiger. With a grin, he remarked, "Brother tiger, it seems your moment to shine has arrived." The crimson flame tiger's expression darkened, yet it dared not recant, mustering the courage to stammer, I. After much hesitation, it ultimately failed to utter the words "eating excrement" in a handstand. Zhang Yi cast a mischievous glance at the Empress, raising his eyebrows and teasingly remarked, "Your Majesty, observe how this crimson flame tiger is in such a predicament. Should we not extend our assistance to it?" The Empress shot him a frosty glare, her tone laced with disdain. "Assist it? In what manner? Do you wish to demonstrate personally?" Zhang Yi nodded earnestly, stating, "It is our solemn duty as practitioners to assist others, especially when it involves fulfilling a promise. Such acts are indeed of immeasurable virtue." The Empress rolled her eyes, retorting with annoyance, "Spare me your idle chatter. I see you merely wish to revel in the spectacle." Zhang Yi did not refute. He merely chuckled softly, then, feigning an air of mystery, rubbed his belly. To the astonishment of all present, he actually raised his tail. The surrounding beasts were left bewildered. What was this peculiar behavior? Could it be that this young man harbored some unusual penchant? Suddenly, the tip of Zhang Yi's tail quivered slightly, and with a soft pop, a steaming pile of droppings fell to the ground. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward, permeated by an indescribable odor. The expression of the crimson flame tiger was particularly vivid, transitioning from shock to disgust, then to anger, and ultimately